Breaking news: the long-awaited light mecha is about to be unveiled. Its lines are graceful, its exterior exquisite, the painstaking achievement of hundreds of experts, and it can truly be called a milestone in human invention. Regrettably, however, the light mecha possesses no combat capability at all and can only serve as an illumination tool. Even more regrettable, activating it requires absorbing light energy, which means it can shine only where there is light. Black Potion Company's new combat potion has begun pre-sales. This defensive potion can harden any chosen part of the body to the toughness of iron with a single dose, enough to block most attacks. If your friends are interested, feel free to call for consultation. Our company is recruiting human elites from all over the world. Base monthly salary, at least 1 million plus commission. Requirements: life force level above 30, applicants with criminal records preferred. Those interested may contact the Nanyuan Interstellar Pirate Group. ZZZ. This message has been deleted. In a spacious classroom, more than 100 students toyed with the chip phones in their hands, engrossed in entertainment news on the cosmic web. Amid the hectic grind of their final year of high school, this was a rare moment of relaxation. Huh, Brother Lu, you really called to ask about it. Don't tell me your friend actually wants to buy that potion. I was asking about the light mecha. You don't often see such a fun gadget on the market. Oh, come on, isn't that pure utter nonsense? You just don't get it. This company clearly reeks of money laundering. My guess is it won't be long before the federal government shuts them down. By then, the light mecha will be an out-of-print item, and its value will skyrocket. Even if something goes out of print, garbage is still garbage. Just as everyone was chatting idly, a middle-aged man wearing glasses hurried into the classroom, an irrepressible smile on his face. Students, quiet down. I have a piece of good news to announce. Our classmate Lu Xiaobai has won first place in this year's Ancestral Star Literary Competition, bringing honor to our Starlight High School. Let's give him a round of applause. Everyone simultaneously turned their heads, fixing their gaze on Lu Xiaobai, who had just been chatting away moments earlier. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, clearly having never expected him to possess such ability. What are you all dazing out for? Applaud. As the homeroom teacher Wang Ning took the lead in clapping, then added offhandedly, right, his competition piece is titled My Speaker Father. Just as everyone was about to clap, their hands stalled in midair, as though the entire classroom had been frozen. The next second, they snapped back to themselves and stared in shock at the refined, handsome youth, suddenly feeling as if he were a complete stranger. Wait a minute. Bro, your father is the human speaker. They had been classmates for nearly 3 years and had never known his family background. Was this outrageous, giving them an almost dreamlike sense of unreality? They were actually classmates with the speaker's son. Ahem. Wang Ning gave a light cough, snapping everyone out of their daze. When he had first received the news, his own shock had been no less than theirs. After all, Lu Xiaobai's performance had always been unremarkable, yet his background turned out to be so astonishing. All right, put away those looks. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Wang Ning smiled, then said with a serious expression, I've already read Xiaobai's piece. I have to say it's remarkably brilliant. Especially that final line, the lamp before Father's desk not only illuminates the study, but also lights the path ahead for all humankind. It's simply a display of superb literary flair. The students' expressions collectively turned odd. Where was the literary flair? What was superb about it? Was this competition really about literary flair? Wang Ning, however, paid no heed to his students' looks and continued praising away, trying his best to emphasize how weighty the competition's gold content was. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Lu Xiaobai, seemed absent-minded, his attention completely drawn by the lines of text hovering before his eyes. 1-star mission achieved, first place in the Ancestral Star Literary Competition, completed. Reward obtained, Starry Sky 1 inch. There really is a reward. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Xiaobai's mouth. Just last week, when he saw the registration notice for the Ancestral Star Literary Competition online, this strange mission had suddenly appeared before his eyes. At first, he thought something was wrong with his vision and even rushed to the hospital that very night, only to be told that nothing at all was amiss. That made him realize this was a power beyond his understanding, and a desire to complete the mission arose in his heart. Only then had he written that so-called peerless article, now praised across the globe. What on earth is this Starry Sky Point? I've never even heard of it. Using the chip in his wristwatch, Lu Xiaobai logged onto the web, trying to look up information on Starry Sky Points, but found nothing at all. So it might not be something that exists in reality. His eyes glinted with thought, then his expression suddenly shifted. Testing the waters, he muttered under his breath, use Starry Sky Point. In an instant, a virtual screen materialized before his eyes, displaying a string of information. Host Lu Xiaobai. Talent not awakened. Constitution, not awakened. Life Force Level 1. 5. Star Techniques, Basic Body Refining Method, LV1. Special Techniques, Feigned Injury, LV1. Basic Potionology, LV1. Starry Sky Points 1. Overall evaluation, I have met many good for nothings, but all of them could call you their better. Lu Xiaobai stared at the final line of evaluation and instantly lost it, snapping in anger. What the hell, you little thing, and you dare to judge me like that? The moment these words left his mouth, the entire classroom fell silent. Standing at the front, Wang Ning was completely stunned, simply staring blankly at Lu Xiaobai. Was that directed at me? He had just spent all this effort trying to boost the competition's prestige, and this kid didn't show him even a sliver of face. Just because he's the speaker's son, he thinks he can be this arrogant. The others looked at Lu Xiaobai with newfound admiration, their belief in his identity now rock solid. After all, such brazen words weren't something an ordinary person could blurt out. Noticing the sudden stiffness in the classroom atmosphere, Lu Xiaobai's eyes darted about, and he hastily explained, "Teacher, I wasn't talking about you, I meant those comments online." Wang Ning's expression eased somewhat as he comforted him, "Don't pay attention to that. It's mainly because your brilliance is too dazzling, it leaves others unable to open their eyes." Lu Xiaobai rubbed his nose, a strange look in his eyes. "You actually managed to say that with a straight face? I'm almost embarrassed to hear it. All right, let's continue." Just as Wang Ning was about to go on, the urgent class bell rang throughout the school. "We'll talk more another time. Get ready for class, everyone." Wang Ning said nothing more and left the classroom with a broad smile. Not long after he departed, a graceful figure appeared in the doorway. A girl with snow-white skin and delicate features stepped inside. The moment everyone saw her, their expressions froze, and a distinctly bad premonition rose in their hearts. Though the girl wore a charming smile, the words she spoke made every face in the room change color. "Your math teacher is sick, so today this period will be P.E. You've got to be kidding me." The crowd could not help but break into collective wails. "Wasn't the math teacher perfectly fine just yesterday? He was fine. I just called him a moment ago, and then he suddenly fell ill." Everyone fell silent at once, as if no one even bothered to pretend anymore. "All right, within 5 minutes assemble at the Star Martial Hall. If anyone is late, you know what the consequences will be." Nangong Ling gave a faint smile, turned around, and left without the slightest worry that the students might protest. The moment the students in the classroom heard her words, they rushed out in unison. No one even bothered to pay attention to Lu Xiaobai's exposed background anymore. Clearly, the pressure Nangong Ling brought to bear was simply overwhelming. 5 minutes later, over 100 students were lined up neatly in the Star Martial Hall, all standing in silence and looking exceedingly well-behaved. "So you all managed to arrive on time." Nangong Ling glanced over the crowd, then withdrew the disappointment in her eyes, and said calmly, "When I entered the classroom earlier, it sounded like you were discussing some sort of literature competition. As your Star Martial instructor, I must remind you there are less than 5 months left before the Star examination. Stop wasting your attention on those entertainment contests. Getting into a stellar academy and becoming true Star Martialists is your real business." Hearing this, a look of yearning could not help but surface in the students' eyes. Humanity had long since stepped into the age of the stars, and only Star Martialists with powerful bodies could truly explore the boundless universe. Because of this, Star Martialists had become the protagonists of this era. After all, who wouldn't want to wage battle across the vast and mysterious starry sky? Gazing at their faces now burning with fighting spirit, Nangong Ling nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Let me ask first, did everyone complete today's basic body refining method?" "We did," the group answered in unison. "Very good. I hope you aren't lying to me. You practice for your own sake, not for mine." Nangong Ling went on, "Although the basic body refining method is a popularized star technique, its effectiveness is excellent. If you perform it twice a day, the improvement it brings far surpasses your usual physical training. Skip it for a single day and you will be left behind by others forever." Listening to her, Lu Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Not to mention this group of students. Even middle-aged and elderly people in society persisted in practicing this body-refining method. For the vast majority, it was the best possible choice for strengthening the body and maintaining health. At that moment, Nangong Ling's expression shifted slightly, and she asked again, "By the way, has anyone reached level 3 in the body-refining method?" She had not held out much hope, yet she saw a tall, strongly built boy raise his hand, his eyes filled with pride. "Oh, Duan, you've advanced your body-refining method to level 3. A flicker of surprise crossed Nangong Ling's face. Duan nodded and said with a grin, "Reporting to Teacher Nangong, I was lucky enough to advance to level 3 last week." Nangong Ling cut him off directly. "Advance is advance. What nonsense Lucky are you talking about? Duan was instantly choked by her words and could only give an awkward smile, saying nothing more. Still, reaching level 3 in the body refining method is indeed impressive. It means you have a sliver of a chance to get into a first-tier stellar academy. Nangong Ling continued solemnly. There is still some time before the star examination. You should have your family hire a professional nutritionist to oversee your daily meals and medicinal mixtures, and try your best to raise your vitality level. The star examination does not test only your body refining level. Teacher, I understand. Duan nodded the corners of his mouth, unable to suppress a smile. Even if it was only a slim chance, he had already surpassed most people. At worst, he could still safely get into a second-tier stellar academy. Hearing this, the others could not help but cast envious looks his way, yet when they thought of their own body refining levels, a trace of dejection surfaced in their eyes. Looking at them, Nangong Ling went on, how many of you in this class have reached level 2 in the body refining? As soon as her words fell, around 20 students raised their hands together, confidence shining in their eyes. Not bad, she said. 3 more than last week. Nangong Ling nodded. You must not slack off either. Persist in practicing the body refining method. If you can break through to level 3 before the star examination, all the better. You will have a chance at getting into a second-tier academy. The crowd seemed to receive a surge of encouragement, their hearts instantly filling with fighting spirit. As for those of you whose body refining method is still at level 1, an indescribable smile appeared in Nangong Ling's eyes as she said casually, I can only give you one piece of advice: stop letting your families pour resources into you. Rather than wasting it for nothing, it would be better to use that money to enroll you in a vocational school so you can at least learn a specialized trade. Personally, I think basic waste recycling is quite a good choice. As humanity keeps expanding its territories among the stars, all kinds of technological scrap are piling up. That profession actually has decent prospects. If you're interested, you can go straight to Hongxiang Vocational School. Remember to use my name, Nangong Ling. I can get a little kickback. Most of the students fell silent. For them, enrolling in a vocational school was an utterly shameful matter. It meant outright failure in the star examination. Nangong Ling's words were unpleasant to hear, yet there was not a single flaw in her logic. With their current results, they had no hope of getting into even the worst third-tier academies. The only reason they still sat in classrooms was to wait for a miracle, on the off chance that their body refining method would suddenly break through. Teacher, does the federal government really value body refining levels that much? Someone asked, his face full of unwillingness. They too had been diligently practicing every day, yet still could not break through. This thing truly was not something effort alone could raise. Yes, it does, and very much so. Nangong Ling explained calmly. The star examination has 4 subjects in total: theoretical knowledge, vitality level, body refining level, and combat experience. On paper, body refining level only accounts for 30% of the total, so it doesn't seem decisive. But in reality, it is far more important than you imagine. The higher your body refining level, the more your vitality level will rise. As your vitality increases, not only will your body grow stronger, but even your mind will become sharper and your theoretical scores will climb as well. In other words, body refining level actually affects 3 of the 4 subjects. Does anyone still think it's unimportant now? No one spoke. Not a single person voiced a rebuttal. Although vitality could be raised through star energy foods and various potions, such supplements were costly. For ordinary people, most of their improvement still had to come from the body refining method. At this moment, Nangong Ling continued, Duan, since your body refining method has reached level 3, tell them how big is the gap compared to level 2. 3-fold. Duan replied, his face full of pride. Nangong Ling shot him a glance. All right, just answer the question. No need to sound so full of yourself. Once again, Duan was left speechless and could only lower his head in silence. He was the star martial class representative after all. Did she have to strip him a face like this? Triple. And at that moment, the other students, hearing Duan's reply, were struck with profound shock. And they knew the gap between level 2 and level 1 body refinement art was 2-fold. But never imagined the chasm between level 3 and level 2 would be a staggering 3-fold. Everyone heard that, didn't you? Nangong Ling, perceiving their astonishment, continued calmly. Duan practices the level 3 body refinement art, meaning his theoretical mastery and vitality rank will far surpass yours. If you only cultivate the level 2 variant, catching up to him in the stellar entrance examination is virtually impossible. A collective silent sigh rippled through the crowd. And indeed, Nangong Ling's earlier statement held no flaw, for most one could already gauge the tier of stellar academy they might enter, merely by observing their body refinement art level. And moreover, she added, I'd like to share a small insight with you. Nangong Ling watched their expressions with a faint smile and said, As all know, stellar arts and special techniques are hierarchically graded, and each ascending level yields substantial advancement. Yet such progression cannot extend infinitely. In other words, they can reach a definitive cap maximum proficiency. Hearing this, the students' expressions shifted instantly, startled. And few had ever contemplated this notion. After all, advancing even a single level demanded immense hardship, making the idea of attaining peak mastery seem like sheer fantasy. Each technique possesses its own unique cap. For instance, the fundamental body refinement art caps at level 5, whereas certain stellar arts may require 10 levels to reach full potential. Yet they all share one defining trait. Nan Gongling paused deliberately, then spoke slowly. Upon reaching maximum proficiency, an unimaginable qualitative leap occurs, a phenomenon we humans call the apex realm effect. The apex realm effect, and their spirits trembled. To them, even a single level advancement felt like a fundamental transformation. So what cataclysmic transcendence might the legendary pinnacle unleash? Just then a student raised his hand, curiosity alight in his eyes. Teacher, how many of your stellar arts have reached maximum proficiency, and how many? Do you truly believe maximum proficiency grows on trees? Nan Gongling cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, let me be frank. I graduated from a top-tier stellar academy, yet not a single one of my techniques has attained maximum proficiency. Even my fundamental body refinement art stalls at level 4. Not a single one. A hush fell over the group. Their eyes widened in disbelief. And they knew Nan Gongling, though young, was a stellar martial artist with vitality rank exceeding 20, her strength dwarfing theirs. And yet she possessed no technique at maximum proficiency. Reaching maximum proficiency demands unwavering diligence, innate insight, and rare serendipity. None may be lacking. Sighing softly, Nan Gongling added, to put it plainly, if your body refinement art reaches its cap, you may directly apply as a special admissions candidate to a premier stellar academy, bypassing the stellar entrance examination entirely. Her words sent a jolt through the room. Eyes gleamed with yearning, until reality struck. Their own body refinement art languished at level 1. And such transcendent prodigies existed beyond their reach. And at that very instant, unnoticed by the others, Lu Xiaobai, standing at the rear, slipped once more into stunned silence, his gaze locked onto the holographic text displaying his personal data. Nan Gongling's remark had sparked his memory. He reopened the interface. In great heavens! Could this possibly be real? And Lu Xiaobai ignored the snarky evaluation entirely, his eyes blazing with exhilaration fixed upon the symbol beside fundamental body refinement art. Though his academic record was abysmal, he grasped the symbol's meaning instantly. It was utterly unambiguous. And Lu Xiaobai moistened his lips and roared inwardly, upgrade. Upgrade now. Confirm upgrade using stellar points. And instantly a dialog box shimmered into existence before him. His pulse quickened violently. And confirm. Absolutely confirm. In the next second, Lu Xiaobai's mind surged with crystalline clarity. The principles of fundamental body refinement art unfolding before him with startling depth, as if drenched in sudden divine enlightenment. Simultaneously, the displayed level of his fundamental body refinement art leapt to LV 2. In level 2. Truly level 2. Lu Xiaobai's eyes widened, his entire body trembling. Inborn into the prestigious Lu clan, he had witnessed countless marvels. But this spectacle defied all known logic, shattering humanity's foundational understanding of reality. When had stellar art advancement ever become this effortless? N. 1 stellar point per level. This power is nothing short of miraculous. Clenching his fists, Lu Xiaobai thought fiercely. Then with just 3 more stellar points, I could elevate my fundamental body refinement art to its absolute cap. At that thought, elation overwhelmed him, and he burst into unrestrained laughter. Woo! I'm taking off. Ha ha! Wahaha! Ni's raucous mirth echoed sharply across the stellar martial hall, silencing every soul. Null turned toward Lu Xiaobai, eyes wide with terror. And brother, you can clown around in front of old Wang, but this is Nan Gong, the demon sovereign. And Nan Gongling blinked, yet no anger crossed her features. Instead, her smile deepened, radiant and serene, as she murmured gently, Xiaobai, would you tell teacher what's so amusing? Her voice, soft as spring breeze, sent involuntary shivers down every spine. In him. No, danger. There's killing intent. And Lu Xiaobai snapped out of his euphoria, lifting his gaze straight into Nan Gongling's exquisite face, and instinctively retreated several steps. And would you tell teacher? Seeing his reaction, Nan Gongling smiled faintly and stepped forward, stopping directly before him, hands clasped behind her back, her captivating smile drawing nearer. Their faces hovered less than 10 centimeters apart. And Lu Xiaobai stared, yet felt no admiration, only a creeping nameless chill enveloping his entire being. He was not alone, everyone else stood frozen, paralyzed by dread. And why? And because Nangong, the demon sovereign, was infamous for her policy of collective punishment. And teacher Ni's mind raced, yet yielded no plausible excuse. With mounting desperation he blurted, "If I told you I was possessed just now, would you believe me?" "I believe you. And really, then I've truly fallen under your possession." Lu Xiaobai fell instantly silent, too afraid to utter another word. Clearly she still didn't. Lu Xiaobai blinked in mild surprise, then answered earnestly, 9,987. "How many students are there in the senior year of our school?" Lu Xiaobai kept his head bowed and repeated softly, 9,987. "Do you realize what that implies?" "That our school is rather large." Nangong Jing's expression flickered with bewilderment before her eyes narrowed slightly. In a calm, measured tone she said, "It means you have absolutely no room left to fall." Lu Xiaobai lowered his head in silence, inwardly musing, well, isn't that ideal? Every step I take now is upward. All right, since you're so handsome, teacher will only mete out a tiny punishment. Nangong Ling turned away and remarked casually, "For today, simply double your physical training." Lu Xiaobai let out a heart-wrenching wail. His vitality rank was already the lowest in the entire grade. Even standard physical drills routinely left him utterly spent. Doubling it today felt like a death sentence. "Wailing counts toward your time too." A faint smile curled Nangong Jing's lips as she continued, voice honeyed yet unyielding. "Fail to complete it on schedule, and the penalty escalates." Lu Xiaobai fell abruptly quiet. Around him classmates exchanged glances laced with quiet sympathy. The demon Lord Nangong was no idle threat. Students crawled if they had to, but the quota would be fulfilled. At that moment a lanky boy muttered under his breath, "Teacher, his father is the Human Council chair. Surely we can show some leniency." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai stiffened and shot the boy a fierce warning glare. "What in the world are you doing, you wretched monkey? Don't drag me down with you." Yue instantly sensed he'd blundered. The moment Lu Xiaobai's gaze locked onto him, his blood ran cold. Nangong Ling paused mid-step, turned slowly, and fixed her gaze upon him, her voice soft as silk. "Yue, is that you speaking?" "Yes, I suppose so." Yue trembled uncontrollably, his voice faltering under a rising tide of dread. "I've noticed you two have been quite close lately." Nangong Ling smiled faintly. "Then let us bind your fates in this mortal realm. Your training quota shall also double." "No, wait." Yue cried out in despair, but the instant he met Nangong Ling's gaze, he clamped his mouth shut, terrified she might impose a quadrupled penalty instead. Nangong Ling then turned back to Lu Xiaobai, her tone laced with sudden curiosity. "You bear the surname Lu. Your father is Council Chair Lu Xingtian. That doesn't add up. If you truly hail from the Lu clan, how could your stellar martial aptitude score possibly be this abysmal? Even sheer resource infusion should elevate you to the top of the school." I'm somewhat unique." Lu Xiaobai murmured, head still bowed, a trace of resignation softening his features. "Unique?" Nangong Ling glanced at him once. Then without further inquiry offered a gentle smile, "Still, as a scion of the Lu clan, your bloodline cannot be mediocre. Twofold training is far beneath your threshold. Let us raise it to threefold." Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted instantly. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, a cascade of translucent text shimmered into view before his eyes. 2-star quest activated. Complete 5-fold physical training within the allotted time. Threefold. Do you take me for a joke? 5-fold intensity. This is your true limit, young one. Push forward. Lu Xiaobai nearly exploded in outrage. For him, threefold might be survivable. Human potential, after all, knows no bounds. But 5-fold, that would assuredly end him on the spot. "There's no way I'll survive 5-fold, unless I cheat." "Wait, cheat?" Just as resignation settled over him, a spark ignited in his mind, and a slow, knowing smile spread across his lips. Smiling. "Lu Xiaobai, does that mean you're confident?" A subtle shift crossed Nangong Ling's features. Her eyes sharpened with genuine astonishment. Most students would quake at the mere mention of tripled training. Yet he smiled. Was this the psychological fortitude of the council chair's son? Merely threefold. Lu Xiaobai smoothed his expression, tilted his chin precisely 45 degrees toward the ceiling, and gazed into the distance with profound solemnity, then sighed deeply. "I merely wish to live quietly." but the world insists on provoking me. Very well then. Let all witness the depth of the Lu clan's legacy. Putting on airs. Nan Gongling arched a brow, amusement dancing in her eyes. Then, let training begin. She intended to see whether he possessed real substance, or merely theatrical bravado. At that moment the class commenced their daily physical regimen. It bore little resemblance to modern methods: weighted sprints, push-ups, pull-ups, brutally intensified versions of ancient disciplines. Yue face ashen shuffled beside Lu Xiaobai. With only the two of them assigned extra volume, they formed a pair for the warm-up, a 10-kilometer run. Brother Lu, I suspect I'll lose half my life by the time this session ends. Not nearly that easy. Yue fell mute on the spot. Lu Xiaobai cast him a cool, appraising glance and asked, voice laced with dry incredulity, "Are you mad trying to take me down with you?" Had Yue not exposed his lineage moments earlier, they wouldn't both be suffering this penalty. Yue wore an expression of pure wounded innocence. I just thought, if I mentioned the council chair, maybe the demon lord would spare you. You walked straight into the cannon's mouth. Lu Xiaobai lowered his voice. I did my research. She graduated with honors from a Tier 1 stellar academy. She could have stayed on faculty, but a powerful family's heir seized her position. So she returned to our homeworld to teach. No wonder a first-rate academy graduate ended up in this remote corner of the galaxy. Yue's eyes widened in dawning comprehension, followed swiftly by deep regret. He whispered hesitantly, Brother Lu, please forgive me. I truly meant well. Lu Xiaobai exhaled, murmuring almost to himself. They say even a villain's cunning pales beside a fool's accidental brilliance. Yue scratched his head, about to speak again, when Lu Xiaobai cut in. Enough? I'm not angry with you. That at least was sincere. Without Yue's blunder, this quest would never have triggered. Relief washed over Yue's face. Then with tentative hope he asked, Brother Lu, can you really finish threefold training? Doubting my capability, Lu Xiaobai gave him a sharp, knowing look, and spoke with quiet, unwavering certainty. Watch closely. Learn well. What Yue didn't know was that Lu Xiaobai's target wasn't threefold, not even close. It was five. At this moment Lu Xiaobai ceased his words, focusing intently on his physical training. This time, aside from completing a 5-fold training volume, it had to be finished within 6 hours. He could not afford to waste any time. An hour later, Lu Xiaobai and Yue were both panting heavily, clearly exhausted, barely able to endure any longer. At this point, they had only completed the normal training volume of a typical day. Nangong Ling crossed her arms, her attention fixed on Lu Xiaobai. Her sharp gaze quickly discerned that his heavy breathing was not feigned. He was genuinely nearing the end of his stamina. Given this state, achieving 3 times the training volume would require him to push beyond his limits. Brother Lu, can you really manage this? Yue noted Lu Xiaobai's condition and whispered, if it's too much, we can always plead with the big boss and admit our mistakes. Lu Xiaobai's face was slightly pale, yet he smiled and replied, Xiaowei, I am a member of the Lu family. Don't you know what we do? Who doesn't know? The founder of the Undying Medicine Group. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed, suddenly recalling something. Brother Lu Xiaobai let out a somewhat lewd chuckle and then immediately took out a vial of red potion from his pocket and gulped it down. In an instant his complexion was no longer pale, but instead turned rosy, and the nearly depleted stamina was restored in the blink of an eye. This was the Lu family's stamina recovery potion. I am truly a genius. Lu Xiaobai felt an unprecedented surge of energy. 4 ordinary people completing this 2-star task would be akin to climbing a mountain, but Lu Xiaobai was no average person. He was a true Padawan player. At this moment Yue looked at the energetic Lu Xiaobai and instantly understood. Wait, Brother Lu, how can I learn this? He recalled previously saying something like watch closely and learn well. How could this be learned? Taking drugs? In the distance, Nangong Ling also witnessed this scene, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with confusion. Is this what you call the Lu family's heritage? However, recalling that the Lu family was originally in the medicine business, this indeed seemed like heritage. Meanwhile, the students who had completed their physical training all turned to look. Some were bewildered, some envious, and others secretly cursed the waste of good resources. The stamina recovery potion was a type of combat potion, and its price was quite steep. Just that one vial had a market retail price of 5,000 alliance coins. For most third-year students, the star martial resources they consumed in a month were roughly equivalent to that value. It should be noted that they had already entered the crucial stage of preparation for the STAR exams to receive such substantial financial support from home. For first and second-year students, that 5,000 alliance coins would be enough to cover their expenses for a whole semester. Soon fully revitalized, Lu Xiaobai completed twice the usual training volume. Yet for him, the training progress was still not even halfway done. Sorry everyone, I'm really not trying to provoke you. Lu Xiaobai sensed the gazes of the onlookers and silently thought to himself. The next moment, he pulled out another stamina recovery potion from his pocket and gulped it down again, instantly rejuvenating himself. Watching this scene, the crowd's eyes twitched, feeling as if their hearts were bleeding. Another 5,000 alliance coins gone. This really was treating money like dirt. Bro, dear bro, how about we help you train instead? Stop wasting stuff, it's painful to watch. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Although this potion wasn't theirs, witnessing such wasteful behavior was simply unbearable. Lu Xiaobai, however, ignored them. If this task could be outsourced, he would have done so long ago. Soon Lu Xiaobai downed 2 more potions and successfully completed the 3-fold training volume requested by Nangong Ling. Everyone expected him to stop, but he unexpectedly took yet another potion and continued training. You're going to keep going. Nangong Ling's expression was somewhat complicated, her gaze following him as if watching a madman. This was merely a regular physical training session. Was it really necessary to go this far? Was he burning too much money? Lu Xiaobai, with determination on his face, said, "Teacher, I feel I haven't reached my limits yet. Let me continue." "What limits can you possibly reach?" Nangong Ling's expression darkened, and she directly cursed. Given Lu Xiaobai's method of taking drugs, even if he attempted 10-fold or 100-fold training volume, he would never touch the so-called limits. "All right, stop." Nangong Ling frowned slightly and said softly, "You've done well with the training tasks." She even began to suspect whether the 3-fold training volume she set was too excessive, which had driven Lu Xiaobai to a somewhat abnormal state. No way. Lu Xiaobai flatly refused, thinking it was absurd. He had already taken so many potions. If he didn't complete the remaining training, wouldn't that be a direct loss? "Lu Xiaobai, what on earth do you want to do?" Nangong Ling placed her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at him. "Teacher, please don't get worked up." Lu Xiaobai worried she would forcibly intervene and quickly explained, 3-fold training volume is merely the limit for ordinary people, but I am a member of the Lu family. I must complete 5-fold training volume. I must uphold the dignity of the Lu family. Is this really how you uphold it? Nangong Ling was almost going crazy at this point. Was this guy really a member of the Lu family? Why did it feel like he was purposely tarnishing their name? She could no longer understand Lu Xiaobai. As a member of the Lu family who deals in medicine, of course I will use drugs to uphold it. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Nangong Ling was momentarily left speechless. "Teacher, classmates, you don't need to worry about me. Just focus on your own business." Lu Xiaobai, however, did not stop. To others, this was a purely meaningless, wasteful act. But for him, as long as he completed this task, he would be able to earn star points to enhance his star skills. And all he needed to pay was a few bottles of stamina recovery potions. This was an absolutely profitable deal. The infamous spendthrift. Nangong Ling could only silently complain in her heart, but she truly had no reason to stop him. After all, today's star martial class was originally meant for physical training. At this moment, her gaze swept over the other students, who were all looking forlorn, instantly realizing the impact this scene had on them was immense. "All right, everyone, don't worry about this guy. Let's continue with the class." Nangong Ling quickly spoke up, "We have enough time today, so I will demonstrate a new star technique called Basic Fist Technique. This may not help you much for the star exam, but it is still a combat star technique that you will need to learn in the future." After saying this, she began to demonstrate the Basic Fist Technique. In fact, she originally had no need to teach this star technique as it was not part of the middle school curriculum. However, she was worried that the students would become disheartened due to Lu Xiaobai's wasteful behavior, so she had to forcibly redirect their attention. Sure enough, upon hearing about a new star technique, everyone stopped focusing on Lu Xiaobai and began to concentrate on their studies. Hoo-hoo. Yue successfully completed the last 2,000 push-ups, panting as he said, "Brother Lu, I won't accompany you any longer. I have to go to class now." "Go ahead." Lu Xiaobai nodded, remaining focused, knowing that the Basic Fist Technique was a common star skill that anyone from the Lu family could teach him. It was nothing remarkable. "Continue." Lu Xiaobai took another bottle of stamina recovery potion and focused on his training. He never expected that the stamina recovery potion he brought for self-defense would prove so effective. 2 hours passed, and the students in the class had begun to practice the fist technique in earnest, trying to master this fundamental star skill completely, while Lu Xiaobai was still engaged in his stamina training. Only 2,000 push-ups left, and there's half an hour left. That's more than enough. His expression was excited, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. However, just as he reached into his pocket, he found it empty. "No way, it's gone." Lu Xiaobai's expression changed, and he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He searched his entire body, but couldn't find even one more bottle of potion. Bro, you can't be doing this to me. Mush. The bored Nangong Ling witnessed this scene and teased, Lu Xiaobai, it seems you can't uphold the Lu family's honor any longer. Lu Xiaobai twitched the corner of his mouth, then forced a smile, and said, Teacher dear, Teacher Nangong. Stop. Nangong Ling said warily, just say what you want to do. Teacher, can you lend me a potion? Just one will do, and I promise to repay you well in the future. I would like to help you. Nangong Ling shook her head, then changed her tone. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any potions. As your teacher, I'm a level 20 star warrior. This potion isn't very useful for me, so why would I carry it? Lu Xiaobai fell silent, then turned his gaze to the other classmates practicing their punches. They don't have it as easy as you do, so don't hold any fantasies. Nangong Ling smiled faintly. All right, let's end this farce. Lu Xiaobai did not respond. Instead, he opened his network chip and soon closed his eyes, silently waiting, appearing completely unhurried. What were you doing just now? Nangong Ling was taken aback, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Our class doesn't have stamina recovery potions, but that doesn't mean others don't. Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly and calmly continued to wait. Before long, the door to the Star Martial Arts Hall opened, and a girl with a ponytail walked in. Her skin was delicate, her appearance gentle, yet her eyes were filled with pride and confidence, radiating an aura that naturally attracted people's attention. I'm going to faint. Why is Lin Shuer here? Is she really Lin Shuer, the top student of the grade? No kidding, who else could it be? She's not only beautiful, but also exceptionally gifted in martial arts. I heard her father is a high-ranking official in our Xinguang city. The crowd practicing the fist technique was instantly captivated, their eyes filled with admiration and enthusiasm. Clearly Lin Shuer was a goddess in the hearts of most. Teacher Nangong. Lin Shuer smiled warmly and greeted Nangong Ling beside her. You're not here to look for me, are you? Nangong Ling's expression changed slightly as she quickly discerned the other person's intentions. Lin Shuer nodded, then scanned the room before finally fixing her gaze on Lu Xiaobai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Her eyes lit up with eagerness as she stepped forward and handed over the stamina recovery potion, softly saying, Your potion. Lu Xiaobai's expression remained calm as he took the warm potion, gulping it down in one go. With the absorption of the potion, he felt revitalized and began focusing on his push-ups, not even uttering a word to her. Time was running out, he had to finish quickly. Seeing this, Lin Shuer showed a hint of surprise in her eyes, but did not linger. She turned and walked away. Even the school beauty has been ignored. The crowd watched Lin Shuer's departing figure, feeling utterly dejected, even imagining her with red eyes, heartbroken. They couldn't help but feel indignant. This guy is too much. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai had no time to pay attention to others. He focused on his training. Finally, he successfully completed the last requirement. 2-star task, 5 times training volume completed, reward star points 2 star points. Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback, his eyes filled with excitement, unable to help but let out a wild shout. So exhilarating. The crowd looked at Lu Xiaobai, who suddenly went wild with puzzled expressions. Was he really that excited? Lu Xiaobai noticed the strange looks from others and chuckled, saying, I have managed to uphold the honor of the Lu family after all. I really don't understand today's youth. Nangong Ling shook her head, genuinely puzzled about why he was so fixated on completing the 5 times training volume. Just then a crisp bell rang, signaling the end of today's Star Martial Arts class. All right, class dismissed. Nangong Ling said nothing more and turned to leave gracefully. The students glanced at Lu Xiaobai with complex expressions before turning to leave the Star Martial Arts Hall. What they had experienced today was simply surreal. The usually silent Lu Xiaobai turned out to be the son of the speaker, and for a routine training session, he had consumed potions worth tens of thousands of alliance coins. Most importantly, he even had a connection to Lin Shuer, and it seemed like she had approached him willingly. They needed to go home and take a breather. Some even planned to consult a couple of professional therapists, or else they might be left with psychological scars. Brother Lu. Yue immediately approached him, filled with excitement. You really shocked them today. His grades in class were average, making him a complete nobody. Now with Lu Xiaobai shining so brightly, he could at least gain some fame by association. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's eyes revealed a hint of worry. If it weren't for the task completion, he wouldn't want to expose his family background at all. Of course, it wasn't because he was Loki, but because his father wouldn't allow it. Forget it, he'll deal with it later. Lu Xiaobai shook his head, no longer dwelling on it, and turned to look at the 2-star points on his panel, instantly becoming excited. As long as he could obtain this thing, he wouldn't mind going against his father's wishes, even if it meant defying family traditions. By the way, brother, I want to ask you a question. At this moment, Yu Wei's eyes were filled with admiration as he spoke softly. How did you meet Lin Shuer? Lin Shuer. Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback, then continued. You mean the girl who brought me medicine today? Yes. Yue chuckled and said, Brother Lu, teach me a couple of tricks, will you? Well, Lu Xiaobai stroked his chin and said casually, first you have to be handsome. Yue, upon hearing this, had no rebuttal. Although Lu Xiaobai's grades were poor, he was blessed with good looks, tall and slender with a handsome face. He once thought about gifting the girl a directory of wealthy women as a career guide. Brother Lu, is there any way to model without looks? If looks aren't enough, let's rely on our emotional intelligence. Lu Xiaobai said lightly, the thoughts of girls are actually quite easy to guess. He then began to speak at length, appearing very experienced. Yu's admiration grew stronger as he silently recorded Lu Xiaobai's words with his chip. However, after a lengthy discourse, Lu Xiaobai's tone abruptly changed. Actually, everything I just said isn't important. Not important. Now I will teach you the real killer move. Yu's expression changed, and he became serious, ready to memorize the upcoming words. Lu Xiaobai said earnestly, the key is you have to be willing to spend 10 times the price to buy a physical recovery potion. Huh? Yue was slightly taken aback, looking confused. Brother Lu, you're saying the potion Lin Shuer gave you was purchased with your money? What else? Is there such a thing as a free lunch? Lu Xiaobai rolled his eyes, feeling a bit pained. Though he was a direct descendant of the Lu family, he couldn't indulge in unlimited extravagance. He only had 100,000 alliance coins a month, and the potion had cost him half a month's living expenses. So you don't know Lin Shuer? Duh. Lu Xiaobai shot him a glance and said, she's the top student, and I'm at the bottom. What common ground could we possibly have? Do you really think that opposites attract? Yue fell silent for a moment before asking, so how did she get in touch with you? I just posted a high reward request for medicine on the school forum. A request for a potion. Yue was completely silent, realizing this was the truth. All right, let's not dwell on these little things. Lu Xiaobai patted Yu's shoulder and said boldly, Monkey, don't forget our original vow. Our journey is to the stars and the sea. Brother Lu, that was just a joke from before. With my current grades, I can't even get into a third-rate school. I can only go to a vocational school to learn a special skill for survival. I probably can only stay on the ancestral star for life. Yu's tone was flat, clearly having accepted his future long ago. This was a vast and magnificent era, but it didn't belong to mediocre people like him. With me around, don't say such disheartening things. Lu Xiaobai frowned and encouraged him. The future is uncertain. We are both dark horses. Yue shook his head and remained silent. There are still more than 3 months until the star examination. Everything can change. Lu Xiaobai's eyes were filled with confidence. He originally thought he would fail the star examination and return to the Lu family's main star, living a miserable and extravagant life without worries. However, what he didn't expect was that he would gain such a miraculous advantage, instantly igniting the thought of being admitted to a star academy. Brother Lu, you've changed. Yue looked at Lu Xiaobai's spirited appearance, filled with surprise. Then, as if remembering something, he cautiously said, Brother, has your family already paved the way for you? Will you directly score full marks on the star examination and enter one of the top 10 star academies, thus reaching the pinnacle of life? Stop. Lu Xiaobai made a stopping gesture and said, you really dare to think that the star examination is supervised directly by the federal government and no one can cheat? Your father is the speaker. That won't work either. Lu Xiaobai shook his head and said, your brother Lu is planning to rely on his own abilities to get in. Yue was influenced by Lu Xiaobai's confidence and uncertainly asked, can I really get in? If I say you can, then you definitely can. Lu Xiaobai patted his shoulder and then said, by the way, Monkey, if you plan to apply to a vocational school in the future, I suggest you consider majoring in basic pharmacy. Yu's mouth twitched, realizing this was still saying he wasn't good enough. Just then, a 100-meter-long floating train stopped at the nearby platform. Brother, I'm heading home first. Yue hurriedly entered the floating train. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand, watching Yue enter the train before turning to head in another direction. Today is a good day. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, humming a cheerful tune, unable to hide his smile. Soon he arrived at a very spacious square. Xiaohua. Lu Xiaobai murmured softly to the chip watch on his wrist. Moments later, a bright red streak of light shot out from the underground parking lot of a nearby mall, reaching Lu Xiaobai's side in just a few seconds. It was a futuristic flying vehicle. Although his father didn't allow him to reveal his identity as a direct descendant of the Lu family, his lifestyle was still quite luxurious. Home. Lu Xiaobai climbed in and comfortably reclined in the seat. Boom. The vehicle's tail emitted a fiery blast of airflow, swiftly soaring into the sky, heading straight for the city center. 2 star points, how delightful. Lu Xiaobai opened his information panel again, filled with excitement. He glanced at the star techniques and special skills he had mastered, and without any hesitation, he allocated the 2 star points to basic body refinement technique. In an instant, his understanding of the body refinement technique rose by 2 levels, and the panel's level immediately reached level 4, instantly surpassing countless peers. Level 4 body refinement technique. Even the great demon king Nangong is only at this level. Lu Xiaobai chuckled to himself and said, I estimate that there are fewer than 20 students in the entire grade with this level, and perhaps only the top 10 have reached this level. Who would have thought that in just one day his body refinement technique would leap 3 levels, skyrocketing from the bottom to the top tier? I wonder how effective the level 4 body refinement technique is. Unfortunately, I have already practiced today, or I can only give it a try tomorrow. Lu Xiaobai thought to himself. The basic body refinement technique can only be practiced twice a day. If I force myself to perform a 3rd cycle, there will still be some improvement, but I will endure tremendous tearing pain, and it may even leave me unable to get out of bed for a week. It would be a loss for me. As long as I can get another star point, I can level up the body refinement technique to its maximum level and activate the legendary extreme effect. Lu Xiaobai fantasized, murmuring to himself, by then its effectiveness will at least be 100 times that of a level 1 body refinement technique. If I can really level it up to the maximum, I am confident that I can achieve a highly satisfying score in the star examination. After all, as Nangong Ling said, as long as the level of the body refinement technique increases, the total score in the star examination will also rise. This is just the basic body refinement technique. When I eventually level up the Lu family's exclusive body refinement technique to its maximum and acquire other attack-type star skills, and even some special skills. Lu Xiaobai licked his lips as if he could already see himself traversing the starry skies. His heart was filled with boundless ambition. Suddenly standing up, he disengaged the intelligent driving of the aircraft and took manual control. Accelerate. Give me acceleration. He turned the acceleration knob to the maximum. Boom. The fiery red exhaust from the back of the aircraft shot out, and the speed surged again, effortlessly reaching 500 kilometers per hour, and this was still not the limit. With excitement on his face, he accelerated madly, showing no concern for traffic accidents. The current technology had undergone earth-shattering changes. His aircraft was equipped with an intelligent obstacle avoidance system capable of preventing all accidents. As the driver, all he needed to do was accelerate mindlessly. At this moment, his gaze fell upon a gigantic virtual screen hovering above the city center, which was broadcasting the daily trending news. According to the latest news from the Star Channel, the Deputy Commander of the 3rd Legion of the Human Federation, Chen Yuan, has unlocked the first gene lock and successfully advanced to the transcendent level. Under his leadership, our side has gained absolute superiority on the Boya Star battlefield, crushing the frontline defenses of the star insect race and achieving remarkable results. On May 20th, a star wilderness beast that invaded the human star domain was surrounded by the Radiant hunting team. Reports from the scene indicate that this is an adult wild claw beast with a life force of level 90. It contains precious wild stones which can be integrated into advanced mechas, making its value incalculable. Breaking news. The 3rd exploration team has discovered a life planet in the Polaris domain with a diameter of 50,000 kilometers and an environment extremely suitable for human habitation. This will undoubtedly become our new home. To honor the significant contributions of the 3rd exploration team, the name of this planet will be personally designated by them. Listening to one exciting piece of news after another, Lu Xiaobai felt even more exhilarated, murmuring, one day, I too will be featured in these trending news. He stood up, feeling the wind howling outside the window, and shouted with all his might, I, Lu Xiaobai, am destined to leave my name in the endless starry skies. Click, click. Suddenly a flurry of glaring flashes lit up, all aimed at Lu Xiaobai. Huh, what's going on here? Lu Xiaobai was taken aback. ZZ. Speeding. At that moment, a robot dressed in traffic police uniform appeared out of nowhere and forcibly intercepted Lu Xiaobai's aircraft. What the? Lu Xiaobai was stunned and hurriedly said, Isn't there no speed limit in the suburbs of Xinguang City? You have entered the city center area. The traffic robot's eyes glowed red, and an electronic voice rang out, speeding by 300%, issuing a ticket. After saying this, it directly slapped a large stack of tickets onto the front windshield of the aircraft. Wait, buddy, are you illustrating a comic book here? Lu Xiaobai twitched his mouth. The traffic robot remained unresponsive and continued in a mechanical tone, You have been recorded by the traffic department. Please drive civilly. Lu Xiaobai stared at the pile of tickets in front of him, and his previous grand ambitions suddenly vanished. He hadn't left his name in the starry skies yet, but he had already made a name for himself in the traffic department. I just spent a high price on the medicine, and now this happens. It's just adding insult to injury. He sighed and glanced at the date, murmuring, fortunately it's the end of the month, I can refresh my living expenses soon. Otherwise I really wouldn't know how to get by. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaobai returned to the entrance of the community in the city center at a normal speed. Dear resident, welcome home. A pure white round plump robot recognized Lu Xiaobai's face and made a welcoming gesture. Although this robot looked somewhat silly, it was indeed a combat robot. Though it was only a level, it was enough to fend off most criminals. This is not like ancient times. This robot security guard is genuinely capable of ensuring safety, and it won't even flirt with the residents. I'm a member of the Lu family, and I've actually fallen to living in a community. He stepped into the community and couldn't help but think of the Lu family's main star, which belonged entirely to the Lu family. Once I have strength, I must buy a life planet from the hands of the Human Federation government. Of course, he was just fantasizing. Although humanity had entered the era of the starry skies and controlled a large expanse of star domains, the number of life planets owned was less than 1,000. Buying a planet is not just about having money, it also requires significant contributions to humanity. The planets of the Lu family came from the contributions of Lu Zhu, who was one of the pioneers of humanity's starry sky era. Take it slow, take it slow. Lu Xiaobai calmed his excited heart. Taking too big of a step could cause harm. Welcome home, master. What would you like for dinner? An old man in a suit with a white beard approached, his face full of a kind smile, but his voice was a mechanical electronic sound. Clearly this was also a robot, and a highly advanced one at that, mainly responsible for Lu Xiaobai's daily living. Braised little star beast meat, stir-fried blue-scale snake meat, and a portion of ginseng essence soup. Lu Xiaobai casually ordered a few nutritious dishes and then comfortably sat on the sofa to wait. At that moment his wrist chip watch vibrated, indicating an incoming call. Huh, Dad. Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback, then, without hesitation, he answered the call. In an instant the image of a stern middle-aged man appeared, none other than Lu Xiaobai's father, Lu Xingtian, the head of the Lu family, and also one of the leaders of humanity. In today's world, humanity no longer has borders. The highest authority is the Human Federation Parliament, which includes 10 speakers and 100 members. All major decisions regarding humanity must be made by the Federation Parliament. Although there is more than one speaker, the man before him undoubtedly wields immense power, and he himself is a terrifying star martial powerhouse. Lu Xiaobai. Lu Xingtian's gaze was calm, but filled with authority, making one instinctively unable to meet his eyes. Lu Xiaobai's expression changed, and he cautiously said, Dad, could you not call me by my full name? I still prefer it when you call me Xiaobai. According to international conventions, when parents call out the full name, it usually means there is trouble. Lu Xingtian paid no heed to Lu Xiaobai's words and spoke calmly. Did you participate in the Zuxing literary competition? Lu Xiaobai instantly grasped the reason behind his father's stern demeanor. He rubbed his nose and murmured softly, Father, do you even follow such trivial entertainment-oriented events? In this era, humanity devoted itself entirely to cultivating stellar martial arts. Literary contests were mere diversions, devoid of practical significance. It was indeed a minor affair, until I saw the winning entry's title. Lu Xiaobai's heart sank. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Before the towering figure of his father, the Grand Chancellor, he felt genuine trepidation. His restraint, unlike that of other arrogant scions, stemmed largely from this man's ironclad discipline. Lu Xingtian's expression grew ever more serene as he said quietly, What did I tell you before you left for Zuxing to study? Don't reveal your identity recklessly. Lu Xiaobai muttered, then hurried to explain, Father, I didn't want to shame the Lu clan. Look, I'm already abysmal at stellar martial arts. If I failed even this literary contest, wouldn't I appear utterly useless? What would the great sects think of our family? So you claimed first place, using my name? Lu Xiaobai scratched his head again. Well, it wasn't solely because of you. Our teacher, Master Wang, said my literary flair is extraordinary. Extraordinary nonsense. Lu Xingtian shot him a sharp glance and continued, I've watched you grow up. I know exactly how much weight you carry. Your poetry. The ocean is all water, spiders are all legs. What literary flair could that possibly be? Lu Xiaobai fell silent, utterly speechless. He truly had no retort. The only solace was that his father resided tens of thousands of light years away and couldn't lay a hand on him anytime soon. By the way, I just summoned a DD Quida courier for you. Wait at home. Don't move. Huh. Lu Xiaobai nearly choked. Father, must you be this absurd? Relax. It's merely a level 20 vitality specimen. It won't hurt you too much. Xiaohua. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaobai summoned his subterranean flyer, already preparing. His own vitality stood at a meager 1.5, barely enough to withstand a sneeze. A faint smile flickered in Lu Xingtian's eyes as he said calmly, no need to run. I've already transmitted your flyer's coordinates to him. Lu Xiaobai froze mid-motion, then pleaded plaintively. Are you really my biological father? Lu Xingtian paused, then sighed deeply sometimes. I wonder myself. Look at our Lu clan. Even collateral branches boast exceptional stellar martial talent. Among your peers, most have already attained level 9 vitality, and your 3 elder siblings. Their prowess dwarfs even that. As the heir apparent of the Lu clan, Lu Xiaobai received nothing but the finest pharmaceuticals, nutrition, and supplements, truly peerless in every regard. Logically, even a pig raised under such conditions would achieve level 9 vitality. Yet Lu Xiaobai remained utterly stagnant. His body absorbed not a trace of stellar energy or nutrients. The Lu clan summoned humanity's most eminent physicians, yet none detected anomaly or defect. Father, might it be possible that my inability to absorb stellar nutrients stems from an exceptionally rare dormant constitution? Lu Xiaobai ventured cautiously, recalling his personal interface, where both constitution and talent had displayed unawakened. That very designation implied latent potential. With humanity's population now exceeding trillions, anomalies inevitably arose, some born with innate flame manipulation, their mastery of fire-based stellar techniques astonishing, others possessing prodigious physicality, infants boasting vitality above level 10. Such innate endowments were termed talents or constitutions. Though not all talents or constitutions were extraordinary, those who possessed them enjoyed inherent advantages, true darlings of fate. Certain constitutions do require vast nutrient intake to awaken, Lu Xingtian sighed, speaking evenly. But yours is unlikely to be one of them. Why, father? Lu Xiaobai pressed urgently. Third brother showed no progress until age 10, yet awakened the world-rare SS Steer domineering body. You yourself called it world-rare, the domineering body. Lu Xingtian shook his head, exasperated. That constitution required only 10 years of nutrient absorption. You've consumed near 18. Do you truly believe your constitution surpasses SS Steer? What if it does, eh? Lu Xiaobai's tone was unshakable. Though unaware of the nature of his inner golden finger, its effortless elevation of stellar technique ranks proved its transcendence. Even it declared his constitution unawakened. Thus, it must be so. Though SS Steer marked humanity's zenith, the cosmos defied human comprehension, surely harboring constitutions beyond even that apex. Let us hope it is so. Lu Xingtian nodded gravely. The Lu clan will never cut your stellar martial resources. Should this prove a unique constitution, awakening is inevitable, sooner or later. Thank you, father. Lu Xiaobai smiled warmly. Under current circumstances, consuming premium supplements was akin to feeding fine buns to dogs. Any other clansman would long since have been stripped of support, yet he still enjoyed unparalleled privilege sustained solely by his father's unwavering backing. Now, what level has your unique technique, feigned injury, reached? Lu Xingtian shifted topics, adding, though it grants no combat power, it vastly enhances survivability, among the very secrets that enabled Ancestor Lu to dominate the Starry Void. Feigned injury, a technique pioneered by Ancestor Lu, allowed precise simulation of wounds. Its efficacy scaled with rank at maximum, it could even mimic death itself, a supreme art of preservation. Still level 1. Lu Xiaobai scratched his head, flustered. Have you grown lax? Lu Xingtian's brow furrowed, voice edged with severity. You may neglect other techniques, but feigned injury, you must master swiftly. How else will you outwit foes? Or survive? Father, I understand the survival aspect, but can it actually deceive enemies? Of course. Who suspects a grievously wounded man, or a corpse? Is that so? Lu Xiaobai blinked, genuinely startled. To him, the clan's signature technique had always seemed utterly superfluous. Pay attention, properly. Lu Xingtian's gaze sharpened, voice resonant with fervor. Every illustrious ancestor of the Lu clan was a master of deception, renowned heroes who thrived in shadows. Lu Xiaobai's expression froze. A treacherous man, a heroic figure. How could those two ever be paired together? Father, you wouldn't be that sort of so-called hero, would you? He gazed at Lu Xingtian's stern, composed face, and an incredulous thought formed in his heart. Pride glinted in Lu Xingshan's eyes as he spoke slowly. If your father had not acted with guile and slain 3-star worm kings in one stroke, that council seat might not have been so easily secured. Lu Xiaobai's mouth twitched. He muttered, "But you look so upright." "Stop babbling," came the curt reply. Lu Xingtian curled his lip. If even one's looks and bearing betray treachery, who else could you possibly deceive? Lu Xiaobai's mouth twitched again. What was said made a great deal of sense, and for a moment he had no retort. "All right, mind your studies, I have nothing more to add." After a brief admonition, Lu Xingtian continued, "By the way, remember to open the door later." "Open the door? For what?" "A DD driver will be calling at the door." Lu Xiaobai's mouth twitched as he howled, "Father, are you serious?" "Of course. Since the rules were broken, one must accept the penalty." Lu Xingtian smiled to reassure him. "Relax, you are my son. I've arranged a medical package for you, nothing will go wrong." A chill ran through Lu Xiaobai. He had even ordered a medical package. Without hesitation, he blurted, "Father, my body refinement method has reached level 4. He had originally wanted to reveal the miraculous golden boon within him, a trump that would let him show off before his father. But only once. If he unveiled his changes gradually, he could boast again and again. With that thought, he mentioned only the advancement of his body refinement method, adhering to his creed, not to abstain from showing off, but to do so shrewdly and sustainably. Moi. Lu Xingtian, about to end the call, froze upon hearing those words. "What did you just say?" His tone turned severe as he spoke slowly. "If you dare to fool your old man, you know the consequences." "Father, I certainly wouldn't lie to you." "So your body refinement method is truly level 4. Lu Xingtian, thoughtful, said slowly. "When you last reported to me, you were only level 1, right? And in merely a month, you've leapt 3 levels. Lu Xiaobai had wanted to claim he rose 3 levels in a single day, but that sounded too sensational and unlikely to be believed. "How did you do it?" I suddenly had an epiphany, as if my mind opened." "Is that so?" Lu Xingtian raised an eyebrow without real doubt. For an ordinary person, it might take 10 years to gain a level, but for a top genius, 3 levels in a month might be possible. "So your star examination might really not leave you failing." "You certainly will not fail it." Lu Xiaobai chuckled, a smug grin on his face. "Father, I think before long I can push my body refinement method to its peak. At worst, I'll be guaranteed admission to a first-rate academy." "Don't brag." Lu Xingtian shot his youngest son a glance, dousing his boasting. "It took me only a year to reach level 4, but to reach the peak level took me a full 5 years. Aside from the Lu family's support, he had been one of the era's foremost prodigies and naturally possessed a peak-level body refinement method, which helped make him one of the human counselors. Isn't each generation stronger than the last?" Lu Xiaobai said, rubbing his nose with a sheepish laugh. "One step at a time. Don't reach beyond your stride." Lu Xingtian smiled. "I recall the class practical test is at the beginning of the month. If you truly want to prove you're better than your old man, bring me a top 10 finish first." He knew Lu Xiaobai ranked at the very bottom of the class. To climb into the top 10 within a few days was unquestionably a tremendous challenge. Just as Lu Xiaobai was about to speak, lines of floating text appeared before his eyes. 2-star mission issued. Obtain first place in the class practical test. Young man, do not set your sights so low. A mere 10th is far beneath your true ability. Seize first place to prove yourself. Lu Xiaobai was at first jubilant to see a mission, but upon reading the requirement, he cursed inwardly. Given his current body refinement level, with time, he could surely claim first, but there were only 5 days until the test. He felt utterly unable to catch up. "Kid, what is it? You think 10th is difficult?" Lu Xingtian, observing Lu Xiaobai's troubled expression, seemed to guess his thoughts. "No, it's not difficult. To be precise, it's quite simple." Lu Xiaobai agreed at once. He genuinely meant it. Compared to the 2-star mission, his father's demand truly seemed trivial. "Oh." Lu Xingtian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I hope you're not just blowing hot air. I've canceled the DD order. Think carefully about how you'll get into the top 10. In an instant, Lu Xingshan's image vanished. The call ended. "Top 10? What is top 10? Lu Xiaobai rubbed his head and muttered to himself, "My problem now is to take first." He had already tasted the advantages of star points and was loath to forfeit any mission. This could be the decisive factor in whether he could ascend to the pinnacle of his life. After a while, Lu Xiaobai dialed Yu Wei's com chip. "Lu, you called me." Yu Wei's image appeared, excitement shining in his eyes. "Monkey, compile all the information you can on Duan for me." If he wanted to complete the mission, his greatest rival was the current class leader. Duan. To surpass him would all but guarantee success. "Duan? No problem." Yue paused briefly but asked no further questions, agreeing at once. Lu Xiaobai ended the call and fell into thought. If only we could take drugs during the test. He mused, a pang of regret crossing his mind. Had drugs been allowed, he could have challenged the class top 10 at once. Under all manner of enhancers, he would be the indomitable fighter able to grind down any opponent. At that moment, his robotic housekeeper approached, bearing plates of fragrant dishes. Master, enjoy your meal. Lu Xiaobai gave it no more thought and began to eat ravenously. Now that he suspected his constitution might surpass even SSS grade, he found himself hungering for every nutrient-filled bite. As Lu Xingtian had said, his constitution would one day awaken. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaobai let out a satisfied burp and murmured, "This feels great." He stretched lazily, got up, and walked toward his bedroom. Beside the bed, there was a pristine white technological pod, resembling a bathtub adorned with various buttons that exuded an air of mysterious technology. This is one of humanity's highest technologies today, the virtual space pod. Although it doesn't look complicated, its market price is in the tens of millions of alliance coins, far beyond what an ordinary family can afford. However, as a direct descendant of the Lu family, this was merely a trivial expense for him. He climbed into the pod, closed his eyes, and pressed the start button. In an instant, darkness faded away, revealing a vast meadow lush with grass. A place known as the Kanzan virtual space, hailed as one of the greatest inventions of this century. Lu Xiaobai understood that this was not merely a product of technology, it also harnessed the power of ancient civilizations, although he was unsure of the specifics. Master, welcome back. A petite girl with transparent wings resembling a little fairy greeted Lu Xiaobai with a beaming smile. Lu Xiaobai patted the girl's head and said, "Xiaoling, help me initiate the strength test." "Sure, master." In an instant, a massive sandbag appeared in the empty space ahead, and above it a virtual screen emerged, ready to display the strength intensity of the tester. Lu Xiaobai performed a simple warm-up. Although his current body was simulated, it felt indistinguishable from his real one, making him feel completely at ease. Soon Lu Xiaobai stood before the sandbag, took a deep breath, bent his legs slightly, pushed off the ground with his right foot, twisted his waist, clenched his right fist, and struck the sandbag with all his might. 220 kilograms. There's still no improvement. Lu Xiaobai shook his head and muttered, "If I were in an ordinary high school in ancient times, my physical fitness would definitely be outstanding, but unfortunately, in Xinguang Academy, I'm just a laggard. Let's test my speed." Instantly, a 100-meter track appeared before him. As the virtual assistant Xiaoling announced the starting prompt, Lu Xiaobai's figure shot forward, like an arrow, crossing the finish line in the blink of an eye. 9.3 meters second. A slight improvement. Lu Xiaobai didn't pay much attention and said, "Xiaoling, initiate the neural reaction speed test." In an instant, a virtual screen appeared before him. The neural reaction test was similar to the ancient whack-a-mole game, but instead of holding a mallet, one simply tapped the virtual screen with their fingers. It sounded simple, but this was a neural reaction speed test for Star Warriors, so it was far from easy. Lu Xiaobai's fingers deftly tapped the virtual screen, hitting the little groundhogs with both speed and precision, appearing effortlessly skilled. However, as time passed, the appearance speed of the groundhogs increased. In the blink of an eye, some holes would occasionally reveal black groundhogs, and a wrong tap would lead to a significant deduction of points. In less than 2 minutes, he finished the test, and the results were displayed in real time, level 1.6. This indicated that his neural reaction speed was equivalent to a life force intensity of level 1.6. At this moment, Xiaoling spoke up, "Master, your overall life force level is 1.5. The life force level of a Star Warrior comprises strength speed and neural reaction speed." Lu Xiaobai's neural reaction speed was decent, but unfortunately his strength was slightly lacking, leading to an overall life force level of only 1.5. Treading water. Lu Xiaobai pouted, feeling no surprise. After all, the panel on his golden finger had long displayed his life force level. Xiaoling beside him comforted, "I believe Master will soon have a breakthrough." "You're right about that." Lu Xiaobai chuckled. His body refinement methods level was skyrocketing, and given some time, his life force level would rapidly increase. Xiaoxing, connect to the cosmic network and activate battle mode. Match me with opponents of similar life force levels. "Yes, Master." Xiaoxing's delicate fingers performed a series of operations, and a large dialog box appeared above the grass. Matching in progress. Current time, 1 match successful. Battlefield is an oceanic island. Do you wish to enter? Enter. Lu Xiaobai confirmed his choice. This was the true purpose of the Kanzan virtual space, allowing one to engage in real combat at any time to enhance battle experience. Of course, due to the exorbitant price of the virtual space pod, only those with a certain financial background could afford such an upgrade. For ordinary folks, going to societal star martial arts schools for practice with real opponents was a much cheaper alternative, but in reality one might hold back due to fear, and the varying abilities of opponents made it far inferior to the virtual space. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai's field of vision shifted, and he found himself on a weed-covered deserted island. A few dozen meters away stood a little girl with twin ponytails looking about 10 years old. My. Her life force level is only 1. 3. Lu Xiaobai noticed her strength, and a wicked smile spread across his face. Hee little sister, matching with an unparalleled powerhouse like me can only mean you're out of luck. You idiot. The little girl pouted, instantly opening her fair palm, and a burst of golden lightning suddenly surged forth, arriving in the blink of an eye. What the heck, a talent user? Lu Xiaobai's reaction speed was remarkably fast. Just as the thunder was about to strike him, he vanished without a trace. She quit directly. The little girl was slightly taken aback and muttered, "She runs pretty fast." At this moment, Lu Xiaobai had returned to his domain, complaining, "What bad luck, I'm matched with a lightning talent user, but even with talent, she couldn't hurt me at all. Consider it a draw, I guess." The intelligent assistant Xiaoling's mouth hung open, utterly bewildered. Was that really a draw? Xiaoling, keep matching for me. Lu Xiaobai, however, paid no heed to its thoughts. In his heart, both sides were completely unscathed, so wasn't that a draw? Soon Lu Xiaobai's vision changed once again, arriving at the peak of a mountain filled with strange rocks. Not far away, a round and chubby little boy with a face full of curiosity looked at him and exclaimed in astonishment, "Big brother, you look like you're 17 or 18 years old, yet your vitality level is only 1. 5. Lu Xiaobai sensed the disdain directed at him and pouted, saying, "I just look mature, I'm only 8 years old this year." 8 years old. The little boy stared at the tall figure who stood at 1.8 meters and couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Could this really be an 80-year-old? Seeing the doubt on the boy's face, Lu Xiaobai quickly changed the subject, asking, "Little chubby, you have no talent, right?" "No." "That's good." Lu Xiaobai chuckled, already preparing to show off his skills. The boy appeared to be around 10 years old, but his vitality level was also only 1.4. This gave him considerable confidence. Today he aimed to deliver a thorough beating to this little kid. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, the little boy suddenly inflated and transformed into a giant towering 5 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Big brother, I forgot to tell you, I may not have talent, but I possess a giant physique." The little boy smirked, then patted his big belly and charged forward like a living cannonball. What the hell? Lu Xiaobai didn't wait for the boy to get close and decisively retreated from the battlefield. "Today is really unlucky, I'm not fighting anymore." According to common sense, those with special physiques and talents should not be abundant, yet he had encountered 2 in a row. It was indeed too unfortunate. Fortunately, both encounters ended in a tie, so I didn't lose face for the Lu family. A smirk appeared on Lu Xiaobai's face. Meanwhile, the little spirit beside him lowered her head, secretly lamenting, "The master's skin is getting thicker. Wait until your Lu guest talent and physique awaken before seeking revenge." Lu Xiaobai exited the virtual space and returned to his bedroom. Just then his chip vibrated, indicating that someone had left him a message. "My, has the monkey gathered DuANS information so quickly?" Lu Xiaobai opened the file sent by the monkey, his eyes widening in surprise as he murmured, "He even sent over the details of the top 10 in the class. Efficiency is impressive." He lay back on his bed and began to read carefully. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one can win 100 battles. He naturally understood this principle. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaobai closed his eyes, a hint of irritation on his face as he muttered, "Forget about doing it seems I might actually have a chance to defeat the 10th place. According to the information from the monkey, the vitality level of the 10th place, Fang Yuan, was 2.1. If he continued to practice body refinement techniques in the coming days and relied on his combat experience, he might actually defeat the 10th place. Clearly his father had investigated the situation in his class beforehand, which is why he set the requirement for him to seize the 10th position, but unfortunately Lu Xiaobai's goal was the 1st place. The vitality level of the 9th place has reached 2. For while the 1st place, Duan, has a vitality level of 3.5, a more than double mine. This is going to be tough. Lu Xiaobai frowned, his mind racing as he muttered, "There are only 5 days until the class test, and my vitality level cannot exceed DuANS." Currently, the 3rd-year students were all internship star warriors, not yet at level 10, lacking any combat star techniques, and the only factor affecting battles at the same level was the vitality level. If only I could have that little girl's thunderous talent or giant physique, I might be able to fight beyond my level. Lu Xiaobai sighed, gazing out the window, murmuring, "It seems a proper fight is impossible. Oh, I can only resort to some underhanded tactics." Perhaps it was something his father said earlier that completely awakened the treacherous bloodline of the Lu family within him. His mind raced, and soon his eyes lit up as he found a feasible plan. If I can't use any external items during the class test, then I'll just use them in advance. Lu Xiaobai was filled with excitement as he walked into the storage room next to his bedroom. Although it was a storage room to outsiders, it was indeed a treasure trove filled with various extremely valuable items, all gifted to him by the elders of the Lu family. Little do I have no choice but to become a villain for the sake of this starry point. Soon he selected a portion of treasures and stuffed them into his backpack, filled with confidence. Tomorrow I'll take care of doing. With a beaming smile, he lay down on his bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next day at 6 in the morning, "Master, it's time to get up." "Get up." A robot butler with a white beard entered the bedroom, urging Lu Xiaobai to wake up. "Just let me snooze for a bit longer. I'll be up shortly." Lu Xiaobai covered his head with the blanket and fell back into a deep sleep. However, at that moment, the robot butler's eyes glowed red as it spoke in a cold electronic voice, "Self-destruct sequence initiating. 10-9-8. Wait. Lu Xiaobai jolted awake, springing out of bed in an instant. "What the hell, Lao? Who are you trying to kill me?" "Yes." The robot butler nodded. Lu Xiaobai shook his head and continued, "Breakfast remains the same as before." "Understood, master." The robot butler turned and left the bedroom to prepare today's meal. "I really can't tell if this self-destruct is real or fake." Lu Xiaobai sighed. This device was a special gift from his father when he came to the ancestral star. It was said to be a non-sale item from the Lu family, extremely expensive, and even he had no permission to alter its internal program. Although he knew his father wouldn't harm him, every time he heard the self-destruct warning, it still instantly erased his sleepiness. Just in time, I can practice body refinement techniques now. He rubbed his eyes and instantly felt invigorated. Lu Xiaobai stepped onto his balcony, took a deep breath, and began to perform various movements of the body refinement technique. This scene was not only occurring on his balcony, in fact, the vast majority of the city's inhabitants were practicing the body refinement technique as well. First form. Lu Xiaobai spread his arms, assuming a classic pose. At first glance, it seemed quite ordinary, but at that moment, invisible energy from the universe began to descend swiftly, entering his body and reinforcing every cell within him. This was what humanity referred to as stellar energy. If this were ancient times, even if humans struck such a pose, they would not be able to draw stellar energy into their bodies. However, after humanity made the first wormhole jump 1,000 years ago, it seemed they broke the barriers of the ancestral star, which allowed them to draw in stellar energy, and the basic body refinement techniques became widespread. Also refreshing. As Lu Xiaobai performed the motions of the body refining technique, he couldn't help but shout in his heart. He felt as if he could sense the flow of blood within his body, and his bones crackled subtly, his physique visibly strengthening. The effects of this level 4 body refining technique are far superior to that of level 1. After half an hour, Lu Xiaobai successfully completed 2 cycles, and he appeared invigorated, his physical condition reaching its peak for the day. He clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power, and excitedly murmured to himself, "The effect of the level 4 body refining technique is roughly 24 times that of level 1. This also means that his training results for a day are almost equivalent to a month of effort in the past. With more than 4 months until the star exam, approximately 120 days, if he continues with the body refining technique, the improvement he gains will likely approach 10 years of effort for an ordinary student." Lu Xiaobai licked his lips, his eyes filled with excitement. And this is only the level 4 body refining technique. If he could break through to the maximum level and activate the ultimate effects. His heart was filled with exhilaration, and he wished he could immediately participate in the class assessment to earn star points and upgrade his body refining technique. "Master, enjoy your meal." At that moment, the white-beard butler appeared with a delightful breakfast. Lu Xiaobai suppressed his excitement and began to enjoy this wonderful meal. Soon he finished the food, feeling even more spirited. Logically, after performing the body refining technique, the efficiency of absorbing nutrients would be higher, but unfortunately Lu Xiaobai still couldn't extract any nutrients from this breakfast worth hundreds of alliance coins. "No worries, even if I can't absorb nutrients, I'm still not inferior to those top geniuses." Lu Xiaobai chuckled to himself. "Let's see if there's any improvement." With a thought, he summoned his information panel, and to his surprise, his vitality level had reached 1.6. The 2 cycles of the body refining technique in the morning had directly increased his vitality by 0.1. Awesome. Lu Xiaobai chuckled, but to prevent any discrepancies entered the virtual space for a test. His strength, speed, and reaction had all slightly improved, and his final vitality level was also 1.6. 1.6. Is this the feeling of a genius? His previous progress had been painfully slow, but now experiencing such a speed of improvement was naturally exhilarating. Dad, just wait for your son to lead the Lu family to new heights. Lu Xiaobai chuckled, quickly washed up, and left home with his bulging backpack. He boarded the flame-flying device that had just emerged from the basement, heading straight for Starlight High School in the suburbs. 10 minutes later, he piloted the flying device over the school, instantly capturing the attention of countless students, far more eye-catching than those ancient supercars. I wanted to interact with everyone as an ordinary person, but all I got was indifference. This time I won't hold. Looking at the envy in the eyes of the countless people below, Lu Xiaobai felt a sense of pride. In the past, due to his father's demands, he had to hide his identity, naturally parking his expensive flying device nearby in the shopping mall. However, now that he had revealed his identity as the chairman's son, there was no need for pretense. While the Class A flame-flying device from the Zhiguang company worth several million alliance coins. When did our school have such a level of rich second generation? Look at that person above. He doesn't seem like any of the school's aristocratic sons. Could he be a new transfer student? He is Lu Xiaobai from class 99 of the senior year, a name that has spread throughout the school. He is the son of the chairman and a direct descendant of the Lu family. The Lu family that founded the Immortal Medicine Group. That is definitely a top-tier force. The countless students below wore expressions of astonishment, their envy almost overflowing. Most of them might not be familiar with the Lu family, but they knew the name of the Immortal Medicine Group, a colossal enterprise that held nearly 70% of the liquid medicine market. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Xiaobai was no longer merely described as a rich second generation. At this moment, with a smile on his face and surrounded by the discussions of countless people, he privately thought, in this world one must have a strong backing and connections to thrive. He had never felt much about his background since childhood, but after completing 2 tasks, he finally understood the benefits his identity brought. If it were an ordinary person, whether achieving first place in the Ancestral Star literary competition or completing 5 times the training volume, it would not be so easy. Yet he had managed to accomplish it with just a little effort. Soon Lu Xiaobai piloted the flying device to the front of the teaching building, entering the class amidst the envious gazes of countless people. As for the flying device, it transformed into a streak of light, automatically searching for the nearest parking space. Lu Gu, you've got some pull. Yue Wei grinned and immediately approached Lu Xiaobai. He had specifically researched the Immortal Medicine Group after returning home last night, which gave him a bit more understanding of this colossal entity, solidifying his determination to be a good subordinate. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and casually asked, "Monkey, what's going on today? Why are so many people gathered outside our class? It can't be because of me, right? They're all here to see you, Lu Gu." Yue whispered, "Your identity has spread throughout the entire school. They haven't seen someone of your stature before, so they definitely want to come and gain some insight." Lu Xiaobai's identity was akin to a dimensional strike for the desolate Ancestral Star, especially since Starlight City was a very inconspicuous little city on the Ancestral Star. It was like a true dragon arriving at a shallow beach. But Lu Gu, you need to be careful. Yue continued in a low voice. Many people are not just here to see you, but also want to challenge you. Challenge me. Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback, and then said, "Are they out of their minds? Don't they know him at the bottom of the grade? Logically speaking, such confrontations would not be fair even if he won. Moreover, it would offend the Lu family, and anyone with a reasonable mind would not do so. Most think you're hiding your strength and want to see how they measure up against the Lu family's genius." Yue continued softly, "I heard that 2 from the top 10 in the grade have come." Lu Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit helpless. The first place in their class, Duan, could only rank several hundred in the grade, but he already had a vitality of 3.5. The top 10 in the grade likely had a vitality of over 8. But don't worry, Lu Gu, many of them have already been chased away by our head teacher. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly as he spotted Duan walking in from outside the classroom, and he called out, "Old Du." Duan was momentarily startled, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he pointed to himself and asked Lu Xiaobai, "Are you calling me?" His expression was somewhat stiff and a flicker of unease arose in his heart. In the past, due to his consistently top grades, he had developed an arrogant demeanor, often looking down on the underperformers in the class, including the bottom student Lu Xiaobai. Now that Lu's true identity was revealed, he worried about potential repercussions. It's just a small matter. Lu Xiaobai smiled and nodded, intending to engage in a friendly conversation with him. However, at that moment the class bell rang, forcing him to abandon his plan and return to his seat. A young man wearing black-framed glasses stepped in, saying, "Classmates, this lesson is mathematics. Let's continue with the topic from the day before yesterday." "Teacher Wu, have you recovered from your illness?" a student asked with a laugh. Cough, cough. Wu Yuan rubbed his nose, glanced at the student, and replied with a smile, "Since Teacher Nangong has spoken, I can't possibly remain unwell." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh, and the atmosphere in the classroom appeared quite harmonious. In fact, other than Nangong Ling, the remaining teachers responsible for imparting theoretical knowledge were all very amiable. "All right, let's start the class." Wu Yuan activated the projector on the podium, and a massive virtual screen appeared with various complex mathematical equations floating on it. Today we will continue discussing the energy formula for wormhole jumps. The students below gazed at the intricate equations, some looking bewildered, others frowning in concentration, while some appeared quite relaxed. For those with high vitality levels, their minds were more expansive, and they grasped theoretical knowledge effortlessly, which is why this era places such importance on Star Warriors. Currently, the prominent figures in the scientific community are predominantly high-level Star Warriors, as ordinary people's minds cannot bear excessive calculations. Alright, I know some of you find it difficult to understand, but I hope you will strive to comprehend. Teacher, we don't want to become researchers. This theoretical knowledge seems useless to us. Someone could not help but complain. It may seem useless now, but it will be useful in the future. Wu Yuan adjusted his black-framed glasses and explained, "The theoretical knowledge you're learning now is laying the foundation for your future. This is your last semester of senior year, and there are only a little over 4 months until the STAR examination. I will explain it well to you. Once you enter the Starry Academy, the main courses will still be Star Warrior classes, but in addition, you will also choose a minor course." Minor courses. The students blinked, showing interest on their faces. As they approached the college entrance examination, they naturally held great expectations for their future at the Starry Academy. The minor courses mainly include firearms studies, intelligent machinery, mecha studies, spaceship studies, etc. Wu Yuan began. All these courses, without exception, require a foundation in mathematical theoretical knowledge. If you haven't mastered the secondary school theoretical knowledge, you will be left in the dark and quickly fall behind others. Teacher, are these courses really that important? How should I put it? Wu Yuan pondered for a moment and continued. You all know that for Star Warriors to grow stronger, they absolutely cannot do without money. Whether it's for purchasing star skills or various supplements and potions, all require funds. The higher the vitality level of a Star Warrior, the more terrifying the resources they consume. If you have family support, that's fine, but most people are just ordinary folks, and their families can't continuously supply you with resources. This means you have to earn it yourself. The minor courses I mentioned earlier are your primary means of earning money. Whether it's mecha spaceships or combat robots, they are all incredibly lucrative industries. If you excel in a particular subject, the amount of money you can earn will far exceed your imagination. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Since becoming Star Warriors, they have deeply realized the importance of money, especially since not everyone has the same background as Lu Xiaobai. Although these are minor courses at the Starry Academy, they actually determine how far you can go on the path of a Star Warrior to some extent. Wu Yuan smiled and said, "Now do you understand the importance of mathematical theoretical knowledge?" The others nodded and began to study earnestly. Even if they cannot go far on the path of Star Warriors, mastering any one of the minor courses will enable them to find a high-paying job in the future. Seeing everyone so invigorated, Wu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobai below was also filled with interest. He knew that these minor courses were similar to special skills like basic waste recycling and pharmacology. As long as he could grasp them initially, he could continually improve with the help of his unique abilities. It seems that the Lu family's industry will no longer be limited to potions. Lu Xiaobai chuckled inwardly. If he could master all these special skills and enhance them to the maximum level, the Lu family could venture into other industries. As for himself, he would likely become the most remarkable human. After all, human energy is limited, no one can master all special skills. 3 hours later, as the bell rang, this mathematics class came to an end. Thinking really is exhausting. Our vitality levels are not sufficient. Of course, it's tiring. Just look at those few top students. They all seem relaxed. The students began to relax, some leaving the classroom, while others fiddled with their chip devices online. Lu Xiaobai rubbed his temples, feeling a bit fatigued. Although his vitality level had improved, slightly forcibly absorbing such complex knowledge was still quite challenging. At that moment his gaze shifted as he saw Duan leaving the classroom, seemingly heading to the restroom. Lu Xiaobai grabbed his backpack and hurriedly followed, not forgetting his main objective to secure the top spot in the class test for that precious starry points. Soon Lu Xiaobai trailed behind Duan and entered the restroom at the end of the corridor. The restroom is actually a good place. He chuckled and boldly walked over, immediately spotting Duan at the urinal and quickly approaching him. Lu Xiaobai. Duan suddenly jolted, sensing a gaze upon him. He turned to see Lu Xiaobai approaching. Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly, glancing around, and feeling there were a few too many people, so he hesitated to reveal his purpose. However, his smile instantly made Duan's scalp tingle. Dude, just say what you need to say without that smile. Lu Xiaobai said no more and turned to a stall at the end of the restroom. Duan sighed in relief and hurriedly pulled up his pants to leave. Just then Lu Xiaobai's voice quietly called out from the stall, "Old Du, come in for a moment. I want to show you a treasure." Duan's face turned pale at the words, and he instinctively took a few steps back. "No, buddy, are you serious?" "Lu. Brother Lu, I know I offended you before. I apologize. Please don't mess with me. I really am not that kind." Duan's face was filled with despair, his heart full of fear. "What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and come in." Lu Xiaobai frowned, gesturing for him to enter, while saying, "Don't worry, it's definitely a good treasure." Duan felt increasingly fearful, but seeing a hint of impatience in the other's eyes, he could only muster his courage to go in. In this situation, whether he shrank back or not, it would be a disaster, so he might as well just go for it. "Brother Lu, let me say this first, be gentle." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Xiaobai's eyes showed a hint of confusion. However, he had no time to think more. When he saw the other person come in, he quickly closed the partition door. At the same time, he took out a spherical device, and in an instant a light screen appeared, enveloping the entire compartment before disappearing from sight. "Don't worry, it's a basic shield preventing our conversation from being overheard." Seeing this, Duan silently closed his eyes, looking resigned. Lu Xiaobai, confused, asked, "I invited you in to see the treasure. Why are you closing your eyes?" "Bro, please don't play such a twisted game." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Xiaobai grew even more puzzled and said, "I invited you in to discuss serious matters." "Serious matters?" Duan said with a bitter expression. "Bro who discusses serious matters in the restroom? I actually understand what you want to do. If you understand, then why close your eyes?" "I feel a bit embarrassed." "What's there to be embarrassed about? We're all men." Lu Xiaobai shook his head in confusion, then opened his backpack. "Do you have professional tools?" Duan's eyes twitched, his scalp nearly exploding. Ultimately, in his terrified gaze, Lu Xiaobai pulled out a beautifully crafted pistol. Duan was taken aback, asking in astonishment, "Bro, is this the good treasure you wanted to show me? What else could it be? What did you expect?" Duan fell silent, realizing it was his own thoughts that were twisted. Lu Xiaobai didn't know what the other was thinking. He picked up the pistol and explained in a low voice, "The latest class 7th generation laser gun on the market with immense power. If it hits a vital point, it can instantly kill a star warrior with a vitality level below 30. And the charging cost is low, about 30,000 alliance coins for a full charge. Kill star warriors below level 30. Duan instantly felt a chilling sensation, his body stiffening. His vitality was only level 3. 5. Facing this thing, wouldn't a mere scratch mean death? Let me load it up and demonstrate for you. Lu Xiaobai picked up the laser gun and started operating it. Duan's expression was one of extreme terror. He thought there was no target for demonstration here. Then forget it, let's take a look at something else. Lu Xiaobai chuckled and pulled out another item from his backpack. Class Star Energy Explosive Singlus, with a blast radius of 1,000 meters, can heavily injure star warriors below level 10. Venomous toxin, liquid, colorless, and odorless, just one drop, can cause a star warrior below level 30 to die instantly. This is a non-sale item from my Lu family. Most people have never seen it. Star Energy Flame Knife, class quality, can cut through defenses of the same level and enhances fire attribute star techniques. Duan looked at the rare items displayed in front of him and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "Brother Lu, I'm just a small internship star warrior. I don't really need to waste such good things." The other party using these items against him seemed a bit too much. Lu Xiaobai smiled and said, "You definitely need them, absolutely need them. Bro, if you have something to say, just say it." Duan sighed, already resigned to the other's control. Lu Xiaobai, hearing this, no longer hesitated and said softly, "You can choose any one of these items to take away, but on the condition that you agree to one thing for me." This was Lu Xiaobai's real plan. As the saying goes, you can't bite the hand that feeds you with these items. Isn't it easy to control the other party? Oh. Duan paused for a moment, scratching his head and asking, bro, you're not asking me to kill or commit arson, are you? What are you thinking? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Duan fell silent, silently thinking, would a law-abiding citizen carry these kinds of items? All right, I won't keep it from you. Lu Xiaobai said quietly, actually, it's a small matter. In a few days, it will be our class's practical combat test, and I want to achieve good results. After a moment, Duan completely understood that the other wanted him to go easy during the practical test. So what do you think? Not a big issue, right? Lu Xiaobai said expectantly, it's a small matter, I agree. Duan didn't hesitate at all, directly agreeing. If it had been before, he would have definitely refused such a thing, but now Lu Xiaobai's identity was too extraordinary, and mainly the items displayed in front of him were too intimidating. If he agreed, he could take one of them. If he didn't agree, who knows if the other would use him to demonstrate the power of these items. He certainly didn't think that a small level 3/5 vitality could withstand such big killing machines. That's refreshing. Lu Xiaobai said with a smile, choose one of these weapons. Young Master Lu, I won't take the items, they're too precious. Duan shook his head, directly refusing. Whether it was the laser gun or the venomous toxin liquid, their value was at least hundreds of thousands, or even possibly millions. Even the apparently least valuable star energy explosives were worth a lot, far beyond what a student like him could dare to take. What if the elders of the Lu family come looking for him afterward, or if the other party was here to enforce the law? He would be finished. Lu Xiaobai shook his head and said, these aren't anything rare, they're far less expensive than my flying device. The corner of Duan's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, the damned rich, second generation. No, the rich in generation. Old, you can't not take something. How can you do something for someone without getting something in return? Lu Xiaobai, worried that the other was just pretending to agree, insisted, take it, without hesitation. Duan understood this point as well, and after thinking for a moment, he said, I won't take the items, but young Master Lu can agree to one thing for me. Oh, what is it? I want to erase the mistakes I made against you in the past. Did you ever make mistakes against me? Lu Xiaobai's expression changed, and he quickly took a step back, his eyes filled with vigilance. What I meant was I often looked down on underperforming students in the past. Duan hurriedly explained, is that so? Young Master Lu, I wasn't targeting you in the past. I know you thought everyone else in the class was trash, and I was just one of them. However, since you have mentioned it, let's consider the past settled. Lu Xiaobai readily agreed. Although he was not a magnanimous person, he would not take action against Duan for this matter, especially since his main task now was to secure the stargazing point. Thank you, young Master Lu. Duan felt a heavy burden lift from his heart, and then cautiously asked, can I leave now? Of course. Duan hurriedly opened the bathroom stall door and escaped the scene as if fleeing. His conversation with Lu Xiaobai lasted only a few minutes, but his emotions were like a roller coaster. It was truly exhilarating. The biggest obstacle has been dealt with. Lu Xiaobai smiled, not expecting it to be so easy. He murmured to himself, this time the stargazing point is definitely mine. He whistled happily as he returned to the classroom, just in time to bump into Yue, who was walking out. Monkey, come here for a moment. Lu Xiaobai's expression changed slightly as he called out to Yue. Brother Lu, what's the matter? I need you to do me a favor. Lu Xiaobai explained his desire to seize the first place in the practical combat competition. I've already dealt with Duan, but I need you to persuade the others. As long as they let me win during our matches, they will receive a reward of 1,000 alliance coins. The class practical test is a 1v1 format with randomly assigned combat lists that determine rankings through several rounds of matches. Now that he had taken care of the biggest obstacle, Duan in his vitality was only 1/6, and a chance encounter with anyone could lead to early elimination. To ensure he could advance smoothly, he naturally needed to secure the cooperation of other students. As for the rewards, he initially thought of giving out a few technological weapons, but from Duan's performance, it seemed his offerings were a bit too expensive, to the point where no one dared to accept them. Brother Lu, this is simple, just leave it to me. Yue chuckled and said, however, to persuade those ranked higher, 1,000 alliance coins might not be enough. For those ranked lower, 1,000 is actually quite generous. You handle the specifics. Let me know how many alliance coins are needed, and we can settle it later. Lu Xiaobai patted his chest, appearing quite generous. After all, the beginning of the month was approaching, and his living expenses of 100,000 would be refreshed soon, so this amount was not a big deal. Moreover, he only needed to deal with 4 or 5 people to secure his advancement, so this little money was nothing to worry about. Got it, Yue said excitedly, immediately starting to handle the matter. Lu Xiaobai was not worried at all. Yue was quite eloquent and perfect for this kind of task. A day quickly passed. After completing today's physical training, most students left the Star Martial Arts Center looking fatigued. Today's training was really easy. Lu Xiaobai still appeared to have abundant energy. His vitality level had increased by 0.1 while the training intensity remained unchanged, making him feel quite at ease. Only after the whole class tested their vitality would Nangong Ling formulate a new physical training plan for each student. Brother Lu. At that moment, Yue approached with a grin. I've already secured half of the class for you, and I should be able to complete the task by tomorrow. So efficient. Brother Lu, you should consider your status. Countless people want to build a good relationship with you. As soon as they heard my words, they agreed, without even asking for money. Lu Xiaobai nodded upon hearing this. His identity indeed had a significant impact in such a small city. In fact, not to mention in a remote planet, even in a prosperous first-class planet, his identity could command respect. Monkey, you've worked hard. Not at all tiring. Yue chuckled, unable to hold back. Brother Lu, you have no idea how well they treated me today. Even those ranked in the top few were extremely polite. He felt invigorated for the first time, feeling proud of himself. Lu Xiaobai smiled and said nothing more, turning to summon his flying vehicle. Shall we go together? Yue looked enviously at the stylish flying vehicle, but shook his head. Brother Lu, you go ahead. I live in the suburbs, and it's not along the way for us. It's fine. This thing is fast and won't take much time. Lu Xiaobai hopped into the flying vehicle and pointed to the passenger seat beside him. Seeing this, Yue no longer insisted, carefully entering the flying vehicle and marveling at the luxurious interior, his eyes filled with astonishment. Monkey, why don't you take the controls? Yue quickly waved his hands. Brother Lu, don't joke around. I haven't gotten my driver's license yet. I plan to take the test after the STAR exam. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobai did not insist further. He certainly did not want to get a traffic robot ticket for a minor violation. Whoosh! The tail of the flying vehicle spit out crimson gas, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly vanished from its original position. What a thrill! Yue looked down at the city below, excitement written all over his face. Even the cheapest flying vehicles cost hundreds of thousands, and he never dreamed he would be able to ride one so soon, especially an expensive Class A flying vehicle. Soon the flying vehicle stopped in front of a slightly old residential area. Brother Lu, I'm heading home now. See you later. Yue jumped out of the flying vehicle, walking confidently back to the residential area. Lu Xiaobai chuckled and shook his head, piloting the flying vehicle and turning to leave. However, shortly after he departed, his brow furrowed as he noticed an old blue flying vehicle following him. As expected, someone is tailing me. This vehicle had been behind him since he left the Star Academy. He initially thought the driver was also heading to the suburbs, but when he changed direction, the vehicle followed suit, confirming his suspicion of being pursued. A tailing stalker. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and mused, I want to see what you're up to. He was not worried at all. Although Xinguang City was an unremarkable small city, its security capabilities were not weak. If the person had any malicious intent, numerous patrol robots would appear instantly. Moreover, as a member of the Lu family, he had plenty of means to ensure his safety. Soon Lu Xiaobai piloted the flying vehicle into the city center, deliberately slowing down rather than speeding up, as he did not want to incur any fines. Half an hour passed, and to his surprise, the blue flying vehicle continued to follow without any signs of action, trailing along leisurely. Could it be they are truly just following me? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and thought, let's see what this stalker does when I enter my residential area. Before long, he passed the robotic security guard at the entrance and entered the residential area he lived in. Just as he was about to see what the blue flying vehicle would do, he was surprised to find that it followed him inside as well. The entrance security robot offered no resistance and greeted, welcome home, resident. Are they living in the same residential area as me? Lu Xiaobai paused for a moment and said to himself, could it be I misunderstood and they just happen to be going home too? At that moment, a muscular boy with his shirt off stepped out of the flying vehicle, shouting loudly, Brother Lu, wait for me. Moi. Lu Xiaobai was taken aback, pointing at himself and asking, you know me? I'm also a senior student at Xinguang High School. The burly boy displayed a simple smile and extended his hand, saying, my name is Lin Liar, nice to meet you, Brother Lu. Wait. Lu Xiaobai suddenly thought of something and, looking at the simple-faced boy before him, asked, what is Lin Shuer to you? She is my biological sister. Lu Xiaobai's mouth twitched, he had already sensed it. Lin Liar, do you need something from me? Brother Lu, just call me Xiaolei. Lin Liar scratched his head and then revealed his purpose, I want to spar with you and witness a true genius. Me? A genius? Lu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. You haven't looked into my star martial scores. Brother Lu, that's merely a facade to fool the gullible. I'm not that naive. Lin Liar chuckled, a smug glint in his eyes. He clearly believed he had seen through it. Lu Xiaobai regarded the boy's guileless expression with a peculiar look and found himself strangely inclined to oblige. Logically, someone so simple-minded would likely register a low life force level. My father is the deputy mayor of Xinguang City. He told me that any collateral branch of the Lu family could thrash me, so I want to see how formidable the Lu family's direct line really is. Lin Liar's face brimmed with eagerness as he entreated, "Please, Brother Lu, instruct Xiaolei. Since you put it that way, I suppose I cannot refuse." Lu Xiaobai folded his hands behind his back and asked coolly, "What is your life force level?" "Not high 9.5. Lu Xiaobai froze for a heartbeat, then demanded, "How much?" 9.5. Lin Liar looked slightly ashamed and muttered with his head bowed, "Brother Lu, I know I'm no match for you, but am confident I can reach a 9 before the STAR exam." 9.9. Lu Xiaobai's eye twitched. The astonishment filled his gaze. In the STAR exam, a 9. 9. A 9. 9 life force in that subject signifies a perfect score, surpassing countless peers and even qualifying one to apply to the top 10 STAR academies. Lin Liar was already nearing that echelon. Viewed against the entire ancestral star, he would be called a genius. Farewell. Lu Xiaobai did not hesitate. With a flourish, he turned to leave. What a joke. He was merely a rookie with a life force level of 1.6, and one punch from him could send me reeling. Seeing Lu Xiaobai move to go, Lin Liar dashed in front of him and pleaded, "Brother Lu, teach me once, please." Lu Xiaobai buried his face in exasperation. Were it not for the other's guileless look, he would suspect mockery. "Your sister is stronger than you, right?" "Only slightly stronger. Sparring with her offers little improvement." Lin Liar clasped his hands in a beggar's plea and said stubbornly, "Brother Lu, if you refuse, I'll come to your door every day and beg you." Lu Xiaobai's mouth twitched. He knew he had encountered an obstinate simpleton. He sighed, his eyes turning contemplative as he said in a low voice, "Xiao, lady, you know why I never fight at full strength?" Lin Liar paused, recalling the reports he'd read in past class combat tests. The boy always capitulated first and never truly unleashed his power. Admiration flickered in his eyes as he ventured, "Because you're afraid of killing someone with one punch." Lu Xiaobai smiled, secretly thinking it was because he could not beat anyone. He kept that to himself and adopted an air of inscrutable depth, murmuring, "What you said is one reason. There is a more important reason." "What is it?" Lin Liar asked. Lu Xiaobai smiled with gravity and said, "I often wonder why humans fight among themselves. Infighting. Brother Lu, this is just a friendly spar. No one will be hurt. That is not guaranteed. Our star martial practitioners wield such power. Who can promise no wounds will be suffered?" Lu Xiaobai spoke earnestly. "Once wounds appear, discontent grows, grievances accumulate, and in time it will erupt into life and death struggle." Lin Liar fell slightly silent, feeling something amiss and unable to rebut. Although humanity may seem prosperous, the threat from the starworm race has not abated. Colossal space beasts often intrude into our domains. Moreover, on the planets we conquer, there are restless natives. Who knows when they might erupt in rebellion? In such a situation of danger on all sides, can humanity afford to squander energy on infighting? Lu Xiaobai demanded. "Answer me. Look me in the eyes." No, we cannot." "That is correct." Lu Xiaobai nodded approvingly, then spoke with passion. "Xiaolei, remember this. Within our species, the guiding principle is to oppose violence. If your energies run too high, then aim your fists at the starworm race and the space behemoths. Lin Liar was struck dumb by the force of Lu Xiaobai's words. As shame colored his face as he whispered, "Big Brother Lu, I understand. It is not too late now that you understand." Lu Xiaobai patted the boy's shoulder and declared resolutely, "In any case, I, Lu Xiaobai, will not permit any notion of resorting to violence among our kin." At that instant, with a clatter, a star energy laser rifle, humming with terrifying power, fell from his backpack, its beam sizzling as it punched a hole through the ground. With another clatter, vials of poison and bundles of explosives tumbled out as well. The two stood facing each other amid a spread of lethal armaments. The tableau seemed to freeze. Lu Xiaobai's expression stiffened as he thought to himself, "This is bad." He had meant to show these to Duan and forgot to switch them off. A one had accidentally discharged and pierced his pack. After a moment, Lin Liar tilted his head in bewilderment and asked, "Brother Lu, what is this?" Lu Xiaobai rubbed his forehead and answered earnestly, "Toys for children. Seem potent, but this looks like a Kraid 7th generation laser rifle made by Sui Xing Group. You recognize it?" Lu Xiaobai fell silent, a little embarrassed. He had just preached against violence, and yet a cache of deadly weapons had spilled from his bag. He sighed and muttered, "Well then, since you really want to spar, very well, let us begin." "No." Lin Liar shook his head firmly, terror filling his eyes. With so many black-tech weapons on the ground, there was no way his slight frame could withstand them. Moi. Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback realizing the other party's thoughts and smiled as he said, I already mentioned it was a spar. How could I possibly use those? I don't believe it. Lin Liar, however, said with a serious expression, I've noticed that you speak nothing but nonsense. There isn't a single word of truth from your mouth. He had just been persuaded by the other party thinking he had encountered a peer with such high ideals only to discover it was all a facade. If he truly agreed to a match, who knows, the moment he threw a punch the other party might retaliate with a volley. At this moment Lu Xiaobai frowned and said, Are you really not going to spar? Well, brother Lu, I just remembered that I might have left the gas on at home. I need to leave. Lin Liar gave no chance for the other party to respond and directly turned to run away, as even a moment's hesitation would be disrespectful to those deadly weapons on the ground. He had completely lost any intention of sparring with the other party, and at the same time he understood why his father said the collateral branches of the Lu family could easily overpower him. He truly couldn't withstand those deadly weapons. Is there really so little trust between people? Looking at the fleeing figure, Lu Xiaobai felt helpless, but upon thinking that the other party would no longer seek him for a spar in the future, his mood lifted once again. Although the process was a bit tortuous, at least the outcome was just as I anticipated. I truly am the chosen one, able to achieve my goals no matter what. Lu Xiaobai whistled as he returned home. Meanwhile, Lin Liar also hurriedly returned home. Why are you running so fast? Is someone chasing you? Lin Shuer was reading in the living room and immediately noticed her brother's panicked face. Pretty much. Xiaolei glanced behind him, not seeing Lu Xiaobai, and felt a sigh of relief. He then said, Sister, I almost lost my life today. We're in the city center of Starlight City. What kind of danger could there be? Lin Shuer didn't care at all. After all, her brother just loved to exaggerate. Xiaolei caught his breath and then recounted everything that had just happened in detail. After a while, Lin Shuer opened her mouth slightly, her eyes showing a hint of surprise as she muttered, Are you serious? Absolutely. This guy is extremely cunning and always carries black weapons with him. Xiaolei hurriedly said, Sister, listen to me, be cautious in your dealings with him. Dealings? Lin Shuer was slightly taken aback, then glared at him and said angrily, Are you itching for a beating? Xiaolei quickly assumed a defensive posture and said, Sister, you have no relationship with him. What kind of relationship could there be? Stop pretending. Xiaolei chuckled and whispered, I've heard people say that you specifically went to the Star Martial Arts School to deliver medicine for him. Isn't that a relationship? That was just a transaction. Lin Shuer rolled her eyes and explained, A stamina recovery potion worth 50,000, would you not sell it? 50,000. Xiaolei's expression changed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Although their family's financial situation was quite good, they wouldn't treat tens of thousands of alliance coins as nothing. At this moment, he also recalled those deadly weapons. Earlier, he was merely intimidated by their might and overlooked their actual value. Now, upon careful consideration, he quickly estimated that those weapons were worth over 2 million, igniting a fire within him. Xiaolei scratched his head and tentatively said, Sister, why not try to get to know him? I suddenly feel that Brother Lu is actually a pretty good person. Did you not just say he was cunning? I misspoke. Now that I think about it, that should be called wisdom. Lin Shuer looked at him with an odd expression and said lightly, Xiaolei, you're not planning to sell your sister for his money, are you? How could that be? Xiaolei quickly denied it, but he had another thought in his heart. If he could truly establish a relationship with Lu Xiaobai, he might soon own his own flying vehicle and wouldn't have to sneakily use his father's anymore. Put away your little thoughts. Lin Shuer saw through her little brother's thoughts at a glance and laughed as she said, Let's not talk about what your sister thinks. Do you really believe that the main line of the Lu family would look at me? Have you been dreaming too much? Sister, you are the school beauty and your performance in Star Martial is still ranked first. It's hard to find someone as outstanding as you with a lantern. It seems you don't know much about the Lu family. Lin Shuer shook her head and said, Although I am the best in our middle school, looking across the ancestral star, I wouldn't even make it into the top 100. If you consider the entire human star domain, I estimate I would rank far beyond the 100,000th place. Xiaolei fell silent instantly, but did not rebut. Humanity has nearly 1,000 habitable planets, and while the ancestral star is the origin, it lacks the geographical advantages, energy concentration, and scale to develop. It has gradually declined into a third-class planet far inferior to those prosperous first-class planets. What I just mentioned is only the situation for our current generation. Every year there are so many outstanding individuals. Lin Shuer sighed and said to herself, There are so many geniuses I hardly count for anything. She had been the top student for too long, and her vision had long surpassed the ancestral star, starting to look towards the entire human star domain. Sister, isn't that what makes it challenging? Xiao Lei's eyes shone with a hint of excitement as he said fervently, what we need to do is defeat one genius after another and become the outstanding figures of this era. Let's first aim to get into the top 10 star academies. Lin Shuer shook her head and turned back to her. Seeing this, Xiao Lei no longer mentioned Lu Xiaobai. Indeed, there are so many geniuses, but there are only 4 main heirs of the Lu family in this generation, and to be precise, there is only one peer of the same age, Lu Xiaobai. The next morning, Lu Xiaobai was performing the cycle of body refining techniques. Invisible strands of star energy descended from the universe into his body, enhancing every one of his cells. Half an hour later, refreshing, Lu Xiaobai clenched his fist, feeling himself grow a bit stronger. He opened his information panel, host Lu Xiaobai talent, unawakened physique, unawakened life, force level 1. 6-star skill, basic body refining technique, LV, 4 special skills, faux injury, LV 1 basic pharmacology, LV 1 star points, 0 comprehensive evaluation. I've seen many useless individuals, but they can all be called waste compared to you. What a degrading evaluation. Lu Xiaobai twitched the corner of his mouth, but knew he couldn't change it for the time being and could only ignore it. No change in life force level. He wasn't surprised either. Yesterday his life force had directly increased by 0. 1 primarily due to being on the brink and then breaking through with the impact of the 4th level body refining technique. However, he believed that he had indeed improved today. It was just that the life force level on the panel could only display 1 decimal place at most. In a few days I should be able to make some progress again. Lu Xiaobai pondered, then murmured, but this speed is still a bit insufficient. That Lin Liar actually has a vitality level of 9. I must quickly elevate my body refinement technique to its maximum level, otherwise before the star examination arrives, I might not be able to catch up with this group of people. Thinking of this, he felt an even stronger urgency to acquire the current star points. The monkey should be able to handle it today. Lu Xiaobai whistled, filled with anticipation as he headed straight to Xinguang Middle School. Half an hour later, when Lu Xiaobai just entered the classroom, a group of unusual gazes were cast upon him. What's going on? His expression shifted slightly as he calmly returned to his seat. Brother Lu, what is your true strength? Yue immediately leaned over, his eyes filled with a strange look. What do you mean? Lu Xiaobai was a bit puzzled, not quite understanding what had happened. Haven't you seen the campus forum? Yue tapped the chip hanging from his neck and logged onto the school's online forum. He saw a post with over 10,000 views at the top. It's worth noting that this was an internal school forum, and the entire Xinguang Middle School only had about 100,000 people, so a post with such heat was quite explosive. Speculation post. How terrifying is the true strength of the chairman's son, Lu Xiaobai? Lu Xiaobai stared at the title of the post, momentarily stunned, and murmured, my strength. Terrifying. Brother Lu, everyone at school is speculating about your strength. Yue chuckled and said, some say you can easily hold the top position in your grade, while others claim your vitality level has already reached 9, even ranking first among the ancestral stars. Some even say you have long been admitted to the top 10 star academies. Am I really that impressive? Lu Xiaobai suddenly felt a bit insecure, bewildered, and said, what on earth happened? Yue lowered his voice and said, Brother Lu, did Lin Liar challenge you yesterday? Is it because of him? Exactly. Yue said with a smile. Someone inquired about the result of the challenge. Can you guess how Lin Liar responded? What did he say? He said that when he faced you, he didn't even have the courage to fight you. Yue laughed and said once those words were spoken, the entire grade, even the whole school, was stirred. Lin Liar is the second genius in our grade, definitely among the strong, yet such a person didn't even have the courage to battle you. Just think about how others would feel. Lu Xiaobai fell silent instantly. No wonder the entire school was discussing his true strength. Thinking about the powerful weapons he had revealed yesterday, it was indeed true that the other party lacked the courage to act. There was no fault in that claim. Brother, can you give me a hint about your strength? Yue rubbed his hands together, curiosity written all over his face. Lu Xiaobai glanced at him and said curiously, if I were really that formidable, would I need to bribe others to let me win in competitions? Yue was slightly taken aback. This was actually his biggest doubt. Not just him, but even those students who had promised to let Lu Xiaobai win were equally confused, even suspecting that Lu Xiaobai was intentionally pranking them. Alright, don't think too much, you just focus on getting the job done. Lu Xiaobai patted Yue's shoulder. Got it. Yue nodded, also refraining from gossiping. As for Lu Xiaobai's true intentions, he as a little brother didn't need to know, he just needed to get the job done well. Just then the class bell rang, and an elderly man with white hair walked in glancing at the students, and kindly said, "Students, today, we have history class, let's all be alert." As he spoke, he opened the virtual screen, which displayed an image of a blue-haired human. Her appearance was exquisite and charming with eyes as pure as sapphires, yet she had fish fins on her face, and her lower body was a fish tail covered in scales looking quite bizarre. Last class, we discussed the history of the Starworm clan. Today, I'll take you to learn about one of the ancient civilizations, the Sea Tribe civilization. The old man pointed at the image above and smiled. This is what the Sea Tribe used to look like. The crowd looked at the mermaid beauty above with great interest, focusing their attention to listen. The Sea Tribe civilization. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted as he also began to concentrate. The old man cleared his throat and said, "Before we start class, let me remind you of what ancient civilization is. As we all know, the starry sky above us is eternal and unchanging. No one knows how many years it has existed. In such a vast river of time, there are definitely more civilizations than just humanity. Countless civilizations have been buried in the sands of history, which we refer to as ancient civilizations. The notion of ancient civilizations is not a baseless guess, but comes from the ancient ruins we humans have unearthed. They are the best proof that those eras once existed." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes revealed a longing expression. They often see information about ancient ruins online, most of which tell stories of someone discovering amazing treasures in ruins and subsequently reaching the peak of their lives. This type of information is both true and false, but for high school seniors in their youth, who wouldn't want such extraordinary encounters? Thus, ancient ruins have always represented a treasure trove in their hearts. The old man, looking at the excited expressions of the crowd, said seriously, "Today, we will learn about the Sea Tribe civilization, which existed millions of years ago. Their civilization lasted for about 1,000,000 years, reaching its peak and occupying vast territories of star domains, at least not weaker than our current humanity. Unfortunately, they ultimately vanished in the river of history. The Sea Tribe, regardless of gender, were all extremely handsome. They had fish fins and tails capable of living both on land and in the ocean. Once they reached adulthood, their strength could rival a level 20 star warrior, making them one of the dominant civilizations of their time. So strong. The crowd expressed astonishment, as a level 20 star warrior was already considered strong in their eyes. After all, Nangong the Great Demon was only at this level. The old man, observing their expression, smiled and explained, "Of course. However, their lifespan was 300 years, meaning they only reached adulthood at 50. The crowd nodded, finding this somewhat acceptable. The old man continued, "However, what I just mentioned was the ordinary Sea Tribe. For the Royal Sea Tribe, they only needed 20 years to reach that level of strength. Most importantly, they were born with the talent to manipulate water, far surpassing other life forms of the same level. Innate water manipulation talent." The expressions of the crowd shifted, with some unable to help but exclaim. They knew how rare it was to possess talent and special physique. At least in their Xinguang Middle School, it seemed there wasn't even one such person. Yet the Royal Sea Tribe all possessed this talent, which was incredibly terrifying. "Teacher, does this mean that the strength of the Sea Tribe is even greater than that of us humans?" Someone asked in surprise, and the old man nodded, saying, "Though I do not wish to admit it, based on the information we currently have, the Sea Tribe indeed appears to be slightly more powerful." "No way, teacher. If the Sea Tribe is truly that powerful, how could they have vanished without a trace?" "That question is something I cannot answer you," the old man said with a hint of helplessness. "Do not think that I, as a mere history teacher, can provide answers. Even professional archaeologists cannot find an explanation. It could be a natural disaster, a disease, or perhaps a civilization of a higher level." Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively felt a chill, realizing that a civilization not weaker than humanity had vanished in the river of history, leaving not a single clue behind. The old man's gaze deepened as he whispered, "In the vastness of the starry sky, there are countless unknowns. What we humans currently grasp is merely the tip of the iceberg. What I want to tell everyone is to never be arrogant and self-satisfied, thinking we humans are the rulers of the cosmos. Perhaps in the grand universe, our self-proclaimed mighty human civilization is just a speck of dust. Remember to always hold a sense of reverence towards the starry sky." Everyone nodded, earnestly committing this statement to memory. The various pieces of information they had learned since childhood spoke of humanity's strength, such as how humans had conquered various planets and how star warriors had hunted down incredibly strong star beasts. They had always believed themselves to be invincible in the cosmos, but the history teacher's words today made them realize the insignificance of humanity. All right, let's return to discussing our Sea Tribe civilization. The old man adjusted the white hair on his forehead and smiled, saying, Currently, we humans control a total of 3 sea tribe civilization ruins. Based on the difficulty of the trials within and the rewards, we have classified them into 2 ranks and 1 rank. The closest ruin to us is located in the waters of a star 3,000 light-years away. If you all manage to grow into powerful star warriors in the future, you may gain the qualification to enter it and explore the ruins, perhaps even obtaining some relics left behind. One of the strongest warriors among us, the Sea King, I believe everyone has heard of him, right? His rise began with the Sea Tribe civilization ruins. It is said that he not only obtained the Sea Tribe's legacy there, but even the trident in his hand was the weapon of the former Sea Tribe leader. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively felt a longing, wishing to rush to the civilization ruins to seize their own opportunity. However, their current strength was too weak. They would likely perish as soon as they entered the ruins. Sea King Uncle Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted as he recalled the boisterous man with a beard. His father had explored the starry sky alongside the Sea King, and their relationship was quite good. The Sea King had visited Lu's home star multiple times, and being the youngest direct descendant of the Lu family, he had naturally seen the Sea King in person. The Sea King Uncle is actually at the level of a supreme powerhouse. Lu Xiaobai chuckled, remembering that when he was little he had even urinated on the man's head. The class time quickly passed, and the old man still looked as if he had more to say, but could only end the lesson saying, "Everyone can review the material after class. We will continue discussing the Sea Tribe civilization next time. By the way, I have already spoken with your language teacher. In the next class, he will explain the language of the Sea Tribe. If anyone is interested in this civilization's ruins, remember to master this language, as it is key to exploring the ruins." Everyone nodded, noting this down. Ancient civilization ruins generally possess unique powers that can disable human technology, meaning their translation devices would be ineffective. To understand the information about the ruins, they would have to rely on the knowledge in their own minds, which is the significance of the language subject. After all, if they couldn't understand a single word, they would be as clueless as fools when they reached the ruins, making it difficult to gain anything. If there is a chance to go to the Sea Tribe ruins in the future, I could ask Sea King Uncle for advice. Lu Xiaobai chuckled once again, marveling at the advantages brought by his identity. Just then he noticed Yue leaving his seat, whispering to someone, clearly executing the task he had assigned. The monkey is quite efficient. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly, but he felt no worry and began searching for information about the Sea Tribe ruins online. He was particularly interested in the various extinct civilizations in the starry sky, especially wanting to know how they had perished. The morning's course generally consisted of only one culture class, followed by self-study, to gradually digest the course content or review past knowledge. With the ringing of a bell, the morning's studies came to an end. Lu Xiaobai and Yue walked side by side, heading straight to the school's cafeteria. The lunch break was only 2 hours, and most students usually had lunch at school. Even Lu Xiaobai felt too lazy to go back, as the round trip would take an hour. Lu Gu, the matter you mentioned ran into a bit of an obstacle. Yue scratched his head, speaking cautiously. What obstacle? Lu Xiaobai quickly asked, as this was serious business and could not be taken lightly. Lu Zhan is stubborn and absolutely refuses to agree. Yu Weisai showed a hint of helplessness as he spoke. He insists that star warriors should be straightforward. If they can win, they win. If they can't, they lose. There's no such thing as letting someone win. Did you not tell him there would be a reward afterward? I did. I even offered 2,000 alliance coins, but he still won't agree. Yue sighed. Most others didn't even ask for a reward, but this guy was a tough nut to crack. Lu Zhan, they'll deal with him. Lu Xiaobai stroked his chin, recalling that the other party had the 3rd best score in the class with a vitality of 3.2. If he were to draw a practical test against him, that would mean he could be eliminated early. Soon the two arrived at the cafeteria and enjoyed a lavish meal together. Lu Gu, I've never eaten such high-end food before. Yue felt warm all over, as if every cell in his body had come to life. Lu Xiaobai smiled and said, your body refinement method is too low level. To quickly enhance your vitality, you must eat more of this star energy-rich food. Brother, what is this, a feast for the rich? Yue said with a resentful expression. Just this meal cost nearly 2,000 alliance coins, equivalent to my father's salary for half a month. Where can I find this kind of meal every day? Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows and laughed, saying, aren't I here? In the days to come, he would surely trigger more tasks, and having the other parties help would save him a lot of trouble. But he knew that one cannot demand unilaterally from others. It was only natural to offer some form of compensation in return. Yue was momentarily taken aback, feeling flattered, and quickly said, Lu Gu, there's no need. It feels a bit wasteful for me to have such good food. No matter how wasteful, it can't compare to my waist. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand, showing no concern for that. The various supplements, meals, nutrition solutions, and so on he had consumed since childhood totaled at least over 100 million alliance coins, yet his current vitality remained a pitiful 1. 6. If others knew this, they would surely exclaim at the wastefulness. Brother Lu, you really do not have to. Yue scratched his head and murmured, with my current results, even if I gorge on supplements for the next few months, the best I could hope for is a third-rate stellar academy. It would be of little consequence. He saw it plainly. Even with Lu Xiaobai's backing, forcing his way into a third-rate academy would be futile. His body cultivation method was far too weak. Once inside, he would be rapidly outpaced and doomed to remain at the very bottom. Lu Xiaobai arched an eyebrow and said, so you have decided on the life skills school? Yue nodded. Brother Lu, I already talked it over with my family. After the stellar exam, I'll register at the life skills school and learn a practical trade to survive. Lu Xiaobai considered for a moment and then said, study basic pharmacology. When you graduate, you can come work at the Lu family shop as a junior apprentice. At those words, Yu's eyes widened and his face flushed with excitement. Brother Lu, are you serious? Of the Lu family's main line is such a small matter I can decide. Lu Xiaobai smiled. Whether you rise afterward depends entirely on your own effort. I will not let you down. Yue kept nodding, feeling as if stunned by a tide of happiness. Though it was only a junior apprenticeship, it would be at the Bu Si Yao Group, a leviathan that controlled nearly 70% of the pharmacology market. One must understand, every year Bu Si Yao Group's campus recruitment drew countless graduates from top stellar academies, all vying even for a single junior apprenticeship. Someone from the life skills school like him would not even qualify to submit a resume. Now a single sentence from Lu Xiaobai had practically altered his fate. Work hard. I have high hopes for you. Lu Xiaobai smiled. His words were not idle courtesy. In his eyes, Yu's star martial might was lacking, but he had a way with people, good discernment, and swift efficiency. Even without innate talent in pharmacology, he could be steered toward management. A future branch manager was not beyond reach. Brother Lu, if you ever need anything, just say the word. Yue will go through fire and water without. Yue thumped his chest, earnest to the last. Lu Xiaobai laughed and shook his head. No need for such melodrama. Just help me with a few small things. At that moment, his gaze shifted to another direction, and he added, Monkey, you head back to class. I have something to take care of. Yue froze and followed the look. He saw Lu Zhan leaving the canteen. Brother Lu, do you want me to? I can handle it alone. Yue did not ask further and turned to leave. Lu Xiaobai, wearing a smile, strode straight toward Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan's expression shifted. He turned and saw Lu Xiaobai approaching. Calmly, he said, Young Master Lu. Lu Xiaobai nodded and smiled. Lu Zhan, would you be interested in a quick talk? Lu Zhan thought for a moment and then nodded his assent. A pleased smile flickered in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. Soon the two of them were beside the school's artificial lake, stepping into a small grove where the air was hushed and no one else was in sight. Lu Zhan opened his mouth first. Young Master Lu, you came for the class practical test, didn't you? Exactly. Lu Xiaobai nodded and smiled. I need to take first place in the class, so I hope you can go easy on me. Lu Zhan's smile faded, his face grew solemn. Young Master, to me a star martialist must remain pure. Even if you win by such means, it would be meaningless. Besides, the way I was raised will not permit me to do so. Lu Xiaobai's tone was cool as he laid down his condition, 3,000 alliance credits. Lu Zhan recoiled, then responded gravely, do not mention such things again. If you insist, then you have misjudged me. 5,000 alliance credits. Lu Xiaobai raised the sum without a tremor. Lu Zhan's expression flickered, but he still kept silent. 10,000 alliance credits. Even if you had not met me, I would have given you 2,000. Lu Xiaobai's voice remained unruffled, as if everything were already within his grasp. Lu Zhan remained mute, staring intently at Lu Xiaobai. After a long moment, the corners of his mouth lifted into a flattering smile as he said, Young Master Lu, you have a keen eye for people. Lu Xiaobai offered a slight smile. 2,000 alliance credits. I will transfer them to you via chip. From the moment Lu Zhan agreed to come to the grove, Lu Xiaobai had known what his answer would be. He merely sought a little extra advantage. Such people were the easiest to deal with. His elders had taught him anything that could be solved with money was not truly a problem. Young Master Lu, safe travels. Lu Zhan's face was full of obsequiousness, his former upright bearing entirely gone. Lu Xiaobai smiled and turned away. Star martialists were never truly pure. Without financial backing, even talent remained empty talk. He felt no contempt for Lu Zhan. Seeking greater benefit for oneself was natural, provided one was not blindly greedy. In the afternoon, a middle-aged woman lectured briskly. Now humanity no longer acknowledges national borders. We are governed by the Human Federation. Under the Federation are various departments and agencies which are. Some students listened with interest, others were listless and distracted. Lu Xiaobai too was bored. The afternoon held no martial lessons, only a political theory class about the Federation's institutions. Important for those who wish to enter government perhaps, but not everyone's ambition. So dull. He muttered, rubbing his temples. He preferred the history classes on stellar civilizations. As for politics, he need only know that his father held the highest power. Time passed quickly, and with the ringing of the bell the day's lessons were done. Lu Xiaobai and Yue flowed with the crowd along the school's broad avenue. Brother Lu, apart from Lu Zhan, everyone else is taken care of, Yue said with a smile. Then whoever you face in a match will be easy to beat. Are you sure? I guarantee it will be fine. Good. Lu Xiaobai nodded and smiled. You don't need to worry about Lu Zhan, who I've settled him. He began to look forward to the practical test at the start of the month. Once he earned the mission reward in stellar points, his body cultivation method could be upgraded to its maximum level. At that moment, Yue proactively spoke up, Brother Lu, I can take the floating train back by myself today. No need for you to send me. What? Do you have something to do? Just a small matter. Yue nodded, then shyly added, besides, you don't have to keep sending me. You're the boss, it's like you're my driver. All right then. Lu Xiaobai nodded. The current floating train was extremely fast, and there was no issue with traffic. As long as one had the Xingwu student ID, they could ride for free. It was indeed a very convenient means of transportation. Soon the two parted ways. Xiao would take me to the Undying Medicine store in the city center. Lu Xiaobai did not go home, but headed straight to the Lu family shop. He had exhausted the physical recovery potion last time and intended to replenish it for future needs. After all, the last mission had a time limit, forcing him to buy Lin Shuer's potion at a high price. It was better to keep some on hand. Boom! The fire-flying device spewed out red airflow, dashing past in an instant, leaving behind a stunning trail in the sky. 20 minutes later, the flying device stopped in front of a magnificent building towering 100 meters high. At the top of the building, the words Undying Medicine were clearly written. We've arrived. Lu Xiaobai stepped out of the flying device, hands in his pockets, and confidently approached the entrance. On either side of the door stood two enormous fiery red birds, their wings outstretched in a soaring pose, their bodies enveloped in flames, looking stunningly majestic, each holding a pure white pill in its beak. Of course, these were not real life forms, but rather a projection technology. This was the trademark of the Undying Medicine Group. The Undying Bird, I wonder if this thing actually exists. Lu Xiaobai muttered to himself. This trademark was personally designed by Ancestor Lu, and it was said that this bird was a terrifying cosmic beast with a magical ability of rebirth through fire, known as the Undying Bird. However, apart from Ancestor Lu, no one had ever seen the Undying Bird. It was even suspected to be an imaginary cosmic beast. Even Lu Xiaobai was unsure of its authenticity. It's been a long time since I last saw Ancestor Lu. I wonder if he has prepared any gifts for me. Lu Xiaobai chuckled and couldn't help but fantasize. After all, there were only 4 direct descendants of the Lu family in his generation, and he was the youngest, naturally receiving the most affection from the elders. The only pity was that his Xingwu strength was too weak, otherwise he could truly command respect within the Lu family. Brother, have you ever seen such a luxurious store? At that moment, a young man with a buzz cut smiled and spoke. He saw Lu Xiaobai standing in a daze at the entrance, and thought he was astonished by the grandeur of the store. Luxurious. Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback, then nodded, saying yes, quite luxurious. He couldn't help but think to himself the store in front of him was merely a level 3 shop of the Lu family. Compared to level 2, or even level 1 shops, it could be considered quite rough and simple. After all, Xinguang City was just an inconspicuous small city on a desolate ancestral star. Opening a store of this level was enough. Haha, it's fine, no need to be nervous. The young man laughed heartily and said, you're here to buy potions, right? I'll accompany you. I'm a regular here. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's expression changed slightly as he noticed the young man's hands trembling behind his back, clearly also quite nervous. However, he didn't point it out and smiled, saying, then thank you, big brother. The young man waved his hand indifferently, trying to appear bold as he stepped forward, while Lu Xiaobai silently followed behind him. As they passed through the wide entrance, they were greeted by an extremely luxurious lobby, at least 2,000 square meters, with various exquisite glass counters displaying crystal-clear potions. Hello? The young man seemed to have never seen such a grand scene. Standing at the checkout counter at the entrance, he stammered, please give me a potion of Undying Medicine. Lu Xiaobai's expression was strange. Oh, what kind of statement was that? The Undying Medicine was just the name of the group. In fact, there was no such potion. Otherwise, the Lu family would have long become the #1 force among humans. Just as he was about to say something to ease the young man's embarrassment, a sneer suddenly came from behind the counter. Where did this bumpkin come from? If there was really such a good thing as undying medicine, would it be your turn? A disheveled man yawned, looking as if he had just woken up. He glanced at the young man, and then mocked, "The door is over there, don't disturb us from doing business." The young man's face instantly turned red upon hearing this, wishing he could sink into the ground. He was a sparring partner from the excellent Xingwu Academy. Recently, he had received a substantial reward for helping a wealthy heir improve his combat experience, and he thought of coming to the Undying Medicine Group to buy some potions to mend his internal injuries. After all, his profession was called a sparring partner, but in reality, he was just a human punching bag who took hits. What he didn't expect was to encounter such an embarrassing situation. He didn't dare to offend the person in front of him and could only lower his head to prepare to leave. But at that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder. He turned to see the slightly immature boy behind him smiling at him, stepping forward and calmly saying, "Is this how the service attitude of the Undying Medicine Store is?" His tone was plain, yet it carried an inexplicable authority. "Who are you?" The man looked Lu Xiaobai up and down, sensing the extraordinary aura around him. However, recalling that he was now part of the Undying Medicine Group, he suddenly felt fearless. In this small Xinguang city, the Undying Medicine Group was like the heavens. Whether you were a high official or a wealthy person, no one dared to act arrogant here. "Kid, if you want to buy medicine, then go pick it yourself. If you want to cause trouble, that's just looking for death." The man squinted, his eyes warning evident in them. "Little brother, don't act impulsively." The sparring youth hurriedly pulled Lu Xiaobai, wanting to take him away, whispering, "We can't afford to offend the Undying Medicine Group." He sighed inwardly, as online reviews always said that the service attitude of the Undying Medicine Group was strikingly good. Now it seemed to be just false advertising. Lu Xiaobai shook his head and calmly said, "Has the standard for hiring in the group dropped this low?" The counter attendant was slightly taken aback, his mind racing. His tone softened a bit as he asked, "Are you a regular customer?" The attendant could tell at a glance that the young man was newly hired and probably a regular customer of the group, so he naturally didn't want to offend him. Lu Xiaobai did not explain, but spoke to the chip in his hand, then glanced at the attendant and calmly said, "I don't want to know how you got hired, but I just want to tell you that you've kicked a titanium alloy plate." The man paused at the words, then his face darkened as he said slowly, "Don't presume you can behave arrogantly just because you're a regular. Bu Siyao Group never lacks customers." Lu Xiaobai glanced the man over and replied, coolly, "Sent by a competitor. Never mind. I'm too lazy to investigate. Pack your things, you can leave." "Leave?" The man's expression froze, then he scoffed contemptuously, "Do you even know who I am? You expect me to leave? Who are you?" "Listen carefully, my name is Li Mu. I graduated from a top stellar academy, and I am a disciple of Masterin." A hint of arrogance flashed in the man's eyes as he said casually, "In behind the counter, merely to familiarize myself with the store's procedures. Do you really think I'm some ordinary clerk?" "Oh." Lu Xiaobai uttered a casual "oh" and showed no concern. "Little brother, let's go." The young man who had brought him in trembled at the name, nearly fleeing on the spot. Yet, because Lu Xiaobai had spoken up for him, he had hoped to take the other fellow with him, though that hope proved vain. "I'll give you one last chance, leave immediately." The man narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Otherwise you will not even have the chance to regret it." Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly and stood unmoved. At that moment, a respectful voice called out, "Young master, what brings you here?" A middle-aged man hurried over. "Uncle Hua, I'm here to pick up some potions," Lu Xiaobai said with a smile as he watched the man arrive. "No need for you to come in person. Oh, I can have someone deliver them," the man protested. "It's fine," Lu replied. "I just finished school and decided to stop by." The clerk at the counter was dumbstruck, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. The middle-aged man before him was the store manager, a person who normally received only honored guests and would never bow so low. In that moment, he realized he had probably provoked someone he should not have offended. "Uncle Hua, are our hiring standards really so low now?" Lu Xiaobai pointed to the young man at the counter and said, "This fellow insults customers at will. If we keep him, our shop won't last long." Chun Hua blinked, then understood instantly. He said calmly, "Li Mu, pack your things and leave." "Manager, get out." Chun Hua's tone was furious, leaving no room for negotiation. "Manager Chun, I possess third-tier basic potion craft and was personally accepted by Masterin. If he learns you dismissed me, this will not end so easily." "Still won't leave?" Chun Hua narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. "Don't force me to act." Li Mu clenched his fists, unwilling to yield. "I don't care which young master he is. You fired me over an outsider's words, and I will report this to the group." Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and smiled. "By all means, report it. You can report to me right now." Li Mu's words had barely ended when Chun Hua struck him in the nose with a fist. Blood spattered down, he looked miserable. Chun Hua's face darkened as he said, "Blind fool. This is the fourth young master of the Lu family." At that announcement, Li Mu froze, his expression changing drastically as a chill seemed to rise from his feet and pierce the crown of his head. The fourth young master, a direct scion of the Lu family. He had dared offend such a person. Get out. Chun Hua allowed no more words, fearing the man would further incense Lu Xiaobai. After all, if you insist on courting death, that's your choice. Just don't drag me into it. Li Mu, pale with fright, glanced at Lu Xiaobai, clamped a hand to his bleeding nose, and slunk away. Offending a direct member of the Lu family meant even being Master Hua's relative would not save him. "Young master, there's no need to be angry over such people." Chun Hua hastened to smile, and add him not angry, only puzzled that someone like him passed into a Busi Yao store. Lu Xiaobai gave Chun Hua a meaningful look. "Uncle Hua, is this man anyone's relative?" Chun Hua's body twitched. He hurriedly replied, "Young master, absolutely not." He glanced around and lowered his voice. "This kid has decent talent, a master, and took a liking to him and admitted him straight away. I hadn't even interviewed him yet." Though Chun Hua was the store manager master and was the shop's chief apothecary, most of the shop's potions were personally prepared by him, and his position was hardly inferior to the manager's. From now on, whoever you recruit for any position, you must vet them thoroughly and judge their character. Lu Xiaobai said casually, "Busi Yao Group grew great not only because our potions are dependable, but because of our attitude towards service. 1,000-mile dike can be ruined by an ant's nest. I will not let a few individuals cause harm to the entire group." "Young master, I understand." Chun Hua repeated his assurances, and then whispered, "Shall I bring master in to see you?" "No need." Lu Xiaobai shook his head and said, "Master and is an apothecary-obsessed scholar. His eye is fixed on potion craft. It is only natural he might overlook a person's temperament, but you as store manager must pay attention to such things in the future." He knew master and well, and held respect for a man who had devoted his life to potion craft, so he would not condemn him over such a matter. Chun Hua fell silent, and then asked, "By the way, brother, what potions did you come for?" Lu Xiaobai's gaze shifted to the young man who had brought him in. The youth stood utterly stunned, his mind blank and motionless, until Lu's voice snapped him back. He stammered, I want to buy medicines to heal internal injuries. Uncle Hua, give him the finest potions." No. The youth shivered and hurriedly protested, I don't have that kind of money." "You don't need to pay." Lu Xiaobai smiled. "All the medicines you buy today are free. Consider it my way of making amends." "That hat's not right." "Accept it." Lu Xiaobai patted the youth's shoulder and turned to go upstairs. "Lu, young master." The youth abruptly called after him and handed over a business card. "If you ever need a sparring partner, find me. I promise cheap rates and solid skill." When he pitched his services, he no longer stammered. The line had clearly been rehearsed 1,000 times. Zhao Guangming. Lu Xiaobai looked at the card, slipped it into his pocket, and smiled. "I'll contact you if I..." Thank you. Zhao Guangming said with gratitude. Lu Xiaobai nodded, and then hurried upstairs, remembering precisely why he had come to collect potions for unforeseen needs. Soon Lu Xiaobai climbed to the very top and arrived at the warehouse. Fetching supplies bit by bit from the counter was a bother. It was far more satisfying to take them straight from the stockroom. "Fourth young master." "Greetings, fourth young master." Star warriors guarding the warehouse entrance bowed respectfully. Lu Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement, then passed through a series of high-tech security gates before stepping into the warehouse. Time for a shopping spree. Lu Xiaobai chuckled darkly, unzipping his oversized backpack and beginning to stuff it with vials of pharmaceuticals. Physical recovery serum, excellent stuff. Better stock up. Rage-inducing serum, muscle augmentation serum, neural activation serum, all essential. And daily universal nutrient solution. Take every last bottle. Cell regeneration serum. He swept through the shelves like a whirlwind, hoarding rare and precious serums as if pillaging a city. Soon his massive backpack bulged to capacity, so much so that he clenched 2 vials between his teeth. Fourth young master. The Star Warriors at the entrance watched, their facial muscles twitching involuntarily. "Seriously, brother, you've gone utterly berserk." Though he often visited for supplies, never before had he crossed into outright absurdity. With muffled grunts, Lu Xiaobai turned and strode off. No one could decipher what he'd just muttered. "Should we report this to the store manager?" one whispered. "Report what?" another scoffed. "This is Lu family property. Technically, he could cart the entire warehouse away." A silence fell. Envy flickered in the first man's eyes. He said nothing more. Young master, I'm here." Chun Hua, the store manager downstairs, blinked once in mild surprise, then hurried forward to help carry the overstuffed pack, beaming with ingratiating warmth. Why didn't anyone else assist the young master? I'll reprimand those lads myself. No need. It was my choice not to ask for help. Lu Xiaobai shook his head and strode toward the waiting hovercraft outside. Chunhua trailed behind, cradling the pack like a devoted retainer. Customers inside froze mid-step, jaws slack, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. This was Chunhua, manager of the Immortal Pharma branch, a luminous figure in Starlight City received personally by the mayor on multiple occasions. Yet now he moved like a humble servant. Who was that young man? How could he command such deference from Manager Chun? The rumors online must be true. Surely he's the Lu family's fourth young master. A direct heir of the Lu family. That explains everything. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, astonishment dissolving into quiet understanding. Chunhua held great influence in Starlight City, but he was still merely one of over 100,000 store managers across the Immortal Pharma Group. Facing a Lu family heir, obsequiousness wasn't optional, it was survival instinct. Uncle Hua, thank you. Lu Xiaobai dumped the vials onto the hovercraft's cargo deck, slid into the pilot's seat, and smiled. I'll take my leave now. Safe travels, fourth young master. Chunhua beamed, watching the hovercraft blaze into the sky as a streak of light. Back inside, he murmured inwardly, pleasing this young master well means promotion to second-tier manager is all but assured. This is my golden opportunity. I must seize it. He grinned, already picturing his ascent. After all, among the Immortal Pharma Group's hundreds of branches across the ancestral planet Lu Xiao, by attending Starlight High School was sheer fortune for both of them. Uncle Hua, your groveling is too theatrical. You're wrinkling your face into folds. A playful young woman winked mischievously. Chunhua shot her a sharp glance. That is the fourth young master of the Lu family. Our posture must, but he seems quite amiable. His temperament is his affair. Ours is to uphold unwavering respect, regardless. Chunhua shook his head, lowering his voice. Don't think I'm exceptional. Even first-tier branch proprietors bow with smiles when they meet him. Remember that. Oh. She lowered her gaze, offering no further protest. All right. Call an all-staff meeting. Chunhua's demeanor hardened into stern authority. Our service standards have slipped. Clearly it's time for a thorough refresher training. She turned at once to gather the staff. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobai sat aboard the hovercraft, counting vials in his pack. Not bad. This haul should cover my needs for weeks. A quick mental tally revealed he'd taken serums worth at least 500,000 alliance credits, far exceeding his monthly stipend. As a direct Lu family heir, unrestricted access to branch inventories was one of his privileges. Yet he used these resources solely for personal cultivation, not for resale. That would be tantamount to competing with his own family, a strict taboo enforced by the Lu clan. Days blurred past. Then at midnight on February 1st, Father Lu Xiaobai, wide awake, dialed Lu Xingtian's secure channel and waited. Moments later, his father's hollow image appeared, tired but composed. What urgent matter demands your call at this hour? Lu Xiaobai rubbed his palms together, grinning. Dad, the gold rush begins. Huh? Lu Xingtian blinked, then laughed dryly. That's why you called. Can't you wait until daylight? Do you imagine I'm idle? His planet shared the ancestral planet's time zone. Midnight there too. I'm literally starving. Lu Xiaobai pleaded pathetically. Truth be told, he was broke. Class combat assessments loomed, and post-assessment gratitude fees were non-negotiable. Stop spinning tales. Lu Xingtian glared. Your allowance is being transferred now. You never call unless money's involved. Only then do you become alarmingly proactive. Lu Xiaobai beamed. If I don't chase funds aggressively, my priorities are clearly flawed. Lu Xingtian paused, then, unexpectedly, offered no rebuttal. Instead, he asked, combat assessment is imminent. How prepared are you? Total mastery, guaranteed. He smirked, brimming with quiet confidence. Oh. Lu Xingtian's expression softened with amusement. If you truly rank in the top 10 of your class, next month's stipend doubles. Really, Dad? I am humanity's grand counselor. Do you truly believe I'd break my word? Lu Xiaobai's eyes blazed with sudden, incandescent hope. Then, hesitating slightly, he ventured, by the way, Dad, would you object if I employed unconventional methods? As long as we can win, the means don't matter. Lu Xingtian, however, was completely unconcerned and continued, but I've heard that external items cannot be used in the practical test. You can't break the rules, kid. I definitely won't. Lu Xiaobai quickly assured him. If he broke the rules, Nangong Ling would undoubtedly deem his results invalid, and he would be directly eliminated from contention for the top spot. As long as the rules are not broken, nothing else matters. Lu Xingtian smiled and added, Then I look forward to your good news. As he spoke, he ended the communication, clearly intending to rest. If Dad agrees, then there's no problem. Lu Xiaobai chuckled, feeling completely unrestrained. Practical test, hurry up and come. His heart was filled with anticipation as he blissfully fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lu Xiaobai completed 2 cycles of his body refining method, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength and couldn't help but let out a low roar of satisfaction. He quickly opened his panel and saw that his vitality had indeed increased, reaching level 1. Level 1. 7. In just a few days I've improved by 0.1. This is much faster than before. Lu Xiaobai chuckled. Even though his body refining method hadn't reached the maximum level, he was highly confident about getting into a top-tier Starry Sky Academy. After all, the class top student Duan only had a slim hope of getting into such an academy. Although his current combat power was somewhat lacking, his potential had far surpassed Duan. And this was still far from his limit. Today is the day of the practical test. With my body refining method at max level incoming. Lu Xiaobai hurriedly freshened up and dashed straight to Starlight School. As soon as he arrived at the school, he saw that most third-year students were eagerly preparing, appearing quite excited. Evidently, after a month of preparation, some hoped to shine brightly in this practical test. Of course, there were also those who appeared exceptionally composed, showing no signs of anxiety. They were the students of Class 99. After Lu Xiaobai's bribery, everyone already knew the outcome. This test was merely a formality. Soon Lu Xiaobai arrived at the Star Martial Hall designated for Class 99. He immediately noticed that most people were already in position. Smiling at everyone, he took his place. At that moment, Nangong Ling entered dressed in a white dress, her gentle smile radiant. It seems everyone has become more composed. She surveyed the crowd, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. On her way in, she noticed that students from other classes were slightly nervous and excited, but her own class students were so calm, which pleased her. For star martial artists, a good mentality can sometimes determine victory or defeat. If she knew the true reason for everyone's calmness, she might not have been able to maintain her composure. Alright, this month's practical test officially begins. Nangong Ling smiled slightly, then activated her chip, projecting a large virtual screen. The names of the students in the class were displayed, constantly flickering, evidently generating a combat list intelligently. Just at that moment, an energetic elderly man entered through the door. Principal. Nangong Ling was slightly taken aback and quickly stepped forward to greet him. The other students were equally astonished, turning to look. Why did the principal suddenly arrive? The old man waved his hand with a smile, saying, Nangong, you carry on with your work. I'm just here to observe the students' performance. His bright eyes quickly spotted Lu Xiaobai in the lineup, clearly having come specifically for him. Currently, a post speculating on Lu Xiaobai's true abilities was still hot on the school forum, and even the principal had seen it, which was why he wanted to observe the practical test to gauge Lu Xiaobai's true strength. If he truly possessed the strength as speculated, then this year's Starlight School would have another seed for a prestigious academy. At this moment, the atmosphere among the students suddenly turned tense. They initially thought the principal was just going to take a look, but now it seemed he would be watching the entire process. Although letting things slide didn't technically violate the rules, doing so in front of the principal made them feel uneasy. Moi. Lu Xiaobai furrowed his brow, noticing the tension among the others. He glanced at Yue Wei and whispered, Monkey, tell the class that the rewards are doubled. No matter the consequences, he'll bear them alone. In his eyes, the Starry Sky Point was an extraordinary item that he must obtain at all costs, even if the principal couldn't stop him. Hearing this, Yue Wei quickly opened his chip and relayed the message to the student group. Everyone received the news, and the tense expressions disappeared. If anyone else had said this, it might not have held weight, but Lu Xiaobai was from the direct line of the Lu family. He could take on anything. Since the principal is personally watching, everyone give it your all. Nangong Ling's expression rarely turned serious as she said in a low voice. Additionally, the rewards for this test remain unchanged. The first place will earn 2,000 alliance coins. Upon hearing this, the others showed no reaction. Lu Xiaobai's promised rewards had already doubled, meaning that anyone who encountered him could expect rewards not lower than those for first place. Just then, the virtual screen above displayed the combat lists one by one. The participants were not entirely randomly matched, as students with poorer results were prioritized to face those with better results, as they were concerned about eliminating strong competitors in the first round. Duan vs. Yue Wei. Lu Zhan vs. Fang Zihong. Lu Lin vs. Lu Xiaobai. Nangong Ling read out 10 pairs of combat lists at once, clearly preparing for simultaneous matches. The Star Martial Hall was spacious enough to accommodate 20 participants, considering they were all under level 10 trainee Star Martial artists with relatively limited destructive power. Soon the students not called began to vacate the area, all eyes turning toward Lu Xiaobai and Lu Lin, eager to see how they would handle the match and to observe the principal's reaction. At this moment, Lu Lin arrived at a combat area, appearing somewhat tense, occasionally glancing at Nangong Ling and the principal. Principal Lu Lin is the 5th in our class with a vitality level of 2.9. His strength is barely decent. Nangong Ling explained quietly from the side. To her, a top student from a prestigious university, Lu Lin's results would only qualify him for a second-tier Starry Sky Academy, so she didn't pay him much mind. The principal nodded, turning his gaze toward Lu Xiaobai, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. Even from such a close distance, he could only discern that Lu Xiaobai's vitality was under 2, unable to perceive his true strength. Is this kid hiding his abilities so deeply? Could it be that the Lu family provided him with a star artifact specifically designed to conceal his strength? Or perhaps it is some unique technique of the Lu family. The principal pondered thoughtfully in his heart. At that moment, the battle between Lu Xiaobai and Lu Lin had already begun. Lu Xiaobai, facing me, you have no chance of victory whatsoever. Lu Lin wore a proud expression as he charged forward. In an instant, his right fist aimed directly at Lu Xiaobai's face. Although he had not learned any star techniques, he possessed certain combat skills, plus his vitality level was 2.9. Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback, wondering if his opponent was ready to go back on their agreement. He watched the approaching fist, having no time to think further, and could only dodge to the side. What he did not anticipate was that before he could evade, Lu Lin had actually misfired his punch. No way, dude, you can't even throw a straight punch. At that moment, Lu Lin winked at him, a mysterious smile in his eyes. Lu Xiaobai instantly understood and seized the opportunity while Lu Lin had not retracted his fist, launching a punch to his abdomen. Lu Lin appeared to suffer a heavy blow, staggering back several meters. His expression was one of shock as he tried to say something, but his legs trembled, causing him to kneel on one knee while clutching his abdomen, exclaiming, "Your strength is incredible." Lu Xiaobai's expression remained unchanged, but he internally praised Lu Lin, realizing that he was indeed a talented actor. What's going on? Nangong Ling narrowed her eyes, a trace of doubt appearing within them. Based on her experience, she could not discern any special qualities in Lu Xiaobai's punch. The vitality that erupted was really less than 2. Principal, can you see anything? Cough, cough. The principal cleared his throat, equally puzzled, but could only feign calmness as he said, "It should be a star technique of the Lu family, the Panlong gene." Panlong gene. Correct. The principal nodded and explained with a smile, "A powerful star technique that can amplify one's strength several-fold, even dozens of times." He was not talking nonsense. The Lu family indeed possessed this star technique, though he was unaware that its learning conditions required at least a vitality level of 30. No wonder you are the erudite principal. Nangong Ling's eyes glimmered with admiration as she whispered, "I heard that when you were young, everyone called you Knowledge Brother." The principal fell silent for a moment, clearing his throat as he replied, "It's just a nickname given by..." He indeed had a wealth of knowledge, but it was impossible for him to know everything. However, he was someone who valued his image, explaining every matter, which led his friends to tease him with the nickname Knowledge Brother. But because of his vast knowledge, he was seen as a walking encyclopedia, and to outsiders this Knowledge Brother title was a compliment. Looks like Lu Lin is about to surrender. At this moment, the principal calmly remarked, "With the Panlong gene, he can no longer fight back." Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Lin chose to concede. Lu Xiaobai easily advanced to the next round, and the other students, seeing that the principal and Nangong Ling had no doubts, felt completely relaxed. As time passed, they soon arrived at the second round. Lu Xiaobai, having defeated Lu Lin, replaced his ranking and would naturally be matched against a weaker student. Lu Xiaobai won't hold back at all. Qin Feiyu also charged forward, wildly swinging his fists as if he had gone mad. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and launched a powerful punch, but before he even made contact with Qin Feiyu's body, the latter staggered back, as if struck hard, groaning in pain. Is this the legendary fist force? Am no match, I concede. Lu Xiaobai's eyes twitched involuntarily. No, couldn't you tone it down a bit? Moreover, fist force requires at least a level 10 star warrior to possess, right? He glanced at the principal, wanting to see his reaction, but to his surprise, the principal wore an expression of admiration, seemingly very much in approval of his strength. What's going on? Lu Xiaobai was also a bit confused. By common sense, anyone could see that his opponent's exaggerated acting was too obvious, right? The principal smiled broadly and said in praise, "The Lu family's dominant fist is indeed extraordinary." Dominant fist. Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback. He was aware of this star technique from his family, But the learning conditions were extremely strict, requiring not only a vitality level of 80, but also the mastery of a level 5 or higher intermediate fist technique. Surprised that I know your Lu family's star technique. Seeing the look of astonishment on Lu Xiaobai's face, the principal seemed to have guessed something, his eyes holding a mysterious smile. Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, "It's a bit surprising. In fact, not only your Lu family, but I also know a thing or two about the star techniques passed down by other major families." "Principal, you really know a lot," Lu Xiaobai said with admiration, not holding back his praise. "Huh." The principal laughed heartily but still feigned modesty as he replied, "It's just that I've seen a lot." Lu Xiaobai's eyes twitched again. He had really encountered the knowledge brother. However, it was precisely because of his presence that Qin Feiyu's poor acting had not been exposed. Time gradually passed, and the competition continued round after round. The Lu family's win step. Not bad, not bad. Huh. It seems that this is the flawless block from the Lin family. The rumors of a close relationship between the Lu and Lin families are indeed true. The principal, with his hands behind his back, pointed out the star technique Lu Xiaobai was using as if he could see through it all. Everyone went from being nervous at first to completely relaxing, even letting loose entirely. They could act as exaggeratedly as they wanted without any reservations. After all, they had a great scholar to argue their case. Soon they arrived at the final battle of the practical test. Lu Xiaobai versus Duan. As the top student in the class, Duan had naturally surged through to the final round without any obstacles. "Brother Du, please give me guidance." Lu Xiaobai wore a broad smile as if he could already see the starry sky beckoning him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Duan suddenly let out a dreadful shriek, clutching his head, as if he had suffered a severe attack. Lu Xiaobai's expression stiffened. "No, could you not be so ridiculous?" He already knew that everyone had completely relaxed, but could they not be so lax? "Please tell me this won't..." He glanced over only to see the principal's eyes wide open, trembling finger pointing at Lu Xiaobai. "Oh no, has it really been noticed?" Lu Xiaobai's heart sank. He wouldn't have his results revoked, would he? However, to his surprise, the principal exclaimed in shock, "Student Xiaobai, did you just use the sound howl of the ancient civilization Sound Clan?" Yes." Lu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, "Principal, you even know this? You are truly amazing. It was merely a chance encounter during my travels through the starry sky, when I met someone who could use this star." The principal stroked his beard, his face filled with admiration as he said, "You are quite impressive, mastering so many star techniques at such a young age. You truly are the contemporary prodigy of the Lu family." Lu Xiaobai lowered his head, appearing bashful, yet in reality, he was desperately trying to stifle a laugh, fearing he wouldn't be able to hold it in. "All right, since the competition has ended, I shall take my leave." The principal smiled kindly, turned, and left in a bit of a hurry. In truth, he had already sensed something amiss, but having boasted about Lu Xiaobai's mastery of the Panlong technique from the start, he could not afford to backtrack without losing face. "Principal, take care." Nangong Ling watched as he departed, her expression filled with doubt as she fixed her gaze on Lu Xiaobai. She wasn't disbelieving of the principal's words, but this was just too exaggerated. A senior high school student mastering so many advanced star techniques. Even science fiction films would hesitate to portray such a scenario. Most importantly, Lu Xiaobai did not seem like a low-key person. If he truly had such strength, he would have been flaunting it long ago. "Ahem. Teacher, please announce the results." Lu Xiaobai noticed her skepticism and hurriedly urged, "The principal is probably still watching outside." Upon hearing this, Nangong Ling could only suppress her doubts and said, "I announce that student Lu Xiaobai has secured first place in this month's practical test." As soon as her words fell, a message appeared before Lu Xiaobai. 2-star task, secure first place in practical test, completed, reward 2 star points. It's here. Lu Xiaobai's face broke into a wide smile. Just as he had guessed, completing a few star tasks would earn him some star points. Now that the star points were in hand, he eagerly opened his panel information, directly consuming 1 star point to upgrade the basic body refinement method. In an instant, an extremely profound power fused into his mind, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of understanding regarding the body refinement method. At the same time, he saw that the level of the body refinement method displayed on his panel had reached its maximum level. "My." Nangong Ling was taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion. She stared intently at Lu Xiaobai, instinctively sensing that he had undergone some transformation, yet she could not discern the specifics. If she had seen others with maxed-out body refinement methods, she might have guessed something, but unfortunately, even the strongest principal in the entire Starlight High School did not possess a body refinement method of that level. Is this what a maxed-out body refinement method looks like? Lu Xiaobai spread his hands, his eyes filled with delight. At this moment, he clearly was not performing the body refinement method cycle, yet he could still sense invisible star energy integrating into his body, continuously strengthening every cell within him. Has the body refinement method become a passive operation? He vaguely speculated about the ultimate effect of the basic body refinement method. In the past, even he, the young master of the Lu family, had not known what this specific effect was. After all, star warriors would not easily reveal what star techniques they had mastered, let alone the ultimate effects of maxed-out star techniques. Of course, if he were to ask his father, he would undoubtedly receive an answer, but he felt that he would never encounter any ultimate effects in his lifetime, so he had no interest whatsoever. All right, the practical test is over. The rest of the time, arrange your physical training yourself. At this moment, Nangong Ling gave Lu Xiaobai a deep look, then turned and left. She was busy going back to look up some things to unravel the doubts in her heart. Lu Xiaobai, however, did not pay attention to her thoughts and proactively began his physical training. The others likewise started training in earnest. Just as the teacher often said, they studied for themselves, not for others. 2 hours later, Lu Xiaobai was filled with joy. In such a short time, his vitality had surprisingly improved significantly. Of course, this was not the effect of physical training, but came from his maxed-out body refinement method. 2 hours and I have improved so much. Lu Xiaobai silently calculated in his mind and murmured, if I were to be in this state of improvement for 24 hours, then the effect of the maxed-out basic body refinement method would be roughly equivalent to 5 times that of level 4, which means 120 times that of level 1 body refinement method. The corners of his mouth lifted. This was pretty much in line with his previous speculation. However, what he had not expected was that it would transform into a passive effect. In other words, I can now gain over 100 times the improvement of an ordinary student without doing anything every day. Lu Xiaobai chuckled and continued, I wonder if I can still actively operate the body refinement method now. His expression shifted slightly, preparing to go home and ask his father. After all, information about the effects of maxed-out body refinement methods was virtually non-existent online. Lu Xiao, how does it feel to be first? At this moment, Lu Lin, who had previously ranked 5th in the class, spoke with a beaming smile. The others wore similar smiles, and their eyes seemed to convey a hint of meaning. Lu Xiaobai immediately understood their intentions and said, to those who fought against me earlier, I will soon transfer double the promised alliance coins to you. Additionally, the other classmates will also receive 300 alliance coins as a token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered. Their hearts instantly surged with joy. To them, 300 alliance coins was no small amount, and for a moment they all felt that Lu Xiaobai was exceptionally generous, even wishing to acknowledge him as a big brother on the spot. Lu Xiaobai smiled. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, he naturally understood that money could easily win people's hearts. Of course, he was not giving without reason. If similar tasks arose in the future, it would be much easier for him to seek their help. After all, it was a timeless truth that one should not bite the hand that feeds them. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai delivered on his promise, opening his chip network on the spot and transferring the alliance coins one by one. He originally had a living expense of 100,000, but suddenly half was gone. However, to him, this was inconsequential, as eating well did not provide any improvement, but the enhancement from the maxed-out body refinement method was tangible. See you all tomorrow. Lu Xiaobai waved to everyone and turned to leave the Star Martial Arts Hall. Lu Xiao, take care. Everyone responded enthusiastically, their faces adorned with warm smiles. At this moment, in their eyes, Lu Xiaobai's figure was no longer ordinary. It was bathed in brilliant golden light, with a massive golden ingot hovering above his head, transforming him into the legendary god of wealth from ancient tales. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai was aboard a flying vehicle heading straight home, while silently calculating in his mind. The maximum level of the body refining technique offers 120 times enhancement. With about 120 days until the star examination, this means I can achieve an enhancement equivalent to 40 years of progress during this time. When I was in first year of high school, my vitality was only 0.8. At that time, I had just mastered the basic body refining technique, and it took me 2.5 years to raise it to 1.5. The learning of the basic body refining technique generally begins at the age of 15. If one starts too early, it may hinder physical development, meaning that before the age of 15, one can only rely on various supplements to enhance vitality, which is an advantage for wealthy children. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaobai could not absorb nutritional substances, leaving his vitality at only 0.8 when he turned 15, starting on the same line as students from impoverished families. I raised my vitality by 0.7 in 3 years, so in 40 years I could increase it too. Lu Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, the enhancement of vitality becomes increasingly difficult. As time goes on, the actual situation won't be that smooth. However, based on his estimates, he could at least elevate his vitality to level 8.5 before the STAR examination. 5 level vitality. Getting into a top-tier university is definitely within reach, but the top 10 STAR universities are still beyond my grasp. He thought deeply, unable to suppress a sigh. Currently, a first-tier university is the ultimate dream for most STAR Marshall students, and above that, the top 10 STAR universities stand tall. That is the gathering place for humanity's top geniuses. For ordinary students, dreaming of the 10 universities is an unattainable wish, primarily because their admission standards are exceedingly stringent. A perfect score on the STAR examination. Achieving a perfect score in the 4 subjects of the STAR examination is extremely challenging. The theoretical knowledge alone is enough to deter the vast majority of candidates, while the perfect standard for vitality levels is an outrageous 9. Even Lin Shuer, who currently ranks first in the grade, has not met this requirement. However, regarding the even more outrageous STAR skills, Lu Xiaobai has already reached the maximum level. Now he only needs to consider the other 3 subjects. To get into the 10 universities, I need to plan carefully. Lu Xiaobai thought to himself. From the current perspective, he is not qualified enough, but as long as he can accumulate more STAR points, nothing will be a problem. If all else fails, he could simply max out several STAR skills and secure admission to the top 10 STAR universities as a special genius. Soon Lu Xiaobai returned to his neighborhood. As he stepped into his home, his chip began to vibrate. Upon answering, the imposing image of Lu Xingtian appeared before him. Lu Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Dad, please don't call me by my full name. It feels so unfamiliar." "Shut up." Lu Xingtian glared at him and slowly asked, "Did you get first place in today's practical training?" "Dad, your news is really up to date. You truly are our great human congressman." Lu Xiaobai chuckled and continued, "So what do you think? Did your son bring you any shame?" Lu Xingtian narrowed his eyes slightly and replied flatly, "Not only did I receive the news, but I also watched the entire video." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's expression changed as he instantly realized why his father looked so angry. "You little brat actually bribed your classmates to rig the match." Lu Xingtian was not fooled easily. He could tell at a glance that something was off. After all, he knew his son best. How could he master so many advanced STAR skills? Dad, didn't you say it was okay to use special methods? This is way too special. The practical test only states that external objects cannot be used during combat. I didn't violate any rules. That's because the school didn't anticipate there would be someone as outrageous as you." Lu Xingtian still spoke with anger. "If I had encountered you earlier, I would have established relevant rules." Lu Xiaobai muttered. "Then I guess I am helping the school fill in the gaps in the rules, contributing to education. Do you dare to argue with me?" Lu Xingtian's face turned angry as he spoke in a tone of disappointment. "I just can't understand what use is this false fame to you just to accomplish the task I gave you." Lu Xingtian's expression froze for a moment. Could it be that he was putting too much pressure on his son? His expression softened slightly, and he continued, "Now you can buy off your classmates with money, but what about when you face a real enemy? Do you think the Star Beasts and Star Insect tribe will recognize alliance currency? The special methods I mentioned earlier allow for sneak attacks or psychological manipulation against opponents, not this kind of trick." "That I understand now." "No, you don't understand yet." Lu Xingtian shook his head calmly and said, "Once the delivery person arrives, you'll understand immediately." Lu Xiaobai twitched his mouth and hurriedly said, "Dad, actually, my body refining technique is at max level." "That doesn't help." "What? Max level?" Lu Xingtian was originally calm, but suddenly wore a shocked expression, staring intently at Lu Xiaobai, and shouted, "You better not be joking, or I will come to the ancestral star myself." "Dad, how could I dare to deceive you? Is there anything you wouldn't dare do in this world?" Lu Xingtian shot him a glance and slowly said, "At the age of 5, you secretly entered the closed-off area of Lu Ancestor and rummaged through the spiritual herb garden planted by Lu Ancestor. At that time, Lu Ancestor wasn't there, and I thought those were just weeds, so I was kindly helping to clear them out." "Then why did you eat the weeds?" "Because they smelled so good." Lu Xingtian fell silent for a moment, and then said, "At the age of 7, the blind elder of the Jin family came to my Lu Xing during a heavy rain, and you good boy handed him an A-grade laser gun, claiming it was the latest hairdryer. Isn't the Jin family at odds with our Lu family?" At the age of 8, you logged into my chip and used my identity to upload new policies to the federal government requiring all humans to call Lu Xiaobai King Xiaobai when they encounter him in the future. Wasn't that immediately dismissed? It didn't cause any major impact. Not big. Your father was laughed at by several other congressmen for quite a while. Lu Xingtian glared at him fiercely and said, "What do you think you have ever dared to do? That I truly didn't deceive you this time." Lu Xiaobai wore a helpless expression and said, "Then tell me the ultimate effect of the basic body refining technique. Isn't it just converting to passive operation?" Lu Xiaobai chuckled and said, "I estimated that if it operates 24 hours a day, the enhancement effect would be equivalent to 120 times that of first-level body refining technique." Moi. Lu Xingtian's mind trembled and his expression became serious. What Lu Xiaobai said was indeed not wrong. "Have you asked your third brother?" "No." "Have you asked your second sister?" "No." Lu Xiaobai twitched his mouth helplessly, saying, "Is it that you don't trust your genius son this much?" "I don't believe it, not at all." Lu Xingtian smiled faintly, paused in thought, then said, "Perform one full cycle of the body refinement technique, right now." "Dad, I already did it this morning. Doing it again now. You're trying to kill me with pain." "No excuses, do it." "Fine." Lu Xiaobai didn't suspect his father would harm him. Obediently, he began the practice. By principle, the body refinement technique permitted only 2 cycles per day. Attempting a third would unleash unbearable agony, possibly requiring an entire week's rest to recover. Yet as Lu Xiaobai executed each movement of the technique, not a trace of pain surfaced. Not even a twinge. His expression froze, astonishment flickering across his face, then he murmured, "No, there's no improvement at all. What's going on? So you've truly reached max level." Lu Xingtian's eyes widened with genuine wonder. "Dad, what's the principle behind this?" Lu Xiaobai was utterly bewildered. At the apex of mastery, the technique transcends conscious effort. It becomes perpetually active. Even if you perform 100 cycles, not a single increment of progress will occur. Lu Xingtian offered this explanation. Disappointment shadowed Lu Xiaobai's features as he muttered to himself, "Then I can't advance through deliberate practice anymore." He'd been counting on actively refining his vitality. Yet under these conditions, raising his vitality rank to level 9 before the stellar examination seemed impossible. What's there to hull about? Lu Xingtian cast him a sidelong glance and spoke slowly. "You're still not satisfied. This is a state countless cultivators dream of. What good is it? Foolish boy, now you may learn other body refinement techniques." Lu Xingtian explained immediately. "Had your foundational technique not reached max level, learning another would force you to choose just one to activate daily, rendering your original technique obsolete. But a max-level foundational technique is different. It refines you ceaselessly, harmoniously coexisting with all others, a divine art that accompanies you for life." Lu Xiaobai blinked, comprehension dawning instantly. As a stellar warrior's vitality rank ascended, mastering advanced body refinement techniques became inevitable, and traditionally the foundational method would be discarded. Not so with max-level mastery. It never grew obsolete, functioning instead as a permanent, ever-strengthening boon to vitality. "So, may I now learn the Lu family's body refinement technique?" Excitement flared across Lu Xiaobai's face. Though he could no longer activate the foundational technique deliberately, he could now cultivate the Lu family's version, a vastly superior art. Just 2 or 3 ranks of advancement might rival the peak efficacy of the max-level foundational technique. "Of course you may." Lu Xingtian smiled and added, "The sole prerequisite for the Lu family's technique is reaching level 4 in the foundational body refinement technique, which you achieved long ago. Still, the first-tier Lu clan body refinement technique yields modest results, so I hadn't mentioned it. Now that your foundational technique has reached its zenith, you're fully qualified to begin. I'll send you the stellar art crystal containing the technique. You can retrieve it yourself." "Thank you, Dad." Lu Xiaobai's joy surged. He hadn't imagined he'd qualify for the Lu family's technique so soon. It ranked among humanity's most elite body cultivation arts. "You are the Lu family's direct heir. These arts belong to you by birthright." Lu Xingtian smiled, then asked, "Tell me, how exactly did you elevate the foundational body refinement technique to its ultimate tier?" Though stationed on another planet, he had followed his son's growth with unwavering attention. For nearly 3 years of high school, Lu Xiaobai had shown no distinction, yet within less than a month he'd shattered all expectations, achieving mastery. It defied belief. Lu Xiaobai's eyes twinkled mischievously as he grinned. "Honestly, I'm not sure. I simply claimed first place in the practical assessment, felt a sudden surge of heroic resolve, and the technique revealed itself in a flash of enlightenment. That's simple. Lu Xingtian raised an eyebrow, but voiced no doubt. Every cultivator's path to mastering a stellar art differed. Some broke through only after years of quiet cultivation, others grasped it in a single moment of inspiration. Even some, it was rumored, awakened mastery merely upon waking from sleep. So your first place wasn't just ceremonial, it was priceless. Lu Xingtian stroked his chin, satisfaction evident. It seems reputation does matter. By all means seize it. Lu Xiaobai's lips twitched. Dad, you weren't saying that a moment ago. Xiaobai, strive hard. Aim for one of the 10 great stellar academies. Make your old man proud. A grin uncontainable and radiant lit Lu Xingtian's face. As humanity's grand counselor, he rarely betrayed emotion. But his youngest son's sudden meteoric transformation stirred emotions too potent to suppress. To him, this triumph eclipsed even his own election to the Grand Council. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make it happen. Lu Xiaobai pounded his chest in solemn promise, then added with a playful grin, about my living expenses. 10,000 credits, wired immediately. And from now on your stipend doubles. Lu Xingtian declared generously. In the past, certain senior Lu elders had objected to his lavish support of Lu Xiaobai, but now with max-level body refinement technique confirmed, such objections would vanish. Should Lu Xiaobai truly gain admission to one of the 10 great stellar academies, his privileges would rival, even surpass, those granted to his 3 prodigious elder siblings. Soon Lu Xiaobai ended the call, smiling contentedly as he sank into the sofa. His status as the Lu family's direct heir, coupled with newfound financial freedom, made completing the Golden Fingers tasks effortless. Life. Only the easy mode brings true delight. He held in contempt those who glorified suffering or sought hardship for its own sake. Why endure difficulty when it could be avoided? Who wouldn't choose the simplest, smoothest path to the summit of existence? The next day, Lu Xiaobai rose as usual at 6, but found himself strangely idle. With no need to practice the foundational technique, his morning routine had vanished. Let's catch up on the news. He casually logged onto the network and added, Old Who, starting today, increase breakfast and dinner portions by 50%. Now flush with resources, he resolved to boost his nutrition. He'd long suspected his dormant constitution might surpass even his third brother's SS rank overlord body, perhaps proving even more extraordinary. With the golden finger amplifying such innate potential, Lu Xiaobai truly would become invincible. Oh, and my talent remains unawakened too. He rubbed his chin, anticipation deepening in his gaze. Yet talent awakening followed, no fixed law, some manifested at birth, others only as life neared its end. It remained profoundly capricious, entirely beyond calculation or control. I hope to awaken soon. Lu Xiaobai was uncertain about his talent, but based on his physical condition, his potential in the star martial arts was undoubtedly not inferior to that of his siblings. Soon after enjoying a nearly 1,000-value nutritious meal, Lu Xiaobai cheerfully headed towards school, greeting, Good morning, Brother Lu. Good morning, young Master Lu. The classmates in the classroom greeted him warmly. Good morning. Good morning. Everyone, good morning. Lu Xiaobai showed no airs and responded to each greeting, which surprised everyone and further enhanced their fondness for him, removing the previous sense of distance and estrangement. Lu Xiaobai sensed the thoughts of those around him, and his smile grew wider. Although his status was vastly different from theirs, he held no disdain for them, who knew what the future would hold. Besides, he always believed in the saying, having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. This friend might even help you deal with enemies in the future. All right, class, today we have a language lesson. An elderly man dressed simply entered the classroom and warmly said, Your history teacher should have told you that today our lesson is on ancient civilizations, specifically the language of the Sea tribe. This is crucial for your potential exploration of ancient civilization ruins. I want to elaborate on its importance. The old man activated a virtual screen and began explaining the pronunciation of various characters. The students quickly started to learn. Although they were far from meeting the standard for entering the ruins, now the future was uncertain. This language might change their fate, especially since it was also part of the star examination. 3 hours passed in a flash, and everyone felt they hadn't had enough, eagerly reviewing the content from class. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai's chip received a message from Du and saying, Young Master Lu, be careful. This morning, when I went to the office, I saw teacher Nangong mumbling about something. It seems she knows about us going easy on you. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly as he looked ahead and saw Du nodding at him. Did we get found? Lu Xiaobai was not too surprised after all the performances of the few people behind him were rather exaggerated. What surprised him was that Duan, as the representative of the Star Martial Arts class, had voluntarily passed him this piece of intel. It seems my brother really has some charisma. He chuckled and continued to study the Sea tribe language, not overly concerned about the matter with Nangong Ling. He already had the Starry Sky Point A, everything else was just trivial. Soon it was time for the afternoon Star Martial Arts class. As Nangong Ling stepped into the Star Martial Arts Hall, a strange oppressive atmosphere instantly spread. Everyone tensed up, unsure of what had happened. Lu Xiaobai. At that moment, Nangong Ling with a smile gently asked, "Did you use the ancient civilization sound technique, sound howl, in your match with Duan yesterday?" "Yes." Lu Xiaobai nodded and explained this was actually brought out by my Lu family elders from the Sound Tribe ruins. I happen to have a bit of talent, so I managed to master it. "Are you sure?" Nangong Ling raised an eyebrow, a teasing expression on her face. "Of course." Lu Xiaobai nodded, his tone extremely affirmative. "One of my college roommates is currently in charge of researching ancient civilization ruins, which includes the rare Sound Tribe." Nangong Ling's expression became strange as she smiled and said according to her the Sound Tribe is a rare race consisting only of females. In other words, their star technique sound howl can only be learned by women. If a man wants to learn it, there's only one way. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she casually glanced at Lu Xiaobai's lower body, softly stating, "Have you ever heard the phrase, to practice this skill, one must first?" Lu Xiaobai's expression stiffened instantly, sensing a chill. Could it be that such a ridiculous star technique existed? Nangong Ling looked at his reaction, her smile widening, as she asked, "Let me ask you again, do you really know?" "No, absolutely not." Lu Xiaobai declared emphatically, feeling it was no joking matter. Given what she said, how could he dare to be stubborn? "Humph." Nangong Ling snorted coldly and said lightly, "Do you really think I can't see that the few people who fought against you yesterday were all going easy on you? Teacher, you are brilliant." Lu Xiaobai quickly interjected, as long as he didn't admit to knowing sound howl, everything else was irrelevant. "Flattery won't help." Nangong Ling narrowed her eyes and said, "You are quite bold. This is a class practical test, and the principal is watching from the side. You dared to do this." Just then Duan stood up first and said, "Teacher Nangong, if you want to punish anyone, punish us. We were the ones who went easy. It has nothing to do with classmate Lu Xiaobai." "Yes, teacher, it was all our initiative. Punish us." Everyone chose to step forward, their faces filled with determination. Nangong Ling was slightly stunned, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had long held a significant reputation among the students, yet now they dared to stand up against her for Lu Xiaobai. Was this the charisma of the Lu family? "Teacher, it was my initiative, or it has nothing to do with the others." Lu Xiaobai glanced at everyone and said, "I forced them to do this based on my identity." "No, teacher, it was our initiative. Punish us." "Are you putting on a show here?" Nangong Ling raised an eyebrow and smiled. "No need to rush. We'll take it one by one. Everyone has a share." The corners of everyone's eyes twitched, suddenly filled with fear. They had forgotten that Nangong, the great demon king, loved to implicate everyone. Seeing their expressions, Nangong Ling smiled slightly and continued, "Although what you did was quite excessive, the school has no relevant rules, so I actually have no reason to punish you." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had indeed checked. There were no relevant school rules. However, Nangong Ling sighed and said seriously, "But you all know that the purpose of the class test is to train your practical abilities. However, after yesterday's match, you all were merely pretending to fight and did not gain any experience. Lu Xiaobai, Duan, you all come up. Oh, let me personally guide you. Consider it a makeup lesson." Upon hearing this, Duan and the others turned pale instantly. Oh no, they were really going to get beaten. "Don't be afraid. This is merely guidance from your instructor." With a faint smile, Nangong Ling added, "At civilian star martial academies, securing me as a sparring partner would cost no less than 500 alliance credits per hour. You should cherish this opportunity. Lu Xiaobai, you rank first. You'll go first." She cracked her knuckles, brimming with eager anticipation. Lu Xiaobai's lips twitched. With no choice, he stepped forward reluctantly. "Fine, let the beating begin. After all, I've already secured my starlight points." Just as he braced himself for a storm of blows, a subtle ripple stirred in his mind, and he recalled his unique technique, feigned injury. Father praised this technique so highly, it must hold real efficacy. Still, at level 1, it may prove insufficient. With that thought, Lu Xiaobai allocated his remaining starlight point from yesterday to feigned injury, successfully upgrading it to level 2. "Instructor, please begin." He drew a deep breath, fully prepared. Nangong Ling said nothing more. Her gaze sharpened instantly, transforming her entirely, radiating an overwhelming, chilling pressure. Her figure lunged forward, dissolving into a blur. so swift that her precise position vanished from sight. This is the star technique, flowing shadow step. Nan Gongling's voice echoed mysteriously from an indeterminate direction. Once you become certified star martial artist, you'll formally learn combat-oriented star techniques, the cornerstone of all future duels. Consider this an early introduction. The onlookers watched with envious awe. Most knew only a single foundational body cultivation method, a regimen designed solely to enhance vitality, offering negligible utility in actual combat. Only star techniques could amplify a star martial artist's capabilities by multiples, sometimes exponentially, serving as the very foundation of their power. I can't see her, Lu Xiaobai murmured, not with panic but calm calculation. At that very instant a gale erupted from his left, stinging his skin like shards of ice. Here she comes. His heart jolted. Without hesitation, he activated his unique technique, feigned injury. A soft wet puff escaped his lips. In an instant Lu Xiaobai's face paled, and he spat a mouthful of crimson blood. The spectators recoiled in shock. No way. She hasn't even touched him yet. Nan Gongling halted her flowing shadow step mid-motion, frowning. Wait, I haven't struck you at all. Do you really think this kind of overacting is necessary? Lu Xiaobai clutched his chest and replied. Instructor, your star technique is overwhelmingly potent. Even that gust of wind was unbearable. Huh. Nan Gongling curled her lips skeptically. Stop pretending. Do you truly believe I lack control over my own strength? Utterly unconvinced, she stepped forward, preparing to resume flowing shadow step, when Lu Xiaobai suddenly spat another torrent of blood. Still feigning injury. I haven't done anything. Are you staging a deliberate collision? Nan Gongling's eyes widened, her expression screaming, do you take me for a fool? Yet before her words fully settled, Lu Xiaobai clutched his chest again and vomited 7 or 8 successive gouts of blood. Wait. Are you made of blood? Nan Gongling and the others stood utterly stunned. No one had seen him conceal any prop. This blood was undeniably expelled from within his body. Yet such a phenomenon defied all logic. Damn, how do I stop this thing? Lu Xiaobai himself was bewildered. This was his first use of feigned injury. He had no idea how to halt it, and his father had offered no instruction whatsoever. As he pondered, more blood spilled forth uncontrollably. He sensed his physical state remained perfectly robust. No fatigue, no weakness. Yet the blood flowed as if conjured from thin air. Lu Xiaobai, you're scaring me. Nan Gongling lost all composure. Her face drained of color. Lu Xiaobai tried to speak, only to erupt once more in crimson spray. Brother, please stop. We're terrified. Faces around him twisted in panic. No one understood what was unfolding. Had excessive training ruptured his foundations? Yet no mortal had ever hemorrhaged like this. His mouth gaped wide, blood jetting forth like an unshut valve on a pressurized pipe. His eyes darted wildly, frantically seeking a solution, until realization struck. Feigned injury was powered by stellar energy. Severing its internal flow would end it. He focused inward, tracing the faint currents of stellar energy within his body. 4-star martial artists below level 10 in vitality, such energy was nearly imperceptible, but with meticulous attention it could still be discerned. No, if this continues I'll desiccate into a mummy. Nan Gongling swiftly regained her composure and declared, Lu Xiaobai, stay calm. I'm taking you to the hospital immediately. He waved weakly and rasped. It's fine, the issue is spurt, not serious. Spurt. Not serious. Nan Gongling's eye twitched violently. To her this condition warranted not a hospital, but a morgue. Lu Xiaobai opened his mouth to reply, then his eyes suddenly lit up. He'd located the stellar energy's pathway and severed it with decisive force. His violent hemorrhaging ceased instantly. Finally, over. Relief flooded his thoughts. Though harmless, such relentless bleeding was profoundly alarming and unsustainable. Instructor, I feel recovered. We may continue. Lu Xiaobai wiped the residual blood from his lips and assumed a ready stance. Continue? Continue what? Nan Gongling's gaze held genuine confusion. The guidance, of course. Again, Nan Gongling stared at the rivulet of blood pooling beside Lu Xiaobai, and her scalp prickled. She dared not raise her voice too sharply, let alone strike him again. You must go to the hospital, immediately. Though stern and disciplined, she never wished harm upon her students. Instructor, I truly am fine. Yue, take him to the municipal hospital beside campus now. Her tone brooked no dissent. Yue rushed forward, supporting Lu Xiaobai with palpable concern. Brother, let's see a doctor, please. He genuinely feared Lu Xiaobai might collapse and die on the spot. Lu Xiaobai, seeing no further recourse, nodded in agreement. His true aim after all had been to evade Nen Gongling's assault using feigned injury. Soon the two departed the Star Martial Academy. Instructor, our guidance session. Duan ventured timidly. Guidance? Forget it. Nan Gongling waved dismissively, visibly agitated. She dared not resume training, not after this incident. What if other students suffered similar anomalies? Clean the training floor. She summoned the venue's maintenance drones to remove the bloodstains. Hold on, wait. A sudden thought struck her. She dipped a finger into the crimson pool and activated the analytical scanner embedded in her wrist chip. Within moments the device confirmed it. This was genuine human blood. He actually bled. Nan Gongling's composure shattered completely, utterly baffled by the impossible reality before her. Lu Xiaobai and Yu Wei sat on the aircraft heading straight to the nearby city hospital. Monkey, you don't need to support me anymore, I'm really fine. Lu Xiaobai wore an expression of exasperation as Yu Wei carefully assisted him all the way, making him feel like a severely ill patient. Brother Lu, don't be stubborn, you probably just spat out 10 pounds of blood. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobai stopped offering any explanations. Soon the two arrived at the hospital. Yu Wei helped Lu Xiaobai register for a comprehensive checkup, and Lu Xiaobai did not refuse, wanting to verify something as well. 5 minutes later, he was lying on the hospital bed surrounded by various instruments flashing different colors, clearly undergoing a full examination. As time passed, all his readings showed normal. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai's mind stirred, and he once again activated the technique false injury, causing a trickle of blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. This is easy. Internal organs under attack in a level 4 damage state. The nearby instruments instantly picked it up, and as he ceased the false injury, the instruments quickly returned to normal. As expected, Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. The injuries fabricated by the special technique false injury could even deceive high-tech instruments. It seemed that ordinary Star Warriors would not catch any flaws. It appeared he had underestimated this special technique. No wonder his father valued it so highly. I should try to level it up to max when I get the chance. He thought to himself before leaving the hospital. Brother Lu, are we not checking any further? No need for that, I'm already feeling quite well. Lu Xiaobai shook his head, and just then his expression slightly changed as his chip watch received a new message. You have a new package. Please go to the Universal Station on Starlight Main Street and collect it with the pickup code 304021. My package. Who sent me something? Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted, and he instantly recalled what his father had said yesterday, feeling delighted. Did my father send me the Lu family body refinement method? What efficiency, it only took a day. With this thought, he turned to Yu Wei and said, Monkey, I have something to do and won't be going back to school. What do you think? Yu Wei waved his hand saying, Brother Lu, just so happens I have something to do as well. Shall we part ways here? Seeing Yu Wei's somewhat anxious demeanor, Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and said, Monkey, you seem quite busy these days. Yu Wei glanced around, not hiding anything, and quietly said, Brother Lu, I've actually taken a job at the Starlight City Security Bureau recently. A job at the Security Bureau? Are you kidding me? However, there was skepticism in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. The Security Bureau is an agency under the federal government responsible for capturing various criminals across planets, with members all being formal Star Warriors with vitality levels above 10. Yet Yu Wei only had a vitality level of 1.6. What could he help with? I'm definitely not cut out for fighting. I mainly help them collect clues. Yu Wei spoke softly. Coincidentally, a group of criminals has been spotted near my street, so I'm helping to gather information. If I actually come up with something, I could earn some honor points afterward. His face showed excitement, clearly very eager for the honor points. No wonder you're so motivated. Lu Xiaobai chuckled. Honor points cannot be exchanged for alliance coins and hold no real monetary value, yet they are highly coveted by many as they signify privileges in a certain sense. They can provide various conveniences, such as having an advantage in public service examinations after graduation or gaining government support when starting a business. If enough are accumulated, they can even exempt one from certain penalties and grant the right to form an army. Lu Xiaobai had previously fantasized about purchasing a life planet, which also required possessing a substantial amount of honor points. I probably have no chance at the star exam, so I'm preparing for the future. Yu Wei scratched his head and said candidly. He had already secured Lu Xiaobai's promise to work as a junior apprentice at the Undying Pharmacy store, so at least his financial issues were resolved. If he could accumulate some honor points, it would also establish a connection with the federal government. This way his descendants would gain numerous advantages, starting off at a higher point than their peers, possibly even becoming Star Warriors. You're thinking quite far ahead. Lu Xiaobai patted his shoulder and said with a smile, then I wish you success. He wasn't too eager for honor points, as the conveniences brought by his identity were far more useful. The two quickly parted ways. Lu Xiaobai drove the flame aircraft straight to Starlight Main Street. Half an hour later, he arrived in front of the Universal Station building, which was quite magnificent, no less than the Undying Pharmacy store, and was also one of the landmark buildings of Starlight City. Lu Xiaobai knew that this Universal Station belonged to Feiyu Logistics Company, which is a top-tier force on par with the Undying Pharmacy Group, and its CEO is also one of the human congressmen. To pick up a package. Lu Xiaobai stepped inside and told a winged mechanical cat his pickup code. Before long, a sturdy man descended from the upper floor of the station. His aura was restrained, though he did not release any power. He exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression. This was clearly a star warrior with at least level 30 vitality. The man wore a smile, holding a golden security box marked with 5 stars, and said, "Honorable young Master Lu, please check if your item is lost or damaged." At that moment, others who were also picking up packages glanced over, their eyes filled with shock as they couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that a 5-star package?" Feiyu Logistics is the largest logistics company for all humanity, providing storage services for all items. They categorize their services based on delivery speed, security measures, etc. into 5 stars, with the most expensive being 5-star service that delivers items in the shortest time while enjoying high security guarantees. In the event of any mishap, 100-fold compensation will be provided, which demonstrates the company's confidence. After all, with today's rampant space pirates, who can ensure absolute safety? However, Feiyu has been established for nearly 1,000 years, and there has never been an incident with 5-star delivery. Moreover, the high efficiency and security imply an expensive price. Unless something is extremely important, no one would choose 5-star service, which is the reason why the crowd was so astonished. They had never seen a 5-star package in their lives. What they didn't know was that the Undying Pharmacy Group and Feiyu Logistics have a business partnership, and being a member of the Lu family allows free use of the 5-star service. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai opened the 5-star security box and saw a transparent white orb lying inside, radiating waves of stellar energy. Just by touching it, he was filled with joy, confirming in his heart that this was the Star Technique Stone containing the Lu family body refinement method. "No problem, it's indeed my property." Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly and closed the 5-star security box once more. "That's settled then." "Excellent." The man grinned warmly. "Might I trouble young Master Lu for a 5-star review? Is there a 5 yuan cashback?" "Huh." The man froze mid-step, his expression stiffening. "Just kidding." Lu Xiaobai flashed a broad grin and tapped his neural wristband, projecting a holographic interface that already displayed a glowing 5-star rating. "Thank you, young Master Lu. A trivial matter." Clutching the security box, Lu Xiaobai strode away, his face alight with quiet satisfaction. As a direct heir of the Lu clan, he had long yearned to master the Lu clan body refinement art, but had been barred from doing so as his proficiency in the foundational body refinement art had not yet reached level for the mandatory prerequisite. Now that all conditions were fulfilled, his eagerness was palpable. This art ranked among humanity's most elite cultivation systems, its efficacy dwarfing that of the foundational art by an immense margin. Even its level cap alone rendered it incomparably superior, 15 tiers compared to the foundational art's modest ceiling. "I'll begin training the moment I return," Lu Xiaobai murmured inwardly. But no sooner had he pushed open the entrance to Feiyu Logistics Tower than he collided head-on with a slender boy rushing past. I'm so sorry." The boy stammered an apology, breathless. "I'm in a rush to collect my package." Lu Xiaobai's brows knitted slightly, but he said nothing, merely stepping onto the waiting aerial elevator. 10 minutes later, he arrived home, rubbing his hands together with glee. Lu clan body refinement art. Big brother is here. Yet the moment he triumphantly opened the 5-star security box, his expression shattered, and fury blazed in his eyes. Inside lay utter emptiness. The Star Technique Stone inscribed with the Lu clan body refinement art had vanished without a trace. How could this be? Impossible. He appended the box, shaking it violently, but found nothing. In that instant, his mind snapped back to the frail boy who'd bumped into him outside Feiyu Logistics Tower. That boy was the only other person who had touched the box, daring to steal from the Lu clan itself, truly courting death. His gaze burned with cold wrath, stripped of its usual calm. At that very moment, luminous script materialized before his eyes. 1-star quest activated. Recover the stolen Star Technique Stone. Someone dared disturb the God of Age. Punish him. Punish him severely. Lu Xiaobai stared at the words, a flicker of delight crossing his face, swiftly replaced by astonishment. Disturb the God of Age. How does this system know my background? He raised an eyebrow, genuinely taken aback. He'd assumed the system lacked awareness of his lineage. If it hadn't, surely it wouldn't have issued such a low-difficulty quest. Yet now his assumption clearly proved wrong. Or had it simply learned of his identity over time? He turned toward the empty air, an asked voice edged with curiosity. "Hey bro, are you alive?" Silence answered him. Unfazed Lu Xiaobai shrugged and muttered. "Never mind. Let's finish the quest first. Starlight points await." He felt no anxiety, not truly. Though he was a direct heir of the Lu clan wielding unparalleled status across human civilization, this extraordinary system was clearly of transcendent origin, far beyond any human-made artifact. It held no motive to harm him. Without hesitation, he turned to his white-beard steward. "Old Hu, get me Mayor Xinguang's number. My star technique stone for the Lu clan body refinement art has been stolen." At those words, the steward's eyes flared crimson, and he recited a number instantly. His core chip stored contact data for every major figure on the ancestral planet, from mayors to the planetary sovereign himself, though disclosure to Lu Xiaobai was permitted only under exceptional circumstances. Lu Xiaobai dialed the number immediately via his neural wristband. Within seconds, the holoimage of a middle-aged man in a tailored suit appeared. "Mayor, greetings. I am Lu Xiaobai of the Lu clan." Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor shifted instantly, warmth replacing formality, as he smiled. "Xiao Lu, no need for such formality. Just call me Uncle Lu. What brings you to me today?" News of Lu Xiaobai's identity had broken at Xinguang Middle School, and the mayor had received the report within moments, yet had deliberately refrained from initiating contact. "The Lu clan's body refinement art has been stolen." A flash of fury ignited in Lu Xiaobai's eyes as he recounted the incident. Mayor Lu Yuanlei recoiled inwardly, his expression turning grave resolute. "Xiao Lu, don't worry. Even if I must scour every corner of Xinguang City, I will find him. For you." He stole it right before the Omniplex post station, where surveillance is omnipresent. He likely wore a specialized mechanical mask to conceal his features. "No concern. I'll deploy teams to examine every citizen in Xinguang City. Then I leave it in your capable hands, Uncle Lu." Lu Xiaobai felt no doubt about the mayor's sincerity. Were word to leak that the Lu clan's body refinement art had vanished from Xinguang City, the mayor's political career would collapse overnight. After ending the call, Lu Xiaobai turned again to his steward. "Old Hu, give me the contact for Feiyu Logistics City Director." He relayed the full account, emphasizing that the Star Technique stone had disappeared while sealed inside the 5-star security box. At those words, Director Zhong Ding's face paled, his composure dissolved into profound alarm. This implied a catastrophic flaw in their flagship security system. Lu Xiaobai told no falsehoods. He had secured the box. His trust in its inviolability had made him careless, allowing the boy to succeed with shocking ease. "You won't escape me." Lu Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, his face composed, utterly free of panic, calmly awaiting the outcome. Simultaneously, Xinguang City descended into lockdown. Countless combat drones patrolled the streets, their crimson optical sensors scanning relentlessly. The Security Bureau mobilized in full force. Aircraft screamed through the skies, sirens wailing. Feiyu Logistics deployed swarms of reconnaissance microdrones, weaving silently across the city's upper atmosphere. The city's tense atmosphere unsettled its citizens, though none understood why. Many retreated indoors, whispering fears of an alien insectoid incursion. Meanwhile, deep within Xinguang City's impoverished district, in a cramped, dilapidated rental unit, a thin boy stared out the window, his gaze tracking the relentless flight of surveillance craft. His heart hammered with mounting dread. Though he possessed no concrete information, instinct screamed at him. They were searching for him. Can this Star Technique stone truly be that important? Who was that person? Clutched tightly in his palm was the Star Technique stone bearing the Lu clan body refinement art. His expression a storm of awed disbelief and raw terror. He had never imagined that one impulsive act would ignite such cataclysmic consequences. "Brother." In a cramped rented room, a little girl sat up weakly on the corner bed, her gaze fixed on the boy's back. Sensing his unease, she forced herself upright and whispered faintly, "Did you steal again?" The boy hastily concealed the Star Technique stone and smiled reassuringly. "Little sister, you're overthinking it. I promised you long ago I'd never steal again." She replied with quiet indignation. "Then how do you explain the medicine you bought me?" "I earned that money working as a sparring partner at Guanghua Star Martial Arts Academy." "You're lying." I asked Aunt Wang. "She told me the academy only hires sparring partners with vitality level 10 or higher." He fell silent, speechless, unable to counter her words. "Let's return it all, okay?" A plea flickered in her eyes as fear tightened her voice. "This time is different. You've angered someone powerful. You'll die." Clearly she too had sensed the commotion outside. "I don't want to lose you again." Her eyes reddened, tears spilled down her cheeks, grief etching deep lines upon her fragile face. "Little sister, don't cry." Alarmed, the boy rushed forward to comfort her. But she ignored him. Her sobs only grew louder until a violent cough racked her small frame, likely tearing at her weakened organs. He hurriedly rubbed her back and stammered, "All right, I'll return it. I'll return it." Hearing this, she finally stilled her tears. But her cheeks remained streaked with salt, her voice stubborn and resolute. "Go now." He hesitated, his mind racing. Though he didn't know precisely which star technique the stone contained, the sheer scale of the federal government's response confirmed its incalculable value. Selling it would secure more than enough alliance credits to cure his sister's chronic illness. He'd already resolved it all in his heart. Even if captured afterward, trading his life for hers would be worth it. "What are you still thinking about?" She saw through his resolve and declared, voice steely with finality, "If you refuse to return it, I'll end my life." That sentence struck him like thunder. A heavy sigh escaped him, and he blurted, "I'll go now." He seized the star technique stone and turned toward the door, only to freeze mid-step. His body locked rigid, his expression stunned. Standing just beyond the threshold was a refined, handsome young man gazing at him with a faint, mocking smile. The boy recognized him instantly, the stone's rightful owner. He could scarcely believe it. Barely 2 hours had passed, yet the man had already tracked him down. He had no idea that by then the federal government and Feiyu Logistics had deployed over 100,000 intelligent machines. Scouring every inch of Starlight City would take mere hours. Bold indeed. Lu Xiaobai appraised the boy coolly, then stepped past the doorway into the narrow room, and immediately spotted the girl lying on the bed. "What are you doing? Stay away from my sister." The boy drew a sharp knife, his eyes blazing with desperation. Yet in an instant a combat robot materialized behind him, effortlessly subduing him. The star technique stone tumbled from his grasp onto the floor. "Stole my property and dared raise a hand against me. Your audacity truly knows no bounds." Lu Xiaobai remained calm and collected as he retrieved the stone. Text shimmered before his eyes. "1 star mission, recover lost star technique stone, completed. Reward acquired 1 stellar point." A subtle smile lifted his lips. His mood improved markedly. Not only had the stone been recovered, but he'd gained an unexpected stellar point as well. His gaze swept across the cramped room, then settled on a weathered wooden table in the corner, upon which lay a battered low-tier chip phone. Lu Xiaobai tapped it idly. To his mild surprise, his own photograph appeared on screen beneath, which read, "Stole 1 star technique stone from this person, value unknown." He raised an eyebrow, scrolled further, and discovered he was not the only victim listed. Moments later, he closed the phone and regarded the subdued boy with detached indifference. "So, keeping a record of your exploits, to boast about them later?" The boy lowered his head, silent, resigned. "My brother planned to repay them later." The girl struggled upright on the bed, tears streaming as she pleaded tearfully, "Big brother, please spare my brother. He's not evil. It's all because of me. He stole to heal my illness. Everything stems from me." "My." Lu Xiaobai glanced at her and instantly perceived her profound frailty. He frowned, genuinely puzzled. Medical treatment isn't expensive these days. Why resort to theft? With advanced technology, once incurable ailments were now easily curable. True terminal illnesses had vanished. Costs were so low, even the impoverished could afford care. Though a scion of the exalted Lu clan, he had spent years living on the ancestral planet and knew the realities of grassroots economics intimately. That certainty lent weight to his words. "I'm not ill. I was born with critically low vitality, just level 0.1. She sighed, burdened by guilt. "To survive, I must constantly consume supplements infused with stellar energy. Such a condition exists." Lu Xiaobai looked genuinely startled. Level 0.1 matched that of a newborn infant. If true, no pharmaceutical remedy could restore her vitality, only lifelong supplementation could sustain her. "Please, spare my brother. If punishment is inevitable, I'll pay with my life instead." Tears brimming, she strained to kneel, only for Lu Xiaobai to frown slightly and gently halt her movement. Turning to the boy, he spoke slowly. "Do you realize this star technique stone is worth well over 100 million alliance credits? Were this case brought before the federal court, you'd spend the rest of your life mining or on some barren penal world." The boy paled, instantly trembling, not from fear for himself, but from terror at the thought of abandonment. If imprisoned, his sister would be left utterly alone, her fate unimaginably bleak. After a pause, he lifted his head, eyes filled with raw, pleading desperation. "This is my crime, and I accept full responsibility. But before the federal court convenes, I propose a transaction with you." Seeking clemency. Lu Xiaobai arched a brow. The boy shook his head and said firmly, I wish to purchase a life fruit, to save my sister's life. A life fruit. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted to astonishment, then to wry disbelief. Do you grasp its true worth? It's the essential ingredient for life elixir. One vial commands a market price of 1 million alliance credits. I know. The boy had researched thoroughly, yet his voice held unwavering conviction. I believe what I possess is worth at least one life fruit. Oh, curiosity glinted in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. What could possibly be worth millions? So valuable that theft seemed preferable to selling it openly. The boy remained silent, but his gaze drifted toward the combat robot inside the room, clearly signaling his desire for its departure. Lu Xiaobai paused briefly, then gestured for the machine to withdraw. These were federal government units. They recorded everything. I trust you won't do anything foolish. His tone stayed placid, but a laser pistol materialized in his hand, its metallic gleam cold and unmistakable, a silent, unspoken warning. The boy said nothing. Instead, he walked to his sister's bedside. Brother, we have no use for this anymore. He sighed, knelt, and pulled a small wooden casket from beneath the bed, then withdrew a luminous a star technique stone. Lu Xiaobai's composure cracked. Astonishment flared in his eyes. This is my family's ancestral star technique stone. What technique does it hold? The boy didn't answer. Hesitation clouded his gaze. After a long silence, he murmured, a specialized art for thievery. Lu Xiaobai reacted instantly. No hesitation, no doubt. The empty hand technique. You. The boy's face drained of color, terror flooding his eyes as he shouted, how could you possibly know? Lu Xiaobai did not answer immediately. His gaze turned oddly contemplative as he said slowly, I never expected that you would be descendants of the great thief king of the stars. The boy fell silent, bristling with caution, but Lu Xiaobai waved it off. No need to be so guarded. Lu Xiaobai smiled. Across all of humanity, the only one known to possess a special theft technique was that thief king. And the few who even knew the name of my family's special technique were only those from the great powers. Lu Xiaobai said with a casual smile. Do I not seem like one of them? The boy fell silent at once. He had just stolen the other's star skill stone and had nearly caused the whole Xinguang city to tremble. The energy involved was far beyond what small factions could muster. He had never imagined the man before him would have such a powerful background. After a long moment, as if resigning, the boy asked slowly, you are not surnamed Jean, are you? Lu Xiaobai let out a soft chuckle, a strange smile playing across his face. When the boy's expression had tightened completely, he answered slowly, my surname is Lu. The boy's color changed as if delivered from the brink. He cried out, are you of the Lu family from the undying? Otherwise, Lu Xiaobai laughed. Haven't you been online lately? My appearance at Xinguang Middle School wasn't hidden. News of it spread beyond Xinguang City, likely many on the ancestral star have heard. There are no devices at home that can connect to the network. The boy glanced at the chip phone on the table and shrugged helplessly. I scavenged that from a recycling depot. It can't go online, it's only for keeping notes. My occupation is special. Using the network would make it easy for me to be located. Lu Xiaobai nodded in understanding, and then smiled, aren't you glad I'm of the Lu family? The boy did not deny it, and hurriedly nodded. If I were of the Jean family, you and your sister would have had no chance. The boy fell silent, eyes burning with a hatred that ran deep. Lu Xiaobai was not surprised. Instead, he asked, but tell me, 10 years ago, why did the great thief king provoke the Jean family? If it had not been for that, your thief king clan would not have declined so swiftly. Had it not been for that incident, your thief king family would not have fallen so quickly. In his day, the great thief king was renowned his legendary technique Miaoshou Kong Kong, drawing him untold wealth. Those riches did not come from ordinary sources, but from ancient ruins, and even the Starworm tribes elevating the thief king house to immense prosperity, second only to the top-tier great powers. Unfortunately, after the great thief king provoked the Jean family, the entire thief king house was annihilated and met a tragic end. The boy clenched his fists and snarled, the Jean family ran rampant and killed my father's closest friend. Lu Xiaobai laughed. No wonder. I have to admit that old thief king was audacious. He not only emptied the Jean family's treasury, he even stripped the previous Jean patriarch in public. At the thought, Lu Xiaobai could not help but laugh out loud. The boy was not surprised. The feud between the Lu and Jean families was no secret and had cost many lives. Each side secretly wished misfortune upon the other. That was precisely why he felt relieved at the Lu family connection. After laughing, Lu Xiaobai sighed. What a pity. That act cost the Jean family their face and provoked the Jean ancestor to act personally. Thus fell an era's great thief king. The old thief king had not only the fearsome Miaoshou Kong Kong, but also the peerless Zhe Wangbu. Yet, Before one of humanity's pioneering figures, the Gene ancestor, he stood no chance of escape. The boy closed his eyes, ceasing his memories, and then said, "Young Master Lu, can this Miaosho Kong Kong Star Skill Stone be exchanged for a life fruit?" Of course. Lu Xiaobai accepted without hesitation. Miaosho Kong Kong had once been coveted by countless people, but the great thief king had only passed it to his direct bloodline. Others had no chance to learn it. Now Lu Xiaobai had the opportunity, he would not let it slip. Besides, he possessed an outrageously potent starry point capable of easily elevating the technique to its maximum level. Additionally, it'll transfer 100,000 alliance credits to you so you can buy supplements to restore your sister's nourishment. Thank you, young Master Lu. The boy's eyes filled with gratitude. No need to thank me. The matter of the great thief king brought our Lu family much satisfaction for a long time. Lu Xiaobai smiled and added, "We actually tried to save you back then, but we were too late. The Gene ancestor acted far too swiftly." "I understand." The boy nodded, accepting Lu's words. He had indeed received news that the Lu family was searching for them, but he feared it was Gene propaganda. Besides, with the clan destroyed, seeking the Lu family would be meaningless and might expose the siblings. He asked, "By the way, do you still have that star skill stone?" "No." The boy shook his head. "Father only gave me 2 star skill stones back then. One for me and one for my sister. But you know my sister's condition, she can't possibly learn Miaosho Kong Kong." As he spoke, he handed the star skill stone to Lu Xiaobai. Lu took it and said, "Our Lu family's ancestral star storehouse has no life fruit. We must transfer one from the Lu family's main star. It may take several days." A life fruit is a rare high-grade stellar energy item. Only a few on the ancestral star could make use of it, so of course the Undying Medicine Outlet storehouse would not possess one. "I understand." The boy glanced at his sister. Knowing she would soon recover completely, he felt no regrets. He extended both hands and declared, "Young Master Lu, let's go. I will accept any punishment the Federation court hands down." He had handed over Miaosho Kong Kong merely to buy the life fruit, not to escape accountability for theft. Lu Xiaobai stroked his chin and then suddenly asked, "Since you are descended from the thief king, your talent for thievery must be considerable, yes?" The boy's eyes gleamed with pride. "My Miaosho Kong Kong has already reached level 3. If my vitality were stronger, I could certainly break through to higher ranks." "Not bad. Not bad." Lu Xiaobai's eyes narrowed and his tone shifted. In truth, this Lu clan body refinement method appears to outsiders to be worth hundreds of millions, but to us Lu kin it is not particularly valuable. The boy looked taken aback. "Young Master Lu, I don't understand." Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly and said calmly, "You need not go to the Federation court. In exchange, you will do 3 things for me in the future." He valued the boy's lineage. Though the Thief King house had something of a notorious reputation, it had connections across many strata. If the boy rose to power, he might restore the house's former glory, which would be a considerable asset to Lu Xiaobai. Sending him to the Federation court would be mere venting. As a direct scion of the Lu family, Lu Xiaobai preferred to maximize value. "I agree." The boy agreed without hesitation. Lu Xiaobai's brow knit. "So readily. You don't even ask what I will have you do. Given your status, whatever tasks young Master Lu assigns will surely not be ordinary." The boy's resolve hardened. "But since young Master Lu has spared me, my life is yours. Whatever you command, I will throw myself into it, and do everything to accomplish it." "Good." Lu Xiaobai nodded with satisfaction and smiled. "I hope you remember your words. And don't rush to take revenge on the Gene family. Until you have completed my 3 tasks, I do not want you dead." "I understand." The boy nodded. Even the Thief King house had no power against the Gene family in those days. Now, with nothing left, he was in no position to resist. Lu Xiaobai saw his intelligence and, saying no more, turned and left. At that moment, the boy stood dazed, gratitude filling his eyes. He was thankful to have met Lu Xiaobai. He had considered using Miaosho Kong Kong to obtain a life fruit. Such a signature technique's worth could not be measured in mere millions of alliance credits. But if he leaked it out, others would seize it and likely tip off the Gene family for a high reward. Now, because of Lu Xiaobai's intervention, he could finally achieve his wish and obtain the life fruit. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai sat on the flying vehicle heading straight for his home in the city center, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Just as he was fantasizing about regaining the fame of Miaosho Kong Kong, a call from the mayor of Xinguang City came in. "Little Lu, have you found the items?" "Yes, they have been recovered. Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Lu." "No need to mention it. It's my duty as the mayor." Lu Xiaobai smiled and said nothing more. "By the way, I saw the information sent back by the federal robots. Wasn't that thief caught? No need. The star technology stone he stole isn't worth much, not even enough to file a case." Mayor Lu Yuanlei was instantly speechless. How could it suddenly be worthless again? But after all, it was Lu's family's property. They could say it was worthless or worth billions, and others couldn't say anything about it. After the mayor ended the call, the Xingyu Logistics Company's representative in Xinguang City also called young Master Lu. That person has been caught, right? We found him, but his crime isn't serious, so I won't pursue it. The representative of Xingyu didn't mind this, but instead asked young Master Lu, can he really steal things from the 5-star security box? Actually, I forgot to close the security box at that time. Lu Xiaobai scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed and apologetic. However, Zhong Ding was not surprised at all. After all, it was their company's highest-level security box, which could only be broken open by a strong person using violence. It was impossible to use skills, especially in such a remote place as the Ancestral Star. How could there be such a person? As for why Lu Xiaobai said that earlier, he could understand. He merely wanted to use the power of Xingyu Company to help find his lost items. As long as young Master Lu's items are recovered, that's fine. Still, thank you, Manager Zhong. You're welcome, you're welcome. Although Zhong Ding was used by the other party, he was not angry at all. After all, he was just a representative of Xinguang City, and his status could not be compared. Soon the two hung up the call. We recovered the Lu family's body refining technique, plus an additional Miaosho Kong Kong and a star point. Lu Xiaobai sat on the flying vehicle, smiling, looking quite pleased. By the way, I forgot about the life fruit. His expression shifted slightly as he sent a message to his father. After a while, Lu Xingshan's image appeared. Xiaobai, what do you need the life fruit for? That's something only top star warriors can use. I bought a special skill. Special skill. Miaosho Kong Kong. Lu Xiaobai chuckled, a hint of pride in his eyes. The signature skill of the great thief king. A trace of surprise appeared in Lu Xingshan's eyes. Shortly after, Lu Xiaobai recounted the events of the evening in detail. After a moment, a smile appeared on Lu Xingshan's face, satisfied as he said, exchanging one life fruit for Miaosho Kong Kong is indeed a profitable deal. They'll have someone from the Lu family main star send the fruit over. Upon receiving his father's reply, Lu Xiaobai no longer worried. He hung up the call and soon returned home. Old Hu, prepare some good dishes for dinner tonight and bring out that jar of Monkey King wine from the freezer that came from Huagua Star. Lu Xiaobai was in a good mood and immediately prepared to celebrate with a feast for himself. According to his living expenses, he couldn't actually afford Monkey King wine. However, when he first arrived at the Ancestral Star's master wanted to please the Lu family and gifted him this jar of fine wine. If we just talk about market price, this thing might not even be bought for more than 1 million alliance coins. Such an expensive price naturally means its effects are remarkable. It significantly enhances vitality, and the star energy contained within is not aggressive. Even ordinary people with level 1 vitality can drink it. Old Hu said nothing more and quietly returned to the kitchen to prepare. The Monkey King wine was a top-grade supplement having no harm to the body, so he naturally wouldn't stop it. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaobai indulged in a feast, ultimately finishing every drop of Monkey King wine, letting out a satisfied burp. Normally, just this jar of Monkey King wine would be enough to significantly enhance a person's vitality, but unfortunately, Lu Xiaobai's vitality still showed no change. Due to his unawakened constitution, he could only enhance his vitality through body refining techniques. Lu's body refining technique, Miaosho Kong Kong. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai lay on his bed holding 2 star technology stones. In the next second, his expression shifted slightly as he instantly crushed the star technology stone imprinted with Lu's body refining technique. In an instant, the star stone shattered, but instead of physical remnants, it transformed into specks of pure white light, swiftly rising and merging into Lu Xiaobai's mind. He remained calm at this scene, clearly having anticipated it. Most star techniques were imprinted on star technology stones, which required someone with full-level star techniques to produce, and they were one-time use items. This ensured that star techniques wouldn't be overly common, especially those from various major forces, which were even less likely to leak out, thus receiving a high degree of protection. Only basic star techniques like basic body refining technique and basic fist technique or special skills do not require star technology stones. They only need someone to demonstrate the details of the movements for others to comprehend, which allows them to be popularized in human society. At this moment, as the light from the star technology stone merged in, Lu Xiaobai closed his eyes, his whole being seemingly entering a state of sleep. His consciousness arrived at a special space where a figure formed from light was demonstrating each movement of Lu's body refining technique. Although there was no face, Lu Xiaobai recognized at a glance that this figure was Lu Zhu. Obviously, this was the star technology stone personally created by Lu Zhu. The Lu family has a legacy of 1,000 years, possessing countless unparalleled powerhouses. Naturally, there was more than one person who could elevate Lu's body refining technique to full level, but only Lu Zhu as the founder had the deepest understanding of this star technique. The star technology stones he created were also the easiest for people to learn. Lu Xiaobai focused entirely carefully analyzing and interpreting each of Lu Zhu's movements while instinctively mimicking them himself. In this special consciousness space, he lost track of time and immersed himself in learning, not knowing how long had passed. Finally, Lu Xiaobai learned the key points of each movement. His expression shifted as he left the consciousness space. When he looked at the sunlight streaming in from the window, he was taken aback, glancing at the time, realizing it was already morning. No way did I really take all night to learn it. A twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. In his impression, most members of the Lu family learned Lu's body refining technique in only 4 to 5 hours, and those with exceptional talents like his third brother even took less than an hour. Yet he had taken so long. This comprehension ability was truly remarkable. After all, the star technology stone he used came from Lu Zhu. There is still some time before school starts, so I should use the star technique stone of empty hand first to avoid any prolonged dreams. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaobai instantly crushed another star technique stone. As long as he had not learned this technique, he could enter the consciousness space at any time, which meant that having the star technique stone guaranteed that he could learn it. It was just a matter of time. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai closed his eyes and entered the consciousness space again. The figure ahead was no longer Lu Zhu, but a thin man, the notorious galactic thief king from back in the day. He began to demonstrate every detail of empty hand. Lu Xiaobai followed along to mimic him. To his surprise, this time the learning was unexpectedly smooth without any hindrance. After just one demonstration, he completely mastered it. When Lu Xiaobai left the consciousness space and saw that he had only taken 10 minutes, he was utterly stunned. No way do I have such talent for learning this thing. There was a hint of disbelief in his eyes as he muttered to himself, at least the young master of the Lu family, yet I have such talent for stealing. Where can I justify this? Fortunately, Lu Zhu is not here. He felt relieved again, thinking that if the old man knew that he had spent an entire night learning the Lu clan body refinement method while mastering empty hand in just 10 minutes, he would probably say goodbye to his tender backside. And another star point should go to the Lu clan body refinement method. After some thought, he used the star point he had just obtained yesterday. In an instant, his understanding of the Lu clan body refinement method deepened, and its level rose to LV2. Let's test the effect. Lu Xiaobai went to the balcony and began to strike various peculiar poses. He was not worried at all about being seen. Without the star technique stone, even if he mimicked all the movements, he could not learn the Lu clan body refinement method due to the lack of the most essential essence. Soon Lu Xiaobai completed 2 cycles feeling refreshed, and as if he had boundless energy within. The effect is probably 3 times that of a basic body refinement method at the same level. Truly worthy of being the exclusive body refinement method of my Lu family. He chuckled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This was just the difference at 2 levels. As the level of the Lu clan body refinement method increased, the gap with the basic body refinement method would only grow larger. Once he raised the former to level 15, the body refinement effect would likely be terrifying. Slowly does it. Although Lu Xiaobai had found a shortcut, he knew that obtaining 14 star points was not that easy. He closed his eyes again, subtly moving his mind to open his information panel. Host Lu Xiaobai, talent unawakened, physique unawakened, life force level 1. 8. Combat star technique, basic body refinement method LV5, max level Lu clan body refinement method LV2, special techniques, dummy injury LV2, basic pharmacology LV1, empty hand LV1, star points 0, comprehensive evaluation. I have seen many useless people, but most of them can still call you useless. My life force has increased by 0. 1 again. Lu Xiaobai's lips curled up, feeling immensely satisfied with this rapid improvement. In the past, it would have taken him nearly half a year to achieve such a gain of 0. 1, but now he could do it in just 2 days. It was like upgrading from a bird gun to a nuclear bomb. The evaluation changed. His expression shifted slightly as he glanced at the comprehensive evaluation on the panel. The addition of the words most made it sound less harsh, but it at least proved that I have made some progress. A bit of pride swelled in Lu Xiaobai's heart. Just then, the white-beard butler brought out a delicious breakfast. Old who wait. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, thinking of the empty hand he had just learned, and suddenly felt a surge of eagerness to try it out. He approached Old who, resting a hand on the man's shoulder, and initiated empty hand. In the next second, a small gear component suddenly appeared in his hand. What is this? He had intended to try to steal the chef's hat from Old Hu's head, but did not expect to steal this thing instead. The white-beard butler's eyes flashed red as he said, "Master, this is the central component of my brain." Oh. Lu Xiaobai's expression changed, filled with astonishment. He had directly stolen something from the man's brain. "By the way, you won't be scrapped, right? As long as I don't touch the energy core, it will be fine. Oh, I can repair myself automatically." Saying this, Old Hu took the gear component from Lu Xiaobai's hand and swallowed it whole. With a sizzling sound, Old Hu quickly restored himself. "That's good." Lu Xiaobai nodded. He knew Old Hu was a highly advanced intelligent robot. If he accidentally damaged him, the cost of repair would be immense. "Master, is there anything else?" "No, you can go back to your work now." Lu Xiaobai shook his head, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He had gained some understanding of the power of empty hand, which could directly steal components from a robot's interior. Does this mean I could directly steal the heart of a star warrior, resulting in an instant kill? His imagination ran wild, and he quickly connected the dots. But that shouldn't be possible. Even the Galactic Thief King back then never achieved such a feat. Lu Xiaobai shook his head, quickly dismissing the thought. If it were truly that powerful, the Galactic Thief King would not have simply stripped the Golden Clan leader of his clothes, but would have directly extracted his organs. Is it because the components inside robots are considered objects that I can steal, eh? He pondered silently, considering that the heart or other organs are parts of a human body and should be impossible to steal. Otherwise, it would not be a special technique, but an extremely terrifying combat star technique that, based on the strength of the Thief King, would certainly be impossible to guard against. However, being able to target robots is quite good. If I face powerful, high-level intelligent machines, as long as I steal their cores, I could instantly disable them. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted as he spoke to himself. Furthermore, the effect of this thing is excellent for stealing, practically undetectable. If it can be upgraded to max level, I wonder what kind of extreme effect it will have. A desire surged within him, but then he thought about needing to upgrade the Lu Clan body refinement method and felt helpless. Star points were truly lacking. Forget it, I'll deal with that later. Lu Xiaobai stopped overthinking and swiftly cleared the table, then joyfully headed to school. Half an hour later, rumbling, Lu Xiaobai rode the flame aircraft, arriving above the school. The students had already become accustomed to it, but every time some would still look up in envy. Soon Lu Xiaobai landed near the teaching building, and just as he left the aircraft, he spotted a familiar figure approaching. Lin Liar. "Xiaolei." Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrow and greeted her. "Lu. Brother Lu." Xiaolei's expression stiffened, and her vigilant gaze landed on the bag behind him, clearly wary of those deadly weapons. "I didn't bring those things. Don't be nervous." Lu Xiaobai wore a helpless expression. "I don't believe you." Lin Liar's eyes still held suspicion. "You really have a bias against your brother Lu." Lu Xiaobai shrugged and said no more, turning to enter the teaching building. Just then his gaze flicked to the bag behind her, and he suddenly felt an itch to try empty hand. After all, he had only used this move on the robot butler and was curious about the effect on a star warrior. In an instant, just as the two brushed past each other, his hand lightly rested on her bag, and he released empty hand. Lin Liar showed no reaction, continuing to walk ahead, while Lu Xiaobai found a 500 alliance coin in his hand. I can't believe she didn't notice anything. Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows and laughed, calling out, "Xiaolei, you dropped your real cash." Lin Liar, who was walking ahead, froze slightly, then turned red and shouted, "Your chastity is." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Lu Xiaobai holding up a banknote and was momentarily stunned. In the next second, she hurriedly opened her bag and indeed found her missing alliance coins. "It's mine, my real cash." She scratched her head, stepped forward, and took the banknote from Lu Xiaobai's hand. "Brother Lu, thank you. It's nothing. You just be a bit more careful, and don't be so careless." Lu Xiaobai chuckled, glancing at his hands, his smile broadening. Lin Liar's life force level was as high as 9.5, while he only had 1.8. The power gap between them was significant, yet she had not sensed a thing. This empty hand was indeed quite useful. However, this thing should not be used lightly, or else one might truly become addicted. Lu Xiaobai suppressed the desire within him. This mysterious hand seemed to possess a certain magic that made one unable to resist the urge to continue trying it. No wonder the infamous Space Pirate King never mentioned retiring from the trade. After all, to restrain oneself from using such a special skill would require an extraordinary level of self-control. Soon Lu Xiaobai returned to the classroom. Although he had reminded himself not to use it casually, when he saw someone passing by he still felt the urge to reach out, but he forcibly restrained himself. "Brother Lu." At that moment, Yue arrived in the classroom and whispered there was a huge incident in Xinguang City last night. "Did you know? What could be such a big deal?" Lu Xiaobai responded casually. Didn't I take a job at the security bureau? Yue said mysteriously. I saw everyone in the bureau mobilized and countless security vehicles patrolling the city. It was as if the entire Xinguang city had experienced a major earthquake. According to my sources, it's because a big shot lost something in our district. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's eyes revealed a strange expression. Yue was about to say something more, but upon seeing Lu Xiaobai's odd demeanor, he quickly reacted and tentatively asked, "Brother Lu, you didn't lose something, did you?" Lu Xiaobai nodded, finding no reason to deny it, as it wasn't a big deal for him. Seeing this, Yue hurriedly asked, "Did you get it back? Do you want me to help? I'm very familiar with our street." "I've already retrieved it," Lu Xiaobai replied casually. At this moment, the class bell rang, signaling the start of the morning theory class, which was geography, primarily introducing the positions of human star regions, the climates of different life planets, and so on. Lu Xiaobai did not continue chatting with Yue and began to listen intently. He did not want to find himself lost during a starry adventure, so he needed to master this knowledge firmly. His vitality was increasing daily, and his memory was also improving, making it increasingly easier to grasp these theoretical concepts. The theory class soon ended, followed by the afternoon's star martial arts class. Nangong Ling confirmed multiple times that Lu Xiaobai was fine before finally relaxing her mind and leading the entire class into physical training. Days passed gradually, and on Friday afternoon, all the students of Xinguang Middle School wore smiles as they stepped out of the school gate. Outside the school gate, hovering vehicles could be seen with parents inside waiting. "Brother Lu, I'm leaving." Yue waved and turned to board the hovering train parked at the platform. Lu Xiaobai nodded and piloted his flying device into the sky, heading straight for the main street of Xinguang. The life fruit sent from the Lu family's main star had arrived. Due to being high-level resources, they required some approval processes, which took a few days. Otherwise, according to the speed of the 5-star express, they should have arrived the next day. Lu Xiaobai took this matter very seriously, as it was something he had promised. Soon he arrived at the slums in the suburbs, entering the rented room where the two siblings lived. "Your life fruit has arrived." He opened his backpack and took out a fruit that was suffused with a faint glow. Just the scent it emitted was invigorating, as if every cell within him was being nourished. The boy's expression brightened with joy as he carefully took it. "Little sister, you're saved." The girl lying on the bed also showed joy in her eyes, not because she was about to recover, but because she would no longer be a burden to her brother. "Just eat it directly." Lu Xiaobai said calmly, "I've asked the elders in my family for your condition. One life fruit is indeed sufficient to resolve it." Upon hearing this, the little girl no longer hesitated and began to eat it in small bites. Soon the entire life fruit was consumed. The pale color of the little girl's face gradually became rosy, and it was as if she had been reborn as her vitality continuously improved, ultimately reaching level 1. Although this was only the standard for a normal person, it was a qualitative breakthrough compared to the previous 0. 1. At least she no longer needed to worry about her immunity issues. Looking at his sister's transformation, the boy beamed with a smile, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked out the window and said, "Dad, after all these years, I finally cured my sister." "Brother." At that moment, the little girl got off the bed and hugged her brother tightly. Watching this warm scene, Lu Xiaobai also had a faint smile in his eyes. Soon the boy pulled his sister to Lu Xiaobai's side, intending to kneel down again to express his gratitude, but was stopped by him. Lu Xiaobai frowned and said the knee of a descendant of the pirate king should not be so soft. Hearing this, the boy no longer knelt down and said earnestly, "Thank you, young Master Lu, for saving us. My sister and I will remember this for life. Remember your promise to me. You must do 3 things for me in the future." Lu Xiaobai replied calmly, then asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Currently, the boy's vitality level was too low to be of any help. "I want to enroll in Xinguang Middle School, working while studying, striving to raise my vitality level as soon as possible." A hint of longing appeared in his eyes. Due to his vitality issues, he had been unable to break through with Mysterious Hand, and he was quite anxious, especially since he was a descendant of the Pirate King. He needed to elevate it to the maximum level as quickly as possible. "Going to school?" Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and asked, "How old are you?" "I'm 12 and my sister is 10. The boy replied calmly, "I checked online, and as long as one enrolls by 15, it's not too late." Lu Xiaobai nodded. Only at 15 would one study the basic body refinement method, so their starting point was indeed not too late. "Since you've made up your mind, then go ahead and do it." His expression shifted as he took out a federal bank card. "You don't have a smart chip, so I can't transfer money online. I'll just give you a physical card. This contains the 100 Alliance coins I promised you, with the password being 6 sixes. You can withdraw it later." After saying this, he waved his hand and turned to leave in a carefree manner. The boy held the bank card in his hand, watching Lu Xiaobai's flying device gradually fade into the distance, filled with gratitude, as he firmly stated, "Young Master Lu, I will repay your great kindness in this life." Although for Lu Xiaobai this was just a transaction for the siblings, it was a new beginning. Out of money, out of money. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai no longer exuded an air of nonchalance. Rubbing his head, he said, "It's only the beginning of the month, and I have only 50,000 left. How am I supposed to get by?" His father had already given him 200,000 this month, and after handing over 100,000 to this pair of siblings and spending around 50,000 bribing students in his class, he had quickly run out of funds. Of course, this was only true for him. For other students, 50,000 would already be a substantial. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "Forget it, better save money." Soon Lu Xiaobai piloted his flying device and arrived at the city center. Looking at the bustling street below, his hands itched to use his skill, Miao Shou Kong Kong. But he could only force himself to hold back. He wasn't planning to steal anything. He simply wanted to experience the thrill of taking something effortlessly. The only practice target he had over the past few days was the white-beard butler. Although he was a high-level robot, he was fundamentally different from a real human and had no sense of vigilance, which made stealing from him lack excitement. Moreover, if he accidentally took out the butler's court, it would be a disaster. I need to find someone to practice on. Lu Xiaobai rubbed his hands and suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, saying to himself, "Right, there's a place where I can use it freely." His expression changed as if he suddenly thought of something and hurried back home. Old who dinner as usual, he instructed the white-beard butler before rushing into the virtual space pod in his bedroom. Soon his gaze flashed as he entered the virtual true space. "Master, you're back." Xiaoling flapped her wings and flew over joyfully. Lu Xiaobai patted her head and said, "Xiaoling, help me connect to the network and start random matching. Today I want to steal 10. Xiaoling's big eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't quite understand, but still followed his orders and began connecting to the network. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai rubbed his hands, looking a bit impatient, unable to resist using Miao Shou Kong Kong. Since he couldn't use it freely in daily life, he shouldn't hold back during battles. After all, this was a special technique. Just then, a huge dialogue box appeared above, matching successful. "The battlefield is a desert. Do you wish to enter?" "Enter." Lu Xiaobai did not hesitate and immediately clicked confirm. His vision shifted, and he found himself in a desert with yellow sand flying everywhere. 20 meters ahead of him stood a girl in a light yellow dress, her curiosity evident as she examined Lu Xiaobai. She probably lacks talent or physique. Lu Xiaobai recalled his last experience in the virtual space and felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and immediately stepped forward to initiate battle. "Hey, why do you start attacking right away without even introducing yourself?" The girl frowned, seemingly displeased, but still took a defensive stance. Both their vitality levels were equal, and for a moment it appeared that neither had the upper hand. Seeing that the girl lacked talent and special physique, Lu Xiaobai felt relieved and focused on his objective. He gazed at the earrings on her ears, then touched her wrist, quickly activating Miao Shou Kong Kong in an attempt to take them without her noticing. After several days of practice, his proficiency had improved significantly. As long as he kept his eyes on something within his field of vision, he could easily pocket it. However, to his surprise, his Miao Shou Kong Kong actually failed. Nothing appeared in his hand. "This can't be right. I could steal from Lin Liar with 9.5 vitality. How could I fail against a fellow star warrior of the same level?" Lu Xiaobai furrowed his brows. He did not attack proactively anymore. Instead, he began to defend passively or evade, searching for opportunities to touch the girl's body to release Miao Shou Kong Kong. His target shifted from the earrings to hairpins and necklaces. Yet he failed every single time. Is it because this is a virtual space? Lu Xiaobai pondered this thought, but quickly dismissed it. The reason the virtual space was hailed as humanity's greatest invention, aside from its ability to perfectly simulate the physical body, was that even star skills and special techniques could be simulated. Otherwise, this place would hold no practical significance for high-level star warriors. The Great Thief King had a notable reputation in the virtual space back in the day, proving that Miao Shou Kong Kong is definitely useful. His brow furrowed slightly, and he did not dwell on the matter any longer, but began to experiment once more. However, he had not released his technique a few times when the girl distanced herself, glaring at him fiercely, shouting, "Pervert." Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback, thinking that perhaps she sensed he was using Miao Shou Kong Kong. "If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then admit defeat. What are you groping around for?" The girl put her hands on her hips, glaring at him angrily. Lu Xiaobai rubbed his nose and defended. "It's normal physical contact, okay? You touch me too." You never use any force, just groping around here. What else could you be but a pervert? The girl widened her eyes and pointed her delicate white finger, shouting, "Don't think just because you're good-looking you can act like a pervert. I'm going to tell my dad right now." As she spoke, she voluntarily exited the battlefield. Lu Xiaobai shook his head. He was really just practicing a special technique. However, his actions did seem a bit suspicious. Although he touched only her wrist, in other areas he hadn't applied any force, which indeed made it look like he was intentionally caressing her. He had no choice. The method of executing Miao Shou Kong Kong involved touch. If he exerted force to attack or defend, the operation of his star energy would be interrupted, making it impossible for him to use the technique. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai's vision shifted back to his own patch of grass. "Xiaoling, help me restore my star energy." Although the star energy consumed by Miao Shou Kong Kong is minuscule, my vitality is too low and naturally, I don't have much star energy. After so many uses, it's nearly drained. Xiaoling nodded at his request, and a mysterious energy flowed into Lu Xiaobai's body, instantly restoring his star energy. This is another magical function of the virtual space, allowing star warriors to quickly regain peak conditions sufficient for high-intensity practical training. Of course, this is a paid feature. "Master, your balance is insufficient," Xiaoling whispered in reminder. "I'll recharge later." He shook his head as he didn't have many alliance coins left himself and needed to save them for the rest of his life. "Continue matching me with opponents." He did not withdraw, wanting to investigate why the skill Mysterious Hand kept failing. He placed great importance on this special technique as its effects at certain times were unmatched by combat star skills. Soon Lu Xiaobai re-entered the battle arena. Upon seeing that his opponent was a male, he felt a sense of relief with no hesitation left. However, just 3 minutes later, the opponent did not make another move, believing Lu Xiaobai was deliberately toying with him. With an angry curse, he opted to leave the battlefield. Lu Xiaobai twitched his mouth, feeling a hint of helplessness. If this continues, I might really become famous. He desperately wanted to know why Mysterious Hand was failing this way, and naturally, he couldn't easily give up. Just then a thought struck him, and he chuckled, saying, "Xiaoling, help me change my appearance." "Master, this will incur a fee. Charge me." Soon, under a mysterious force, Lu Xiaobai's appearance changed, ultimately becoming a boy with a slightly gloomy complexion. "Xiao Jin, your brother Lu is helping you gain some fame." He disguised himself as Jin Xian, a direct descendant of the Jin family. Due to the relationship between the two families, this fellow was his old enemy, which left him with no reservations. After changing his appearance, Lu Xiaobai continued to match. Before each battle, he would announce his name, informing his opponent that he would not change his name or surname. He was Jin Xian. Hours passed, and after undergoing hundreds of virtual battles, he finally succeeded in upgrading Mysterious Hand to LV2. Indeed, in just a short span of hours, he had elevated this special skill through his own efforts. "I practiced the basic body refinement method for 2.5 years, still only at level 1, and this thing upgraded in just a few hours. Am I really suited for these unconventional methods?" Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Forget it, this is innate and cannot be changed. He no longer dwelled on it, but began to ponder over Mysterious Hand. After experimenting all night, he finally realized that his failures stemmed from insufficient skill level, while he had previously been able to steal from Lin Lyre because she was unprepared. "Those in battle are always highly guarded, which is why I kept failing. Once my level increases, I will succeed." Lu Xiaobai murmured, "With my current LV2 Mysterious Hand, if I want to steal from Lin Lyre while she is in battle, it might still not be enough." He vaguely understood the significance of upgrading Mysterious Hand. To steal from a star warrior whose power far exceeded his own, he either needed a higher skill level or to strike when the opponent was unguarded. He summarized his findings and left the virtual space. When he returned to his bedroom, he saw the moon and stars outside the window, realizing it was already midnight. "At least tomorrow is a holiday, so I can sleep in." Lu Xiaobai was in a good mood, glancing at the food that had been kept warm beside him, and began to eat. Half an hour later, he patted his stomach, satisfied, glanced at the virtual space pod, but didn't go back in. "I'm a bit tired today, so I'll continue practicing when I have time." In the past, he entered the virtual space solely to gain practical combat experience, but now he had an additional goal: to practice Mysterious Hand. "With my talent, I probably won't even need to use star points. I can upgrade my level just by relying on myself." The most ideal scenario would be for him to elevate Mysterious Hand to a level just below max, at which point he could use 1 star point to achieve perfection and directly activate the ultimate effect. After all, for any star skill or special technique, the biggest obstacle is reaching max level. Forget it, no more thinking, time to sleep. Lu Xiaobai yawned and fell asleep. In his dreams, his mysterious hand reached max level, allowing him to steal anything he wanted. In the end, he even stripped off the underpants of a direct descendant of the Jin family, while the other party dared not get angry, instead kneeling and shouting, "King Xiaobai is mighty," which made him burst into triumphant laughter in his dream. The next day at 10 in the morning, Lu Xiaobai stretched lazily, awakening from his slumber, still wearing a satisfied smile from last night's dream, which was just too wonderful. "Old, who prepare breakfast?" he called out, then went to the balcony in his pajamas and began practicing Lu's body refinement method. Half an hour later, he was completely awake and felt invigorated. Upon opening his information panel, he saw that his vitality level had reached 2. This speed is really astonishingly fast. Lu Xiaobai chuckled, starting to enjoy the nutritious breakfast prepared by Old Hu. As usual, while eating, he opened his chip watch to browse the internet, only to find a message waiting for him. "Huh, why is Monkey looking for me all of a sudden?" He raised an eyebrow and dialed the number. A moment later, Monkey's image appeared before him. "Boss, you're awake. Just woke up. What's up?" "Good news." Yue grinned and said, "I found the temporary hideout of that group of criminals." "What are you telling me for? Shouldn't you be reporting to the security bureau?" Lu Xiaobai seemed uninterested. "Brother Lu, this is a big catch." Yue lowered his voice, speaking cautiously. "This gang has at least 10 members, and the strongest leader should be a mid-level star warrior of level 30 or above." Mid-level star warrior. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted, showing a hint of surprise. Star warriors are classified into different levels based on vitality levels. Those below level 10 are considered intern star warriors, typically having no training in combat star skills, merely being ordinary people with strong physiques like today's middle school students. Levels 30 to 50 represent intermediate star warriors whose physical capabilities are already incredibly formidable. If enhanced by star techniques, they could even shatter a mountain with a single punch, undoubtedly placing them among the strongest of humanity. However, Lu Xiaobai's perspective is exceptionally broad. Not to mention intermediate star warriors, he has encountered numerous top-tier star warriors above level 80. Logically, a mere intermediate star warrior should not astonish him, but the emergence of such a powerful criminal on a third-tier planet is indeed quite rare. It is worth noting that the mayor of Xinguang City is also of this level of star warrior. So this really is a big catch. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and smiled. "If we can capture them, we could at least earn over 100 honor points." Yue rubbed his hands together and smiled. "So I wanted to ask Brother Lu if he is interested. If it were just an ordinary criminal, he wouldn't have contacted Lu Xiaobai. He would have directly informed the security bureau for an intelligence reward. But this big catch is different." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai fell into contemplation as familiar words appeared before his eyes. 2-star mission triggered. Capture an intermediate star warrior criminal with your own hands in a peaceful era. How can we allow such heinousness to prevail? Young man, the heavy responsibility of maintaining world peace can only be entrusted to you. This can trigger a mission. Lu Xiaobai's expression brightened with joyous smile spreading across his face as he instantly made a decision, saying, "Monkey, keep an eye on this criminal gang for me. Brother Lu will mobilize people immediately. This is worth 2-star points. It must be secured." "No problem, but I don't know how long this group will stay. We still need to act as quickly as possible. Let's take action tomorrow." "Tomorrow? That's quite a while." Yui's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Last time it only took a few minutes for the entire Star City to mobilize over a dropped object, but now it would take so long. Lu Xiaobai understood what he was thinking and smiled, saying, "I must ensure everything goes perfectly. The people in Star City are unreliable. They'll bring in people from the Lu family myself." The mayor of Star City is just an intermediate star warrior. Although he is above level 40, he cannot guarantee success against the opponent. If he fails, finding an intermediate star warrior criminal on the ancestral star won't be easy at all. Mobilizing people from the Lu family. Is it really that serious? Yui's expression changed. He knew how formidable the Lu family was. Even a casual elder could sweep across the entire ancestral star. However, he said nothing more, as it was indeed better to be cautious with such major matters. Lu Xiaobai hung up the communication, not rushing to gather people, but first called the mayor of Star City to explain the situation. Intermediate star warrior. Mayor Lu Yuanli's heart jolted, his eyes filled with seriousness as he slowly said, "If that's the case, I can only request support from above. No need, Uncle Lu, I'll gather people myself." Lu Xiaobai shook his head and said, "The procedures of the federal government are too troublesome. By the time they go through layers of approval, that person will have already escaped." Lu Yuanli's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment, as what the other party said was indeed true, leaving him with no way to refute. "Uncle Lu, let's act tomorrow. At that time your people will just assist me." Lu Xiaobai patted his chest confidently, saying, "All right." Lu Yuanlei had no doubts after all the Lu family was behind him, making it easy to deal with an intermediate star warrior. "Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Lu." Lu Xiaobai hung up the phone and then began to look at his contacts, where each name belonged to a notable figure that could shake the world, but most were not on the ancestral star. Who should I look for? His eyes were contemplative. If he were to look for his father, it would surely be resolved, but he had been asking too frequently lately. Perhaps the clan elders would have opinions. In an instant, his expression shifted as if he had thought of something, and he decisively dialed a number. Soon the image of a young man in a white martial arts uniform appeared. His handsome face bore some resemblance to Lu Xiaobai, but there was a hint of arrogance in his brows, exuding a terrifying aura that was suffocating. It was Lu Xiaobai's third brother, Lu Chun, who possessed the SS-level berserker body. "Oh, little brother, why did you suddenly think of calling your brother?" Lu Chun was at the Star Martial Arts Hall, mercilessly beating a humanoid sandbag. Upon seeing his younger brother's call, he stopped his movements. "I was just thinking of you." Lu Xiaobai chuckled, appearing very relaxed and casual. He and Lu Chun were only 3 years apart. When he was younger, he often made mistakes, but Lu Chun would always take the blame for him. If someone provoked him, Lu Chun was always the first to stand up, and whenever Lu Xiaobai had something good, he would be the first to share it, which forged a very deep bond between the two brothers. "Thinking of me? I don't believe it." Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with skepticism. "Really?" Lu Xiaobai said, scratching his nose. "By the way, how's your college life?" "Can't complain." Lu Chun grinned widely, saying, "Now your third brother is the president of the student council." "President? Third brother, you're only a junior, right? Didn't they say you have to be a senior to become president?" "The previous president made that rule. Oh, I beat him up, and then I became the president." Lu Chun wore a smile, as if recounting an extremely ordinary matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's mouth twitched, but this was in line with his third brother's style. "By the way, Xiaobai, I heard from Dad that your body refining technique has reached its peak." "I just reached the peak not long ago." "That's great news," Lu Chun said with a beaming smile. "Just give your all for the star examination. When you come to the school where your third brother is, I'll directly give you the position of president. You can be the boss in your freshman year." That doesn't seem to follow the rules, does it? In the academy, your third brother's word is the rule." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. He had heard that the student council in the academy wielded great power, especially the president, who could arrange the allocation of teaching resources and participate in formulating school rules with authority, surpassing most mentors comparable to the vice principal of the academy. If he could really get into the academy where Lu Chun was, he could indeed walk with confidence. But you don't need to feel pressured. Even if you get into another academy, a word from your third brother can still protect you. Lu Chun, worried that the other party might feel pressured, quickly comforted him. The academy he was in was naturally one of the top 10 star academies. Getting in required a perfect score on the star examination, and based on the other party's current vitality, it would not be an easy feat. Lu Xiaobai smiled and said, "Third brother, what are you talking about? It's just the top 10 academies. I must secure my place. You truly are my little brother." "By the way, third brother." Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly as he asked, "Are your living expenses in college enough?" "My." Lu Chun was slightly taken aback, but he nodded, saying, "Of course it's enough. If it's enough, lend me a little." Lu Chun was stunned, then laughed and cursed. "You little brat, are you out of money? He'll transfer you 500,000 later. Is that all right?" "That's enough. That's more than enough." Lu Xiaobai nodded repeatedly, and then asked, "Third brother, this won't affect your cultivation, will it?" He knew that the higher the level of a star warrior, the more terrifying the resources consumed, especially with Lu Chun's exceptional talent. His demand for resources would far exceed that of other star warriors at the same level. Lu Chun, however, was unconcerned, saying, "No worries, I'll just charge a little more in membership fees later. It's just a matter of a word." Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaobai's expression turned strange in an instant. Was this treating the student council as his own private treasury? At this moment, the other students training in the Xingwu Hall heard this and twitched at the corners of their eyes. They were the ones who had to pay the membership fee. However, although everyone heard it, they all pretended to be deaf, not daring to voice any objections, for otherwise they would be met with an unreasonable beating. The name of the tyrant Lu Chun was not just for show, it was earned through countless battles. "Xiaobai, do you need anything else? No matter what resources, third brother can get them for you. Our academy has plenty of teaching resources. There's no need for that." Lu Chun continued without any reservation. Upon hearing this, those around them were instantly filled with black lines on their foreheads, looking as if they wanted to say something but held back. As the president of the student council, he indeed had the authority to allocate resources within the academy, but it was always meant for the students of the school, not for distribution to family members. This isn't necessary. No need. Lu Xiaobai shook his head. He couldn't absorb stellar energy substances right now, so having resources wouldn't be of much use. But actually, I have a small matter to bring up. Feel free to say it. With our relationship, even if it's not one thing, but 100 things, third brother will take care of it for you. Lu Xiaobai's heart warmed at this, and he wasn't polite, directly saying, third brother, I remember, when you got into university your family sent you an A-class robot, right? Are you talking about Ada? Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly as he smiled, and said, that thing is of no help to me now. I left it gathering dust in the dormitory. Why do you need to use it? Lu Xiaobai nodded. I might encounter a bit of danger, and want to use it for self-defense. Danger? Lu Chen instantly caught the key point. His previously calm gaze turned extremely sharp, and his whole aura became violent. What was even more alarming was that a faint purple-black aura began to emanate from him, exuding a sense of oppression. This was the imposing aura that came with the SS-class battle body. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in the Xingwu Hall changed dramatically. Some even turned pale, trembling, and instinctively distancing themselves from this killing god. How could someone who was smiling one moment suddenly go berserk the next? Lu Chun, however, paid no mind to the situation of those around him, and continued, Xiaobai, which blind fool dares to touch you? Could it be that little brat from the Jin family? Just wait for your third brother. I'm heading to the wormhole jump station right now. Tomorrow I'll come to Zuxing and bury that brat. With a murderous look on his face, Lu Chen urgently prepared to leave the Xingwu Hall. No need, no need. Lu Xiaobai's eyes twitched as he waved his hands repeatedly. I've recently been wanting to catch some criminals to hone my skills, thinking of letting Ada protect me. Hone your skills. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen finally stopped in his tracks and said, will there be danger? Your third brother can personally protect you. No need. Gets just a mid-level Xingwu practitioner, probably only just reached level 30. There's no need to trouble third brother to come in person. If that's the case, Ada should be more than enough to handle him. Lu Chen's worries finally dissipated as he said, I'll send Ada over to you later. Third brother, I love you. Lu Xiaobai chuckled and said, it's a small matter. Lu Chen waved his hand and continued, is there anything else? If not, I'm off to find Feiyu Logistics to send the package. Nothing else, nothing else. Soon the two brothers hung up the communication. Once Ada arrives, everything. Lu Xiaobai lay on the sofa feeling much better. Ada was a precious A-class combat robot, and was also a customized version. Its strength was sufficient to easily overpower high-level Xingwu practitioners above level 50, so dealing with a mid-level Xingwu practitioner would naturally be a piece of cake. He was extremely cautious about his life. Now he wasn't dealing with students, but rather with heinous criminals, so he had to ensure everything was foolproof. He didn't want to fail the mission and end up paying with his life. By the way, I forgot to tell third brother about the charging. I can't afford it. He thought of this and quickly sent a message to Lu Chun and only relaxed after receiving a positive reply from him. The combat power of the A-class robot was terrifying, but it required a special and expensive energy source. Each full charge cost at least 1 million alliance coins. He couldn't afford it even if he sold himself. Just wait for tomorrow. Lu Xiaobai chuckled and looked at the bright sunshine outside, but instead of going out, he turned around and entered the virtual space. He wanted to level up Mysterious Hand as soon as possible, and practicing with real people was undoubtedly. A day passed, and Lu Xiaobai experienced hundreds of battles, casting Mysterious Hand over 1,000 times. This made him increasingly adept at using Mysterious Hand. Although he didn't successfully level up to level 3, he had a feeling that he was close. It must be said that he indeed had a talent for this special skill. However, great gains often come with great costs. His fame gradually spread, and many people learned about a freak in the virtual space who could only touch without fighting. But this was a matter concerning Jin family Jin Xian and had nothing to do with Lu Xiaobai. The next day, Lu Xiaobai just woke up to receive a message from the Universal Station. Feiyu Logistics is indeed fast. He went through 2 cycles of Lu's body refinement technique, hurriedly piloted his flying vehicle straight to the station. In just 10 minutes, Lu Xiaobai returned home, and behind him was a burly man standing 3 meters tall with a cold expression, wearing a martial arts uniform that couldn't conceal his explosive muscles. This was the A-class combat robot Ada, which was initially used to protect Lu Chun. Ada, today's task is up to you. Lu Xiaobai chuckled, satisfaction evident in his eyes. Ada was even considered exceptionally powerful among A-class robots, having been purchased for 50 million alliance coins, far beyond what an ordinary person could afford. Moreover, it also required charging after each battle, which was a significant expense. I will follow the master's orders. Ada knelt on one knee, a cold smile appearing on his face. Lu Xiaobai nodded and took Ada out the door, heading straight to the place agreed upon with Yue. Half an hour later, little Lu, you're here. Lu Yuanlei had been waiting, as the threat posed by a mid-level Xingwu practitioner was too great. If they failed to control the opponent immediately, it could lead to terrifying consequences. Lu Xiaobai nodded and pointed at Ada behind him. Uncle Lu, just leave everything to him. A robot. Brother Lu, is this reliable? Yue glanced at Ada and immediately recognized his identity. After all, although it looked indistinguishable from a human, its eyes occasionally flashed with red light, clearly indicating it was a type of intelligent machine. A-class robot. Lu Yuanli's expression shifted. Then he explained to Yue, little Wei, don't underestimate it. If this robot goes all out, it could destroy the entire Xinguang city in less than a day. Because of Lu Xiaobai, he was also very friendly towards Yue. This is utterly insane. Yue's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the burly Ada up. He had previously visited specialty stores selling intelligent machinery. Yet the most advanced combat robot available, there was merely Class C, and even that was a low-tier model barely capable of subduing star cultivators ranked at level 10 or below. This robot, standing toe-to-toe with elite star cultivators, had shattered his entire worldview. Uncle Lu is absolutely right. Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly, then added, by the way, have the civilians near the suspect been evacuated? We notified residents at dawn via mechanical insects, guiding them to withdraw discreetly. Lu Yuanlei replied with a grin. Xiao Lu, go ahead. Unleash your full potential. Lu Xiaobai nodded, then spoke coolly. Ada, subdue the strongest star cultivator inside. He had not ordered Ada to kill the man. His mission demanded a live arrest, meaning the target must be captured intact. Ada's eyes flared crimson. Then he vanished from sight in an instant. Terrifying. He just broke the sound barrier. Lu Yuanlei, possessing formidable martial cultivation, could barely track Ada's fleeting silhouette, his heart swelling with envy. After decades of arduous cultivation, his combat prowess still fell short of a machine's. Yet it was precisely humanity's awe-inspiring technological might that enabled its relentless expansion across the stars. Without such power, even conquered planets would remain ungovernable, lacking enough elite cultivators to garrison them. Mayor, shall we wait here? At that moment, a gaunt man in a trench coat approached. Xiao Lu, what's the plan? Any instructions? The mayor's gaze shifted toward Lu Xiaobai. After all, their role in this operation was purely auxiliary. He was the true vanguard. Lu Xiaobai shrugged candidly. Uncle Lu, you're free to act as you wish. Frankly, I'm terrified of dying. So until the suspect is gravely wounded, I won't step anywhere near him. A beat of silence followed. Those nearby exchanged awkward glances. Was he really that blunt? Ignoring them entirely, Lu Xiaobai tapped his neural interface wristband. Instantly, his vision shifted. Buildings rushed past beneath him in dizzying succession. Shrill, deafening whines screamed past his ears, a visceral testament to his blistering speed. This was Ada's field of view. Though Lu Xiaobai could not directly control Ada in battle, he could perceive everything the robot saw and heard. An immersive second-hand combat experience. At that very instant, atop a weathered high-rise, a scarred man clad in coarse cloth stepped to the window, instinctively sensing something amiss. Just minutes earlier, he'd watched people exit the residential complex gate, but 10 minutes had passed, and not a single soul remained in sight. Something was deeply wrong. No, something's off. Trouble's coming. His brow furrowed tightly as he reached his conclusion. Chief, you're overthinking it again. A subordinate chuckled deferentially behind him. With your strength, even the mayor wouldn't stand a chance. What danger could possibly arise? Better safe than sorry. The scarred man remained unrelenting. And Z, go outside and scout the situation. The man inwardly sighed at his chief's excessive suspicion, but dared not protest. Turning, he opened the door to investigate. In that split second, he shrieked. A human arrow launched backward, slamming into the concrete wall with bone-jarring force, leaving behind a human-shaped crater. Who's there? The scarred man instantly sensed the intrusion. His gaze turned razor-sharp toward the source. Meanwhile, other criminals lounging in the living room sprang to their feet, alert and wary, all staring toward the doorway, where a towering three-meter figure stood motionless. His face was impassive, his cold eyes fixed silently upon them. It was A-class combat robot Ada. Who are you? The scarred man's expression hardened. He dared not relax for an instant. This man radiated overwhelming peril. Ada remained silent, yet its optical sensors pierced through the man's smart face mask, revealing his true features and instantly retrieving his identity. Wanted criminal Class B Zhao Li. Criminal record member of the wealthy Star Pirate Gang, over 30 confirmed offenses, more than 100 star cultivators slain, eluded over 10 million alliance credits. My. Zhao Li remained unaware his cover was blown, but the chilling aura emanating from Ada sent shivers down his spine. As a mid-tier star cultivator, he knew such oppressive presence could only belong to a high-tier star cultivator. Or worse. Brother, no need to rush. Zhao Li sought to stall, to buy time for escape. Before him, Ada stood unmoving, yet a young boy's voice issued calmly from its mouth. Since you called me brother, no further words needed. Here's a super-annihilating beam on the house. Zhao Li froze. Then his face contorted in horror. Ada's shirt tore open, revealing a black humming cannon barrel embedded in his chest, crackling with sapphire light and exuding pure annihilation. Boom. A torrent of catastrophic energy erupted, blinding, searing. Zhao Li unleashed his stellar energy, activating his star technique, swallow step midair, desperate to vault clear. But the beam moved faster still. His body had barely left the ground before it pierced clean through his abdomen. The beam did not dissipate. It carved straight through the entire building, vanishing skyward in a blazing column. You're an A-class robot. Cold sweat drenched Zhao Li's face, pain twisting his features. Huh, you're still alive. Impressive, for a mid-tier star cultivator. A boy's voice echoed once more from Ada's mouth. Dare to defy me? Zhao Li's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he spat. I'm a scout for the wealthy star pirate gang. If you kill me, they'll hunt you to the ends of the galaxy. He knew the boy was the operator behind the machine and hoped to leverage that knowledge to bargain for his life. Wealthy star pirate gang. What obscure minor faction is that? Never heard of it. Lu Xiaobai's voice drifted in calm and detached. Ada beat him until he can't lift a finger. In that instant, Ada surged forward, vanishing and reappearing before Zhao Li in a blur of motion. Simultaneously, his right arm transformed into a massive frost-edged cleaver shimmering with faint cerulean light. Zhao Li's expression twisted. Stellar energy flared as he activated his star technique, Silver Hand. His right hand gleamed pure silver, raised instinctively to block. Boom. Empowered by his technique, Zhao Li barely deflected Ada's lethal strike. Just as he drew breath to recover, Ada's eyes ignited crimson, firing twin, searing laser beams. Zhao Li had no time to react. The lasers punched straight through his chest, hurling his body backwards several meters with devastating force. Yue. Terror flooded his mind. This machine wasn't just armed. It was a walking arsenal, a slaughter incarnate. Against it, he stood utterly powerless. He had to think, fast, or die here right now. His gaze snapped to the other criminals huddled inside. Hold it off for just a moment. I can take it down. They didn't hesitate. They charged the doorway en masse. They weren't fools. Their boss was clearly outmatched. No hidden trump card remained. Survival meant running, immediately. Boss, we live by betraying brothers. Best of luck. And Z tossed over his shoulder, and as he fled, even thoughtfully shut the door behind him. A pack of curs. Once I escape, I'll carve you into 1,000 pieces. Zhao Li glared at the fleeing figures, his face twisting with fury. Though these men were merely temporary recruits, he had treated them fairly. Yet in this moment, every one of them had chosen betrayal. He failed to recall, however, that just moments earlier he himself had intended to sacrifice their lives to buy himself time. Indeed, what kind of master breeds what kind of underlings? With a thunderous roar to burst forth another searing beam of energy, shattering Zhao Li's left arm and inflicting grievous new wounds. Huff, huff, huff. Blood drenched Zhao Li's entire body, rendering him a ghastly sight. He knew full well that facing this killing machine offered no hope of victory. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the massive breach in the wall and leapt headlong from the towering skyscraper. As a mid-tier stellar martial artist, he could not fly, but his star technique, swallow soaring steps, granted him brief aerial suspension, sparing him from certain death upon impact. At that very instant, 2 obsidian steel wings erupted from Da's back, and his form vanished. When he reappeared, he hovered directly above Zhao Li. Advanced stellar martial artists possessed innate flight, and a being of equal rank wielded the same ability. Otherwise, he would never have stood a chance against such adversaries. Zhao Li sensed a terrifying aura of slaughter in an instant, his eyes flickering with raw dread. Above him, Da's hands morphed into twin colossal black hammers, hurtling downward with devastating force toward his skull. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Li plummeted like a meteor, crashing violently into the ground and sending up a vast plume of dust, his fate hanging in brutal uncertainty. Could he be dead? Lu Xiaobai's voice cut through the silence. His mission was to capture Zhao Li alive. If the man had perished, he had no idea whether his objective remained achievable. Master need not worry. Da's voice resonated calmly as his eyes flared with luminous intensity, piercing through the swirling dust to scan the crater below. Within his visual feed, stark data scrolled Target Vitality 5. Lu Xiaobai saw the same reading and exhaled softly in relief. Though only an approximation, it confirmed Zhao Li still drew breath. What? At that moment, Lu Xiaobai's expression froze, astonishment flashing across his gaze. Zhao Li's vitality was surging rapidly, climbing within seconds to 100. Yet it did not stop there. It surged onward, soaring past all precedent to 1,000. Target has grown stronger. Da's optical sensors were incessantly analyzing combat metrics until final data crystallized target vitality level 50, equivalent to an advanced stellar martial artist. By now the dust had fully settled, revealing a deep, sizable crater. At its center, Zhao Li stood restored. Yet his human head was gone, replaced by a grotesque, enormous insectoid cranium. Black chitinous scales rippled across his skin, lending him an utterly unnatural, horrifying aspect. The Xingqiong clan. Lu Xiaobai recoiled, voice sharp with alarm. At his words, Mayor Lu Yuanlei and the others paled, instantly blurting in unison, "What's happening?" The criminal ringleader Zhao Li is no longer human. He's been parasitized by the Xingqiong clan. As he spoke, Lu Xiaobai projected live imagery onto every screen, exposing to all present the monstrous insect-headed figure. It is the Xingqiong clan, and worse, a battle-hardened demon insect. Mayor Lu Yuanlei's face drained of color, yet he forced composure and barked orders. "Old Zhang, summon the Star Garrison forces immediately." Star Garrison units were stationed on every inhabited world. Elite warriors deployed exclusively against extreme threats, apex-level fugitives, or Xingqiong incursions. Clearly, this Xingqiong manifestation far exceeded the Safety Bureau's jurisdiction. "Xiao Lu, can you handle it?" A shadow of dread crossed Lu Yuanlei's eyes. Should this creature unleash its slaughter unchecked, the city of Xingguang would drown in rivers of blood. Silently, he lamented he'd thought a mid-tier stellar martial artist criminal rare enough. Yet now a Xingqiong rivaling an advanced-tier warrior had emerged. Could Xingguang City truly harbor some legendary artifact? Just as Lu Xiaobai prepared to respond, the parasitic Xingqiong let loose a feral shrieking cry, and in the space of a single blink it materialized before Da. Its scaled right palm shot forward, its palm erupting with a razor-sharp needle-like spike aimed squarely at Da's chest, the location of his power core. Having waged war against humanity for over a century, the Xingqiong clan knew precisely where such combat machines were most vulnerable. A shrill grating sound tore through the air. The instant the spike pierced Da's chest, a jagged wound bloomed, revealing the faint pulsing silhouette of his core beneath. Disaster. Lu Yuanlei watched the projection, his heart sinking like stone. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Director Wang, prepare to move out with me." Within Xingguang City's federal government, only Lu Yuanlei and the Safety Bureau director held mid-tier stellar martial artist ranks. With catastrophe imminent, they alone bore the duty to step forward. "Uncle Lu, no need to rush." Seeing Lu Yuanlei prepare to charge into certain death, Lu Xiaobai's gaze softened, touched by quiet reverence. Against this demon insect, a mid-tier martial artist stood little chance of survival. To advance nonetheless was to embrace martyrdom without hesitation. "Xiao Lu, do you have another way?" Hope flickered in Lu Yuanlei's eyes at Lu Xiaobai's words. After all, no one willingly walked toward death unless all other paths had vanished. Da is no mass-produced standard unit. He was personally forged by the Lu clan elders. His combat prowess surpasses even elite advanced-tier stellar martial artists. A serene smile touched Lu Xiaobai's lips as he issued his command, "Da. Activate overload mode." Instantly, Da's optics blazed crimson. A deafening, grinding roar erupted from within his frame, and his already imposing form swelled further, expanding to 5 meters tall, transforming him into a true colossus. The demon insect stared, its compound eyes blinking in bewildered confusion. It could not comprehend how this war machine, already critically damaged, had not only survived but surged in power. Da's arms transformed into titanic blades, slicing downward with lethal precision. Black scales shattered under the blow, and viscous pale yellow cerebral matter exploded outward in a grisly spectacle. The demon insect shrieked in agony, its face contorted in pain. Without pause, translucent membranous wings unfurled from its back, and it wheeled away, desperate to flee. Da watched its retreating form, then opened his maw wide, a torrent of volatile energy coalescing within. In that heartbeat, a searing crimson energy beam erupted from his throat, engulfing the demon insect entirely. Its wails rose in pitch, and terror overwhelmed by the sheer unbearable ferocity of the assault. Da's optics pulsed with crimson light, until the vital signs display registered target vitality 5. Only then did he deliberately cease the barrage, remembering Lu Xiaobai's explicit order, leave the target alive. At this moment, as the light faded, the magic insect collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, its scales mostly shattered, and its body drenched in blood, clearly gravely injured. It seems to be taken care of. Lu Xiaobai recalled the characteristics of the magic insect and confirmed that it had no means of survival before piloting his flying device to approach the battlefield. Seeing this, Lu Yuanlei quickly called for everyone from the security bureau to follow him. Soon they arrived at the battlefield strewn with ruins, secretly marveling at the terrifying strength of Ada. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai spotted the magic insect lying on the ground groaning and couldn't help but feel delighted as he hurried over. Lu Xiao, be careful. A member of the security bureau stepped forward repeatedly, holding a pair of handcuffs ready to restrain the magic insect. Let me do it. However, Lu Xiaobai quickly stopped him, intending to restrain it himself. His task had not yet received a completion prompt, and such matters could not be left to others. The man hesitated for a moment, but seeing the mayor nod, he handed the handcuffs over. Lu Xiaobai took the handcuffs and approached the magic insect, showing no curiosity in his eyes, as the laboratory on his home star had imprisoned many star insects aiming to study their blood to create new potions. He had naturally seen many since childhood. Given your strength, you could have roamed freely on your ancestral star, but unfortunately you encountered a genius like Lu Gu, so you can only say your luck is bad. Lu Xiaobai chuckled as he completely restrained the magic insect with the handcuffs. These were not ordinary handcuffs, but made of special materials that could seal the star energy within the star insect's body, rendering it utterly incapable of resistance. At that moment, invisible words appeared before his eyes. 2-star task, capture intermediate star warrior criminal, completed, reward star points 2. He. Lu Xiaobai's face was beaming with joy, and his mood instantly lifted. Although Ada's energy was about to be depleted, earning 2 star points made the mere million alliance coins insignificant. Uncle Lu, the rest is up to you. Just as Lu Xiaobai was about to leave, his expression shifted slightly as he gazed toward the horizon. The others sensed something as well and turned their gazes. They saw a shadow appearing in the sky, rapidly growing larger, clearly approaching at high speed. In no time, a small battleship broke through the air, appearing before them. It's actually an A-class battleship. Our Xinguang city has such a level of battleship. The crowd around was stunned, their hearts shaking, and they exclaimed in disbelief. What's so surprising about this? Yue, however, was somewhat dissatisfied and muttered, my Lu Gu even has an A-class flying device. Lu Xiaobai nudged him, explaining, it's not the same category. This thing is worth 10 times more than mine. Huh, no way. Yu Wei's mouth dropped open in shock. My flame flying device is not combat technology, it's just a means of transportation without any technological weapons equivalent to the difference between an ancient supercar and a tank. Nowadays, human technology is graded as A, B, C, and D, corresponding to high, medium, low, and in turn star warriors respectively. For instance, Ada is an A-class robot capable of dealing with high-level star warriors, while the C-class laser gun he previously showcased could handle low-level star warriors below level 30. Although his flame-flying device is A-class, it differs from combat technology grading and lacks combat power. Its high cost is merely due to its flashy appearance. Is that so? Yue quickly grasped the concept and muttered, so this thing is even more expensive than Ada. Lu Xiaobai nodded and smiled, saying, the cost of a battleship is way too high, and it's not something Ada can compare to. However, there are benefits to its expense. This thing, besides dealing with high-level star warriors, can also navigate through the starry sky. Upon hearing this, Yu Wei's expression instantly shifted, his eyes filled with longing. Just then, a man dressed in dark golden clothing stepped out from the battleship. He stood in the air, his gaze imposing, exuding an extremely powerful aura. It's the Star Suppression Army. The crowd, seeing the dark golden uniform, gasped in surprise, their eyes filled with respect. The star insect tribe has been subdued. The man's gaze sharpened as he immediately noticed the magic insect sprawled on the ground, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. This small city actually had someone capable of dealing with a level 50 magic insect. Who is the mayor? I am the mayor of Xinguang City, Lu Yuanlei. Lu Yuanlei stepped forward, his eyes filled with respect. The Star Suppression Army does not need to take orders from any local federal government, and even the Star Master of the planet cannot command them to do anything. Their status is naturally extremely transcendent. The man's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he spoke. You dealt with the magic insect. No, you are just an intermediate star warrior. Cough, cough. Lu Yuanlei cleared his throat, a hint of awkwardness in his eyes. It was me. Lu Xiaobai stepped forward with a smile. You? The man's expression shifted slightly as he unleashed a terrifying aura, saying, Kid, you are just an intern star warrior below level 10. How could you kill a magic insect? Are you kidding me? Lu Xiaobai remained calm, showing no change in expression despite the man's aura. After all, he had seen too many strong warriors. While this person seemed decent, he might not even surpass Ada in overload mode. Who are you? The man saw that Lu Xiaobai remained unfazed and withdrew his aura, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lu Xiaobai said nonchalantly, Lu family Lu Xiaobai, my father is the human counselor Lu Xingtian. Just that simple sentence revealed his entire identity and background. The man was taken aback, his expression softening, losing its coldness, even showing a trace of respect. Of course, his respect was not for Lu Xiaobai, but for the countless ancestors of the Lu family and their contributions to humanity. Every top force among humans enjoys a supreme status with access to vast resources that others cannot imagine. Yet no one can deny that these were won through the blood and battles of their ancestors. So you are from the direct line of the Lu family. But how could you kill a magic insect across so many levels? The man couldn't help but feel a bit lost. Have I fallen behind the times? Have human geniuses developed to this extent? Well, currently that's not possible. Lu Xiaobai rubbed his nose. Although he had the intention to boast, he was still over 40 levels apart from the magic bug, and no matter how talented he was, it was impossible to deal with it. He pointed to it, and not far away, huh? The man's expression shifted slightly as he scrutinized Ada. Since Ada's energy was about to deplete, and he was not in a combat state, he naturally exhibited no signs of strength. However, as the man observed carefully, he quickly recognized that the other party was in a class combat robot, and a custom-made one at that. No wonder. The man understood, a smile appearing on his face as he said earnestly, Thanks to you, Lu family scion, I, CFO, on behalf of the Star Guard Army, express my gratitude to you. He was some distance away from Starlight City, and even traveling by battleship, it still took a considerable amount of time. Without Lu Xiaobai, Starlight City would undoubtedly face a catastrophe, which naturally filled him with gratitude. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand humbly, saying, Uncle Xie, you flatter me. This is what we Star Warriors ought to do. Upon hearing this, the smile in Xie Feng's eyes deepened, filled with admiration as he remarked, as expected of a member of the Lu family. Lu Xiaobai chuckled and continued, Uncle Xie, although the magic bug has been dealt with, the crisis has not been averted. Logically, the Starbug clan cannot act alone. There will likely be more than just this one magic bug in Starlight City. At these words, Lu Yuanli's expression changed dramatically, secretly cursing, What is the Starbug clan doing sneaking into this small city? They must be out of their minds. Exactly. Xiefeng nodded, muttering to himself, This ancestral star is desolate. The Starbug clan shouldn't be here. They probably have some special purpose in mind. It seems a major cleanup operation is in order soon. Thinking of this made him somewhat impatient, a faint glimmer of killing intent radiating from his eyes. He seemed disinclined to stay longer as he slightly clenched his right hand, causing the subdued magic bug not far away to float up into the air. Now that the matter is resolved, I will take my leave. Xiefeng glanced at Lu Xiaobai with a smile, saying, As for your reward, our Starguard army will discuss it, and the federal government of the city will pass it on to you afterward. Now it was no longer just a simple criminal case, but one involving the Starbug clan, which naturally had to be handled by the Starguard army. Lu Xiaobai politely said, Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Xie. This is what you deserve. As Xiefeng was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and handed Lu Xiaobai a business card, saying, This is my contact information. Although based on your status, you shouldn't encounter trouble. If you do have any issues, you can come to find me. Consider this my personal reward for you, Xiefeng. He was worried that due to this magic bug, the Starbug clan hiding on the ancestral star might retaliate against him. Lu Xiaobai smiled and said, Thank you, Uncle Xie. Why does that sound so strange? Xiefeng raised an eyebrow, then waved his hand and stepped onto the battleship with the magic bug's corpse. Another small gain. Lu Xiaobai held the business card, recording the number on his chip watch. Although his contacts were mostly relatives from the Lu family, most were not on the ancestral star. If trouble did arise, they would not be as quick to respond as Xiefeng. Moreover, who would complain about having more support? Uncle Lu, I'll take my leave as well. Lu Xiaobai looked at Lu Yuanlei and said with a smile, I'll leave the cleanup here to you. No problem. Lu Yuanlei casually replied. Although it seemed that many buildings had been destroyed, in reality, it wouldn't cost much since these tasks were all done by robots nowadays. In this era, the expensive items were no longer houses or cars, but various resources used by Star Warriors. Monkey, I'll take my leave now. Lu Xiaobai greeted them, took a da, and boarded the flying device, quickly leaving the area. Yue's home was nearby, and he could just walk back later, so there was no need for him to be sent home. Yet another 2 starlight points. Lu Xiaobai sat in the flying device, secretly calculating. After a moment, he applied it to Lu family body refinement method, successfully upgrading it to LV4. This was something that countless side family members of the Lu family needed years, even over a decade, to reach. If his father found out, he would probably jump up on the spot. After all, he had only obtained the Lu family body refinement method a week ago, and had jumped 3 levels in one go. Such speed was truly astonishing. It must be noted that this was not some basic body refinement method, but one of the top-tier body refinement methods for humanity. How could it be so easy to upgrade? I won't tell my dad for now, or I'll find a suitable time to show off. Lu Xiaobai chuckled, and then mused, I wonder what the effects of the LV4 Lu family body refinement method are. He had expectations in his heart, but he would only find out after doing 2 body refinement cycles tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the vast starry sky, there was an uninhabited, abandoned small planet. In the human star domain, such planets were countless. Even humans could not possibly account for all of them, as these planets held no value. However, because these abandoned planets were neglected, they had become temporary residences for numerous criminals. On this abandoned planet, the rich pirate group was temporarily residing. A towering steel castle stood there, surrounded by swirling sand and wind, yet it did not budge an inch. This was a mobile dwelling developed by humans, capable of being folded up and stored at any time, akin to a tent from the past. It could be considered an essential item for starry exploration. Of course, this item was quite expensive and required charging. It could not serve as a long-term residence. At this moment inside the castle, the temperature was pleasant, with clusters of vibrant flowers and plants growing, resembling a paradise unaffected by the outside cold of over 100 degrees below zero. Dozens of people were seated in the spacious hall, each holding a cup of coffee, appearing to enjoy themselves immensely. Their gazes were all fixed on the virtual screen before them, which displayed a heavily injured magic bug, a shocking image from the ancestral star not long ago. Zhao Li has actually been controlled by the Starbug clan. A kindly, plump man frowned slightly, then cast a meaningful glance at the others, saying, Boss, don't look at us that way, and none of us have been parasitized by the Starbug clan. Yeah, I suspect Zhao Li was parasitized on the ancestral star. We've all never been there. The crowd hurriedly explained. Although they were a group of space pirates, they did not want to be associated with the Starbugs, as this would bring the stigma of betraying humanity. Of course, their original reputation was not much better. Everyone check your blood. However, Wang Fuguei did not easily trust everyone. He took out a dagger and cut his own finger, letting his blood drip. A white robot stepped forward to collect his blood, and the others, seeing this, did not hesitate to cut their own fingers and submit their blood to the robot. After a while, the test results for everyone's blood came out, all showing human, with no signs of parasitism by the Star Insect clan. This method, however, was not 100% reliable. After all, if the parasitism of the Star Insect clan could be easily detected, they would not be able to infiltrate human-inhabited planets. Nevertheless, Wang Fuguei had no better options at the moment and could only perform a preliminary screening. Let's talk about Zhao Li first. Wang Fuguei rubbed his forehead and glanced at the tall, thin man beside him. Musher, what do you think? The federal government knows that Zhao Li is a scout for my Fuguei Star Thief group. Now that he has become a demon insect, the federal government will surely think that our group is made up entirely of the Star Insect clan, and they will send Star Warriors to eliminate us. The tall, thin man sighed and said, we can't stay on this planet any longer. Let's evacuate first. Old Mu is right. Agreed. Everyone nodded in agreement, with no one dissenting. Although they often faced purges from the federal government, they were not significant enough to attract much attention, as they were merely an inconspicuous small group of star thieves in the vast cosmos, far inferior to those 4 SS-level star thief groups. However, if they were part of the Star Insect clan, the level of attention would be completely different. Perhaps top Star Warriors would be dispatched to deal with them. But before that, should we take care of this kid? A heavily tattooed man's eyes moved slightly, and he spoke viciously. Zhao Li has already reported the name of my Fuguei Star Thief group, and he was ignored. If it weren't for his insistence on using deadly force, Zhao Li's incident might not have been exposed. The people beside him echoed, I agree. Although my Fuguei Star Thief group is small, how dare a mere native of the ancestral star ignore us? If this gets out, how will we continue to survive in this star sea? Seeing that someone agreed, the tattooed man nodded. We should at least let others know that provoking the Fuguei Star Thief group is tantamount to squeezing a soft persimmon. Musher shot a glance at the man derisively, completing his thought. Musher, what do you mean? Fool, he is a direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Xiaobai. With Mu Shi's words, everyone's murderous intent was instantly extinguished. The crowd fell silent at once. After a while, the tattooed man turned pale, incredulously asking Mu Shi, "Is your information accurate? You can check it online yourself." Mu Shi's expression was indifferent as he said, "Before making a decision in the future, please do not be so impulsive. It's fine if you die, but don't drag the entire group down with you." No one dared to refute, as becoming a universally hunted star thief might not necessarily result in life-threatening danger. Even if suspected of being part of the star insect clan, there was still a chance for survival. But if they truly dared to lay hands on Lu Xiaobai, they would definitely meet their end. Alright, let's leave this place. Forget everything that was just said, and no one is allowed to spread it. Wang Fugui's eyes were filled with warning. Not to mention taking action against Lu Xiaobai, even the thought of it being leaked would bring them great misfortune. Yes, Captain. Everyone nodded and became obedient. Soon they packed up the mobile castle, boarded their warship, and swiftly departed from the desolate planet. Half a month rushed by. Although the demon insect incident occurred in Starlight City, it quickly calmed down and did not cause any further waves. However, beneath this calm, dark currents were stirring as the Ancestor Star's star-suppressing army conducted secret operations leading to a major sweep. Ultimately, they indeed found 3 demon insects, promptly exterminating them without causing panic in the human world. During this time, Lu Xiaobai was also living in great peace. Every day, he practiced body-refining techniques while also urgently catching up on theoretical knowledge he hadn't memorized before. At this moment, he was in the classroom studying on his own when he suddenly received a message from the mayor. "Uncle Lu, has the reward been issued? It just arrived this morning. You've been given 1,000 glory points and 2 million alliance coins. Should I transfer it directly to your account? Is this my personal reward? What about Monkey, a Yui's share?" Lu Xiaobai asked. Although Yue did not provide combat support, he gave the most crucial information, otherwise no one would have been able to find that demon insect. If the federal government did not grant him a reward, he would naturally have to share a portion from his own reward. Lu Yuanlei smiled. "This is solely for you. As for Yue's share, it has been transferred to his account by the director of the Security Bureau." Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly, just in time to see Yue grinning widely, so he didn't ask more questions. Soon his alliance coins and glory points were successfully credited. If it were just for killing a single demon insect, the reward would not be this generous. The main reason was that this incident led the star-suppressing army to successfully find 3 demon insects, and part of the credit would naturally be attributed to both of them. The money's in. I'll fill up Ada's energy later. Lu Xiaobai had only charged 20% of the energy before due to a lack of funds, but now that he had money, he could spend it. After all, he had been worried about the star insect clan's retaliation. "Brother Lu, I'm going to get rich." Yue approached with an air of detachment, grinning ear to ear. "Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner." In the past, it was always Lu Xiaobai treating him, but now that he had money, he was naturally generous. That's a whole 500,000 alliance coins. He had never seen so much money in his life. It's a pity he was about to face the star examination. If he could have received such startup capital in his first year of high school, he could at least get into a third-rate star academy. "You're quite generous, huh?" Lu Xiaobai shook his head with a smile and continued, "But you know I'm never stingy when it comes to meals. You'd better splurge tonight. Bro, leave me a little bit, at least enough to support my family." Yue quickly made a pleading gesture. In his past perspective, he would think about how much he could eat, but having followed Lu Xiaobai, he had seen quite a bit of the world. For some, this 500,000 was just enough for a meal. Supporting a family already. You're thinking quite far ahead. Lu Xiaobai teased him with a laugh. Hee. Yue scratched his head and smiled, then said, "Speaking of which, it's still thanks to that demon insect, but I really didn't expect the Star Insect clan to show up. Our ancestral star isn't even near the border battlefield. It's really strange." "What's strange about that?" Lu Xiaobai shook his head and explained, "The cosmos is vast. Even with human technology, it's impossible to guard every corner. Although the Star Insect clan's main force cannot infiltrate human star territories, small star insect units can enter easily." As the human representative, his father naturally knew about major events concerning all of humanity, and he also happened to be aware of some. In fact, many life planets had experienced invasions from the Star Insect clan, which was not a rare occurrence, but would be swiftly suppressed by the star-suppressing army. He even remembered that when he was 8 years old, the Lu family's main star had encountered an invasion from the Star Insect clan, and it was a particularly powerful one. However, the Lu ancestor happened to be on the planet at the time and directly treated that group of star insects as wild dogs, kicking them to death with a single blow. Is the human star domain really this dangerous? Yue swallowed, not expecting the emergence of the Star Insect clan to be such a common occurrence. Does this mean that he might encounter the star insect clan in the future? At that moment, Lu Xiaobai's words caused his expression to change dramatically. By the way, monkey, let me remind you to be cautious lately. Although the Star Suppression Army has killed 3 magic insects, I have a feeling that the Star Insect Clan is still on the ancestral star. Upon hearing this, Yu Wei's face turned pale with fear. Lu Gu, it can't be. The Star Suppression Army hasn't found them. The Star Insect Clan is exceptionally skilled at disguise, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to silently evade the planetary defense system of the ancestral star. It is only natural that the Star Suppression Army cannot find them. Moreover, the Star Insect Clan operates in squads. A single Star Insect squad cannot consist of just 4 magic insects. Lu Xiaobai, being from the direct lineage of the Lu family, naturally knew more than an ordinary person. Then that would be disastrous. Yu Wei's complexion turned pale as he said, "If the mayor can't handle them, wouldn't I be doomed? But you don't have to worry too much. The Star Insect Clan has a purpose for coming to the ancestral star. They wouldn't expose themselves just to kill you. Even I don't have that much charm." Lu Xiaobai shrugged, appearing quite calm. Although he was from the Lu family's direct lineage, no one would want to kill him. Even the enemies of the Lu family would not take action against him, as he was simply too weak. Killing him would have no impact on the Lu family's strength, and being the youngest direct descendant, even the Lu ancestor dotes on him greatly. If anything were to happen to him, it would only provoke a frenzied retaliation from the entire Lu family. Sometimes my weakness is indeed my reason. However, despite normal logic being like this, he still brought Ada to school, just in case that group of star insects went insane. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Hearing this, Yu Wei felt a weight lift off his heart. He had no background, no talent, and no morals, a true 3-no youth. Those star insects probably wouldn't be insane enough to seek revenge. By the way, Lu Gu, we have a vitality test this afternoon. You've improved a lot this past month, right? Suddenly, he thought of something, and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. Can you tell? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and replied, "It's a feeling, a kind of feeling." Yu Wei scratched his head and said, "I just feel like you, Lu Gu, have completely transformed. You have an indescribable aura about you." Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly, knowing that this was due to his foundation refining method reaching its maximum level. He was constantly absorbing cosmic star energy, establishing an invisible connection with the cosmic void, naturally exuding a special aura. Students gather at the Star Martial Arts Hall. At this moment, Duan stood up, calling the students to prepare for Star Martial class. He had always been extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone. However, because of Lu Xiaobai, he gradually tempered his arrogance. After all, what if someone in the class was hiding their true identity? That would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, everyone left the classroom, most with excited expressions, discussing among themselves. Today we have to test our vitality level. I wonder how much I've improved recently. I've been hitting my magic core 100 times a day. Oh, I feel like my strength has undergone a qualitative change. Today is bound to be extraordinary. Is this a human training method? It's a folk remedy my villagers told me about, said to be an ancient secret method. I know it's difficult, but it's my task every day. Lu Xiaobai looked at the boy, his admiration nearly overflowing. He had encountered a true tough guy. Many people already knew that they had no hope of getting into a school, and their families were desperately searching for ancient remedies, but the problem was that this guy's remedy was too bizarre. 5 minutes later, everyone gathered in the Star Martial Arts Hall. As usual, today we will check your vitality strength for the month. Nangong Ling's expression was indifferent, with no hint of expectation in her eyes. The class she taught was thoroughly ordinary with basic talent. She had a rough estimate of their vitality levels each month, so there was no need for testing. Duan, you go first. Duan had long anticipated this. Taking a deep breath, he approached the testing device that hung a massive sandbag. This equipment was identical to the one in the virtual space, or rather the latter was modeled after the real device. Boom. Duan inhaled, clenched his right fist, and struck out fiercely, causing the gauge to instantly display a number 340 kilograms. Duan is strong. This strength is almost close to level 4 vitality, right? Everyone's expressions changed in an instant, unable to contain their exclamations. Although Duan was extremely arrogant, it must be said that his strength truly warranted his confidence in this class. Duan maintained a calm demeanor as he proceeded to test the next item. Speed 10. 1 meter second. My. Duan frowned slightly, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. This was the same as his score last month. Soon he tested his reaction speed, but his performance was even poorer, and he quickly ended the test due to errors. Finally, his vitality score was displayed 3.7. It only increased by 0.2. Duan sighed, shaking his head. He had consumed quite a few nutrients last month and his body refinement method was at level 3, yet he only saw such a small increase. The speed of improvement was just too slow. But there was nothing to be done. The higher the vitality level, the greater the difficulty of improvement. Next person. Nangong Ling shook her head, her eyes also reflecting a bit of disappointment. Based on this progress, An's hopes of getting into a top-tier school were even more bleak, but at least he could secure a spot in a second-tier school, which was already quite good. Soon everyone took turns coming up to test their vitality levels. For them, there weren't many opportunities for testing as the value of this equipment was not low and ordinary families could not afford it. As for the star martial arts halls in society, they also required payment. Vitality level 3. 3. Vitality level 3. 1. As one person after another stepped up for testing, the displayed vitality levels gradually decreased, soon dropping below 2, which was already a standard that couldn't even get into a third-tier school. Nangong Ling sighed and casually said, Lu Xiaobai, it's your turn. After the test continue with physical training, and everyone increased the load by 50%. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but wail in despair. Why are you all wailing? With your scores, I would be embarrassed to report to the grades. Nangong Ling frowned slightly, her tone showing a hint of impatience. This was the first class she had taught since graduating, and the results were so poor that it frustrated her, even making her doubt her teaching abilities. When everyone saw the big boss was angry, they instinctively quieted down, no longer daring to wail. Everyone's mind jolted, instinctively looking over, and when they saw the huge numbers displayed on the screen, their eyes widened in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. 350 kilograms, how is that possible? That's the level of a grade 4 vitality. I can't be seeing this wrong. Is this really something that Lu Xiao can produce? Wasn't his vitality level just below 2 last month? The instrument must be broken. It must be that the instrument has a problem. The crowd was visibly shaken, their faces filled with horror, instinctively doubting the instrument. After all, it had been less than a month. How could the opponent's vitality level directly soar by 2 levels? It should be noted that most people only improved by 0. 1 at most, that is a difference of 200 times. Everyone shut up. Nangong Ling coldly scolded and said, this instrument was purchased by the school last year. It shouldn't malfunction so easily. Let's keep watching. She herself was a bit doubtful. But when she saw Lu Xiaobai's calm demeanor, her doubts vanished instantly. It seemed he had anticipated this all along. Lu Xiaobai paid no attention to the thoughts of the crowd and arrived at the testing speed track. As soon as the starting gun fired, he transformed into a streak of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had run the 100 meters. The explosive speed was subsequently displayed 10 per meter second. The crowd was once again stunned, their doubts completely dissipating. It could be said that one device malfunctioning is a coincidence. But how could 2 malfunction at the same time? Could it be that Lu Gu was truly hiding his strength before, and now it has just erupted? No, that doesn't make sense. Why did Lu Gu have to stage a fake match during the previous practical test? Was it just to give everyone a benefit? Is there a possibility that Lu Gu really only improved this month? That's nonsense, improving 2 levels in a month. Do you think this is a game where you level up? The crowd all denied this statement. After all, Lu Xiaobai took 2.5 years to reach 1.5. Yet now he had improved to almost 2 in just a month. 5, isn't that absurd? At this moment, there was a glint of wonder in Nangong Ling's eyes as she scrutinized Lu Xiaobai, as if she had never seen through this boy before. How on earth did you achieve this? Although she came from a prestigious star academy, she had never heard of such miraculous improvement. Just then, Lu Xiaobai had finished testing his reaction speed, and finally his vitality level was displayed 3.9. Duan, who ranked first in the class, was directly overtaken by him by 0.2 levels of vitality. Such a huge change left everyone in a daze, as if they were dreaming. In just 1 month, going from last place to first place, this was simply too surreal. Lu Xiaobai looked at the results above with a faint smile in his eyes, but was not too surprised. Since more than half a month ago, after he captured that demon bug, he had spent the 2 star points he obtained on the Lu family body refining method, allowing its level to smoothly reach grade 4. And the grade 4 Lu family body refining method did not disappoint him. Its effects were even comparable to the max level basic body refining method. With both combined, his vitality improvement speed was equivalent to an astonishing 240 times that of the past. Although he could not absorb nutrients due to his physical condition, the benefits brought by this body refining method were simply terrifying. During this time, his vitality had changed almost daily, an unimaginable rate of improvement for anyone. After all, the increase in vitality is a slow accumulation process, but one had never seen someone experience such a dramatic surge as if they had taken growth hormone. Lu Xiaobai, come here for a moment. At this moment, Nangong Ling managed to regain her composure, but her gaze remained extremely complex. Lu Xiaobai smiled and followed her, feeling extremely pleased by the shocked expressions of the crowd. After all this time, it was not based on family background, but on his own strength, a completely different feeling from before. The two arrived outside the Xingwu Pavilion, and Lu Xiaobai blinked and said, "Teacher Nangong, is there something you need?" Nangong Ling took a deep breath and then said, "Did you really hide your strength, or did you really improve this month? Does my character seem like someone who hides their strength?" Lu Xiaobai chuckled, and upon receiving a positive answer, Nangong Ling's heart trembled again. Improving 2 levels of vitality in a month was already something incomprehensible to a normal person. After a while, she calmed her emotions and slowly asked, "How did you do it?" "Of course, I'm just asking. You don't have to say if you don't want to. The other party is a direct descendant of the Lu family, and this might involve family secrets, which is not something a small middle school teacher like her is qualified to inquire about. Actually, it's not a secret at all." Lu Xiaobai shrugged casually and said, "My basic body refining method has reached max level." Max level? Nangong Ling's eyes widened as she stared at him. "Weren't you just at level 1 last month?" "I just suddenly had an epiphany." Lu Xiaobai smiled and then asked in a puzzled tone, "Teacher, is that very difficult?" Nangong Ling looked at his pretentious demeanor and couldn't help but feel like punching him twice. She had also been considered a genius back in her day since she was admitted to a prestigious Star Academy, but she had already graduated for 3 years and still only had a grade 4 body refining method far from max level. This was not difficult at all. She scrutinized Lu Xiaobai deeply and thought to herself, the Lu family is ultimately the Lu family. She had specifically researched the direct descendants of the Lu family online. Over the years, there had been no failures among them, especially this generation of Lu family direct descendants who are terrifyingly talented, and it seemed Lu Xiaobai was no exception. After a while, Nangong Ling slowly said, "With your rate of progress, you are actually no longer suitable to stay in this class. Have you thought about joining the elite class of the grade from last year?" The elite class was established at the beginning of the 3rd year, and only the top 100 in the grade could enter. It could be said to be a gathering place for top students at Xingwang High School, with the purpose of facilitating training to aim for prestigious star academies or even the top 10 academies. However, Lu Xiaobai was not very interested. The elite class was just a bit more resourceful. It could be a deadly temptation for others, but as a direct descendant of the Lu family, he truly did not care about resources. Just as he was about to refuse, the familiar text popped up in front of him again. 3-star mission released. Join the Great Elite class and enter the top 10 of the class in the total score of the star exam. The universe is vast and boundless. This is a world where countless geniuses compete. Young man, it's time for you to set off. Can this trigger a task? How delightful. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Upon seeing the task evaluation, his heart stirred with excitement. After years of silence, could he finally participate in the clash of geniuses? Of course, he knew that the elite class of Xingwang High School was not particularly prestigious, being merely a small city on a remote ancestral star, but for him, it was indeed the first step forward. "Teacher, I'm going." Lu Xiaobai decided without hesitation, "Still has the spirit of youth." Nangong Ling's eyes glimmered with appreciation as she smiled sweetly and said, "However, I don't have the authority to decide. You need to ask the homeroom teacher of the elite class." Lu Xiaobai paused, secretly complaining, "You don't have the authority, yet you're still asking." Nangong Ling blinked her face, showing a mischievous expression as if she saw through his thoughts. "How could that be?" Lu Xiaobai waved his hand and replied, "Who is the homeroom teacher of the elite class? He'll go find them right away." This was his first 3-star task, and it was essential to complete it. 3-star points were not a small reward. "Actually, you've met him before." Nangong Ling smiled and said, "He came during our class practical assessment." "Principal Dong Wang." Lu Xiaobai exclaimed immediately, "That's right." Nangong Ling raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, indeed, a knowledgeable Wang. She had once greatly admired the principal's wisdom, but the moment he mentioned that Lu Xiaobai had mastered the Sound Clan's sound, how her admiration vanished in an instant. Lu Xiaobai said without hesitation, "Then I'll go find him now." "Go ahead." Nangong Ling nodded and added meaningfully, "By the way, once you're in the elite class, remember to mention how much help the teacher has been to you." Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and cheerfully agreed, "Ada, we're leaving." He called out to Ada, who was not far away, and left with him. Due to the potential threat from the Star Insect clan, he always brought Ada to school, as even the strongest principal of Xingwang High School was merely an intermediate star warrior and could not guarantee his safety. Max-level body refinement technique. Nangong Ling smiled as she watched Lu Xiaobai's retreating figure, murmuring, "Is another extraordinary genius from the Lu family about to emerge?" She was only a graduate of a first-rate star academy and had never seen any top-tier geniuses, unaware that the so-called max-level body refinement technique was not considered anything significant for this generation of the Lu family's direct descendants. An hour later, Lu Xiaobai, accompanied by a Dai, arrived at the principal's office. The school was indeed vast, resembling a small city, and since he walked there instead of using a flying device, it naturally took a considerable amount of time. At this moment, he did not hesitate to knock on the door. "Come in." Lu Xiaobai pushed the door open and immediately saw an energetic elderly man. "My." Lu Xiaobai. Upon seeing him, the old man, who had been leisurely leaning back in his chair, suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with surprise. Lu Xiaobai smiled and said, "Principal, please sit. No need to be so formal." The old man's expression froze. Wasn't that his line? When he saw the peculiar look in Lu Xiaobai's eyes, he instantly realized that this kid was doing it on purpose. This guy came to tease him. However, thinking of Lu Xiaobai's identity, he helplessly shook his head and asked, "Is there something you need?" "Principal, I want to join the elite class." Lu Xiaobai was straightforward and direct. The principal was taken aback by his words and was about to speak when he caught a glimpse of Ada waiting at the door. Upon seeing Ada's tower-like physique, his expression momentarily stiffened. This guy wouldn't be trying to use force, would he? He knew the strength of this A-class robot. It was far beyond what he could handle. A regular student certainly wouldn't do something so outrageous, but he had specifically investigated Lu Xiaobai online recently and knew this kid had been bold since childhood. After a moment, he steadied his nerves and forced a smile, saying, "If you really want to join, I can make an exception." Lu Xiaobai shook his head and said with a smile, "Principal, I'm not trying to take a shortcut. I want to join the elite class openly and honestly." Openly and honestly. The principal wore a strange expression, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. With your life force level not even at 2.0, anyone can see that joining the elite class is a sham. He had previously thought that Lu Xiaobai was hiding his strength, but after thinking it through, he confirmed that this kid really only had this level. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobai understood the principal's thoughts and calmly said, "Principal, my body refinement technique is at max level. According to the elite class rules, I am qualified to join, right?" Max level. The principal's expression changed, filled with disbelief. He had previously looked into Lu Xiaobai's Star Warrior achievements, and that body refinement technique was clearly only at level 1. How could it suddenly rise 4 levels? "I meditated all night and then broke through." Lu Xiaobai smiled and asked, "Principal, do you need to verify this?" The level of the body refinement technique can be tested with specialized equipment. No one could cheat. "No need, I have my own methods." The principal shook his head, and then his eyes focused, a faint glow appearing as he scrutinized Lu Xiaobai back and forth. His expression involuntarily changed as he murmured, "It really is max level." "Principal, what kind of star technique is this?" Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly, his eyes showing a hint of interest. Now that he had the ability to allocate points independently, he was naturally quite interested in any star technique. The principal casually replied, "True, a small supportive star technique that allows one to see the flow of star energy between heaven and earth, but its upper limit is only level 1. "Is that so?" Lu Xiaobai immediately lost interest. A level 1 star technique held no value for him. At this moment, the principal still wore a peculiar expression and praised, "I can see that star energy is continuously integrating into your body. This is indeed the effect of max-level body refinement technique." The principal is indeed knowledgeable, even aware of the ultimate effect of the body refinement technique. Lu Xiaobai chuckled, and upon hearing this, the principal instantly wore a self-satisfied expression, casually saying, "I have traveled the starry sky for many years. Although my strength may not be great, I know quite a bit." If anyone said he was weak, he would only smile slightly, but if someone said he knew nothing, he would truly be anxious. "Impressive." Lu Xiaobai gave a thumbs up and then asked, "Principal, is it okay for me to join the elite class?" "Absolutely not." The principal waved his hand, saying calmly, "From now on, you are a student of my elite class. My name is Wei Wunsher. You can call me Teacher Wei from now on. Teacher will take my leave now and come back to report to the elite class tomorrow." "All right." Wei Wunsher nodded, his eyes already filled with joy, muttering to himself, "What luck! A student with a maxed-out body refinement technique has emerged. This means I can at least secure a spot at a top-tier Starry Sky Academy." His face lit up with excitement. Even among the current elite class students, not everyone can necessarily get into a top academy. Lu Xiaobai's appearance has indeed brought significant achievements to Xinguang School. This year's elite class has performed well overall. Oh, I hope it can make Xinguang Middle School shine brightly. Wei Wunsher silently fantasized, knowing that the results of this year's STAR examination would determine how many teaching resources the federal government would allocate to them next year. When Lu Xiaobai returned to Class 99's Xingwu Training Hall, he saw that everyone had finished their physical training and was resting inside waiting for the school bell to ring. "Lu Ge, you're back." The expressions of the crowd were complex as they looked at Lu Xiaobai, filled with nostalgia, envy, and reluctance. "Moi." Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly as he spoke. "You guys know I'm going to the elite class now. Boss teacher Nangong just told us about it." Yue stepped forward, his eyes full of reluctance, saying, "Are you really leaving?" Although he knew they would eventually be in different worlds, he did not expect the separation to come so quickly. Lu Xiaobai sighed helplessly, saying, "There's no choice. My strength no longer allows me to stay here." TCH. The crowd hissed, expressing deep disapproval of his pretentious behavior. Lu Xiaobai smiled, and then turned his gaze towards each person, feeling a twinge of emotion. After all, he had spent 2.5 years in Class 99, and the thought of leaving did make him a bit reluctant. Just then the school bell rang, and Lu Xiaobai withdrew his complex feelings, smiling as he said, "All right, school is over. Let's all go home." Seeing this, Yue made a gesture to the others, and they all stood up in unison, saying, "Lu Ge, we will always remember you." Lu Xiaobai replied with a look of confusion, saying, "I'm just going to another class, not gone." "Lu Laoda, Yue taught us to say this." Someone whispered below. Lu Xiaobai's gaze turned to Yue, who avoided his eyes, and quickly explained, "Boss, I just wanted everyone to remember you forever." Still saying. Lu Xiaobai shot him a glare, saying, Yue scratched his head, decisively choosing silence as things were only getting more complicated. "All right, everyone disperse." Lu Xiaobai glanced at everyone, suppressing his complex emotions, and turned to leave with a flourish. Yue hurriedly followed while the others exchanged glances, their faces still filled with complicated expressions. They felt as if they were dreaming. A routine vitality level test had led the previously last-ranked Lu Xiaobai to the top, and he had successfully joined the elite class that countless students yearned for. Although they knew this world was full of changes, this change had come far too suddenly. "Lu Ge." At this moment, Yue jogged up to Lu Xiaobai's side, asking hopefully, "Can I still help you with things in the future?" "Isn't that obvious?" Lu Xiaobai glanced at him, saying, "In this school, the only person I can trust is you. If you don't help me, who will?" Hearing this, Yue's expression changed instantly, his previous gloominess gone. "Speaking of which, I actually have something to discuss now. Boss just said he'll do anything for you." "Stop rambling." Lu Xiaobai smiled, saying, "Help me find out the overall star martial score of the student ranked 10th in the elite class." Yue paused for a moment, and then said, "Just that." "What? Is it that simple?" "Boss, you don't need to investigate. Just go to the school forum directly. There's a star ranking that updates the top 10 scores every month. The school does this to motivate us." "Is that so?" Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Although he used to browse forums, he was only there to chat aimlessly, never caring about other students' scores, as he always thought no one could be worse than him. Thinking of this, he opened the forum and saw the pinned star ranking: first place, Lin Shuet, star martial total score 670, second place, Lin Liar, star martial total score 660, third place, Yuan Li, star martial total score 630, 10th place, Chen Xing, star martial total score 590. Lu Xiaobai scanned through the top 10 scores, gaining a general understanding, noting that the scores of the Lin siblings did not surprise him. After all, Xiao Lei's vitality level was 9, 5 of which had surprised him back then. This is considered an extremely dazzling talent in a regular city like Xinguang. "Based on my current level, I can score full marks of 225 in body refinement and achieve over 140 in practical subjects, but my vitality level and theoretical knowledge have become my weaknesses. The full score for the STAR examination is 750, with theoretical knowledge and practical experience each accounting for 150 points, while vitality level and body refinement level each account for 225 points. Lu Xiaobai was calculating the gap between himself and the 10th place, as this was related to 3 star points he wanted to obtain as soon as possible. "My total score for the STAR examination is around 550, with a 40-point gap from Chen Xing in 10th place. He frowned and muttered to himself, "It seems this task will take some time to complete." He was quite confident about this task, as his current weaknesses were just vitality level and theoretical knowledge. Given his current pace of improvement, catching up to Chen Xing or even Lin Shuer would merely be a matter of time. "I need to brush up on my theoretical knowledge later." Lu Xiaobai's heart calmed down. Just then his fire-flying device stopped ahead. Monkey, I'm leaving first. Lu Gu, I'm coming with you. Didn't we agree to go out for a meal? Lu Xiaobai paused slightly, recalling the events of the morning, and nodded, saying, all right, let's go out for a meal. Hearing this, Yu Wei's expression brightened, smiling as he said, let's go, Lu Gu. We're going to the city center. I've already booked a table at the Xingguang restaurant. Xingguang restaurant. Lu Xiaobai looked puzzled, saying, Monkey, you can't mean just the two of us are going to that kind of place. Of course it's just us two. Didn't we agree on that this morning? Is there a problem? There's a big problem. Lu Xiaobai looked at Yu Wei's serious expression, helplessly explaining that place has a very romantic atmosphere. What are two big men like us doing there? Yu Wei scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I read online that it's the most expensive place in the whole city. Clearly he hadn't visited in person, merely chosen the priciest option. After all, this was his first time treating his senior. Lu Xiaobai shook his head. Aren't there some local delicacies near your neighborhood? Huh, eat near my place. Yu Wei's mouth parted slightly as he hurried to explain. Those are just street-side stalls, brother Lu. It wouldn't be quite fitting for you. Why not? Lu Xiaobai curled his lip dismissively. Let's go. True culinary excellence often springs from these unassuming little stalls. All right then. Seeing Lu Xiaobai's resolve, Yu Wei offered no further objection. Soon the two of them, arrived aboard a flame-powered aerial vehicle at a modest noodle shop nestled at the end of a suburban street. Brother Lu, their noodles are legendary. Yu Wei scratched his head again and added, is this okay? Won't it seem too cheap? A faint flush of embarrassment colored his cheeks. He'd intended to treat his guest to a grand feast, yet here they were about to eat noodles. It's fine. Let's have these. Lu Xiaobai showed no concern whatsoever. Good. Turning to a man inside the shop, Yu Wei called out, Uncle Zhao. 2 bowls of beef noodles, 3 liang, each extra beef. Xiao Wei Zi brought a friend today. The shop owner, a kind-faced, middle-aged man, recognized Yu Wei instantly and smiled warmly. No need for words today. I'll pile on the beef, generous as ever. Yu Wei thanked him with a grin and turned to Lu Xiaobai. Brother Lu, inside or outside? Outside. The air's fresher. Then let's sit here. Yu Wei wiped down a nearby stool and offered it to Lu Xiaobai, then settled himself onto another. He glanced at the bustling, slightly chaotic array of street food stalls lining the avenue and chuckled. The ambience here isn't exactly refined. It's lovely, more vibrant, more alive than downtown. Lu Xiaobai waved a hand, utterly unconcerned. Gazing at the ebb and flow of pedestrians beneath the gentle breeze, a quiet serenity settled over him. Moments later, a simply dressed young woman emerged from the shop balancing 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles. Upon catching sight of Lu Xiaobai's profile, her expression flickered, startled, before she swiftly masked her reaction and approached with a smile. Here you go. Your noodles are ready. Thanks, Sister Cui. Yu Wei grinned, quickly taking the bowls and tapping his chopsticks against the table, ready to dig in. But Lu Xiaobai made no move. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the young woman and asked, smiling, Why did you pause when you saw me? Huh, what do you mean? She blinked, momentarily flustered. Lu Xiaobai smiled gently. My peripheral vision is unusually sharp, I noticed. Brother Lu, it's peripheral vision. Close enough, same idea. Lu Xiaobai waved it off. Still, would you mind telling me why you looked at me like that? Her cheeks flushed faintly as she lowered her eyes. I've never seen anyone so handsome. Now that's honesty. Lu Xiaobai beamed, then added casually, by the way, did I ever mention I don't eat beef? Huh. She froze, confused. If he doesn't eat beef, why order beef noodles? Before her confusion could settle, her expression twisted violently. The standing behind Lu Xiaobai vanished in an instant, reappearing behind her and clamping a thick, iron-hard arm around her throat. Yu Wei stared, stunned. Brother Lu, what's going on? A dreadful thought flashed through his mind. Could he be abducting someone? What are you doing? Just then the shop owner rushed out, face contorted with fury. Stop, right now. Take her and handle it. Lu Xiaobai, however, pulled Yu Wei back, putting distance between them, and issued the command. In that very instant, the girl's visage contorted into something monstrous. Her skin split like discarded cloth, revealing beneath it a colossal black insectoid creature armored in glistening obsidian scales. A demon insect? Yu Wei paled, terror flooding his eyes. Boom. Without hesitation, activated its overload protocol. The energy surging within its frame roared like a caged beast, power erupting exponentially. It locked its grip on the demon insect, unfurled twin metallic wings, and rocketed skyward, carrying the creature away toward a desolate, uninhabited expanse. What rotten luck to run into one of these here. Lu Xiaobai grimaced, then immediately dialed Xie Feng of the Starkwelling military, reporting the incident. Brother Lu, I had no idea she was a demon insect. Yue finally regained his composure and hastened to explain. After all, he'd chosen this spot. I know. Likely just coincidence. Lu Xiaobai trusted him implicitly. Let's board the flyer first. His flame-powered flyer wasn't built for combat, but if pushed beyond limits, ignoring energy drain and structural strain, it could breach supersonic velocity, granting at least marginal survivability even against elite stellar martial artists. Brother Lu, what do we do now? Yue was utterly adrift. This was yet another demon insect capable of slaughtering the entire city of Starlight. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai, viewing through Da's augmented senses, saw something unexpected. His eyes widened slightly. Without pause, he piloted the flyer straight toward Da's location. Soon they arrived at a barren field stripped bare of grass still shimmering with residual volatile energy, yet the demon insect was gone. It materialized silently beside Lu Xiaobai, standing motionless, a vigilant sentinel. Brother Lu, where's the demon insect? It escaped. Lu Xiaobai shook his head. Just now another demon insect arrived to extract it. They couldn't stop them. They fled together. Another one. Yue's eye twitched violently. Is this Starlight City, or a demon insect hive? After a beat, he stammered, Brother Lu, shouldn't we head back? The two creatures are long gone. There's no danger here now. We'll wait for the star-quelling military. Lu Xiaobai remained calm, seated inside the flyer, lost in quiet contemplation. 10 minutes later, Xiefeng arrived in a warship clad in golden ceremonial robes. Xiao Lu, everything all right? Uncle Xie, I'm fine. But the demon insect got away. Tell me everything that happened. Xiefeng's expression was grave. This matter weighed heavily on him. Lu Xiaobai recounted the entire sequence, calm, precise, unhurried. When he heard there were two demon insects, Xiefeng recoiled inwardly. His eyes flared with cold fury. He believed the planet was secure after the last cleansing operation. To discover two more now felt like a direct, humiliating rebuke. It seems I need to investigate further. In his heart, Xiefeng made a decision and continued. By the way, Xiao Lu, how did you see through the true form of that magic insect? The magic insect does not use any mechanical mask, but rather a type of disguise ability from the star insect clan, something that cannot be penetrated by technology. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to infiltrate the ancestral star so smoothly. I didn't see through it either. Lu Xiaobai shrugged and said with a smile, but the moment it laid eyes on me, it actually exuded a killing intent which made me suspicious. He pondered to himself that he had no enemies on the ancestral star. The only ones who might harbor such malice towards him were likely related to the Gene family, the wealthy star thieves, or the hidden magic insects on the ancestral star. Regardless of which side it was, he could strike without any hesitation. Xiefeng nodded, not asking further, and headed straight to the noodle shop they had just visited, taking the owner away with him. Lu Gu, Uncle Zhao won't also be. How could that be? But if he were, he would have run away long ago and wouldn't still be here waiting for death, right? That's true. Yue reacted, and then with a hint of worry in his eyes said, Uncle Zhao won't be in trouble, right? Don't worry, as long as it has nothing to do with the star insect clan, the star-subduing army won't make things difficult for him. Lu Xiaobai smiled, and then suddenly changed his tone, saying, but if there really is some connection, then I won't be able to save him. Yue nodded, understanding this principle in his heart. After all, cooperating with the star insect clan would be equivalent to betraying humanity, which is already the greatest crime. By the way, do you know the girl who disguised herself as a magic insect earlier? I know her. I often come here to eat noodles. That girl probably started working as a waitress here 2 years ago. 2 years ago. It seems that this group of insects has been on the ancestral star for quite some time, likely plotting something significant, but it doesn't concern me much. Lu Xiaobai shook his head and continued. All right, monkey, let's call it a day. You must have been quite frightened. Go back and rest. Aren't you going to eat? Eat more? Are you really so unconcerned? Lu Xiaobai said with a strange expression, shaking his head. We'll talk about it later. Yue saw this and didn't say more, jumping off the flying vehicle and returning to his housing complex. He was indeed a bit flustered. He only mentioned the meal out of guilt for Lu Xiaobai not having eaten yet. I actually let that thing escape, otherwise I could have gotten some alliance coins and honor points. At this moment, there was a certain regret in Lu Xiaobai's eyes. He knew that if he hadn't let it to take action earlier and instead pretended that nothing had happened, he would have had 100% certainty of defeating it once the star-subduing army arrived. However, he wasn't sure if the other party would act, so, in that situation, he had to strike first. After all, whether the magic insect lived or died didn't matter. His precious life had to be preserved. At that moment, on a black flying vehicle, a woman dressed in a red long skirt, with an alluring face, sat in the driver's seat. Behind her, two magic insects with ferocious appearances were seated, one of which had its scales torn and was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. It was indeed the magic insect that had recently escaped from Ada. I have warned you all before, do not expose your identities easily. Are you idiots or what? The woman spoke coldly, her eyes revealing a hint of brutality as she said, I really didn't want to expose myself. It was that damned kid who took the initiative to attack me. The magic insect behind her appeared frustrated. It thought to itself, as a direct descendant of the Lu family coming to an inconspicuous noodle shop in the suburbs was simply madness. Impossible, how could he see through the disguise I gave you? The woman immediately denied this. He shouldn't have been able to. The magic insect said somewhat nervously, he might have seen the killing intent in my eyes. The killing intent in its eyes was but a fleeting moment, and who knew it would still be noticed by the other party, almost as if they had a talent for sensing killing intent. In fact, it wasn't that Lu Xiaobai had any special talent, he was simply extremely sensitive to any killing intent because he had been afraid of death since childhood. Isn't that still your problem? The woman said with a fierce tone. Now that the star-subduing army has just finished their sweep, you fool have made such a scene. Now the star-subduing army will be restless again. Upon hearing this, the magic insect's killing intent rapidly condensed, and it said angrily, Insect Lord, why don't we just kill that group of star-subduing army? That would solve everything, and no one on the ancestral star could stop us. You fool. The woman immediately became enraged, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Do you think that group of star-subduing army is easy to deal with? Moreover, there are powerful beings like the military chief and Star Lord. How can we fight them? If it doesn't work, we can let the clan send support to sweep through this ancestral star, then we can properly find what we want, right? Upon hearing this, the woman widened her eyes, unsure of what to say. They had infiltrated with great difficulty, not by force, and yet this fool suggested directly exterminating the entire ancestral star. After a long pause, she slowly said, Magic Lord, why don't you suggest exterminating all of humanity instead? The Magic Lord instinctively wanted to retort, but after a long time, he couldn't utter a word. After a while, he said, I can't kill that group of star-subduing army, but that kid, I must kill him. He is a member of the Lu family. I don't care what he is, a mere ant with a life force of less than 10 dares to attack me. The woman sighed, no longer scolding in anger, her eyes revealing a trace of melancholy and nostalgia. She understood why the star insect clan, despite its greater power, still could not take down humanity. With such a pitiful level of intelligence, how could they contend with humans? Soon the flying vehicle crossed the boundary of Xinguang City, entering another city's territory, ultimately arriving before a beautiful mountain peak. Surrounding the mountain peak were various patrolling mechanical flying insects, while on the ground were armed combat robots appearing to be heavily guarded. On the mountain, luxurious pavilions were built, and at the mid-level of the mountain, there was an enormous and opulent manor standing. The entire mountain belonged to the wealthiest person in Qinsha City. Go back and rest. When I have the chance, I will find 2 more human skins for you to disguise yourselves. The woman piloted the flying vehicle into the manor while warning, Magic Lord, let me remind you one last time, do not cause trouble for that person, or we will all be buried with him. Killing him would have more severe consequences than sweeping through the entire ancestral star. She had been lurking on the ancestral star for many years, so she naturally had a clear understanding of the Lu family's power, which had ancestral-level existences as colossal entities. Seeing the seriousness of her words, the magic insect, though unwilling on the surface, also gave up on that idea. It had taken this beating for nothing. The next day, Lu Xiaobai practiced 2 cycles of the Lu family body refinement technique, as usual, feeling a wave of comfort within his body. When he opened the panel, he saw that his vitality had reached level 4. So refreshing. He chuckled, enjoying a sumptuous and expensive breakfast, and then cheerfully headed towards Starshine Academy. Half an hour later, he piloted his flying device over the school. Just as he was about to head towards the familiar teaching building, he suddenly stopped. I almost forgot him now in the elite class. He slapped his forehead and muttered, Oh no, I forgot to ask Principal Dong where the elite class teaching building is. His expression shifted slightly as he was about to casually ask a student for directions, but then he caught sight of a sturdy and honest-looking boy. It was Lin Liar. Xiaolei. Lu Xiaobai swiftly maneuvered his flying device to his side. Lu. Brother Lu. Xiaolei looked momentarily startled, still displaying a hint of vigilance in his eyes. What's with that expression? Lu Xiaobai chuckled and casually put his arm around the other boy's shoulders, saying, From now on we'll all be classmates, so let's get to know each other better. Classmates. Lin Liar was taken aback, glancing back and forth at Lu Xiaobai. You got into the elite class. With a genius like you, Brother Lu, it wouldn't make sense not to join the elite class. Xiao Lei fell silent for a moment before saying, Brother Lu, did you threaten the principal with those guns and ammunition of yours? Lu Xiaobai had an odd expression and immediately responded, Do you think I'm that kind of person? Not really. That's more like it. You are that kind of person. Lu Xiaobai's mouth twitched, then he sighed and said with a hint of melancholy, You have a deep misunderstanding of me, but it's okay, we have plenty of time to get to know each other better in the days to come. Let's go, take me to the elite class first. Xiao Lei looked at him and said nothing more, obediently leading the way to the elite class teaching building. He didn't doubt the authenticity of what the other had said. With the status of the Lu family, it was merely a matter of words to enter the elite class. He didn't doubt the authenticity of what the other had said. With the status of the Lu family, it was merely a matter of words to enter the elite class. The whole building is dedicated to it. Xiao Lei said, proudly smiling. Inside it is all the facilities needed by Star Warriors. Dormitories, cafeterias, and more, all in this one building. Now that's what I call special treatment. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. No wonder he rarely saw elite class students in the cafeteria. Lin Liar's eyes showed a hint of pride as he said lightly, Not just in school. Geniuses receive preferential treatment everywhere. It's the universal norm. That statement is absolutely correct. Lu Xiaobai nodded seriously. By the way, Brother Lu. At this moment, Lin Liar seemed to recall something, his eyes showing a bit of shyness as he lowered his voice. I heard that our Lu family has a genius program, right? It seems you've inquired specifically about it. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and said, Indeed there is, and it's not just our Lu family, other major powers have it as well, and it has been ongoing for hundreds of years. The so-called Genius Program involves signing contracts with Genius Star Warriors where the major powers provide rich resources for their growth, and in return the Genius Star Warriors serve the major powers for a period of time after graduation, with the duration depending on the resources provided. Because of this program, major powers have recruited countless geniuses, solidifying their own status, while those commoner geniuses receive resource cultivation, creating a win-win situation. Lin Liar scratched his head and asked, Brother Lu, do you think I'm capable? You? Lu Xiaobai replied with a strange expression, Xiao Lei, you're so wary of me, and yet you dare to sign a contract with our Lu family. Lin Liar chuckled and said, Once I sign, I'll be one of my own, and I won't need to be cautious anymore. You're quite clever. Lu Xiaobai smiled and said, But given your status, you're not really short on resources, so why bother signing any contracts? Just because I'm not lacking now doesn't mean I won't be in the future. Lin Liar scratched his head, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Although his father was the deputy mayor and considered a prominent figure in Starshine City, once he entered the Star Sky Academy, his status and background would be comparable to that of a commoner. The resources he would need in the future would be dozens, or even hundreds of times more, which his family wouldn't be able to support, especially since he had an older sister as well. You're thinking quite far ahead, but Lu Xiaobai patted his shoulder and said lightly, Young man, keep striving for success. After saying that, he stepped into the teaching building before him. Lin Liar was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. Clearly the other was suggesting that he wasn't yet qualified. Sigh. I was thinking of selling myself, but it turns out no one wants me. Where can I argue my case now? He shook his head, but it wasn't too surprising. Though he was the second in his grade, he really couldn't be considered a genius in the grand scheme of the human world. Perhaps signing a contract with a smaller faction wouldn't be a problem, but a top power like the Lu family wouldn't likely be interested in him. Forget it, I'll work harder and see what happens later. Lin Liar put away his feelings of disappointment and followed closely behind Lu Xiaobai as they entered. The elite class classroom was located on the first floor of the building with an extremely spacious area that could easily accommodate hundreds of students without feeling crowded. Lu Xiaobai pushed the door open and saw quite a few people already in the classroom, most of whom were completely focused while demonstrating some movements as if trying to comprehend something. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly as he immediately recognized that everyone was practicing the basic body refinement technique. Brother Lu, they're all pondering the body refinement technique, trying to make further progress. Lin Liar explained as he caught up from behind. The students in the elite class already had outstanding grades, but the body refinement technique remained the biggest obstacle to their progress, which is why they were striving to enhance it. As long as they could level up, even once their overall grades would change qualitatively. That's indeed a good approach. Lu Xiaobai had heard the elders of the Lu family mention it before, and he didn't think everyone was wasting their efforts. After all, aside from this, there really wasn't a better method. The body refinement technique could only be practiced twice a day, so they naturally didn't dare to forcefully operate it. and could only break down each small movement for analysis. Just as the two were chatting at the classroom door, someone had already noticed them, and upon seeing Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim softly, Lu Xiaobai. After all, Lu Xiaobai's previous identity had been exposed, causing a great upheaval at Starshine Academy. Even the elite class students were already aware, and many were thinking of challenging him. Seeing this, Lin Liar was the first to step in, smiling as he said, All right, everyone, let's stop with the movements for a moment. After practicing for so long, not many have really broken through. The crowd turned to look at him simultaneously, saying, Lazy, you talk too much. If you didn't speak, no one would think you were mute. Be careful, or we might have your sister beat you up. Lin Liar touched his nose unconcerned, then said that he mainly wished to introduce the new classmate. He spread both palms toward Lu Xiaobai in a ceremonious gesture and began to present him, but before he could finish, he was cut off by a sharp voice asking if this was not Lu Xiao. A bespectacled burly boy stood at the classroom door, smiling, yet with an inscrutable gleam in his eyes. He slowly declared that he had long admired Lu Xiao's renown and introduced himself as Yuan Li. Lu Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, recalling the rankings he had seen earlier. The newcomer appeared to be third in the elite class. What intrigued him more than the ranking was the surname. The name Yuan was not common on Zuxing. Yuan Li laughed and admitted he was not even from Zuxing. Yuan Li grinned and explained that he came from the Yuan family, which ran modest enterprises tied to starry expeditions. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted as recognition dawned. The Yuan family, while not the pinnacle of power, was certainly first-rate among humanity, commanding numerous star exploration brigades. Their ace teams had discovered no fewer than 10 life-bearing worlds, granting them notable influence. Yuan Li asked if Lu Xiao had heard of his family name. A trace of pride crossed Yuan Li's face. His family was no small fry, so of course the other. Lu Xiaobai stroked his chin and replied coolly that he had heard of them, calling them the Jin family's lackeys, which drew a shocked exclamation from Yuan Li. Yuan Li's eyes flashed with anger. Used to pride, he was furious at any insult to the Yuan family, yet remembering Lu's background, he forced himself to stay calm. Yuan Li protested that even as a direct scion of the Lu family, Lu Xiao had no right to slander the Yuan family. Lu Xiaobai retorted by asking whether they were not the Jin family's lapdogs. Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly and asked why Yuan Li had followed Jin Xian's orders to come make trouble. Lu had perceived malice from the outset, and knowing the ties between the Yuan and Jin families, understood immediately. Yuan Li hesitated, then firmly denied knowing what Lu meant. Lu challenged him, asking if he dared claim he had not obeyed Jin Xian's orders. Yuan Li swore he had not. Lu then demanded a strange oath. If he had obeyed Jin Xian, then he would in the future be both infertile and yet have countless descendants. Yuan Li's face changed instantly in disbelief at such a vicious curse, cursing himself for the foolishness of swearing at all. He wanted to slap his own mouth for uttering such nonsense. The others in class looked awkward. They had assumed Lu Xiaobai to be a refined young man and were surprised by the cutting force of his words. How come he suddenly went silent, not saying anything? Lu Xiaobai smiled calmly and remarked that he had not expected Jin Xian's reach to extend to Xinguang City. He wondered inwardly whether his earlier disguise of the other's face, while practicing Miaoshou Kong Kong in the virtual space, had been discovered. Yuan Li felt a jolt. He had not expected such an affront toward the Jin family's main line, yet considering Lu's identity, it was not entirely surprising. After a long beat, he shifted subject and softened his tone, claiming he had not come to cause trouble, but simply wished to spar. Lu Xiaobai refused. Lu Xiaobai declined without the slightest hesitation. What a joke! His vitality was only level 4, and even the lowest of the elite class was stronger. There was no way he could spar with Yuan Li, the third-ranked, especially since Yuan clearly bore ill intent. Yuan Li had not expected such resolve and was momentarily taken aback. He reminded Lu that he was a direct scion of the Lu family, heir to a top-tier force. Lu replied with a cool, and then. Yuan Li fell silent, helplessness flickering in his eyes. The other was impervious to threats. Thinking of Jin Xian's orders, he hardened his expression and insisted that today, whether Lu agreed or not, they would spar. For Yuan Li, this was a chance to deepen his ties with Jin Xian. The classmates jeered at him as shameless, saying he still pressed for a duel after being refused, and that such behavior deserved contempt. Others accused him of jealousy over Xiaobai's looks, warning Yuan Li not to assume that being unattractive gave him license to act as he pleased. At that, the rest of the class rose to Lu Xiaobai's defense, the girls especially furious. After all, beauty is justice. Yuan Li's eye twitched at the turn to personal attacks. He glanced at the crowd, but ignored them, fixing his gaze on Lu and declaring that silence would be taken as consent. He wasted no time and threw a punch aimed at Lu Xiaobai's face. In that instant, Lin Liar intervened, blocking the blow and rebuking Yuan Li that as the third-ranked student, it was excessive to bully a new classmate. Yuan Li replied coolly that it was none of Lin Liar's business and called for Lu Quan to stop him. No sooner had he spoken than 3 students appeared at the classroom edge and surrounded Lin Liar. Individually, they were no match, but together they could crush him. Among students below level 10, combat differences were not that great. Yuan Li smiled, slightly mockery in his eyes, and declared that now no one could stop them. Someone retorted, asking who had said so. The rest of the class stood, eyes full of resentment and ready to leap to action. Yuan Li's expression shifted as he warned them to think carefully. Those who offended the Yuan family didn't. No one answered their looks as if they viewed him a fool. They were elite students, high in vitality and not lacking in sense. By backing Lu Xiaobai, they would gain Lu family protection. What could the Yuan family do? Yuan Li's face drained as he realized their thoughts. Troubled, he hesitated, unwilling to act rashly for fear of the whole class turning on him. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai, wearing an excited smile, asked whether Yuan Li was sure he wanted an onion. Yuan Li blinked and quickly recovered, nodding and asking if Lu dared accept. Lu answered that there was nothing to fear. Lu Xiaobai chuckled. A message that had just appeared in his mind read that a 1-star mission had been triggered. Challenge Yuan Li to an onion and defeat him. The note added that the strong were often ruthless and few of words, urging the youth to prove himself by strength. Fortune star. Lu Xiaobai regarded the spiritual energy with a peculiar gaze, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He never expected this could trigger a task. At the same time, it resolved the prior confusion. Even with the task at hand, new tasks could still be activated, which meant that even if a task wasn't completed, there would be no punishment, merely a reduction in star points. This golden finger is quite user-friendly. So are we going to the Star Martial Arts Academy now? At this moment, Yuan Li was overjoyed upon hearing this. Although he didn't understand why the other party changed their mind, it was a good thing for him. As long as he taught the other party a lesson, he would gain the attention of Jin Xian, and his future path would broaden immensely. The Star Martial Arts Academy. Noni, let's do it here. Lu Xiaobai shook his head. Here. Yuan Li was slightly taken aback, glancing at the spacious classroom, and did not say anything further. This space is sufficient for the two to spar. Come on. His expression turned serious, already assuming the stance of the basic fist technique. Don't rush. Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. I am a person who values rituals. Before we begin, we must have a ceremony. Ceremony? Yuan Li was slightly taken aback and didn't quite understand what it meant. But in the next second, his expression changed drastically as he caught sight of a shadow, and then his whole body was struck hard, instantly flying backward and crashing heavily against the wall. Yuan Li's mouth bled, and he looked pale as he gazed at his previous position. There stood a towering figure 3 meters tall with a cold and ruthless demeanor emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter. It was indeed a Da who protected Lu Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai wore a wicked grin and said, the ceremony is over, Yuan Li. Now we can have a fair and just duel. Yuan Li's eyes widened, his fingers trembling. He never expected the other party to be so shameless. He was already severely injured and had no fighting power left. This so-called fairness was utterly ridiculous. What's wrong? Don't you accept? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, seeing Yuan Li's expression, who was gasping for breath and appeared extremely furious with no response at all. My. Lu Xiaobai frowned slightly. The golden finger did require a duel with the opponent. If Yuan Li refused, he wasn't sure if that counted as completing the task. If you don't accept, then forget it. He shook his head casually and said to beat him to death. The moment these words left his mouth, Yuan Li was instantly jolted, the anger in his eyes dissipating. As he looked at Lu Xiaobai's calm demeanor, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. For some reason, he had a premonition that the other party was not joking. Moreover, according to the Lu family's influence, even if he were killed on the spot, the other party would face no repercussions. Lu Xiaobai noticed his fear and calmly said, I'll ask you one last time, do you accept the duel with me? Yuan Li did not know what the other party intended to do, but at this moment, due to the threat of death, he could only comply and lowered his head to say, I accept. Then let's begin. Lu Xiaobai was delighted upon hearing this. In an instant, he charged forward, leaping into the air to deliver a spinning kick that completed a full 360 degrees. Yuan Li, severely injured, couldn't even dodge, let alone muster the strength to move a finger, and could only watch helplessly as the other party's foot came toward him. Bang! Lu Xiaobai's kick landed directly on his forehead, causing him to roll his eyes back and faint on the spot. 1-star task defeat Yuan Li has been completed. Reward star points 1 done. Lu Xiaobai patted his pants hands and pockets and said with a light tone, "This is the absolute gap in strength." The onlookers were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, this guy's shamelessness is off the charts. The girls in the classroom also wore strange expressions due to his looks. They firmly stood on Lu Xiaobai's side, but the scene before them made them waver slightly. Ultimately, they formed a preliminary evaluation of Lu Xiaobai in their hearts, shameless yet charming. At that moment, the school bell rang. The principal Wei Wunsher appeared at the classroom door. As he stepped in, he immediately spotted the unconscious Yuan Li, and it did not far away, his mind racing as he vaguely guessed the course of events. His expression stiffened and his voice was slightly dry as he said, "It seems I came at the wrong time." "No, teacher, you came at the right time." Wei Wunshi's lips twitched. What does this mean? Lu Xiaobai gave a bow in order to carry the unconscious Yuan Li on his shoulder and asked, "Teacher, may I ask which floor our school hospital is on?" "It's on the 2nd floor. Wei Wunsher pointed upstairs and asked as a matter of course, "What happened to Yuan Li?" "He bumped into things." Wei Wunshi's face was full of question marks. "Wait, can you really bump into something and faint?" "It was indeed a bump," Lu Xiaobai said sincerely, pointing to a Das right arm, explaining, "He first bumped into a Das fist, then bumped into my foot, and that's how it happened." Wei Wunshi's eye twitched. "Wait, can this really be explained this way?" Lu Xiaobai chuckled, saying, "Teacher will take him to the school hospital first." "Go ahead." Wei Wunsher shook his head, not asking further questions. If it were merely a student dispute, as the principal, he would naturally intervene with full force. However, the issue was that Yuan Li belonged to the Yuan family, part of the Jin family faction, while the Lu family was sworn enemies with the Jin family. Clearly, this was a confrontation between major powers, and how could a mere star martial artist like him meddle in it? "Let's wait a bit before starting class." Wei Wunsher sat at the podium, using his chip device to connect to the school surveillance, wanting to see what had transpired in the classroom. Upon seeing Yuan Li being knocked away by the Agrade robot first, and then kicked into unconsciousness by Lu Xiaobai, he fell silent. What the other party said was indeed not without reason. He continued to fast-forward the footage, quickly understanding the entire course of events. What surprised him was that it was Yuan Li who had taken the initiative to provoke Lu Xiaobai. Truly, people who seek death will find it. He had initially thought that Lu Xiaobai was displeased with the Yuan family, and thus took the initiative to attack Yuan Li, but who knew it was actually the latter looking for trouble. After a while, Lu Xiaobai returned to the classroom, while Ada did not follow and remained guarding nearby the teaching building. "Back already. Come over here, next to the teacher." Wei Wunsher turned off the surveillance video and gestured for him to come closer. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly, but he didn't think too much and approached the principal's side. "All right, students." Wei Wunsher smiled and said, "Everyone saw what happened just now." Lu Xiaobai, upon seeing a fellow student injured, immediately rushed them to the hospital. This kind of helpful spirit is something we should all learn from. The crowd gaped in silence, thinking, wait, this is too absurd. However, based on what just happened, the other party's statement was indeed not without merit. As for how Yuan Li got injured, well, let's not ask that for now. Wei Wunsher paid no heed to the students' bewildered expressions and spoke calmly. "We must also learn a lesson from Yuan Li's incident. Though our elite class encourages sparring and exchange among students, it strictly forbids malicious provocation. Should grudges form between peers, such outcomes would directly contradict our very purpose. In the future, many of you may become comrades in arms, standing shoulder to shoulder against the Xingqiang race and other extraterrestrial civilizations. Once enmity takes root, trust vanishes forever." The students nodded in silent agreement. "That concludes this matter," Wei Wunsher added with a gentle smile. "Let us now welcome Lu Xiaobai to the elite class." A wave of enthusiastic applause broke out. Seeing this, Wei Wunsher's smile deepened as he continued, "Moreover, I urge you all not to cast suspicious glances. Lu Xiaobai's admission fully complies with school regulations. There is no underhanded maneuvering whatsoever." Hearing this, the students exchanged startled glances. Earlier, they had speculated that he was concealing his true strength. How else could someone of his pedigree rank dead last in the grade? Yet his solo duel with Yuan Li had sown fresh doubt. Gazing at their expressions, Wei Wunsher remarked quietly, "His foundation body cultivation technique is the only one in the entire grade rated at maximum proficiency." At these words, the entire class recoiled in shock. Some even rose instinctively to their feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Had Wei Wunsher announced his vitality rank as 9, and none would have batted an eyelash, or it would have seemed perfectly reasonable. After all, the Lu family was legendary for its wealth, and for manufacturing vitality-enhancing serums. Even the most ordinary individual could achieve extraordinary vitality through sheer resource investment. What stunned them, however, was his mastery of the maximum-level foundation body cultivation technique, a feat no amount of wealth or serum could replicate, but rather the unmistakable hallmark of prodigious innate talent. This was no artificial ascension. It was raw, unadulterated genius. Maximum-level body cultivation. Lin Schwerer, seated nearby, stared open-mouthed, her delicate face alight with incredulity. This very milestone had long been her most fervent aspiration. Indeed, mastering the maximum-level foundation body cultivation technique stood as the single greatest barrier preventing her entry into one of the 10 great stellar academies of the cosmos. Just luck, pure luck, Lu Xiaobai replied with a modest smile, though inwardly he savored the moment. His peerless mastery didn't merely astonish ordinary students. It left even top-tier grade elites speechless. All right, Lu Xiaobai, please come forward and introduce yourself to the class. Wei Wunshe smiled warmly and added, "You'll be studying together for several months. Best to begin forging familiarity early." Lu Xiaobai blinked, slightly taken aback. This hadn't been part of his mental rehearsal. Yet he stepped onto the podium without hesitation, smiling broadly as he began, "Hello everyone. I'm Lu Xiaobai, scion of the Lu family, proprietors of the Immortal Elixir Group. My father, Lu Xingtian, serves as Speaker of the Federal Assembly and ranks among humanity's supreme warriors." The student's eyes twitched involuntarily. Was this an introduction or a paternal resume? But soon they realized their assumption was profoundly mistaken. He was only just beginning. "My third elder brother Lu Chun possesses the SS rank Overlord physique and currently studies at Junlong Academy, one of the 10 great stellar academies, where he also serves as student council president. He recently claimed first place in the Inter-Human Academy tournament, leaving his peers too awestruck to even raise their heads. My second elder sister serves as vice dean of Tianqing Academy, another of the 10 great stellar academies, and holds the distinction of being humanity's youngest ever vice dean." A collective sweat drop formed over every brow. Yet as Lu Xiaobai continued, their attention sharpened. They were hearing for the first time intimate chronicles of legends. Half an hour later, far from fatigued, he grew ever more animated, reciting like a master storyteller. "Now regarding my clan's founding ancestor, his stature is truly cosmic. He stands among humanity's primordial warriors, the pioneers of the stellar age, and personally co-founded foundational stellar arts in Cluty." Silence fell. Then, Reverend, every primordial warrior commands the solemn veneration of all humankind. Without them, humanity would not exist today. And though these foundational arts possess modest combat power, they form the bedrock of every stellar warrior's path. No one denies their epical significance for our species. After a long pause, Lu Xiaobai concluded with a radiant grin, "My self-introduction is complete. Thank you all." The students finally stirred, exchanging awkward glances and silently muttering where precisely was the self in that. Their initial impression crystallized: this young man was utterly breathtakingly preposterous. Yet strangely, perhaps due to his striking appearance, perhaps his sincere, uncondescending gaze toward ordinary students, his unabashed lineage display provoked no resentment, only bemused disbelief at his sheer audacity. Beside him, Wei Wunshe clapped politely and chuckled, "An exceptionally vivid introduction, Xiaobai." Internally he vowed, "I will never, ever, let you do this again." "Thank you, teacher," Lu Xiaobai replied with a cheerful grin. Though he'd shared much about his elders, all such details were publicly documented. No secret at all. As for the Lu family's true depth of influence, that he would never divulge. "Now then, let us begin today's linguistics lecture." Wei Wunshe activated the holographic display, commencing formal instruction. The elite class curriculum mirrored standard tracks. Mornings featured theory, though condensed to a single hour, followed by self-directed study, refining body cultivation techniques, or reviewing prior material. To Lu Xiaobai's surprise, Wei Wunshe served not only as homeroom teacher, but as sole instructor across all disciplines from stellar martial arts to theoretical sciences. When the hour ended, students lingered, still immersed. True, Wei Wunshe occasionally imposed speculative explanations upon topics beyond his grasp, but undeniably his erudition ran astonishingly deep. Only such profound mastery could sustain his role as universal pedagogue. Truly masterful, Lu Xiaobai mused inwardly. Even his own clan's elders could not elucidate concepts with such lucidity and elegance, a gift unrelated to martial prowess, but born of singular intellectual insight. As he quietly absorbed the lesson's essence, a girl in a flowing white gown approached, her features serene, her expression open and graceful. With a warm smile, she introduced herself. Hello, Lu classmate. I'm Chen Qingqing. Lu Xiaobai looked at the beautiful girl before him, momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, Hello, is there something you need? His heart stirred, and he suddenly recalled that she ranked 5th in the class with an impressive total score of 620 in the Star Marshal exams. Even if she couldn't enter the top 10 universities, she could still gain admission to a prestigious institution. Not far away, Xiao Lei witnessed this scene and gave Lin Shuer beside him a knowing glance, whispering, Sister, you have a competitor now. Shut up. Lin Shuer was momentarily startled, then shot a glare at her brother, but still turned her gaze back to Lu Xiaobai, a strange expression on her face. At this moment, Chen Qingqing hesitated for a moment before saying, I would like to ask you a question, is that okay? Of course, that's perfectly fine. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's smile widened. Look at that, even the elites were asking him questions, he must truly have some skills. Chen Qingqing's eyes suddenly sparkled with admiration as she asked, Is your second sister really the youngest vice principal in history? Oh. Lu Xiaobai was taken aback. How did this turn into a question about his second sister? Shouldn't she be asking about him? However, seeing Chen Qingqing's serious expression, he could only nod in acknowledgement and then shared some of his second sister's achievements, which finally satisfied her enough to leave. What is going on here? She's actually a little fan of his second sister. At this moment, when everyone saw this scene, some could no longer hold back and crowded around saying, Lu Gu, is your third brother Lu Chen really that impressive? Lu Gu, your father, the esteemed speaker, must have been a genius in his youth, right? Lu Gu, how old is Lu Zhu? Is he now so powerful that it's abnormal? Lu Xiaobai, who was initially excited, gradually became somewhat speechless. So it turned out that his self-introduction was just a diversion. Everyone was here to ask about his family, and not one person was interested in him personally. Wait, everyone, I'm also a genius of the Lu family. That doesn't matter, Lu Gu, tell us more about the achievements of the third ancestor of the Lu family. Lu Xiaobai felt a bit melancholic. What do you mean it doesn't matter? It's no wonder everyone overlooked him. After all, the family members he mentioned were all walking legends. As for Lu Xiaobai, he was just someone who happened to be in the same class, so naturally, he wasn't a legend. This line of questioning lasted a full hour. Just when Lu Xiaobai was about to give up on resisting, a sudden voice rang out. Lu Gu, I want to ask how you leveled up your body refining technique to the max. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's expression changed, and his eyes even glistened with tears. My goodness, finally someone is paying attention to him. Lu Xiaobai's gaze scanned the crowd and finally landed on a boy with an ordinary appearance, but a remarkably resolute expression. Perhaps because everyone's attention was on him, the boy's eyes showed a hint of shyness, a kindred spirit. Lu Xiaobai stood up and embraced the boy. His enthusiastic demeanor made the boy stiffen slightly, but he didn't say much. After a moment, Lu Xiaobai released him and smiled, saying, What's your name? I mean your name, don't just say you don't have one. The boy was slightly taken aback, seeming not used to this way of speaking. After a pause, he slowly replied, My name is Jiang. The one who ranked 7th in the class. Lu Xiaobai immediately remembered and smiled, saying, Out of everyone in the elite class, you certainly asked the best questions. By the way, what did you just ask me? Jiang scratched his head, feeling that Lu Xiaobai was a bit outrageous, but remembering the previous self-introduction, he could only let it go. Reluctantly, he repeated his earlier question. How did you level up your body refining technique to the max? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, a contemplative look appearing in his eyes. The others also looked over. This question was indeed quite important, as many in the class were stuck at this stage. Of course, even more were stuck at breaking through the 4th level of body refining. Well, Lu Xiaobai rubbed his head, seeming to be organizing his words. Seeing this, Jiang quickly said, Lu Gu, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. I just asked out of curiosity. He saw the troubled expression on Lu Xiaobai's face and guessed that it might involve some of his secrets. It's not that I don't want to answer you, Lu Xiaobai said with a helpless expression. If he really had relevant experience, he wouldn't hesitate to share, but the problem was he had just added points directly with star energy. He couldn't just say he leveled up by saying add points twice, and that was it. After a moment, he could only use the excuse of having ranked 1st in the class, claiming that it was under the pressure of ambition that he successfully broke through. This statement wasn't entirely false. Many people had a sudden epiphany after reaching a peak, leading to deeper breakthroughs in their star techniques. Upon hearing this, everyone silently took notes and turned their gazes toward the 1st in the grade, Lin Shuer. Why are you all looking at me? Lin Shuer looked puzzled, a bit taken aback. Lin Shuer, I will surpass you, just wait. Chen Qingqing had a determined look, her eyes filled with a challenging spirit. She was beautiful and had excellent grades, but unfortunately, she had always been overshadowed by Lin Shuer, which was why she hadn't received much attention. Now that she heard that being first could lead to breaking through the max level of body, refining it instantly fueled her motivation. I will work hard as well at least to move up 2 more ranks. It's time for the first place to change hands. Sister, you better watch out for me. Bang. Lin Shuer directly punched Xiao Lei. Sister, what are you doing? Beating you. The others were fine, but you Xiao Lei dared to interfere. Xiao Lei immediately dared not speak further as he had been beaten by his sister since childhood and naturally didn't dare to say much. Lu Xiaobai, are you doing this on purpose? Lin Shuer directed her gaze at Lu Xiaobai, saying, now I've become the public enemy of the class. Those who don't know might think I'm the villain. Where is there such a good-looking villain? Lu Xiaobai chuckled and replied, besides, I'm just speaking the truth, and I can motivate everyone, and this is called healthy competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuer snorted, but she wasn't really angry. She could maintain her first place in the grade based on her own strength. Such a significant gap couldn't be closed just by a few harsh words. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai seemed to have thought of something, and his smile faded. He suddenly remembered his task to achieve a total score in the top 10 of the class for the STAR exam. If everyone was this motivated, wouldn't that make his task even harder? Oh no, I forgot about this. If I had known, I should have said I was always in the bottom ranks, which tempered my... Should I bribe everyone once more? Lu Xiaobai recalled the previous practical assessment in the ordinary class, considering to repeat the old story. Forget it, I'll talk about it before the next monthly exam. He didn't think too much. After all, he would eventually obtain these 3-star points. Thank you, Brother Lu. At this moment, Jiang Yi earnestly expressed his thanks and returned to his seat, while the others similarly ceased their inquiries about the Lu family gossip and began to study with renewed motivation. After the exchange, the relationship between everyone and Lu Xiaobai became significantly closer, with no trace of awkwardness remaining. Soon the self-study class in the morning concluded. Brother Lu, let's go eat. Xiao Lei left his seat grinning and said the cafeteria is on the 5th floor. Our elite class has fantastic food, plus there's a subsidy from the Ministry of Education, so the prices are half of what they are outside. Oh, so good. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly. Half price was indeed a substantial benefit. If calculated, it represented a massive financial outlay every day, as the elite class exclusive cafeteria must contain special ingredients infused with star energy. No wonder only the elite class could enjoy this. Of course, Xiao Lei chuckled, thinking that without the school's benefits he might not be able to manage his monthly living expenses. Let's go. At that moment, Lin Shuer also came over, clearly intending to join them for a meal. Lu Xiaobai smiled and said nothing more. The 3 of them headed outside the classroom, and just as they stepped out, 3 figures appeared to block their path. They were the same 3 lackeys who had previously stopped Xiao Lei and followed Yuan Li. Lu Quan, are you looking for trouble again? Xiao Lei narrowed his eyes and chuckled. You no longer have the advantage in numbers now. However, Lu Quan and the others ignored Xiao Lei and approached Lu Xiaobai, subtly surrounding him. Young Master Lu, we were disrespectful before. Please forgive us. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, wearing a peculiar expression, and smiled. What if I don't forgive you? Young Master Lu, don't force us. The 3 exchanged glances, determination flashing in their eyes. What? Want to fight? It seems you really are not afraid of death. Xiao Lei clenched his fists, preparing to make a move. However, the next moment, bang, the 3 acted in perfect unison, almost simultaneously kneeling down. Brother Lu, we were wrong. Please let us go. We are not from Yuan Li. He gave us 1,000 alliance coins each to help block Lin Liar. We were blinded by money. Young Master Lu, please give us a chance. We have no elders above us and no juniors below us. Just spare us. The 3 clung to Lu Xiaobai's legs, crying uncontrollably. Lu Xiaobai also thought the 3 had come looking for trouble, but suddenly witnessing such a scene left him a bit dumbfounded. You 3. Lin Shuer and her brother widened their eyes, seemingly not expecting the 3 to be so shameless. After all, you were supposed to be the elite class geniuses. Even if begging for mercy, couldn't you do it less absurdly? Yet the 3 were undeterred, having witnessed the terrifying strength of a dead. They had spent the whole morning on edge and immediately sought to beg for mercy when the opportunity arose. At this moment, seeing Lu Xiaobai not respond, Lu Quan and the others exchanged glances and said, Brother Lu, our pig cow and sheep trio truly come with sincerity right here in front of you. Pig cow and sheep, right in front of you. Lu Xiaobai looked at them with a strange expression. How did he feel like he was encountering 3 oddballs? At this moment, the 3 took off their jackets, revealing what they had on their backs. Each was carrying a book. Lu Xiaobai's expression changed as he caught sight of what was on their backs that turned out to be 3 ancient scriptures, one of which was the I Ching Jing. What does this mean? Even he who had seen much of the world was stunned by this scene. What kind of explanation was this? Did they want him to absolve them? Lu Quan earnestly said, "Isn't there a saying in ancient times about bearing scriptures to plead for forgiveness? Brother Lu, this is our sincerity." Lu Xiaobai was momentarily speechless. He glanced at Lin Shuer and the others and asked, "Are you sure these 3 are from our elite class? Although I don't want to admit it, they really are." Lin Shuer rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You 3, what are your rankings in the class?" 98th, 99th, 100. Lu Xiaobai sighed, saying, "Why not just say you are in the bottom 3? Why say it in the positive?" Lu Quan scratched his head and said, "Isn't it more impressive to say it like this?" He shook his head, no longer speaking, but started to think. "Brother Lu, please let us off." Lu Quan and the others felt a tightness in their hearts. They wanted to cling to their legs again. Wait. Lu Xiaobai looked at the 3, snot and tears all over, feeling a bit speechless, and said, "Xiaolei, what do you think?" The 3 didn't attack him, but since they had previously blocked Lin Liar, they naturally had to see what Xiaolei thought. Xiaolei raised an eyebrow and said, "Yuan Li gave you a total of 3,000 alliance coins." Upon hearing this, Lu Quan immediately understood and directly transferred the 3,000 alliance coins to Xiaolei. So considerate. Seeing how perceptive the 3 were, Xiaolei found it hard to say anything more and could only say, "This time, we'll let it go. If there's a next time, even if Brother Lu forgives you, I won't." Yes. Thank you, Brother Lei." The 3 repeatedly nodded, their faces filled with gratitude. Seeing Lu Xiaobai say nothing more, they quickly got up and left, feeling relieved. Although they had parted with 3,000 alliance coins, at least they were no longer in danger. Lu Xiaobai watched the 3 of them leave excitedly and asked with a smile, "What are the names of these 3? Zhu Yuan, Lu Quan, Yang Yifei. No wonder they are called the pig, cow, and sheep combination." Lu Xiaobai instantly understood and muttered to himself, "Quite interesting." He didn't look down on the 3. Instead, he found them quite clever. After all, they managed to avoid his pursuit. What was the use of maintaining their pride? Xiaolei shook his head and said, "I've been classmates with them for so long and didn't know these 3 were so absurd." Lu Xiaobai said nothing more and headed directly with the 2 towards the cafeteria upstairs. At this very moment, inside the campus clinic, "Father, please avenge me." Yuan Li had regained consciousness, yet his face remained swollen and bruised, his speech slurred and labored. Before him floated the holographic image of a middle-aged man, the current patriarch of the Yuan clan. Upon seeing his son's battered state, Yuan Zhuo's expression darkened instantly. His voice rumbled low and grave. Who dared do this to you?" It was Lu Xiaobai. He flaunts his status as a direct heir of the Lu clan, bullying students across campus with unchecked arrogance, even committing heinous acts like abducting women. Yuan Li spoke with rising agitation. "Father, you know I've always stood for justice. How could I possibly tolerate such a decadent scion?" "Silence." Yuan Zhuo shot him a fierce, scorching glare and barked. "You'd better tell me the truth, every word, or I'll flay you alive." As patriarch of the Yuan clan, Yuan Zhuo was shrewd beyond measure and instantly detected his son's fabrication. After all, abducting women. Why not accuse him of toppling star systems next? And justice? What justice did he possess exactly? Yuan Li, trembling under his father's wrath, dared not lie further and recounted the entire incident, unvarnished and precise. Yuan Zhuo fell silent upon hearing the account, then erupted in fury. "What utter nonsense! Father, you see, even you condemn Lu Xiaobai. I'm cursing you, you imbecile." "Oh." Yuan Li froze, stunned, then stammered. "But father, I'm the victim. A victim of your own foolishness." Yuan Zhuo fixed him with a cold, piercing stare before continuing. "Who gave you permission to grovel at Jin Xian's feet like a lackey?" Yuan Li protested, crestfallen. "I only acted in the interest of our family's business." "Fool." Yuan Zhuo sighed deeply, his tone heavy with disappointment. "Do you truly believe currying favor with him will win us even 1% more profit from the Jin clan's partnership?" No. Exactly." Yuan Zhuo cast a sober glance at his son and said gravely, "Jin Xian may be a direct heir of the Jin clan, but he is still merely a junior. Does he hold any real sway over their strategic decisions? Moreover, our alliance with the Jin clan rests not on fawning subservience, but on the strength of the Yuan clan itself. The Jin clan specializes in interstellar slave trade, while ours lies in deep space exploration. Truth be told, they rely on us more than we do on them. Do you understand?" Yuan Li fell silent, then murmured after a long pause. "But cultivating goodwill with the Jin clan can't be wrong, can it?" "Not inherently, But the question is, what price are you willing to pay? Yuanzhu's voice hardened with anger. You've provoked Lu Xiaobai, the youngest direct heir of the Lu clan, cherished beyond compare, far beyond anything Jin Xian could ever hope to command. Though Jin Xian was indeed a Jin heir, his generation numbered over 100. His privileges paled beside Lu Xiaobai's. Yet Yuan Li still objected, defiant. But aren't we aligned with the Jin faction? Even if we never provoke him, the Lu clan won't welcome us. Idiot. Indifference is one thing, annihilation is another. Yuanzhu glared fiercely at his son and declared, should the Lu clan ever defeat the Jin clan, we may lose half our fortune, but they won't eradicate the Yuan clan. They love wealth, not bloodshed. Yet now, by crossing Lu Xiaobai, a single word from him could erase our entire lineage. Yuan Li scratched his head, slowly grasping the gravity of it all. Their necessity to cooperate with the Jin clan did not obligate them to wage total war against the Lu clan. Thank the stars you didn't push too far, and thank heaven Lu Xiaobai retained enough reason not to kill you outright. Otherwise this would have spiraled into catastrophe. Yuanzhu exhaled softly, relief flickering in his eyes. Kill me. A chill gripped Yuan Li's heart as he replied. Surely not. I am a Yuan heir. By virtue of his lineage he commanded respect even on Tier 1 human planets. Surely no one would dare execute him outright. Yet then he recalled Lu Xiaobai's chillingly detached command to the robot, and terror seized him. He had quite literally brushed against the edge of death. Had you died, Jin Xian would have orchestrated a media blitz, damaging the Lu clan's reputation while forcing our clan into absolute allegiance. Yuanzhu's gaze sharpened as he murmured, that must be the boy's true design. Once Yuan Li's death made headlines across the Federation, the Yuan clan would be compelled to respond, and retaliation against the Lu clan would demand full integration into the Jin faction. Surely not. A cold dread coiled in Yuan Li's chest as he pictured that brooding young man, feeling for the first time like a pawn on a board he couldn't see. Why not? Yuanzhu snorted disdainfully. Is it truly difficult for the Jin clan to uncover that Lu Xiaobai is guarded by an A-class combat android? Yet he deliberately withheld that intelligence, precisely to lure you into this trap. An A-class android could end your life with a single strike. Yuan Li fell utterly silent. His skepticism dissolved, replaced by grim acceptance. After a long pause, he asked quietly, Father, what should I do now? The heirs of the Lu and Jin clans will continue clashing. Staying there guarantees disaster. Yuanzhu spoke with calm resolve. I'll arrange your transfer immediately. Return to Jinyuan Star next week. You'll sit the stellar entrance exams there just as you would here. Yes. Yuan Li nodded vigorously, no objections whatsoever. This ancestral world was perilous beyond measure. His status as a Yuan heir carried no weight here. Fleeing was the wisest course. But father, I have one more concern. What is it? That android severed a meridian vital for stellar energy conduction. I must repair it before returning. Yuanzhu sighed again, murmuring, it seems another heavy expense is unavoidable. Lu Xiaobai is no ordinary adversary. The injury itself was trivial, easily treated with meridian regeneration serum. Yet that serum was astronomically expensive and exclusively manufactured by the Lu clan's immortal pharma group, the sole producer across all human space. Clearly this was no accident. It was deliberate strategy. I'll dispatch the serum tomorrow. Repair yourself immediately and return without delay. Not one extra moment on that world. Yuanzhu had already discerned the extraordinary cunning of both Lu Xiaobai and Jin Xian. Leaving his son there was tantamount to handing him over to predators. Unaware, he was already doomed. Father, I obey without question. Yuan Li nodded fervently, fear now eclipsing all thoughts of vengeance. At that moment Yuanzhu severed the transmission and stood in quiet contemplation. After a long silence he sighed and murmured to himself. So Lu Xiaobai, the long-dormant heir, has finally emerged. Truly no scion of a top-tier power is ever simple. His thoughts turned to Yuan Li, and frustration flared sharp and bitter. Then he remembered Lu Xingtian, and his expression softened into sorrowful resignation. Reprimand no longer felt justified. The Yuan clan ranked among the elite, but against the apex powers the gulf ran deeper than the mere absence of a patriarch-level cultivator. It was chasm, not distance. In the afternoon, the students of the elite class arrived at the Xingwu Pavilion upstairs, awaiting their afternoon lessons. Half price is so comfortable. Lu Xiaobai patted his belly, still looking somewhat unsatisfied. Although the cafeteria didn't offer particularly expensive ingredients, which couldn't compare to what he had eaten at home before, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Given his financial situation combined with the half-price discount, he ordered an amount meant for 10 people, all for himself. Lu Gu, are you really okay? Xiaolei's face was filled with concern, still shaken by the fact that someone could eat so much. What could happen from eating a bit more? Lu Xiaobai, however, was completely unconcerned. Lin Shuer was equally astonished and slowly replied, but the problem is those foods are all imbued with star energy and are both numerous and varied. Can your body really handle it? Their worry wasn't that the food would stretch Lu Xiaobai's stomach, but that the chaotic and overwhelming star energy might be too much to absorb even for a star warrior's body. This is also why wealthy families often hire specialized nutritionists to create meal plans. The diet of a star warrior needs careful balancing rather than mindless gorging, or else the effects could be counterproductive. Yet Lu Xiaobai's eating behavior just now was like making a big stew. It's fine. Lu Xiaobai shook his head, his face showing indifference. For others, those star energy foods needed to be absorbed slowly, but for him, they were just like ordinary rice with no enhancement whatsoever. Lin Shuer and her brother exchanged glances, both a bit perplexed. Unfortunately, my stomach can't take any more, otherwise I could eat a bit more. Lu Xiaobai patted his belly, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. After all, at the current rate, when would he be able to absorb enough nutrients to awaken his physique? If only I could learn the Stone family's devouring technique. He thought of the Stone family's special skill, the devouring technique, which was specifically designed to aid digestion. It was said that a member of the Stone family could consume food equivalent to 100 times that of a star warrior of the same level. If he could master it, the process of awakening his physique could accelerate significantly. However, it was merely a thought. The Stone family was also one of the top powers, and their devouring technique would never be shared, much like his family's false injury technique. Just then the class bell rang, and everyone who had been resting stood up, each starting to perform a set of movements similar to gymnastics. Moi. Lu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback and asked Xiaolei, what is this for? These are the movements that Teacher Wei taught us. They help with digestion and quickly warm us up to get into the right state. Is it a star technique? Lu Xiaobai's expression changed slightly, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Wasn't this similar to the Stone family's devouring technique? However, Xiaolei shook his head and said, it's not a star technique or special skill, it's just a set of ordinary movements. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai lost interest. Due to the existence of his golden finger, he could easily upgrade star techniques and special skills, but if it was just ordinary movements, they held little value for him. Seeing his expression, Xiaolei smiled and said, Lu Gu, you should give it a try. Oh, it's quite effective. Lu Xiaobai nodded and started to try it out. Initially, he had little expectation, but as he performed the movements, his stomach suddenly felt warm and began to accelerate the digestion of the food inside him. The understanding of the king is quite impressive. His heart jolted with surprise. If he guessed correctly, this set of movements was created by Wei Wunshe by borrowing elements from a certain star technique. Soon as he completed the set of movements, he wholly digested the food in his stomach, feeling invigorated. The others were similarly affected. They did not stop to rest, but began their training on their own. Some started physical training, focusing on enhancing their strength, speed, or reflexes, while others began demonstrating some basic star techniques, such as fist techniques, palm techniques, or sword techniques. Lu Xiaobai stood alone, looking somewhat different from the rest. Are they all this eager? He raised an eyebrow, unsure of what to do next. Just then Wei Wunshe entered the Xingwu pavilion. He glanced at the people who were diligently training and nodded in satisfaction, then his gaze shifted to Lu Xiaobai not far away. Xiaobai, I've already formulated your training plan and sent it to your chip terminal. Wei Wunshe approached him and spoke with a smile. Lu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback as he opened his chip watch and indeed saw a detailed physical training plan. This wasn't a special favor for him, rather each person's training plan in the elite class was custom-made. However, after looking at the training plan, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Wei Wunshe raised an eyebrow and asked, what's wrong? Is there an issue? Just a little, Lu Xiaobai nodded and said, Teacher Wei, I'm actually not in a hurry to enhance my vitality level right now. Not in a hurry. Wei Wunshe looked at him with a strange expression and said, Xiaobai, although you have a maxed out body refinement technique and can achieve full marks in this subject, your vitality level is currently too low, so your overall score in the star examination cannot be very high. Unless you don't want to participate in the star examination and want to rely solely on your maxed out body refinement technique to get a free pass. As he said this, Wei Wunshe seemed worried that Lu Xiaobai might really do so and quickly added, But as your teacher, I have the duty to remind you that while you can get a free pass to a first-rate academy, you won't be able to enter the top-tier ones, so I suggest you participate in the STAR examination. If it really doesn't work out, you can still use the free pass later. There are too many first-rate academies in the human star domain. Although they are all first-rate, there are actually differences, and those differences are not small. Seeing Wei Wunsher so serious, Lu Xiaobai understood it was for his own good, but he genuinely did not need to do any more physical training and could only explain, "Teacher, I don't want a free pass. I'm confident that before the STAR examination arrives, I can raise my vitality level to 9. Blind confidence. Wei Wunsher chuckled and said, "The teacher knows that the effects of the maxed-out body refinement technique are extreme, but the higher you go in vitality level, the harder it becomes to improve. I've already calculated for you achieving level 9 before the STAR examination would already be quite impressive. Then what if I also include the Lu family's body refinement technique?" Upon hearing this, Wei Wunsher was slightly taken aback, then laughed. "I admit that the Lu family's body refinement technique is one of the top-tier body refinement STAR techniques of humanity, but if it's only level 1, the effects actually. Teacher, my Lu family's body refinement technique is at level 4. Wei Wunsher's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Lu Xiaobai, filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Xiaobai smiled and repeated, "My Lu family's body refinement technique has already reached level 4. Wei Wunsher fell completely silent, his mind racing with thoughts, yet he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately only managing 2 words, impressive. As a top-tier STAR technique, the Lu family's body refinement technique far surpassed the basic body refinement technique, yet the difficulty of its advancement was equally immense. How could this person possibly attain level 4? Was he still a middle school student? Despite his vast experience, he found himself quite flustered at this moment. Observing the expression on the other party's face, Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a bit smug as he spoke. "Teacher, does this mean I can skip physical training now?" "Indeed, it is no longer necessary." Wei Wunsher could conclude without calculations that the other party could absolutely elevate his vitality level to 9 before the STAR examination. "What do you want to do in the STAR martial class?" He refrained from formulating a plan for him, and instead sought the other party's opinion. "I would like to trouble you, teacher, to help me catch up on theoretical knowledge," Lu Xiaobai stated frankly. Now that his vitality level and body refinement technique level were no longer a concern, and his combat experience was also quite adequate, having spent a long time in the QZ virtual space, where he had faced countless battles. The only issue was theoretical knowledge. Due to his low vitality level in the past, his memory was far inferior to that of other students, resulting in him not retaining much, making it his weak point. "That's not a problem." Wei Wunsher nodded and said, "If you can achieve full marks in theoretical knowledge, then you truly have a chance to break into the top 10 academies." At this thought, a glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Although Lin Shuer and her brother also had hopes of breaking into the top 10 academies, he knew well that their chances were exceedingly slim, almost non-existent. However, Lu Xiaobai was different. He had already achieved full marks in the 2 most difficult subjects, only needing theoretical knowledge and combat experience. "By the way, you must participate in the elite class monthly field training." Field training. Lu Xiaobai's expression froze, seemingly doubting whether he had heard correctly. "The full name is outdoor combat training." Wei Wunsher glanced at him and said, "What silly thoughts are—" Lu Xiaobai wore a speechless expression. He hadn't said anything at all. Besides, where was the abbreviation in that? "All right, let's start learning theoretical knowledge. Follow me." Wei Wunsher led him to a corner of the STAR Martial Hall, ensuring not to disturb the training of others. "Teacher, before we begin, may I ask a question?" "Feel free to ask." "The set of movements you taught us to aid digestion, they were derived from a certain STAR technique, right?" "Your insight is quite good." Wei Wunsher nodded and continued, "This was a friend I met years ago. He acquired a STAR technique called gluttony from the ancient ruins of the giant clan, which is extremely powerful. The giant clan traditionally fed on starry beasts, and their ability to digest them relied on this STAR technique. His knowledge was profoundly extensive, encompassing both STAR techniques and ancient civilization history, allowing him to speak so fluently." "Teacher, may I ask who that friend of yours is?" Lu Xiaobai's face lit up with anticipation. It wouldn't be easy to obtain the devouring method from the Sher family, but if it was just an ordinary STAR martial artist, it would be much simpler. "What? Are you interested in the gluttony STAR technique?" Wei Wunsher immediately saw through his thoughts and said with a smile, "But unfortunately, your friend is no longer around. Teacher, my condolences." "Condolences, my foot." Wei Wunsher shot him a glance and said flatly, What I meant was after all these years gluttony has only reached level 2 and it's simply impossible to produce a star technique stone. So don't hold on to any hopes. Lu Xiaobai instantly fell silent, unable to suppress a sigh. This was the characteristic of advanced star techniques. To pass them down, one had to reach full mastery themselves. Alright, stop daydreaming, class is starting. Wei Wunshe began to lecture on theoretical knowledge. 3 hours later, with the ringing of a bell, it signified the end of today's Star Martial class. Alright, let's end here for today. Go back and digest what you've learned properly. Wei Wunshe stood up and said, your theoretical knowledge is indeed a bit lacking, but your vitality is improving daily and your memory is continuously enhancing. Achieving full marks in this subject shouldn't be a problem. Thank you, teacher. Lu Xiaobai said sincerely. After all, this was akin to the teacher giving him private tutoring. Put in some effort. I hope someone from our Starlight Middle School this year can get into one of the top 10 star academies. Wei Wunshe smiled and then turned to leave. Lu Xiaobai said nothing more, with his Lu family body refinement technique having reached level 4, he felt absolutely confident about getting into one of the top 10 academies. Lu Gu. At that moment, Xiao Lei approached drenched in sweat. He had been practicing the basic fist technique for an entire afternoon, which had taken a toll on his energy, perhaps even more than those undergoing physical training. Xiao Lei, you're putting in a lot of effort, huh? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, but is practicing the basic fist technique really useful? Of course it is useful. Xiao Lei nodded and said, I feel like I have no hope of breaking through to full-level body refinement technique before the star examination, so I can only enhance other star techniques to boost my scores. Does that really boost your score? You don't know. Xiao Lei was equally surprised, then explained, in the past to achieve full marks in body refinement techniques, one had to reach full mastery. However, the rules changed a century ago. Now you only need to elevate the body refinement technique to level 4 and raise the other 3 basic star techniques to level 4 to also count as full marks. Is that so? Lu Xiaobai nodded in understanding. After all, the difficulty of achieving full-level body refinement techniques was indeed extremely high, though it required not only effort and talent, but also a bit of luck. If the standards were strictly enforced, the top 10 star academies would hardly enroll many students each year. But this path is difficult too. Xiao Lei said, a hint of lament in his eyes as he muttered, right now I only have the basic fist technique at level 3, and I haven't learned the other basic star techniques, so I probably have no chance. At least I can add a few points. He did not expect to get into the top 10 star academies, but even adding a few points could help him strive for a better first-rate academy. Judging by past star examinations, the number of students taking the test would be in the hundreds of billions, and a single point could eliminate countless candidates. This was no exaggeration. Keep it up, I believe in you. Lu Xiaobai patted Xiao Lei's shoulder. Xiao Lei nodded, not thinking too much, and then said, let's go, brother Lu, it's time to soak in the hot spring on the 7th floor. Soak in the hot spring. Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion in his eyes. It's one of the perks of our elite class. Every day after the Xingwu class, we get to soak in the hot springs, and it's not just ordinary spring water, it's a specially formulated medicinal liquid meant to relieve our fatigue, which also contains a small amount of star energy. That perk is quite nice. Lu Xiaobai's eyes showed a hint of surprise. It seemed that the majority of the school's teaching resources were allocated to the elite class. No wonder he didn't have any perks while staying in the regular class. Soon the two arrived at the hot spring area on the 7th floor, and to Lu Xiaobai's surprise, it was not just separated by gender, but also by male and male, with each person having their own individual room. Brother Lu, am right next door. Just call me if you need anything. Xiao Lei used a chip in his hand to swipe, and the door in front of him opened automatically, while he added, by the way, there's evening study, starting at 7. Oh. Lu Xiaobai was slightly taken aback, a look of surprise in his eyes. It's a feature of the elite class. We have evening study on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Lu Xiaobai nodded, but didn't pay too much attention. After all, he had nothing to do at night, and even rarely visited the virtual space. Now his master of empty hands had reached level 3. It must be said that he was truly talented in this aspect, as he had learned this special technique in less than a month and had rapidly leveled up twice. However, after reaching level 3, he could clearly feel that he had hit a bottleneck. Further upgrades would require the accumulation of time, which diminished his enthusiasm for practicing in the virtual space. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai entered his room and immediately saw a small hot spring pool filled with a light green medicinal liquid. Xingmu flower blood chi grass. Lu Xiaobai sniffed the medicinal liquid and instantly recognized its components. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Lu family, having mastered level 1 basic pharmacology, so he naturally understood some pharmacological knowledge, especially since this liquid was very common and not a secret formula. Although it has no effect on me, soaking in it is still nice. He took off his clothes and entered the hot spring immediately, letting out a sound of comfort. Since coming to the ancestral star, he had rarely soaked in medicinal liquids, as he couldn't even absorb food, let alone this liquid. Moreover, preparing it was troublesome, so he simply chose to avoid it. Let's order some food. Following Xiao Lei's suggestion, he opened the school's app to place an order. These were the cafeteria meals, which were also very cheap, and they would be delivered by specialized robots. Before long, Lu Xiaobai was soaking in the hot spring, while enjoying delicious food, looking quite content. The treatment in the elite class is indeed quite nice. He had never seen such things in the regular class before. At 7 in the evening, the members of the elite class gathered again in the Xingwu Hall, each looking spirited, evidently having regained their vitality. Alright, let's start practicing. At this moment, Wei Wunshe arrived at the Xingwu Hall. As soon as he spoke, everyone began unknown practical training. Although it was evening study, it was actually practical training, as this was also one of the subjects for the STAR examination. Xiaobai, what do you say? Continue studying theoretical knowledge, or should I arrange a practical opponent for you? Wei Wunshe came to Lu Xiaobai's side. After learning about his talent, he treated him very well, even allowing him to decide on the course content. Lu Xiaobai thought for a moment before saying, "Teacher, how about you teach me some basic STAR techniques?" Wei Wunshe was slightly taken aback, and then said, "You've already scored full marks in this subject. There's no need to distract yourself with other STAR techniques. I will need it in the future, and I have nothing else to do now." Lu Xiaobai had thought this through. During the day, he was mostly studying theoretical knowledge, and his mind was starting to lag behind. After all, his vitality was only level 4. If he forced himself to learn more, efficiency would drop significantly, and it would just be a waste of time. As for practical training, his practical experience was quite good, already scoring over 140 points. Besides, he had a considerable gap in vitality compared to the last person in the class, so fighting with him wouldn't provide much practice. Alright, since you've decided, I won't say more. Wei Wunshe nodded, not dissuading him further. He knew that such geniuses often had their own ideas, and forcing a learning plan on them would only hinder their development. As a teacher, all he needed to do was give suggestions. Can we do basic palm techniques? Lu Xiaobai blinked and spoke. No problem. Wei Wunshe smiled slightly confidently, saying, as long as it's a basic STAR technique, I can teach it. Lu Xiaobai's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he felt some admiration in his heart. Although the principal was nicknamed Knowledgeable Brother, it had to be said that he truly lived up to the title of a walking encyclopedia. Come, I will analyze each movement for you, ensuring you will master it tonight. The two moved to a corner of the hall to continue the lesson. Lu Xiaobai appeared serious and began to focus entirely on learning. The reason he chose this basic STAR technique was that it was a prerequisite for learning the strongest STAR technique of the Lu ancestor, Life and Death Seal, which belonged to the palm technique category. He previously had no thoughts about the strongest STAR technique of the Lu ancestor, as his qualifications were limited, making it difficult to meet the learning criteria. However, now that he had a golden finger, everything was different. Leveling up the basic palm technique to full level was merely a matter of consuming a few STAR points. 3 hours rushed by, and Wei Wunshe, who started off full of confidence, gradually became less self-assured, even doubting if his teaching was flawed. After all this time, the student had yet to master this basic STAR technique. You truly haven't learned it yet. His brows furrowed, suspecting that the student was deliberately messing around. However, Lu Xiaobai seriously shook his head and helplessly said, "Teacher, I really haven't learned it, but I have a feeling that in a few more evenings I should be able to get it." I must say, Wei Wunshe's explanations were extremely detailed, even surpassing those STAR warriors who had mastered the basic palm technique at full level. But unfortunately, Lu Xiaobai's talent in serious STAR techniques had always been mediocre. What a strange case. Wei Wunshe's expression was calm, but a sense of confusion arose in his heart. This student was a genius who had maxed out the basic body refining technique, yet struggling to learn a basic palm technique was quite puzzling. He had seen students with specialties, but never one so excessively unbalanced. Wei Wunshe cast a long, steady glance at Lu Xiaobai. The turmoil in his mind subsided, and with a smile he said, "All right, class is dismissed. Go home for now. We have plenty of time, I'll learn at your own pace." Lu Xiaobai nodded. The basic palm technique was merely preparation for the future and offered no advantage for his stellar examination, so there was no need to hurry. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaobai sat in the co-pilot seat of the Flame Flyer. Lin Schwerer sat quietly in the rear, still attempting to dissect the fundamentals of Lu's body refinement method, while Xiao Lei concentrated on piloting the craft. A D too large to fit comfortably inside flew behind them. As long as it did not enter combat, its energy consumption remained modest. Tell me, Xiao Lei, is this thing really so captivating to you? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, beginning to understand why the boy was so eager. Brother, you don't know. This flyer is my ultimate dream. Xiao Lei spoke with fevered enthusiasm. I've already planned it. When I go to university, I'll take basic spaceship studies as a secondary subject and devote myself to craft research. If I can get into Zhuguang Group, all the better. The Zhuguang Group was a top company specializing in flyers and warship technologies, and behind it stood the powerful Lin family. Brother, I've heard the Lu family and the Lin family have a good relationship. Xiao Lei blinked, looking shy. Lu Xiaobai, staring at the burly Xiao Lei wearing such an expression, felt a chill run through him, and hastily said, Don't get your hopes up. Just because the families are friendly doesn't mean I, a member of the Lu family, can plant people in someone else's company. Even if you could get in, you'd only end up as a security guard. You'd never touch the core technologies. The Lin family were not fools. If Xiao Lei were an implanted spy, their core technologies would be exposed. Xiao Lei scratched his head and dropped the subject. He did not actually want to be a security guard, even though many star marshalists coveted such positions. Half an hour later, the three of them returned to the residential complex. Brother Lu, goodbye. Tomorrow I still want to be your driver. Lu Xiaobai gave a wry smile and nodded. He had grown tired of piloting. Having a free driver was, after all, rather pleasant. Most important was that the brother and sister both performed well academically. If he encountered gaps in his theoretical knowledge, he could simply ask them. Soon Lu Xiaobai and Ada returned home. The white-beard butler hurried up to greet them. Welcome home, master. Shall I prepare a late-night snack? No, I'm a little tired. Lu Xiaobai shook his head and returned to his bedroom. The elite class curriculum was far more demanding than that of the ordinary classes. He studied theory intensely by day and practiced the basic palm technique by night. By the end of the day, he was thoroughly exhausted. Yet effort yielded results. He could feel his theoretical understanding deepen considerably and was confident he could rank within the top 10 in the next monthly examination. Principal Dongwang truly knows his craft, he thought. His progress was inseparable from Wei Wenxi's quality of instruction. Sleep now, continue tomorrow. He thought no more and fell into a deep, immediate sleep. The next morning he awoke refreshed and full of vigor, his vitality fully restored. As usual, he instructed the butler to prepare breakfast, then stepped onto the balcony to perform the movements of Lu's body refinement method. Half an hour later, his body felt warm and energized. His life force had smoothly risen to 4.1 level, another notable improvement. So comfortable, he murmured, glancing at his information panel. He noticed an unused stellar point, the reward from his unknown duel with Yuan Li the previous day. Which stellar skill should I invest in? He examined his roster of stellar and special skills, pondering. In principle, allocating the point to Lu's body refinement method would be the wisest move. It was his only top-tier stellar skill. At his current rate of improvement, he could surely reach 9.9. That rank already represented the highest level attainable by students among humans. This was not because they could not break through further, but because a special rite at the Star Academy was required to cause the next leap. That rite would elevate their potential. Therefore, no true prodigy would choose to become a formal star martialist prematurely. For Lu Xiaobai, reaching 9 would be sufficient. There was no pressing need to allocate the point to Lu's body refinement method now. He'll save it for later and decide which stellar skill to advance then. He chose not to act rashly and kept the point in reserve. After a delightful breakfast, Lu Xiaobai set off for school with eager anticipation. He hungered for more theoretical knowledge, not only to bolster his stellar exam results, but because he was genuinely fascinated by many subjects. Thus, he passed a full week immersed in the demanding life of the elite class. Time quickly moved to the end of February. Wei Wenshi climbed onto the podium and spoke slowly. Tomorrow, we have our monthly field combat training. This exercise will, as before, involve students from 5 schools. I hope you will all give it your all. I do not demand first place, but at least strive to advance by 1 rank. Tell me, do you have confidence? A hush fell over the room. The students were silent. Their rank had long stabilized at 3rd place, and the gap to the top 2 was considerable. With their 3rd-ranked student Yuan Li having withdrawn, merely holding 3rd was seen as an achievement. Wei Wenshi frowned at their lack of fighting spirit when a clear, ringing voice answered, "We have confidence." Wei Wenshi's expression shifted to surprise and approval as he looked toward the speaker. It was Lu Xiaobai. Teacher Yuan Li's departure was my doing. I will step up and fill his place. Lu Xiaobai declared, pounding his chest in assurance. Good. Confidence is a fine thing to have, Wei Wenshi said, nodding. He then reminded them of the rules. Participants may not rely on any external implements. They must depend solely on their own strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai immediately sat back down and muttered to himself, "Ignore what I said before." Wei Wunshi's forehead twitched with exasperation. "So you're not even pretending anymore? If you could deploy that Class A combat robot, what chance would the other students stand?" He shook his head and said, "Fine, let everyone do their best." He no longer held high hopes. Merely avoiding regression would count as success. "The shuttle is waiting outside. Follow me." Wei Wunsher strode out of the classroom, and the others fell in behind him. Soon they arrived at the school's vast central plaza where a massive cobalt blue shuttle rested on the ground. Passers-by glanced once and moved on, unfazed, accustomed to its presence. Though imposing in size, the vessel carried no defensive armaments. It was merely an intraplanetary transport, its value even less than Lu Xiaobai's flame-powered aerial craft. Wei Wunsher stepped aboard first, followed closely by the elite class students. With a thunderous roar, golden exhaust flared from the shuttle's rear, lifting it skyward in a swift ascent toward the distant horizon. "Xiaolei, where exactly are we headed?" Lu Xiaobai sat inside the cabin, gazing through the window at the azure sky. He had assumed the field training would involve little more than trekking into the wilderness of Xinguang City, never imagining they'd board a shuttle. This meant their destination lay far beyond Xinguang. "The blue sea in the heart of Zoostar," Xiaolei replied, leaning forward. "Every field exercise takes place there. It's the only location suitable for our live combat drills." The sea. Lu Xiaobai's expression flickered, surprise shimmering in his eyes. His expectations had been utterly upended, kindling a quiet anticipation within him. He'd presumed the training would test only basic wilderness survival, but clearly this was far more complex. The blue sea was now Zoostar's largest ocean. Unchecked by large-scale human predation, it teemed with ferocious life forms. Though lacking sentient civilization or formal body cultivation, Art's millennia of exposure to ambient stellar energy had fortified their physiology, rendering the sea infinitely more perilous than in ancient times. While elite stellar warriors could traverse its depths unimpeded, for secondary students whose vitality ranked below level 10, those creatures posed grave danger. "Are we entering the sea to fight?" Lu Xiaobai asked, pulse quickening. "Of course, we're here for live combat." Xiaolei grinned. 5 elite classes participate, and rankings are fiercely contested. To secure top placement, we must eliminate as many formidable creatures as possible. My sister and I have claimed many kills in past years, but the rest rarely pull their weight, leaving our class perpetually middling. Lu Xiaobai nodded silently, now grasping the essence of the exercise. 5 elite classes, that means at least 500 participants, his thoughts stirred. Given the nature of maritime combat, casualties are inevitable, aren't they? Not at all, Xiaolei shook his head. Though the school strives for realism, student safety remains inviolable. Robust safeguards will ensure our survival. Lu Xiaobai understood instantly and asked no further. Half a day passed in a blur. The transport shuttle descended over Zoostar's central region, finally settling upon a broad, sun-drenched beach. Hundreds already stood waiting, calm, unruffled, unsurprised by the shuttle's arrival. Some didn't even lift their heads, utterly indifferent. "We've arrived. Everyone disembark," Wei Wunsher announced, stepping onto the sand first. "Hey, old Wei, why does your class always arrive last?" Trying to make a dramatic entrance. A gaunt elder chuckled. Wei Wunsher shrugged lazily. "Old by dang, what nonsense. Xinguang Middle is simply the farthest. Shouldn't we be last?" The elder fell silent, neither denying nor objecting. As for being called old by dang, he barely blinked. After all, his surname was Bai. "Since all have assembled, let's begin." At that moment, a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man spoke, his eagerness almost palpable. "Oh, Headmaster you're unusually impatient today." Wei Wunsher's eyes narrowed in surprise. The other 3 headmasters exchanged glances, equally startled. Headmaster, he led Guangwu Academy, perennially ranked last. Each year his delegation arrived sullen and reluctant. No one relished playing mere backdrop. Yet this time his enthusiasm was unmistakable. Something was deeply amiss. The 4 were masters of perception. Exchanging a single glance, they sensed the anomaly. Headmaster, he flashed a toothy grin. "I'm simply thrilled. The long-standing hierarchy may finally shift." "Oh," a venerable matriarch's expression softened with intrigue. "Has Guangwu unearthed a prodigy?" "Prodigy? Hardly, just the same old students." Headmaster, he waved it off with a chuckle, but offered no elaboration. Wei Wunsher's gaze swept across Guangwu's elite cohort and locked onto a young man beaming with undisguised arrogance, utterly unlike his peers. "Is it him?" Wei Wunsher surmised instantly. But could a single student truly overturn an entire class's standing? Field training measured collective strength, not just star performers. Otherwise, his own Xinguang elite class would never have remained stubbornly fixed at third place. Since headmaster he is so confident, shall we raise the stakes? The matriarch smiled faintly, her own certainty gleaming like polished steel. Oh, what stakes does Headmaster Lan propose? Headmaster, he leaned in intrigued. She answered without hesitation, double the rewards, for both top-performing classes and outstanding individuals. Though merely a training exercise, rewards were always granted, not only to the winning class, but also to exceptional individuals. That incentive alone explained the students' fervor. Agreed, double them. Headmaster Wei, and you too. Your verdict. If they've spoken, then double it. The bald elder paused thoughtfully, then nodded in assent. Old by old way. Headmaster Lan's gaze turned toward them. So you wish to escalate things? Then let's play. I'd love to see the source of your confidence. Elder Bai chortled, a hearty, unreserved agreement. Old Wei, only you remain. Wei Wunsher's face remained placid, serene, unruffled, but inwardly he seethed, damn. Something's off. Feels like we've walked straight into a trap. This is really troublesome. Wei Wunsher thought to himself, believing it was just a routine combat training. However, he was surprised that all four agreed to increase the stakes, showing absolute confidence in their students. Yet there wasn't much improvement in the Starlight Elite class he led. For a moment, he seemed to hesitate. The rewards for each training session were funded by all 5 schools, but because Starlight High School had not performed well in previous STAR exams, the Ministry of Education did not allocate many resources to them. Now with this added pressure, he would have to dip into his own retirement funds. Old Wei, stop stalling, and just agree already. We have all heard that the direct descendants of the Lu family are at your school. This time you have a definite advantage, said Old Bai with a grin. Yes, Principal Wei, do you not have confidence in the Lu family? The other 3 echoed in agreement. They had inquired and found out that although Lu Xiaobai was a direct descendant of the Lu family, his vitality level was too low and he wasn't even part of the elite class. They only said this to provoke Wei Wunsher. Lu Xiaobai, hidden in the crowd, felt speechless upon hearing this. Why drag him into this? Just as he was about to say something, familiar text appeared before his eyes. 3-star mission triggered. Achieve first place in outdoor combat training, including class and individual first place. Young man, can you really tolerate being publicly questioned? Lu Xiaobai looked at the text before him, wanting to say he could really tolerate it. What kind of joke was this golden finger? The way to break the doubt was to have him take first place, and not just in class, but overall as well. Although he had unlimited potential, his vitality level was only 4. 5, classifying him as a minor calamity. Not to mention competing with students from other schools, even the siblings Lin Shuer in his class were better than him. This is really a hassle. Lu Xiaobai frowned deep in thought, trying to find a breakthrough for the mission. At this moment his gaze shifted to Ada, who was still on the spaceship, and he thought, should he just let Ada take action and injure all the students on site? That way he could confidently secure first place. However, this outrageous idea was quickly dismissed. Wei Wunsher and the others were watching. If he really did something so absurd, the outdoor combat training would surely be cancelled. No, I need to think of another way. At that moment, Wei Wunsher also wore a troubled expression, pondering how to refuse the request to increase the stakes. He glanced at his student's side and said, since you all want to increase the stakes, let's do it. If he insisted on refusing, the other 4 could not force him, but it would undoubtedly undermine the confidence of his students and be a blow to the reputation of Starlight High School. It would not be easy to attract outstanding students in the future. Principal Wei is truly straightforward. The middle-aged man from Guangwu High School laughed heartily and continued, Principal Lan, you will introduce the rules for this outdoor combat training. Principal Lan nodded, looking at the hundreds of students in front of her, and slowly said, everyone, you heard that. This outdoor combat training will have double the rewards, and I hope everyone can give their all. Next, I will announce the rules. The location for this outdoor training will be in the Sandy Sea, which is the territory of the giant star shark, and also your target to eliminate in this training. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the hundreds of students changed slightly. The giant star shark was not easy to deal with. It possessed a strong attack ability, incredible strength, and remarkable speed underwater. Once encountered, escaping would be extremely difficult. The only good news was that they would not act as a pack. As for the time limit, it remains 5 days. However, Principal Lan did not pay attention to the students' reactions and continued, before the competition begins, you will be provided with class diving suits and a standard cold weapon. The diving suits will supply you with ample oxygen and record your hunting points. If you encounter a life-threatening danger, the diving suit can activate protection, which will ensure your safety but once the protection is activated, it means you have failed and will exit the competition early. In addition, there will be patrolling mechanical octopuses at the competition site, which can intimidate regular giant star sharks, serving as your safety net in the wild. Furthermore, they will take the initiative to attack when encountering creatures above level 10. You can lure these level 10 or higher giant star sharks to them, and if you assist the mechanical octopus in taking one down, you will earn considerable points. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have the courage to do so. Clearly, this was another way to earn points. Everyone upon hearing this had not considered this method at all. The level 10 or higher giant star sharks were not on the same level as them. Although they did not have star techniques and were far inferior to the same level star warriors, their sheer physical power was enough to kill them. After all, they themselves did not possess any star techniques. The competition still allows you to form teams, but a team can have a maximum of 4 members. Principal Lon paused for a moment before continuing with a deeper meaning. Additionally, there is a new rule in this competition. You can take action against others to eliminate them early, but you cannot steal their points. Clearly, the 5 principals wanted to add some excitement to the competition, but did not want everyone to focus solely on attacking each other, hence this new rule. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the students from other classes, their eyes filled with a hint of hostility. It seems we can eliminate a batch of people early. A boy from the Guangwu elite class smiled, his demeanor refined, but his gaze provocatively directed at Lin Shuer and the others. Clearly, he was preparing to take action against them in the sea. Arrogant. Someone scoffed at this, as the Guangwu elite class had always been ranked last. The boy merely smiled at the response and did not argue further, continuing to eye others as if pondering whom to eliminate first. At this moment, Principal Lon mentioned some more rules and finally said, "Oh, there's one forbidden rule: no external items are allowed during the competition, otherwise it will be considered as 0 points." Although everyone did not pay much attention, Lu Xiaobai hiding in the crowd sighed. This was undoubtedly a significant weakening for him. Without a doubt, how could he dominate? All right, everyone, follow me to prepare for your respective equipment. Principal Lon turned and headed towards a spaceship behind her. Seeing this, everyone followed suit. Just do your best. There's no need to be too nervous. Wei Wunsher looked at his students with reassurance. He had already mentally prepared to spend money. Soon everyone arrived inside the spaceship's cabin, forming a long queue to receive the underwater equipment issued by the school. Danger! Danger! At this moment, a mechanical flying insect hovered around a chubby boy, emitting a warning sound. The boy, embarrassed, pulled out a gun from his pants. A class laser gun. Clearly, this mechanical flying insect was specifically designed to check for dangerous items on everyone. Lu Xiaobai frowned upon seeing this. He hadn't expected such professional equipment. I wonder if I can sneak past, he thought to himself. Soon he reached the front of the queue, but before he could get close, the mechanical flying insect's eyes glowed red as it emitted a frantic sound. Danger. Extremely dangerous. Extremely, extremely dangerous. Due to its rapid speech, the mechanical insect sounded quite ridiculous. This strange scene naturally drew the attention of countless students who turned to look. Lu Xiaobai scratched his head and said, "I forgot to take off my backpack." He placed the backpack aside, but the mechanical insect's warnings did not cease. Instead, they grew more frantic, almost as if it were about to smoke. My, what's going on? The 5 school principals heard the mechanical insect's unusual behavior and approached together. Wei Wenxi's expression turned strange upon seeing Lu Xiaobai. This kid really dared to bring outside items. Old Wei, is this your student? He looks a bit familiar. Old Bis' expression shifted, lost in thought. In the next moment, his pupils constricted as realization struck him, exclaiming, "Lu family direct line." Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback, all turning to look. The news of Lu Xiaobai's appearance in Xinguang City had caused quite a stir, and most had seen related information online. Now, upon a closer look at his face, they instantly recognized him. This guy can be considered a top young master. Indeed, it's him. The 4 principals were shaken, feeling a bit uneasy. They had just joked about him, unsure if they would face any trouble. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai, however, was unconcerned by the gazes of the crowd, instead looking at the mechanical insect beside him, unable to resist the urge to crush it. This thing was incredibly annoying, as if it were afraid others couldn't hear. Sigh. After a moment, noticing everyone's eyes still on him, he could only let out a sigh. He took off his outer jacket, revealing a series of technological weapons inside. Damn, a class 9th generation armor-piercing sniper rifle that could easily take down a mid-level star warrior. This thing is definitely a heavy weapon. What's that compared to? Didn't you see the canister of liquid explosives next to you? It could kill all beginner star warriors within a kilometer. You really have no eye for the important stuff. That underwater artillery is the key. Everyone looked shocked, even their voices trembling. A mere hint of the power of these weapons was enough to obliterate them. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even the 5 principals were swallowing hard, filled with trepidation, realizing they couldn't withstand such heavy weapons. After a while, the homeroom teacher Wei Wenshi stepped forward, casting a wary glance at the technological weapons on the ground, and said, "Xiaobai, put those things away for now. Our mission is to hunt the giant star shark, not to destroy the entire marine ecosystem." Upon hearing this, everyone twitched at the corners of their eyes. What was I thinking? I accidentally forgot to take these things out. Lu Xiaobai slapped his forehead, looking apologetic. The crowd fell silent, secretly thinking it wasn't an accident. These things aren't light. Could he really not feel anything carrying them? Lu Xiaobai paid no mind to the thoughts of others, feeling frustrated as he gathered all the deadly weapons from the ground. He thought to himself that it was a pity, as long as he could take in one of them, he would have guaranteed first place. At this moment, he glanced at the 5 principals, musing, should I use violence or the Lu family's influence to force these 5 to directly award me first place? But if I did that, I would ruin the competition entirely. It might not affect him much, but it would certainly tarnish Xinguang High School's reputation, making it likely that all the schools on planet Ancestor would ostracize them, preventing them from participating in any wilderness survival competitions again. Principal Dong Wang was quite decent towards him. After considering this, he decided to let it go. All right, everyone disperse now. At this time, Wei Wenshi called for the others to disperse, then came to Lu Xiaobai's side, whispering, "Xiaobai, your combat process will be recorded by the cameras inside the diving suits, so even if you brought in technological weapons, you wouldn't be able to use them." Understood. Lu Xiaobai nodded, already giving up on that plan. Just then, the mechanical insect returned to his side repeatedly, saying, "Safe, extremely safe. Safe, my foot." Lu Xiaobai swatted it away, then stepped forward into the equipment room, receiving his diving suit, as well as selecting a black longbow and a quiver containing dozens of arrows. He stroked the longbow in his hand, muttering to himself, "With plan A failing, I can only resort to plan B." He hadn't mastered the basic archery technique, but he had practiced archery before. Although he couldn't hit every shot, he was at least somewhat skilled. Moreover, given the size of the giant star shark, the probability of hitting it was still quite high. "Lu bro, shall we team up?" At this moment, Xiao Lei saw Lu Xiaobai approaching and greeted him with a grin. Dressed in a black diving suit and wielding a gleaming large knife, combined with his burly physique, he did exude a sense of intimidation. Lu Xiaobai thought for a moment, then shook his head in refusal, saying, "The efficiency of teaming up to kill is too low. It's better to act alone." Lin Liar nodded, not saying much. Given his strength, he was capable of hunting any giant star shark with a vitality level of 9. Indeed, acting alone would be more efficient. Students who have already changed into their gear can head to the bow of the ship to wait. Wei Wenshi's voice rang out. Soon over 500 students, all dressed in black diving suits, gathered at the bow of the ship, some forming small teams, while others chose to act alone. At this moment, the spaceship soared into the sky, immediately ascending over the ocean, heading straight for the sandy sea area. This suit is rather impressive. Lu Xiaobai examined the diving suit enveloping his entire body, musing inwardly. Though merely the most basic Class C model, it boasted remarkable functionality, autonomous oxygen generation, ensuring no risk of hypoxia even after submerging for over a year, and an emergency defense system capable of withstanding attacks up to level 15. Half an hour later, the spacecraft descended into the ocean's abyssal depths. As far as the eye could see, no landmass broke the horizon. Only serene sapphire waters flowing in tranquil silence, a vista so profoundly calming it stirred deep serenity within the soul. From this moment onward, one team shall dive every minute. Wei Wenshi stood at the prow of the swiftly gliding vessel and spoke aloud. Clearly, this arrangement was deliberate, to disperse the students and prevent large-scale brawls from erupting at the outset. Hearing this, none reacted with surprise. Such protocol had long been standard practice. As time passed, student after student leapt from the prow, plunging headlong into the sea, vanishing beneath the waves in an instant. None showed panic. Instead, their faces gleamed with exhilaration, brimming with eager anticipation. Such composure alone far surpassed that of ordinary class students. At that very moment, Lu Xiaobai, longbow in hand, quiver slung across his back, leapt without hesitation into the azure expanse. The remaining students watched him vanish beneath the surface and instinctively exhaled in quiet relief. Though he now carried no external equipment, they had already marked him as an absolute threat. Now submerged, Lu Xiaobai moved effortlessly through the water, Unimpeded by pressure or distortion, his vision remained crystal clear as he surveyed his surroundings. A subtle shift crossed his expression. He activated the stellar energy coiled within his meridians, propelling himself forward with fish-like speed and grace. This was but foundational mastery, simple, intuitive, and second nature. First, I must locate a patrolling mechanical octopus. A flicker of resolve lit Lu Xiaobai's gaze. He had already charted the opening move of his plan. He sped steadily in one direction. Though he encountered no gigashark en route, he did cross paths with a squad from Guangwu Academy. The moment the 4 students spotted him, their faces paled. They fled instantly, as if pursued by death itself. They had truly been terrified by the devastating arsenal he'd displayed earlier, compounded by his formidable lineage and status. No rational soul would dare provoke him, unless courting certain annihilation. Could it be my overlord aura they sense? Lu Xiaobai murmured lightly, continuing onward. Half an hour later, he entered a hushed expanse of sea, utterly still, devoid of swimming schools or drifting life, like a forgotten void. Something is amiss. His brow furrowed, wariness sharpening his gaze. Such unnatural silence usually signaled entry into the sovereign domain of a mighty entity, either a gigashark or a mechanical octopus. Soon the answer emerged. A colossal shark, nearly 20 meters in length, glided silently toward him. Its visage was monstrous, its pectoral fins studded with luminous white specks that shimmered like distant stars, the very origin of its name, gigashark. So the first encounter is already this formidable. Lu Xiaobai's eyes narrowed slightly and data on the beast flashed before him. Its vitality rank level 7. A minor function embedded in the diving suit, allowing wearers to assess an adversary's strength and decide whether to engage or retreat. Recognizing its level 7 vitality, Lu Xiaobai hesitated not a heartbeat. In one fluid motion, he drew a black-tipped arrow and drew his longbow taut to full draw. With a sharp thwip, raw kinetic force launched the arrow through the water like a bullet. The gigashark, witnessing the projectile's violent approach, recoiled instinctively, eyes wide with primal fear. Yet its immense bulk betrayed it. The arrow struck true, piercing deep into its flank, blood blooming crimson in the azure current. Lu Xiaobai's explosive strength now neared 400 kilograms, combined with the arrowhead's specialized alloy, engineered for razor-sharp penetration and minimal hydrodynamic drag. The dual advantage ensured effortless penetration. Yet he lingered not. Instantly, he sheathed his bow and darted away in another direction. This gigashark's level 7 vitality meant the wound was grievous, but far from fatal. To close distance would invite perilous close-quarters combat, a contest he had no intention of risking. A guttural roar tore through the water. Fueled by fury, the gigashark whipped its tail and surged after him with terrifying speed. Inherently savage, it now burned with unquenchable wrath. Humiliated and wounded by this insignificant speck of life, nothing else mattered, only vengeance would suffice. Dare you pursue me? Do I look like I've granted you permission? Lu Xiaobai glanced back, saw the relentless predator closing in, and without pause raised his bow once more. Thwip! Another black arrow streaked forth. Though wary, the gigashark proved too slow, too massive. Again struck, again bleeding. A howl of agony ripped from its maw as it thrashed violently, blood clouding the surrounding waters into murky crimson. Lu Xiaobai pressed forward without pause. Yet within moments the gigashark closed the gap once more, its eyes now pools of feral malice, jaws agape, determined to swallow him whole. No lesson learned. Lu Xiaobai scoffed, loosing yet another arrow, halting its charge mid-lunge. A few more strikes, and I'll send you to your grave. His expression remained calm, his mind calculating the beast's dwindling vitality. Though its level 7 constitution remained formidable, 3 successive wounds had exacted a heavy toll. Thus Catan Mouse persisted for 10 grueling minutes. Big Shark brother bids you farewell. A faint knowing smile touched Lu Xiaobai's lips as he drew his bowstring to its absolute limit. Thwip, thwip, thwip. 3 black arrows erupted in rapid succession. The gigashark, already grievously wounded, sluggish, disoriented, had no chance to evade. All 3 pierced its skull, one driving straight through its right eye. Instantly the gigashark unleashed a shriek of unbearable anguish, convulsing violently, shattering nearby coral reefs with sheer brute force, its destructive power terrifying to behold. Moments later its eyes turned blood red. Heedless of injury, it lunged one final time, fangs bared, jaws wide. Lu Xiaobai, anticipating the move, slipped aside with unruffled ease. Within minutes the beast's speed faltered, then ceased entirely. Lifeless it drifted motionlessly in the silent sea. Should have known better than to chase me, Big Shark. Lu Xiaobai grinned, and the diving suit chimed softly in his ear. Predator hunt completed level 7 Gigashark. Reward 10 points. It seems not too difficult, Lu Xiaobai thought to himself. The ferocity of the star shark far exceeded that of ancient sharks, but its evolutionary body made it incredibly bloodthirsty, which led to Lu Xiaobai's relentless struggle, ultimately resulting in his demise. One could say the body evolved, but the mind became increasingly dull. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai stepped forward and began to pull the arrows out of the star shark one by one. The number of these arrows was limited. If they weren't retrieved in time, his longbow would be rendered useless. Just as he finished collecting the arrows and prepared to leave, a massive shadow approached through the churning sea. Another one. Lu Xiaobai furrowed his brows, gazing into the murky waters around him, thinking, did the blood attract this creature? He had no choice. His attack power was limited, and he could only engage in such a tug-of-war, allowing other star sharks to close in. Let's make a run for it. He did not hesitate, moving his legs like a fish, swiftly leaving the scene. However, the star shark abandoned its companion's corpse and crazily pursued him. What the hell, you giant shark? You have so much flesh and blood, yet you're fixated on me. Lu Xiaobai's expression changed, unable to suppress a curse, and just as he took out his longbow, wanting to repeat his earlier performance, his pupils suddenly contracted as he spotted another massive shadow appearing in the distance. Another one. Wait, it seems like it's not a star shark. His expression shifted as he saw that the shadow had several thick tentacles, causing him to stop in his tracks. Indeed, as the shadow drew closer, a colossal octopus measuring several dozen meters emerged. Its entire body shimmered with a silvery hue, exuding a sense of technology, and the eyes on its forehead emitted an electronic red glow. Clearly, this was the patrolling mechanical octopus. Big brother, I finally found you. I'm glad I didn't give up. Lu Xiaobai quickly swam over, climbing onto the head of the mechanical octopus while glancing back. He saw that the previously aggressive star shark had long since vanished. Phew, finally I can rest for a while. He sat atop the mechanical octopus, gripping the protruding alloy, recovering his stamina. The effort he expended to deal with that level 7 star shark was indeed considerable. 2 hours later, Lu Xiaobai gradually recovered, muttering to himself, it's time to start my plan. He smiled slightly, his mind stirring as he unleashed the Lu family's ancestral technique, fake injury. In an instant, terrifying wounds appeared on his limbs with a large amount of blood flowing out. Yet he felt no weakness at all. Lu Xiaobai quickly removed the diving suit that covered his limbs, allowing the blood to blend seamlessly into the ocean. The star shark was extremely sensitive to blood, especially the blood of star warriors, which contained star energy and would trigger their hunting instincts. To them, human star warriors were considered absolute delicacies due to their long-term consumption of various nutrients and potions. I estimate this will attract level 10 or above star sharks. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly, secretly anticipating. This was his hastily devised plan B. Assisting the mechanical octopus in taking down level 10 or above star sharks was also a way to earn points. However, for others this path was unfeasible. The greatest challenge lay in how to safely lure the level 10 or above star sharks over. If he used himself as bait, he would probably perish before even encountering the patrolling mechanical octopus. After all, level 10 star sharks were no joke. Their speed and power far surpassed that of their group of students. But Lu Xiaobai had fake injury, allowing him to use blood as bait, truly achieving the feat of attracting monsters without injury. Others, even if they were willing to self-harm, could not produce as much blood as he could. After just a few minutes, a star shark appeared in the distance, but upon seeing the massive form of the mechanical octopus, it ultimately chose to retreat. Although this area of the sea was the star shark's territory, the true rulers were these mechanical octopuses, capable of contending with primary star warriors. What are you doing here at level 8? Lu Xiaobai, sitting atop the octopus, couldn't help but scoff. He shook his head, continuing to release fake injury, patiently waiting for his prey to arrive. The quantity of blood he produced was simply staggering, turning the surrounding sea into a deep red, and a strong scent of blood permeated the area. An hour passed, and Lu Xiaobai, with a peculiar expression, looked around him. If other students were to witness this scene, it would surely leave them pale with fear. Surrounding him were densely packed star sharks, easily numbering over 100. These star sharks were all lured by his blood, yet due to the presence of the mechanical octopus, they dared not approach, but they also couldn't bear to leave, resulting in this scene. What a pity. Lu Xiaobai patted the mechanical octopus beneath him, muttering, they've blocked the entrance, yet you don't make a move, how pathetic. However, he also understood that this was the program designed by the creators. The mechanical octopus would only act upon encountering life forms above level 10 and below level 10. No matter how many there were, it was futile. If only I knew intelligent mechanical science, I could modify your program. Lu Xiaobai shook his head, yet he was aware that this knowledge could only be accessed in university, and moreover his current vitality level was insufficient and his brain development was lacking. Even if he hired an expert to teach him, it would be of no use. Just as he was silently complaining, a sudden earth-shattering beast roar echoed from afar. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at the surging waters ahead, a vague sense of anticipation arising within him. Before long, a massive shadow rushed toward him. When he clearly saw its form, Lu Xiaobai's expression brightened, and he couldn't help but smile, saying, "After waiting so long, you finally arrived." Before him was a star shark, its appearance ferocious, covered in white star patterns, and its size reached over 100 meters, an absolute behemoth. Its size and aura far surpassed that of other star sharks, completely on another level. As Lu Xiaobai activated the reconnaissance function on his diving suit, he successfully saw its vitality level, which had astonishingly reached level 11. Roar! The surrounding star sharks lowered their heads, their small eyes filled with fear, instinctively retreating. The star shark king before him ignored its kin and instead opened its massive bloody mouth, lunging toward Lu Xiaobai. In its eyes, Lu Xiaobai was simply a delicious, soft delicacy. However, just as the Star Shark King was fantasizing about the taste of Lu Xiaobai, a massive silver-white tentacle struck down, pulling it back from fantasy to reality. It was the immobile mechanical octopus that had made its move. The appearance of the Star Shark King had already triggered its attack program. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanical octopus surged forward, its 8 enormous tentacles shooting out wildly, entangling the Star Shark King tightly. Simultaneously, its round head was furiously thrusting forward, as if it were executing the long-lost New Year greeting technique. Under the impact of its gigantic head, the Shark King was soon covered in blood, looking utterly tragic. So brutal. Lu Xiaobai's mouth slightly opened in astonishment. The mechanical octopus before him was merely a basic version of a Class C intelligent machine, far inferior to a DA, and had not been equipped with any special technological weapons. Nonetheless, thanks to its abundant energy, it managed to keep the Shark King firmly subdued. It's my turn to strike. Standing behind the mechanical octopus, Lu Xiaobai decisively drew his longbow, initiating a ranged attack mode. This was also the reason he chose the bow and arrow. After all, if it were any other close combat weapon, he wouldn't dare to approach. If he were kicked to death, it would be quite embarrassing. I just need to assist a bit. He chuckled, continuously knocking arrows and shooting, because the mechanical octopus had tightly bound the Shark King, allowing him to hit every shot with precision, even piercing its eyes. Roar! The severely injured Shark King turned exceedingly ferocious, using all its strength to resist. However, bound by the 8 tentacles of the mechanical octopus, it had no chance of escaping, looking like a powerless young girl, of course ignoring its fierce appearance. Scream all you want, it won't help you. Lu Xiaobai wore an evil grin and continued shooting arrows madly. In just a few minutes, his quiver was completely empty, all arrows having found their way into the head of the star shark, making it look rather comical. Meanwhile, the mechanical octopus attacks had not ceased, and under their frenzied assault, even the Shark King's level 11 vitality couldn't withstand it. It let out a desperate roar, attempting to summon the surrounding star sharks for help, but to no avail. They were merely onlookers and couldn't match the mechanical octopus. After another 10 minutes, the Star Shark King finally succumbed to its wounds, becoming a lifeless corpse. Truly tough to beat. Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Just then his expression shifted slightly, as his diving suit emitted a mechanical voice. Participated in the kill of the Star Shark King. Contribution, 20, earned 50 points. Awesome. He chuckled, knowing that according to the competition rules, even killing a level 9 Star Shark would only yield 30 points. At this rate, I really have a chance to aim for first place. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted, feeling a sense of anticipation. Next one. He once again activated fake injury, continuing to lure monsters without taking damage. 10 hours passed in a blink, during which Lu Xiaobai successfully attracted 2 star sharks over level 10, killing them in the same manner and earning another 100 points. The star energy is running low, let's call it a day for now. Lu Xiaobai, feeling exhausted, lay on the mechanical octopus head. Although his fake injury didn't consume much star energy, being a special technique, it had nearly drained him after such a long time. It should be deep into the night now. His expression shifted as he drew his bow again, instantly shooting down a swimming fish, killing it on the spot. There's no fire here, I'll have to make do. A day's hunting had left him mentally and physically drained, and hunger soon followed, necessitating a bit of energy replenishment. He held his arrow, using the sharp tip to cut open the fish, slicing off the most tender parts, and directly stuffing them into his mouth. Not even a bit of dipping sauce. Lu Xiaobai shook his head and muttered, "I truly miss Lao Hu's cooking." However, despite his grumbling, he quickly swallowed the fish meat in his hand and shot down another 7 or 8 fish, successfully replenishing his energy needs. Time to sleep. Lu Xiaobai cut off a long piece of tough seaweed, securing himself to the mechanical octopus head, closing his eyes to rest. Now submerged beneath the sea, he could only make do. In fact, compared to the harsh conditions of outer space, this place could be considered an incredibly comfortable paradise. The next day, Lu Xiaobai woke up to find himself in an unfamiliar sea area with no star sharks in sight. He had long stopped using fake injury, the star sharks having not sensed blood, and under the pressure of the mechanical octopus naturally left on their own. First a bit of breakfast, then ill start today's hunting plan. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted as he easily caught several nearby fish. Just as he was enjoying his sashimi, his diving suit emitted a mechanical voice announcing the current rankings. He had thought he would place first or second, but to his surprise he was only in 10th place. Even more puzzling was that the first place had a whopping 400 points, almost a 200-point lead over second place. How did this person manage that? Lu Xiaobai frowned, glancing at the person's name, instantly recalling that it was the boy from Guangwu Middle School. No wonder Guangwu Middle School is so confident. He kept pondering, muttering to himself, this task is going to be tough. His personal ranking was only 10th. Even if he got lucky over the next 4 days and encountered more level 10 star sharks, it would still be quite difficult to secure first place. The main issue was that his class was currently ranked 5th with a significant gap to 4th place. Clearly the 4 schools were well prepared this time, while their Xinguang Middle School remained the same, even regressing slightly due to Yuan Li's dropout. Even if I managed to secure first place individually, it won't change anything. Lu Xiaobai sighed. With just his own strength, it was unrealistic to boost the entire class points. Forget it, no need to think about it. Let's continue with yesterday's plan. He shook his head, swallowing the last piece of sashimi, then began to practice Lu's body refining method. Although the competition was important, he couldn't neglect his daily body refining practice, especially since it could help him maintain a better state throughout the day. Before long, Lu Xiaobai completed 2 full cycles of the body refinement technique, elevating his vitality to level 4. 6, slightly stronger than the day before. Begin. His expression shifted as he prepared to activate feigned injury, but his gaze instantly locked onto something, and he froze mid-motion. 3 figures were swimming swiftly toward them, trailed closely by a ferocious giant star shark. Pig ox sheep. Lu Xiaobai immediately recognized the trio, the infamous oddball squad from his own class. Lu Gu. Lu Quan blinked in mild surprise, then broke into unrestrained delight. They had assumed the newcomer was from another class, and had even braced themselves for a brutal fight. Hastily, the 3 swam closer. Behind them, the level 9 giant star shark approached, but upon spotting the mechanical octopus, it turned and retreated without hesitation. Finally rid of that beast, the trio exhaled in unison, their shoulders relaxing completely. Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly and asked, "Looks like you've been chased for quite a while." "That beast holds grudges fiercely," Lu Quan replied, exhaustion etched across his face. "We merely killed its offspring, and yet it pursued us this far." Lu Xiaobai's lips twitched. "No wonder it hunted you down." Seeing the 3 sprawled across the mechanical octopus's head to rest, he chose not to disturb them, and resumed his hunting plan for the day. A subtle shift crossed his features as he activated feigned injury. Instantly a torrent of crimson bled into the seawater. "Lu Gu, you're bleeding." "What a—" Lu Quan and his companions recoiled in shock, utterly bewildered. How had such a sudden catastrophic hemorrhage erupted out of nowhere? "It's nothing, just a minor wound." "Minor?" Their expressions slackened into stunned confusion. Is the young master of the Lu family truly this stoic? Moments later, as the blood thickened further, showing no sign of clotting, Lu Quan volunteered, "Lu Gu, there's a species of kelp in this region known for staunching wounds. Shall I gather some?" Lu Xiaobai shook his head. "I inflicted this wound myself." As for why, he left the sentence unfinished, instead sweeping his gaze across the surrounding waters. The trio hesitated, then jolted with dawning realization. In mere moments, over a dozen giant star sharks had already gathered around them, including the very one that had chased them earlier. Luring monsters. But that's pointless. The mechanical octopus won't attack. Confusion still clouded Lu Quan's mind. Lu Xiaobai offered no explanation, continuing instead to channel feigned injury. Blood spread relentlessly, compounded by the octopus's constant motion. The crimson tide seeped ever farther across the ocean floor. An hour passed, and then a colossal figure emerged, the giant star shark sovereign. Level 10 or higher. Confusion still clouded Lu Quan's mind. Lu Xiaobai offered no explanation, continuing instead to channel feigned injury. Blood spread relentlessly, compounded by the octopus's constant motion. The crimson tide seeped ever farther across the ocean floor. An hour passed, and then a colossal figure emerged. The giant stood forth, coiling, constricting, and pinning the sovereign in an iron grip. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobai remained calm and deliberate, drawing his bow, loosing arrows, and delivering precise supporting strikes. The pig-ox sheep trio stared dumbfounded. Could hunting truly be done this way? Soon the sovereign succumbed to grievous wounds, its life force extinguished. Another 50 points, excellent. Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly, extracting his arrows from the carcass and resheathing them with practiced ease. Evidence unmistakably that he had performed this ritual many times before. Elugu, how many points did you earn just now? 50. Silence fell. Yesterday the three had fought desperately to slay 3 level 8 giant star sharks, earning only 60 points total, split evenly among them. And yet in mere minutes Lu Xiaobai had claimed half that sum alone. What then had their grueling efforts yesterday amounted to? Lu Gu, I finally understand how you ranked. Lu Quan spoke with genuine admiration. You've even devised a method like this. Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly and resumed bleeding, preparing to lure another sovereign. Still bleeding. The trio watched, eyelids twitching. Now they understood why no one else had ever attempted this tactic. Who possessed such inexhaustible reserves of blood? As time passed, the surrounding sea turned deep crimson. Yang Yifei murmured, awestruck. No wonder he's a pillar of the Lu clan. His health pool is truly immense. Lu Quan shot him a sharp glance. Is that how you praise someone? Yang Yifei rubbed his nose, sheepishly falling silent. But inwardly he was staggered. Even if an ordinary person were fully drained, their blood would never suffice for such a spectacle. Lu Xiaobai paid the trio no mind. A faint frown creased his brow, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Is my luck truly this poor? 3 hours had elapsed, yet no second sovereign had appeared. Though safe and efficient, his strategy hinged entirely on fortune. Lu Quan, sensing his unease, whispered, Lu Gu, could it be that no sovereign patrols this octopus's route? Are their routes fixed? Of course. Lu Quan grinned. There are over a dozen mechanical octopuses patrolling this entire sea, each assigned a distinct route. Otherwise, wouldn't they risk colliding with one another? I see. Lu Xiaobai nodded slowly, murmuring. Then we'll need to relocate. Do you know where other octopuses patrol? We know the approximate locations of 3. Good. Do you have time to guide me? Absolutely. Lu Quan chuckled eagerly, immediately agreeing. They'd been desperate to forge rapport with Lu Xiaobai, who such an opportunity was beyond welcome. To them, this competition held little weight. Their class had already sunk to last place, leaving nowhere lower to fall. Lu Xiaobai's eyes softened slightly. Once these sharks disperse, we'll seek out another octopus. After 3 hours of luring, over 200 giant star sharks now ringed the area, a suffocating, undulating mass. Their ravenous, hollow gazes sent chills down the spine. The 4 dared not move, clinging tightly to the mechanical octopus, their sole lifeline. Lu Quan and the others were closely pressed against a tentacle, casually observing the swarm of giant star sharks around them, their expressions remarkably relaxed. With so many giant star sharks, wouldn't it be a windfall if we could catch them all in one go? Quan Gu, you really dare to dream. With our small frames, we're not even enough to be a snack for this pack of beasts. We may not be able to fight them, but if only we had some tech bomb, we could send these sharks straight to the heavens. The sight would be simply breathtaking. The conversation among the 3 made Lu Xiaobai chuckle silently. Where could one find a tech bomb deep in the ocean? The only piece of technology around was this mechanical octopus. However, as this thought crossed his mind, his expression suddenly froze and then gradually turned excited. Moments later, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, exclaiming, Ajuan Yoayang, you 3 are such clever little devils. Lu Quan and the others were bewildered, even instinctively distancing themselves. What happened that made him seem possessed? Had he been possessed by the vengeful spirit of the Shark King? However, Lu Xiaobai ignored the 3, laughing wildly, while casting an excited gaze at the mechanical octopus. Luckily, this octopus was merely a cold technological weapon. Had it possessed human intelligence, it would have sensed its ill intentions and fled long ago. Lu Gu, you aren't thinking of targeting it, are you? Lu Quan seemed to sense something, asking in confusion. Lu Xiaobai stroked the head of the mechanical octopus and said, weren't you 3 just talking about some tech bomb? What about my brother octopus? Can it explode, oi? Lu Quan and the others still wore puzzled expressions. Lu Xiaobai grinned and replied, it can explode, but what about its core energy? The three suddenly understood each other's thoughts. Any intelligent machinery would possess a core energy source, and this so-called core energy wasn't any battery, but a type of energy or from an alien planet. The energy or was extremely potent, causing it to be highly unstable, akin to a massive bomb. However, humans had stabilized its internal energy through technological means, allowing it to serve as the power core for intelligent machinery. Lu Ge, could it be that you have mastered intelligent machinery science? Lu Quan expressed shock, but quickly shook his head, stating, "But wait, even if you could dismantle this mechanical octopus, there are no tools around here." "Who said it has to be dismantled?" Lu Xiaobai smiled mysteriously, placing his hand on the head of the mechanical octopus. The next moment, the star energy within him flowed, instantly unleashing masterful hands. Had it not been for the reminder from the three, he might have overlooked using this thing's energy core as a bomb. And his masterful hands was perfectly capable of directly stealing it out. In an instant, a black mechanical part appeared in his hand. Not this. Without hesitation, he tossed it aside and continued his operation. As time passed, Lu Xiaobai frantically unleashed masterful hands, one mechanical part after another appearing in his hands. Watching this scene, Lu Quan and the others gaped, their mouths wide open enough to fit an egg. No way, what kind of ability is this? The Galactic Thief King was a figure from 10 years ago, and Lu Quan and the others, being ordinary folk, naturally had no knowledge of this Thief King's signature skill. Half an hour passed, and Lu Xiaobai frowned, complaining, "Seriously, why did the designer of this mechanical octopus stuff so many little parts inside?" Looking at the massive body of the mechanical octopus, he felt a bit helpless. The mechanical octopus was merely a basic model of intelligent machinery, and its internal structure was naturally not very precise, leading to it being stuffed with a large number of redundant components. "This won't do. At this rate, I estimate it would take me days to successfully steal something." He paused his actions. Although masterful hands was also a special skill, the star energy it consumed far exceeded that of fake injury. Just from this short while, more than half of his star energy had been depleted. To accurately steal what I want, it seems I can only increase the input. He opened his information panel, glanced at the remaining few star points, and without hesitation added them to masterful hands. In an instant, it felt like he had been enlightened, gaining a deeper grasp of masterful hands, and its displayed level rose to LV4. Level 4 of masterful hands, that should be close to perfection, right? His heart stirred, and a hint of confidence appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to place his hand directly over the center of the octopus head to unleash masterful hands, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Lu Ge, wait a moment." Lu Quan hurriedly spoke up. What's wrong? What if you really take out its core? What will happen to the surrounding giant star sharks?" Lu Xiaobai's expression changed slightly, abruptly recalling the swarm of giant star sharks nearby. "That's a good point. Once the mechanical octopus dies, this pack of sharks would likely no longer be able to contain their greed and would swarm in to devour him instantly. Then, well, wait until they disperse before proceeding." Lu Xiaobai bit back the impulse to unleash masterful hands and quietly waited. After a moment, as if he thought of something, he spoke up. "By the way, when the energy core gets stolen, do you guys have a way to make it explode?" Although he had this plan due to his lack of exposure to intelligent machinery knowledge, he naturally lacked confidence in successfully detonating it. As soon as he spoke, Lu Quan and Zhu Yuan's eyes turned towards the slightly plump Yang Yifei beside them, saying simultaneously, "Ah Fei, you understand this. Come tell Lu Xiao about it." Yang Yifei scratched his nose, and then said, "Lu Xiao, I haven't undergone formal training, just learned a bit in my spare time." "No problem, just tell us what you know." Seeing this, Yang Yifei no longer felt nervous and began explaining slowly. Generally speaking, the core of this basic type of intelligent machinery is wrapped in a substance known as living mercury to stabilize its internal turbulent energy. If you want to detonate it, you just need to tear open this layer of substance and apply a bit of external force. Is it that simple? That's what the book says. Then let's try it out later. Lu Xiaobai nodded and began to wait silently. About an hour later, the surrounding giant star sharks disappeared completely due to the lack of the scent of blood. Time to steal, time to steal. Lu Xiaobai sat atop the mechanical octopus without hesitation and instantly unleashed the skill Miaoshou Kong Kong. In an instant, he felt his vision change, and he faintly saw countless rotating components within the octopus, as well as an energy core radiating a scorching aura. Is this the effect of the 4th level Miaoshou Kong Kong? He understood in an instant, focusing his attention on the energy stone. This is it. With a thought, the energy core appeared in his hand. Haha, this is going smoothly. Lu Xiaobai wore a reckless smile, his eyes filled with excitement, while Lu Quan and the others looked on in shock, astonished that the energy core was actually stolen. So does this mean Brother Lu can annihilate all intelligent machines in an instant? However, they did not know that Lu Xiaobai's smooth success was primarily due to the mechanical octopus offering no resistance of backstab from an ally. At that moment, the mechanical octopus, having lost its energy core, abruptly halted its patrol and began to sink, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Without the energy core, it was akin to losing its power source, effectively shutting down. Brother Fish, safe travels. I'll install a brand new core for you later to help you regain your vigor. Lu Xiaobai patted the mechanical octopus on the forehead, then weighed the energy core in his hand, murmuring, "Let's see how this thing detonates." His gaze shifted slightly, and he indeed saw a layer of silvery substance covering it, which he presumed was the living silver that Yang Yifei had mentioned. He held the arrowhead and applied slight pressure to pierce it. "Brother Lu, be gentle." Yang Yifei watched in horror, unable to stop the cold sweat from flowing. He did not want to see this thing explode next to him. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Lu Xiaobai chuckled and continued, "So I just need to throw this thing and shoot it with an arrow to trigger the explosion." Yang Yifei nodded, saying, "In theory that should work. Then let's try it out in a bit." Lu Xiaobai placed the energy core into the pocket of his diving suit and said, "Let's go find another Brother Fish." To lure 100 giant star sharks, he needed the mechanical octopus to guard him, otherwise the first giant star shark would attack him furiously. Lu Quan and the others understood his intent and immediately led the way. Half an hour later, Lu Quan and the others stopped, a solemn expression on their faces. "Brother Lu, there's a situation." Lu Xiaobai's gaze shifted slightly, and he too spotted several giant star sharks in the distance. Utilizing the reconnaissance function of his diving suit, he quickly discerned that all the giant star sharks were at level 9 vitality. "Let's take a detour." Without hesitation, he made a quick decision. Although he could instantly annihilate the giant star sharks ahead with the energy core in hand, he deemed them beneath his notice. The four chose a different direction, and at that moment one of the giant star sharks let out a scream as its entire head was sliced open, blood gushing forth, and it lost its life force in an instant. "My, did it die that quickly?" Lu Xiaobai was taken aback. As the giant star sharks sank, they finally saw why several of them were gathered together. They were teaming up to hunt a human. "Isn't that the person from Guangwu High School? I think his name is Fong Lu." Lu Quan immediately recognized his identity. At that moment, Fong Lu also sensed their presence and looked over. Upon seeing Lu Xiaobai, he showed signs of wariness and even appeared somewhat unnatural. He had been very calm, but recalling the heavy weapons that Lu Xiaobai had previously carried, he felt a surge of unease. Water control talent. Lu Xiaobai, however, did not pay attention to Fong Lu's thoughts. Instead, he wore a look of astonishment. He realized why Fong Lu was able to secure the first place. Interns typically hadn't mastered any combat star techniques, so a single attribute talent was undoubtedly a dimensional strike. After all, everyone else relied on brute strength, while he directly utilized elemental power. What chance did they have? Moreover, they were fighting underwater, which elevated Fong Lu's water control talent to another level. No wonder Guangwu High School, which placed last, is so confident. Lu Xiaobai muttered to himself. At this moment, Fong Lu, seeing that the four had no intention of joining the fray, felt relieved and began to fully engage the remaining 3 giant star sharks. He swung his arm, instantly condensing a water blade that fiercely slashed down towards the giant star shark ahead. Zzz. The head of the giant star shark was sliced open in an instant, hardly able to withstand such immense power. "Die!" Fong Lu tightened his grip on the long knife and struck towards the wound of the giant star shark. With the enhancement of his water control talent, he was unaffected by any resistance from the seawater and could unleash all his strength. With a single strike, he completely severed the head of the giant star shark. Another giant star shark with level 9 vitality had met its demise. Such a fast kill efficiency. Lu Quan and the others watched with envy. They had been chased all over by a single level 9 giant star shark, while Fong Lu effortlessly dispatched them one by one. The disparity was simply too great. "Let's go, there's nothing more to see here." Lu Xiaobai shook his head, regaining his composure. After all, he had witnessed countless extraordinary talents, and Fong Lu's displayed water control talent was not particularly strong. If he were to go to the Talent Association, he would likely only be rated at AB level. Seeing this, Lu Quan and the others did not linger and headed straight for another mechanical octopus. 3 hours later, they successfully found another mechanical octopus. "Brother Fish, we finally found you." Lu Xiaobai approached, affectionately stroking the fish's head, and immediately unleashed his false. Endless blood quickly spread out. Lu Quan and the others looked on already quite calm. As time passed, more and more giant star sharks surrounded them, appearing densely packed, all with greedy, yet fearful eyes. If it weren't for the mechanical octopus, they would have pounced to enjoy this delicious supplement long ago. It's about time. Lu Xiaobai sat atop the mechanical octopus, gazing at the swarm of giant star sharks behind a wicked smile on his face. A bunch of little ants, it's time to send you all to your doom. He pulled out the energy core from his pocket, which was already bound by a tough seaweed. Here we go. As soon as the words left his mouth, the energy core flew out directly. The giant star sharks gazed at the incoming core with bewilderment, clearly having never seen anything like it. At this moment, an arrow suddenly shot towards the floating energy core, but it still had a bit of distance to cover. Clearly, Lu Xiaobai had missed his shot. Without mastering the basic archery, his accuracy had faltered somewhat. While he had previously managed to shoot the giant star sharks without revealing his shortcomings the moment he changed his target to the energy core, his level was exposed. Let's try again. Lu Xiaobai saw the energy core beginning to sink and quickly tugged on the seaweed in his hand, pulling it back. This was precisely the reason he had tied the seaweed. Go! The energy core was flung out once more. Lu Xiaobai drew his bow and shot another arrow, but unfortunately he still missed. Lu Quan and the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. Was his accuracy really this poor? Hey, I refuse to believe this. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, pulled the energy core back again, and started another round of shooting. Time passed, and for 10 minutes a group of giant star sharks looked on in confusion, not understanding why this human suddenly seemed to be going crazy. As for the energy core wrapped in liquid silver and not releasing any energy to them, it appeared to be just an ordinary small stone, naturally failing to attract their attention. They were unaware that they were dancing on the brink of death. Yang Yifei blinked and said, "Brother Quan, do you think if there really is a death book in this world, the names of these giant star sharks would be flashing on it? That's for sure." Just then an arrow shot through the air, accurately piercing the energy core ahead. Finally succeeded. Lu Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief. At this rate, he would soon run out of arrows. In an instant, the terrifying energy within the energy core erupted forth. The bewildered giant star sharks finally reacted, their eyes filled not with greed, but with fear as they turned to flee. However, it was already too late. A blinding white light burst forth, rapidly expanding into a massive energy sphere that enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A vast amount of seawater was continuously evaporated by the searing energy, transforming into endless white vapor, creating a terrifying scene. The mechanical octopus detected an energy fluctuation above level 10 and immediately assumed a defensive posture, retracting its tentacles like a closed flower to shield its head, which contained the energy core. Its defensive form also provided a barrier for Lu Xiaobai and the others, ensuring they were not affected by the explosion. But the giant shark swarm in front was not so lucky. They struggled desperately, issuing mournful howls as their life force rapidly diminished, ultimately leading to their demise. The explosion lasted for less than a minute. As the white vapor dissipated, Lu Xiaobai and the others finally saw the scene ahead, where giant star sharks floated in the water, their bodies riddled with horrific wounds devoid of any life force. Killed 9th level life force giant star shark, gained 30 points. Killed 8th level life force giant star shark, gained 20 points. The continuous alert sounds from Lu Xiaobai's diving suit thrilled him, leaving him unable to contain his joy. This move really worked. It seems that our class is definitely going to take first place. Lu Quan and the others also heard the sounds from Lu Xiaobai's diving suit, exchanging glances filled with joy. There were at least 100 giant star sharks, and most of their life levels were not low. Adding it all up, the points should be over 1,000. After a while, the alert sounds from the diving suit finally stopped. Lu Quan quickly asked, "Brother Lu, how many points?" Lu Xiaobai grinned and displayed his score, 2,350 points. Wow! Lu Quan and the others exclaimed in unison. They had never seen such a huge number before. Generally, scoring 200 to 300 points in 5 days was already quite good, while 700 to 800 points were typically reserved for top students. Yet now, in such a short time, Lu Xiaobai had managed to gather over 2,000 points. Their Starlight High School was truly going to be extraordinary this time. Congratulations, Brother Lu. You've secured first place. Such an incredible feat will surely be remembered through the ages. Though Lu Quan didn't understand why Lu Xiaobai was so invested in this competition, he didn't hold back on the flattery. That's enough. Lu Xiaobai laughed and shook his head, saying, "This is just the beginning. The ranking isn't guaranteed yet. We need to do this a few more times. Ideally a few tens of thousands of points, and then there will be no problem. A few tens of thousands of points. Lu Quan and the others widened their eyes. Based on previous competition results, first place usually had around 50 to 60,000 points. What's so difficult about that? Lu Xiaobai smiled and continued, all right, enough talking. Help me retrieve the arrows we need to prepare to find the next mechanical octopus. He had missed quite a few arrows which had all fallen to the seabed, most of them unaffected by the explosion. Lu Quan and the others upon hearing this wasted no time and quickly dove down to search for the arrows. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobai remained still, feeling the mechanical octopus patrolling beneath him, and once again used the Mystic Hands technique, effortlessly stealing its energy core in just 2 tries. Lu Quan and the others turned to see the sinking mechanical octopus. Yang Yifei, with a pained expression, said, "This thing is worth over 200,000 alliance coins." However, he stopped short, realizing that given Lu Xiaobai's family background, this amount seemed like mere pocket change. Lu Xiaobai was indeed unconcerned about this loss. He only needed to steal about 10 energy cores, and in the end, he would only have to compensate for 1 million or 2. Meanwhile, he had acquired a full 3-star points. Where else could he find such a good deal? Soon the 4 of them set off again without delay, heading towards the location of the next mechanical octopus. At this moment, students participating in the competition were still vigorously hunting giant star sharks, unaware that Lu Xiaobai had discovered this nearly bug-like hunting method. I really look forward to the point announcement tomorrow. Lu Quan smiled excitedly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Although Yang Yifei chuckled, saying, I estimate that when others see Lu Xiao's score, they'll start questioning their lives. 2 hours later, Lu Xiaobai and his companions encountered another mechanical octopus, only to find to their astonishment that several individuals were already present near it, locked in fierce combat with a stellar shark sovereign. A stellar shark above level 10. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Xiaobai's expression as he observed 3 students coordinating with the mechanical octopus to comprehensively suppress the stellar shark sovereign. Unlike Lu Xiaobai's supportive role, their combat prowess was truly exceptional, inflicting grievous wounds upon the beast. Their vitality must each exceed 9.5. Lu Xiaobai gauged their strength instantly from their movements. Brother Lu, these are students from Yuanshu Middle School. They've claimed first place in most prior competitions. No wonder. Lu Xiaobai nodded. Their fighting capability rivaled that of Lin Shuer and her brother, and their seamless coordination betrayed rigorous professional training, enough to challenge even the stellar shark's sovereign Hedon. And with the mechanical octopus lending decisive support, their advantage was overwhelming. Indeed, within minutes, the stellar shark's sovereign lay dead. Without sparing Lu Xiaobai and his group a glance, the trio drew blades and began dissecting its corpse, spilling torrents of crimson blood. Around them already lay 7 or 8 desiccated stellar shark bodies, every drop of blood drained from their hollow frames. Clearly their monster-luring method mirrored Lu Xiaobai's, albeit far less efficient. Young Master Lu. Only after completing their task did the trio finally turn their gaze toward Lu Xiaobai and his companions, eyes sharp with wariness. Had they been facing any other team from Starlight Middle School, they would have immediately eliminated the observers. But Lu Xiaobai's earlier display of devastating weaponry had left them deeply unnerved. After all, competition ranked second, survival first. They dared not provoke him. Lu Xiaobai nodded with a faint smile. Your luring efficiency is rather low. Let me lend a hand. Puzzlement flitted across the trio's faces, then vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and utter bewilderment. Lu Xiaobai unfastened his diving suit, and at once his limbs suffered catastrophic trauma, gushing forth torrents of blood. Compared to a stellar shark's blood, the blood of a stellar martial artist was infinitely more alluring. Especially Lu Xiaobai's, nurtured since childhood on rare potent elixirs, it might well rival the fabled flesh of the Tang monk. Within an hour, dozens of stellar sharks converged from all directions, eyes gleaming with ravenous hunger. The trio from Yuanshu Middle School stiffened, not expecting such terrifying efficiency in luring, though the cost seemed rather steep. Roar! At that moment, another pack of level 9 stellar sharks approached. Their shock dissolved into grim solemnity. Young Master Lu. They tried to warn him against overluring, yet saw no sign of clotting. His wounds bled freely. Speechless and hesitant, they bit their tongues. What good was summoning so many when their combined strength stood no chance against them? Lu Xiaobai ignored them entirely, continuing to bleed deliberately. As time passed, the swarm swelled, 100 strong. Though no level 10 sovereign appeared, level 9 sharks abounded. In that instant, Xiaxing and his two comrades clung desperately to the mechanical octopus, refusing to stray even half a meter. Any trace of their earlier bravado long vanished. Hundreds of stellar sharks. They'd be devoured down to the last molecule. Points, all mine. Lu Xiaobai licked his lips, eyes alight with exhilaration, as if already counting thousands of points flowing into his account. No way, this is insane. The trio exchanged glances, murmuring under their breath. Among trainee stellar martial artists, their combined strength ranked among the absolute elite. Yet even they dared not confront such a horde. Yet here stood Lu Xiaobai, poised to slaughter them all, as if he were a certified stellar martial artist wielding Battlestar techniques. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly, as if catching their muttered critique, and he smiled. Arrogance demands hidden reserve energy, and my elder brother happens to have it. Xiaxing and his companions blinked, momentarily baffled. Go. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaobai hurled the newly acquired core energy unit straight into the heart of the shark swarm. Whoosh! A single arrow pierced the water like lightning, striking the core unit with perfect precision. This time he hit the bullseye. Kaboom! In an instant, cataclysmic energy erupted outward. Xiaxing's trio recoiled, sharply, pupils contracting in sheer disbelief. Just in time. Their mechanical octopus automatically activated defensive mode, shielding them from the apocalyptic blast surging forward. After a long moment, the violent aftermath subsided. What in the blazes was that? The trio exchanged stunned glances, then turned forward, jaws dropping in mute disbelief. Hundreds of stellar sharks floated motionless in the water, lifeless, mangled, and grotesquely shredded. Defeated level 9 stellar shark vitality 30 points. Defeated level 9 stellar shark vitality 30 points. A rapid electronic chime echoed repeatedly. The trio jolted upright, eyes locking onto Lu Xiaobai's diving suit. How many points could possibly accrue from this massacre? At last the chimes faded. From initial shock, the trio had slipped into numb silence, utterly at a loss for words. Blissful. Lu Xiaobai beamed, watching his point tally surge uncontrollably. He refused to believe anyone could still challenge him for first place. By then, Xiaxing had shaken off his stupor and asked, "Young Master Lu, did you actually smuggle that liquid bomb inside?" Lu Xiaobai chuckled. Don't be absurd. The rules forbid bringing any external devices. Violation means point forfeiture. What would be the point? Xiaxing and his companions froze. What did he mean? That wasn't his liquid bomb. I call it resourceful improvisation. Lu Xiaobai grinned slyly, then crouched and placed his palm upon the mechanical octopus's head. Instantly, a fresh energy core materialized in his hand, while the octopus beneath him shuddered, power failing, and began sinking helplessly. You. The trio's faces contorted in profound disbelief. Damn, his bomb hadn't been smuggled in at all. It had been harvested from the octopus's own core. Brothers, this can't be considered a rule violation, can it? Lu Xiaobai gazed at the three stunned faces and gave a mischievous chuckle. Xiaxing and the others opened their mouths to argue, but found no grounds for rebuttal. The competition forbade bringing external items, yet what Lu had taken came from within the arena itself, so it was technically legitimate. After all, this wildfield training was meant to test contestants' ability to improvise. Some lured monsters with the blood of giant star sharks, others fended off hunger with stray fish from the sea. Goodbye for now, perhaps we shall meet again, he added. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand and called pig, ox, sheep, let's go. Lu Quan and the others hurried to follow. Young Master Lu. At that moment, Xiaxing halted him and asked, can you tell us how many points you just gained? Not much, only about 9,000 points. Lu Xiaobai smiled coolly and departed, leaving Xiaxing and the others in collective disarray. They drifted listlessly in the water, faces hollow with bitter resignation. After a long pause, one of them rallied faintly and asked in a low voice, shall we keep hunting the Shark King? I'm exhausted, Xiaxing admitted, his enthusiasm gone. They had fought tooth and nail for a mere 1,000 points while someone else secured 9,000 in minutes. What was the point of competing? Lu, brother, did you really get 9,000 points just now? Lu Quan and the others closed in, their eyes full of bafflement and curiosity. It was only 4,000 points, how could it be 9,000? Lu Xiaobai grinned and replied, I merely aimed to crush the competitor's morale a little. Lu Quan blurted out, devious. Actually, no better said, ingenious, truly brilliant. In that instant, they gained a deeper understanding of Lu Xiaobai. The man was unerringly steady. Even if such loopholes existed, he would not hesitate to exploit them to sap his rival's confidence and increase his own odds. Half a day passed, and Lu Xiaobai struck again, pushing his score just over 10,000. No ordinary student could catch up. Yet he still felt it was not secure enough and planned to harvest a few more waves of fish to ensure absolute certainty. Whether he blasted one wave or 10, it was still blasting. Quan, do you know the patrol routes of the other mechanical octopuses? We only know these 3, we've never even seen the others, Lu Quan said, shaking his head. The competition locations changed every time, otherwise they would have mapped all the mechanical octopuses by now. Then we'll have to search for them slowly, Lu Xiaobai thought with some regret, then said aloud. Night has fallen, I rest for now, and will resume tomorrow. Had he not discovered this loophole, he would have hunted giant star sharks all night, but now such exertion was unnecessary. The 3 exchanged a glance as if silently communicating, and Lu Quan stepped forward. Young Master Lu, none of us have used up much stamina today, we can help locate the other mechanical octopuses tonight. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Nighttime giant star sharks are not to be trifled with. Don't worry, the 3 of us together can protect ourselves, they reassured him. Seeing their insistence, Lu Xiaobai did not press further. Thank you then. No trouble at all, Lu Quan said with a grin. Young Master Lu, wait for our good news. With that, the 3 willingly slipped off their mechanical octopus and hurried away to the distance. They understood that for Lu Xiaobai to increase his score efficiently, he needed accurate locations of the mechanical octopuses, and they were perfectly placed to provide that information. Such opportunities to cultivate goodwill were not to be missed. Lu Xiaobai watched their retreating figures, then used seaweed to bind his body to the mechanical octopus beneath him. Brother Fish, I will take your core energy tomorrow. He could not locate the next mechanical octopus, yet so he had no intention of abandoning this one tonight, otherwise he would have nowhere safe to sleep. At dawn the next day, Lu Quan and the others had already returned. Although Lu Xiaobai had been resting with his eyes closed, he maintained a basic alertness. The moment he sensed their return, he was instantly awake. Well, any news? Lu Quan nodded and then shook his head. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted. What do you mean? Lu Quan then explained, we didn't find the other mechanical octopus's locations, but we found someone who can. The trio stepped aside to reveal the figure they had been hiding, Jiang Yi, the student who had earlier asked Lu Xiaobai about the max-level body refining method. Jiang Yi. Lu Xiaobai immediately remembered the name. Jiang stammered, Lu brother. Jiang Yi was not much of a talker and seemed somewhat wooden. Lu Quan added, Lu brother Jiang Yi knows the patrol locations of several mechanical octopuses, so we brought him here. Since they were out at sea and lacked tools to draw a maritime map, they needed someone to personally lead them. Lu Xiaobai brightened and turned his gaze to Jiang Yi. Jiang nodded and said, I only know the patrol routes of 2 octopuses. That will do, Lu Xiaobai said with a smile. Brother Jiang, do you have the time to guide this lost lamb of mine? Jiang paused, a strange expression crossing his face, but he nodded. It's a small matter. I should be the one to thank you, Lu brother, for answering my question. Lu Xiaobai was momentarily startled, then recalled the question had been about the max-level body refining method. Then it'll trouble you, brother Jiang. Jiang waved his hand. Shall we set off now? Hold on, I'll first lull my big brother to sleep. Lu Xiaobai pressed a hand against the mechanical octopus beneath him and with a deft sleight of hand extracted its energy core. Jiang Yi's eyes widened, disbelief written over his face. Lu brother Yu. Though he had not studied intelligent mechanics, he recognized an energy core at a glance. So your lull it to sleep was really a ploy to take its energy core. That core is our treasure for earning points. Lu Xiaobai chuckled. Come on, let's find the next mechanical octopus. Jiang Yi forced down his shock and stepped forward to lead the way. Meanwhile, on a blue ship anchored on the ocean, Wei Wenshi and 4 other middle school principals sat around a round table, their faces expectant as they stared at the screen. Though they organized the competition, they too had to wait each day for the diving suit system's broadcast to learn the score rankings. Old Wei, your class is surely at the bottom this time. Stop staring and go home to raise some funds. Wei Wenshi shot him a glare. You old Bai, keep your tongue in check. Besides, your class is second from last. Proud of that. I don't care as long as I don't come in last. Old Bai, despite feeling quite upset, insisted stubbornly, for his elite class had indeed produced 5 students with level 9 vitality last month, which gave him a sense of confidence to accept the increased wager. Yet who would have thought his class could only secure second to last place? Principal He, this time your Guangwu elite class truly has a chance to take first place. The bald principal with a peculiar expression casually replied, Principal Lan's Yuan Chu elite class has indeed been overshadowed by you all. It is still only the 3rd day, the outcome is yet undecided and no one can predict it. The principal of Guangwu Middle School waved his hand, feigning modesty, yet his eyes sparkled with pride. It had been almost a year, and they had finally managed to stand tall. Indeed, everything is still uncertain. The one who laughs last laughs best. Principal Lan pouted, her eyes filled with displeasure. The reward she proposed to double had not gone to her students, leaving her quite unsettled. Principal He of Guangwu Middle School was naturally unwilling to yield, stating, "The final result remains to be seen, but I know that today's score will undoubtedly be first for our class." Watching the two argue, Wei Wunshe felt helpless. Regardless of who came in first, it had nothing to do with their Xinguang Middle School. Just then, the virtual screen above displayed the following information: individual rankings. First, Lu Xiaobai 10350. Second, Feng Lu 1035. Why are the class scores displayed? Is there a system error? Upon seeing the score of over 10,000, Principal He instinctively uttered this phrase. However, the other four remained unresponsive, as if frozen in place, staring blankly at the screen. "What's wrong with you all?" Principal He sensed something was off. "No, it's not the class score." Old Bai shocked spoke with a trembling voice. "Nah." Principal He's gaze sharpened as he looked back at the screen. Upon seeing Lu Xiaobai before the score of over 10,000, he was instantly dumbfounded, standing there in shock. How is this possible? He quickly reacted, voicing his doubts. Little he the system wouldn't make mistakes so easily. Wei Wunshe suppressed his shock, his face turning into a smile. He could hardly believe that Lu Xiaobai could score over 10,000 points. It was simply outrageous. This meant that he must have killed at least 300 level 9 giant sharks in just one day yesterday. He must have been exhausted. Principal He, now full of doubt, questioned, "Principal Wei, do you really think over 10,000 points is what's impossible about it?" Wei Wunshe chuckled. "The abilities of the Lu family's direct line are beyond what ordinary star warriors like us can fathom. Not to mention 10,000 points, even 100,000 points would seem entirely reasonable." Principal He still wouldn't believe it, arguing. Even if he's from the Lu family, at most he can only have a vitality of 9. How could he possibly kill so many giant sharks of the same rank? "I'm not sure how he did it, but I know he is a genius who will definitely be admitted to one of the top 10-star academies. Little he, I see you have time. Why not start preparing the money? Us old folks have our pensions, but you do not." Principal He wanted to say more, but realized arguing was futile as the facts were laid bare. After a moment, he said with indignation, "Once the competition is over, we will review his footage." "It doesn't matter." Wei Wunshe smiled, seemingly indifferent, yet in his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, how did this kid manage to pull this off? Could he have secretly brought in some technological weapon? But if that were the case, his score would be reset, making it pointless. Soon the class scores were revealed. The previously last-ranked Xinguang elite class, thanks to Lu Xiaobai, shot to first place with a significant gap from the second place. The four principals exchanged glances, their eyes filled with frustration and confusion, all feeling as if they had fallen into a trap set by Capital. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He repeated this like a mantra, a hint of despair creeping into his eyes. Over the past 2 days he had sharpened his blade, yet could only barely keep up with a mere tenth of Lu Xiaobai's score, which was unbearable for anyone. Not only him, the other students also felt a mix of emotions. Some were shocked, while others were doubtful. But without exception, they had lost the desire to continue competing, quietly sitting in place contemplating life. After a whole day of hard work, only to find they couldn't even catch up to the slightest fraction of their opponent's score, was this just a game? As a day and night passed, the 5 principals sat in their places waiting for the next day's score announcement. Except for Wei Wunshe, the other 4 hoped for a system error. However, when the scores were announced again, all 4 fell into silence. Lu Xiaobai's score had not only not reset, but had instead reached a monstrous 23,000 points, almost matching the total score of Old Bis elite class. Old Bai was utterly distressed, feeling embarrassed that his entire class total score was nearly matched by just one person. Tentatively, he suggested, "Shall we end this early?" If they continued for another day or two, his class would truly be surpassed by just Lu Xiaobai alone. "I agree, let's end it early." Agreed. After all, there's no suspense in the outcome. Let's do it this way. The other 3 principals also chose to consent, fearing that their entire class would be crushed by Lu Xiaobai alone. If that were truly the case, they would likely be forever humiliated as class heads. At this moment, the 4 of them turned pleading gazes toward Wei Wunshe. Ahem. Wei Wunshe cleared his throat and frowned as he said, "It was agreed before the competition began that it would last 5 days. Ending it early seems rather inappropriate." The 4 principals exchanged glances. Then Lan principal gritted his teeth and spoke up. "We will increase the prize rewards for final rankings by 50% beyond previous standards." Appropriate. Ending it early is more than appropriate. Wei Wunshe instantly beamed with delight and declared, "In that case, I shall notify the students immediately." So saying, he linked his neural interface chip to his diving suit and transmitted a broadcast to all competitors underwater. Attention all students, due to exceptional circumstances, the competition has been terminated ahead of schedule. Please return in an orderly manner. Once again, the competition has concluded prematurely. Please return in an orderly manner. At that very instant, students hunting giant star sharks underwater froze mid-motion, their expressions shifting instantly to understanding. This exceptional circumstance could only refer to Lu Xiaobai's astronomical score. Brother Lu is truly Brother Lu. Even if he talks big, he delivers real power. He's actually forced the competition to end early. Lin Liar gazed upon Lu Xiaobai with profound admiration, utterly awestruck. He glanced sideways at Lin Shuer and whispered cautiously, "Sister, why not just accept him?" Thud. Lin Shuer struck him down with a single punch. Her eyes too were wide with shock as she murmured, "How did you possibly do it?" She recalled their first meeting, when he'd left only one impression, a prodigal scion squandering wealth recklessly. After all, who in their right mind pays 10 times market price for a stamina recovery elixir? Yet in barely over a month, he'd mastered a top-tier body refining art, then earned over 20,000 points in field trials, an avalanche of revelations that had utterly shattered her assumptions. Brother Lu, you're about to become legendary. At that moment, Lu Quan and his two companions wore broad smiles, their eyes gleaming with obsequious flattery. Should I claim first place, your share of the rewards will be substantial. Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly and gave his word. Though they'd contributed no direct combat strength, locating the mechanical octopuses with such efficiency had been entirely thanks to their efforts. Upon hearing this, Lu Quan hurriedly replied, "It is our honor and privilege to assist Brother Lu. We dare not ask for reward." And indeed, that was his sincere belief. Cultivating goodwill with Lu Xiaobai outweighed any material gain. Lu Xiaobai merely smiled, saying nothing more. At that moment, hundreds of students surfaced one after another, following guidance from their diving suits, until they beheld the transport starship hovering high above the waves. Within half a day, all 500-odd students had reboarded the vessel. They stood frozen, staring intently, almost hypnotically, at Lu Xiaobai standing before them, their expressions layered with odd disbelief and raw curiosity. They longed to know how he had done it. Even death demanded clarity. Surely one deserved to understand why. Lu Xiaobai sensed their unspoken questions. With an enigmatic smile playing upon his lips, he remained silent. His deployed explosive possessed considerable force, but its blast radius was tightly contained. Only those nearby had noticed anything amiss. After all, the mechanical octopus was merely a baseline model AI construct. Its energy core was hardly rare or exotic. Just then, the 5 principals approached the assembled students. Wei Wunsher beamed at Lu Xiaobai and raised a thumb, praising him in the simplest, most visceral terms. "Brilliant." Heh. Lu Xiaobai chuckled softly, offering no further comment. At that moment, Principal He of Guangwu Middle School stepped forward and opened the conversation. "Lu student, would you object to us reviewing your full competition footage?" Though suspicion flickered beneath his tone, his manner remained impeccably courteous. After all, Lu Xiaobai's status demanded such deference. "No problem. Feel free to watch." Lu Xiaobai handed over his diving suit, its integrated camera having recorded every second. Principal He accepted it, synced it with his neural interface, and projected the footage onto a shared holo display. Hundreds of eyes converged upon the screen, faces alight with rapt curiosity. They needed to see, how had he amassed over 20,000 points? That tally equaled thousands of giant star sharks. At that moment, the holo display flickered to life, replaying Lu Xiaobai's journey across the past few days. When viewers saw how on day 1 he'd leveraged the mechanical octopus to passively accrue assists, their expressions tightened, then softened into reluctant admiration. Indeed, the method was remarkably safe and astonishingly efficient. No wonder he'd ranked 10th on the first day. Yet the crux of the technique lay in triggering massive blood release, a detail the crowd chose not to dwell on, opting instead to watch silently. What truly consumed their attention was this: how had his score surged so dramatically? Soon the trio known as Junyoyang appeared on screen. As they spoke, Lu Xiaobai burst into raucous laughter. When the swarm of giant star sharks dispersed, he reached out and gently stroked the mechanical octopus's head. Then, in the next instant, the crowd gasped in collective disbelief. There, resting in Lu Xiaobai's palm, lay the octopus's pristine energy core. How is this possible? Was the octopus violently dismantled? No, it bears not a single scratch on its carapace. A wave of stunned silence swept through the assembly, eyes wide with confusion and utter bewilderment. Even the 4 principals stood slack-jawed, unable to fathom the mechanics behind the feat. Only Wei Wunshi's expression shifted subtly, his gaze sharpening then widening with dawning recognition. Clearly he alone had discerned the unique stellar technique Lu Xiaobai had employed. This defies all scientific logic. Principal, he furrowed his brow and replayed the sequence once more. The four principals leaned forward, eyes locked on the playback, until at last a clue emerged. His stellar energy is flowing. He must have activated some kind of stellar art. The four exchanged knowing glances, each arriving at the same conclusion. Yet they remained ordinary mid-tier stellar warriors, their knowledge dwarfed by Principal Dong, the self-proclaimed master of all knowledge. They could not possibly recognize this as the signature art of the legendary interstellar Grand Thief King. Old Master Bai sighed deeply and murmured to himself, never imagined such a celestial art existed. Plucking an AI's energy core from thin air, truly transcendent. Having witnessed this, they could now intuit what followed. Sure enough, the footage showed Lu Xiaobai locating another mechanical octopus, then using its intimidating presence and his own blood as bait to lure hundreds of giant star sharks into formation, before detonating the stolen core, obliterating them all, and harvesting an ocean of points. As the dazzling explosion filled the holo-display, the hundreds of students fell into absolute silence. They wielded cold steel, cutting, slashing, enduring blow after brutal blow. He simply deployed cutting-edge smart explosives. What else was there to say? The championship crown belonged to him. Uncontested, undeniable. Professor, was there anything improper about my competition performance? Lu Xiaobai smiled as he turned toward the middle-aged man who had just requested to review his video. Upon hearing this, Principal, he fell silent. Though the contestant's performance was astonishingly unconventional, it was upon careful scrutiny utterly flawless, leaving no grounds for objection. After a long pause, he nodded and said, no principles were violated. The sole infraction lies in your team exceeding the four-member limit. 50 points will be deducted as penalty. Lu Xiaobai had remained continuously with the trio, Junyo and Yang, while Jiang Yi and others assigned as guides joined midway, inadvertently pushing the team beyond the permitted size. Still, this incurred only a minor point deduction. No problem at all, deduct freely. Go ahead and deduct tenfold. Lu Xiaobai, fully aware of the rules, waved his hand magnanimously. A collective silence fell over the onlookers. With over 20,000 points to his name, even a deduction of several hundred would barely register. At that moment, Wei Wunsher beamed broadly and declared, Principal Lan, please announce the final results. His eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction, his posture straightened perceptibly. After nearly a year, his class had finally claimed first place, not merely by a narrow margin, but with overwhelming, undeniable dominance. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. The four principals exchanged resigned glances before formally declaring the rankings. As the official results appeared before Lu Xiaobai's eyes, he broke into unrestrained laughter. 3-star mission, secure first place in both outdoor combat, training leaderboards completed, reward acquired stellar points 3, bliss, sheer bliss. He chuckled softly, feeling an almost euphoric lightness, as if every fiber of his being had been purified. 3 stellar points were no trivial matter. They could elevate any star technique or special technique. 3 full tiers, equating to decades of grueling cultivation for ordinary practitioners. Not urgent. I'll hold on to them for now. He had yet to decide which star technique to upgrade, so deferring the decision was prudent. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, he could deploy them precisely as he had done this time. For without level 4 Phantom Hand, he might never have extracted the energy cores so seamlessly. Lu student. At that moment, Principal Lan turned his gaze toward him, hesitated briefly, then ventured, those energy cores. Lu Xiaobai grinned and replied, rest assured, Professor. If I damage them, I'll compensate fully. Not a single core will be missing. All shall be reinstalled into the mechanical octopuses. He felt no anxiety whatsoever. Those mechanical octopuses were standard-issue models retailing at roughly 2.0 credits apiece. Since only their cores were compromised, each replaceable for under 1.0 credits, the total cost amounted to little over 1 million credits. He could cover it entirely without involving his family, having already received a 2 million credit bounty from the federal government for capturing star insect clan specimens. Nodding appreciatively, Principal Lan then addressed his students. With the competition concluded, we shall withdraw now. Hold on. Per standard procedure, we're due for an academic exchange. Wei Wunsher hastily intervened. He hadn't finished basking in triumph, and certainly didn't intend to let the others depart so easily. Principal Lan cast him a calm sidelong glance and remarked, Old Wei, we must return to raise funds. Delaying even a day risks jeopardizing our students' rewards. Wei Wunsher instantly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, my memory. I'd forgotten entirely. This year's reward structure differs markedly from prior years. You'll need to scrape together every credit, sell pots, pawn beds, whatever it takes. In that case, I won't detain you further. But should you require loan services, do let me know. I know reputable lenders. Rest assured, all operate strictly within legal high-interest frameworks." The four principals exchanged twitching glances, silently muttering, "High interest and legal. Preposterous. Who knew this sage of understanding harbored such devilish charm? Farewell, everyone." Undeterred by their dismay, Wei Wunsher continued beaming, gesturing cheerfully for his students to board the starship. In moments, the stellar elite class vanished into the void. The four principals shared a wry, bitter look. This was the unmistakable sting of self-inflicted irony. Wei Wunsher had originally resisted escalating the stakes only to be pressured into compliance by their collective insistence. Now, ironically, they bore the financial burden. "Principal," he murmured quietly, his voice heavy with irony, "we sought only to secure resources for our students, and ended up defeated, not by rivals, but by capital itself. Capital, you win." The other three principals exchanged deeply awkward expressions, yet recalling Lu Xiaobai's formidable lineage, they conceded perhaps capital had indeed triumphed. An hour later, Wei Wunsher and Lu Xiaobai sat alone in a shipboard cabin. "Xiaobai, was the star technique you employed underwater the legendary one wielded by the interstellar pirate king? Truly the sage of understanding, principal. You've seen through it instantly." Lu Xiaobai nodded openly. There was no point concealing it. This technique would inevitably surface sooner or later, yet its revelation posed no threat. Even during the Pirate King's zenith, few could counter his phantom hand. Knowing its existence was one thing, thwarting it quite another. Wei Wunsher flushed faintly at the epithet sage of understanding and swiftly pivoted. "The Lu family remains the Lu family. Securing such a rare special technique is no small feat. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, you also possess a self-damaging technique and a regenerative healing." Wei Wunsher's expression shifted subtly, speaking with quiet certainty. "My." Lu Xiaobai blinked, then realized the principal had misinterpreted feigned injury as two separate techniques. And indeed, even elite factions held this misconception, devising suppression strategies targeting healing inhibition to counter the Lu family's feigned injury. Seeing the principal's unwavering conviction, Lu Xiaobai simply raised a thumb and declared, "Truly the sage. Your insight knows no bounds." "Huh. Nothing escapes this old man's discernment." A proud smile flickered across Wei Wunsher's face, momentarily intoxicated by his own brilliance. Lu Xiaobai wore a curious, slightly bemused expression, but said nothing more. "Yet though your vitality rank remains modest, your ability to synergize multiple star techniques is extraordinary. Your intellect rivals even mine." "Thank you, principal, for the kind praise." Lu Xiaobai smiled faintly. His unprecedented score had hinged entirely upon the seamless fusion of phantom hand and feigned injury. Remove either, and such staggering results would have been impossible. Wei Wunsher waved his hand dismissively, then spoke with a faint air of vexation. "This time Xinguang Middle School secured first place, entirely thanks to you. Yet as a direct scion of the Lu clan, you surely lack for nothing. I'm at a loss as to what reward would even be fitting. For ordinary students, rewards might include alliance credits, stimulant serums, or various nutrient supplements. But Lu Xiaobai was different. His family's wealth defied ordinary imagination." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai arched a brow and said, "Teacher, I'm actually quite interested in star techniques with unique effects, not necessarily top-tier ones. Something on par with the Thief King technique would suffice." "That's not top-tier." Wei Wunsher stared speechless. The interstellar Grand Thief King had carved his legendary name across the cosmos precisely through that peerless, uncanny art of thievery. Something slightly inferior would do, so long as it possesses a distinctive effect. Lu Xiaobai rubbed his palms together, eyes alight with anticipation. Wei Wunsher sighed deeply and replied directly, "Star techniques with such specialized effects are exceedingly rare. I can only ask a friend to keep an ear out for any leads." Though he served as principal of a middle school, Wei Wunsher was merely a mid-tier stellar martial artist, possessing only common combat-oriented star technique stones, all of negligible value to Lu Xiaobai. "Then I'll leave it to you, principal," Lu Xiaobai replied, unfazed. He felt no disappointment. Techniques like false injury or empty-handed mastery were indeed extraordinarily scarce. He'd held little hope to begin with. "A trivial matter, but I can't guarantee any success." Nodding, Wei Wunsher added, "By the way, once the competition rewards are processed, I'll personally reimburse you for the damaged energy cores and afterward your ranking bonus will be calculated separately. In his view, Lu Xiaobai had destroyed countless mechanical octopuses solely to secure honor for the school, and thus deserved full restitution. Teacher, you may allocate those funds as you see fit, Lu Xiaobai replied indifferently. Though the prize pool came jointly from 5 schools, it consisted merely of alliance credits and pharmaceuticals, of negligible utility to him. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Wei Wunsher chuckled and added, I'm about to hold a video conference with the other 4 principals to discuss academic matters. Lu Xiaobai gave a wry look. Academic exchange was merely a pretext. The master of wit was clearly itching to boast before his peers. Minutes later, he returned to the student cabin aboard the vessel. Brother Lu, legendary. Over 20,000 points. I've never dreamed anyone could amass such a score. It's sheer carnage. Brother, riding your coattails, Xinguang Middle School has finally risen with dignity. At his entrance, admiration shone brightly in everyone's eyes, warm, fervent, sincere. After this contest, their perception of him had utterly transformed. The entire class had thrived because of him alone. Smiling gently, Lu Xiaobai said, There's no need for such deference. I too gained immensely from this event. The gains he referred to were, of course, 3 celestial star points. Hearing this, his peers only admired him more. His humility seemed profound, given that after deducting compensation for the damaged energy cores, his actual reward would be meager at best. Moreover, had they failed to claim first place, the rewards wouldn't even have covered his losses, an act whose risk-toward ratio was wildly disproportionate. Yet for the sake of his classmates, he'd acted without hesitation. In that instant, all welled up in every gaze. His charisma had utterly captivated them. Lu Xiaobai blinked, bewildered by their reverent expressions. Wait, what on earth is going on? Brother Lu, no need to explain. We understand truly. Indeed, no further words needed. From now on, whatever you require of us, just say the word. We may lack formidable strength or ties to great factions, but if you ever call Brother Lu, we'll answer, without hesitation. Lu Xiaobai stared at their fervent, self-sacrificing expressions, utterly baffled. What exactly do you all think you understand? Though inwardly perplexed, he wisely concealed it. Fostering goodwill among peers brought only advantage, never harm. Had it not been for Junyo Yang and the others guiding him, his point accumulation would never have been so efficient. Sometimes, even seemingly insignificant individuals wield extraordinary influence. Half a day passed. The group returned to Xinguang Middle School. Everyone rest and relax today. Formal classes resume tomorrow. With that, Wei Wunsher departed, eager to resume boasting among his inner circle. Hearing this, most students showed no particular elation. Instead, they quietly made their way to the stellar martial arts hall for training. Xiaolei, I'll head back first, Lu Xiaobai said, noticing Lin Shuer and her younger brother preparing to go there as well. He himself wasn't nearly as diligent, having already secured guaranteed admission to one of the 10 great celestial academies. Besides, days spent surviving in the wild had left him sleep-deprived and ravenous, craving nothing more than old Hu's sumptuous cooking and a deep restorative slumber. Lin Layer nodded. All right, Brother Lu, you go ahead. I'll take the maglev train home tonight. Lu Xiaobai didn't linger, departing the teaching building with Dai in tow. Half an hour later, first, replenished the mechanical octopus's energy cores. Lu Xiaobai logged onto the cosmic net, browsing the e-commerce portal of Shinji Corporation, the premier intelligent machinery firm founded by the elite Lu clan. He quickly located the desired energy cores. 1,200,000 credits each. Reasonable. Acceptable. His expression shifted subtly. He confirmed the order, instantly purchasing 12 units outright. He also instructed customer service to dispatch technicians to the Shushi Sea region of Terra Prime to reinstall all 12 cores into the mechanical octopuses, a complimentary service given its technical simplicity. That matter is settled. Lu Xiaobai watched over 1,400,000 credits vanish from his account. My private reserve is drained again. He shook his head, but comforted himself with the knowledge that competition rewards would soon offset the loss. Month-end approaches. My allowance resets shortly, another 200,000 alliance credits. As a direct heir of the Lu clan, financial scarcity was simply not part of his reality. Just then, the white-bearded steward wheeled in a trolley laden with 10 fragrant steaming dishes. Delicious. Lu Xiaobai's eyes gleamed. He dove in immediately. Days of raw fish sashimi had nearly turned his stomach. After savoring the feast, he collapsed onto his spacious bed and sank into blissful, dreamless sleep. The next day, refreshing. Lu Xiaobai woke up from his dream, his eyes showing no signs of fatigue, fully restored. He moved his body a bit and completed 2 cycles of the Lu family body refinement technique, and his mental state appeared even better. His expression shifted as he opened his information panel. Host Lu Xiaobai, talent unawakened, physique unawakened, vitality level 4. Vitality level 4. 8-star techniques, basic body refinement, LV5 max level, Lu family body refinement, LV4 special techniques, feigned injury, LV2 basic pharmacy, LV1 masterful hands, LV4 star points, 3 comprehensive evaluation. I have seen many useless individuals, but most of them can still be called useful. A vitality level of 4. 8. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly. A hint of self-satisfaction appeared in his eyes. In just a short month, he had experienced such a dramatic change, it could be said to be a qualitative transformation. At this rate of progress, I might truly defy the heavens in the future. He chuckled and headed towards the school in a happy mood. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaobai returned to the classroom only to see every classmate wearing a bright smile, looking incredibly excited. When he inquired, he learned that the rewards for the wilderness survival competition had been distributed. Those principals gathered funds quite quickly. They wouldn't really resort to high-interest loans, would they? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, secretly thinking, Brother Lu, this time our class has received resources worth 3 million. 3 million. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although it wasn't a large sum for him, it was indeed a huge amount for Xinguang High School. The rewards for this competition were indeed quite generous. However, thinking that this reward was weighted, he felt no more surprise. At this moment, Wei Wunsher appeared with a beaming smile, looking radiant, as if he had changed somehow. Has the principal's vitality also increased? Lu Xiaobai's keen eyes subtly guessed something. It seemed that the first place in this competition truly lifted the spirits of the others, even raising their vitality level a bit. Everyone already knows that the rewards have been distributed. Next, I will announce the allocation of the reward. Wei Wunsher smiled slightly and slowly spoke. First, let us thank the first place student Lu Xiaobai. It is because of his heroic efforts that our class moved from the bottom to the top. I announce that he will receive a reward of resources worth 1,700,000. Upon hearing this, everyone clapped, their eyes filled with surprise and envy, but there was no hint of jealousy. Although one person took more than half of the rewards, it was only right. After all, the compensation for the energy core alone was not a small amount, and the remaining resources were limited. Moreover, if they had ranked last, the class reward might not even reach 1 million, so they still benefited somewhat. Lu Xiaobai, I have already sent you the list of rewards. You can choose resources worth 1,700,000 first. Wei Wunsher smiled slightly and began announcing the rewards for the others. However, the second place Lin Shuer received far less than Lu Xiaobai, only 5,000 alliance coins. Soon Wei Wunsher had finished distributing the 3 million in rewards, and everyone wore smiles, appearing very happy. Even the last-ranked pig, cow, and sheep trio received thousands of alliance coins. This is a substantial sum, enough for them to live for a month. At this moment, everyone opened their chip networks and turned their gazes towards Lu Xiaobai, waiting for him to choose resources first. Lu Xiaobai glanced at the resource list above and saw all kinds of resources, from potions, nutritional fluids, to special ingredients containing star energy. It was all-inclusive. After a moment of thought, he chose ores and special herbs, resources that couldn't be consumed directly. Seeing his choices, everyone let out a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with gratitude. For them, the value of these resources was far less than that of nutritional fluids. Though they could sell them for alliance coins, they would certainly be undervalued, leading to a significant loss. Lu Xiaobai smiled and nodded at the gazes of the crowd. He didn't lack supplements like nutritional fluids, and moreover, he could hand over herbs and ores to the Undying Pharmacy for processing, eliminating the possibility of being undervalued. This posed no loss to him. Instead, it allowed him to do a favor, making it a win-win situation. Soon everyone finished choosing their rewards. Each person received what they desired, their faces revealing excited smiles. Alright, I hope everyone can make good use of the resources at hand and strive to achieve higher scores next month. Wei Wunsher smiled slightly and began the theoretical knowledge class. In the afternoon star martial arts class, Lu Xiaobai was reviewing the theoretical knowledge that Wei Wunsher had just explained to him. Now his vitality had strengthened considerably, and naturally his mental capacity had also enhanced, making the study of theoretical knowledge more effortless. At this moment, the pig, cow, and sheep trio approached, looking puzzled. Brother Lu, why did you suddenly transfer so much money to us? Just a moment ago, he had transferred 30,000 alliance coins to each of them. Lu Xiaobai smiled and said, I owe you for leading the way during the wilderness survival competition. We didn't contribute much. The three appeared a bit undeserving and continued, moreover, we already received the class reward. If it weren't for young Master Lu's efforts, we would have only received a few thousand coins at most. They hadn't participated in the combat at all. They were merely responsible for guiding the way, and yet each received 30,000 alliance coins. This money came too easily. Take it. Lu Xiaobai shook his head saying, what is due is due. That was the class reward for you. Now this is my gratitude to you. As long as someone has helped me, Lu Xiaobai, I will never treat them poorly. His voice was not small, and the others in the Star Martial Hall heard it. Although they did not look over, they had already noted it in their hearts. Thank you, young Master Lu. Lu Quan and the others, seeing this, no longer deferred. At the crucial moment before the star exam, this money was indeed incredibly important to them, and it might even allow them to enter a better academy. Just as the three were leaving, the bell for class suddenly rang. Brother Lu, school is over, shall we go? Xiaolei rubbed his hands together, wearing a sly smile. Why are you suddenly smiling like that? Lu Xiaobai's expression froze, a wary look in his eyes. Xiaolei chuckled and said, Brother Lu, I haven't touched my little treasure in a while. I'm a bit excited. Lu Xiaobai's face filled with caution as he took a few steps back. Seeing Lu Xiaobai's reaction, Xiaolei quickly explained, Brother Lu, the little treasure I mentioned is the flame-flying device. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai finally relaxed. Can you not say it in such a twisted way? Next time you want to board a flyer, just say so. Stop calling it your little treasure, all right. Lu Xiaobai glanced at Xiaolei with displeasure and then said, let's go. Since there was no evening study tonight, there were naturally no hot spring perks. As he and the Lin Shuer siblings were preparing to leave, a determined-looking boy walked over and uttered HM. Jiangyi. Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jiangyi's face was expressionless as he replied, calmly, Brother Lu, you gave too much. I only guided the way a little, am not worth 20,000 credits. Aside from the Pigok sheep trio, Jiang Yi and others had also shown him the way. Lu Xiaobai had of course rewarded them, only not to the tune of 30,000. Lu Xiaobai laughed, if I think it's worth it, then it's worth it. Jiang Yi frowned slightly and said, I don't think it's worth it, I've already returned 15,000 to you. Lu Xiaobai twitched at the corner of his eye upon hearing that. Not a friend so stubborn. In the one giving you money. Even if it's too much, take it, it's not bad for you. He had never met such a man and was briefly at a loss. Jiang Yi paid no heed to his expression, turned to leave, then seemed to remember something, and spoke sincerely, thanks, Brother Lu. With that, he turned and walked away toward a secluded corner of the Xingwu Hall to resume his physical training. Brother Lu, don't mind him. Jiang Yi is like that. Xiaolei, who knew him a little, smiled and said, to put it nicely, he has his own code of conduct. To put it bluntly, he's single-minded. Lu Xiaobai smiled without taking it too seriously. Though stubborn, the fellow's resolve was rock steady. After all, not everyone could resist the lure of alliance credits. By the way, school's over, why hasn't he left? His gaze turned to Jiang Yi, still practicing, and a look of surprise crossed his eyes. Brother Lu, you haven't been in our class long, you don't know him yet. A note of admiration entered Xiaolei's eyes as he said with a smile, our dismissal is at 6, but his day doesn't end until after midnight. That late? Lu Xiaobai started asking, has he been doing high-intensity physical training at the Xingwu Hall this whole time? Exactly. Xiaolei nodded and lowered his voice, he only sleeps 4 hours a day. The rest of the time, he either trains physically or studies basic body refining methods. They say he kept this schedule since elementary school. Back then, before he even learned refined body techniques, he trained his body relentlessly. Over 10 years. Lu Xiaobai's expression changed with surprise. About that, Xiaolei explained. His family is ordinary. To improve his vitality, he had no other choice. Although physical training cannot match the effects of body refining arts or various supplements and tonic serums, such high-intensity training accumulated over the long term is still extremely beneficial to one's vitality. Xiaolei went on, if our effort to get into the elite class represents 99%, his is 1,000. Lu Xiaobai looked long and hard at Jiang Yi in the corner. He could never have endured to such extremes. This was studying as if one's life depended on it. Let's go, we won't disturb him. Lu Xiaobai asked no more and left the Xingwu Hall with the Lin Shuer siblings. A few minutes later, Brother Lu, today we're heading to the Zhuiyue Xingwu Hall for combat practice. Could you give us a lift? Xiaolei grinned. Although there was no evening study, the siblings still kept to their study plan. No problem. Lu Xiaobai did not mind. School had let out early and he had nothing pressing to do. By the way, your combat scores are good. Are you going to the Xingwu Hall for extra training? He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Do even the top scorers still need tutoring? It's because we haven't achieved full marks yet. Xiaolei scratched his head. Besides the sparring partners, there are excellent beginner Xingwu practitioners of level 10 and above. Sparring with them improves you a great deal. Lu Xiaobai said nothing further. 10 minutes later, the three of them rode a flame flyer to a lavishly appointed building with Xingwu Hall emblazoned upon it. Thanks, brother. Lu Xiaobai chuckled as he prepared to disembark. Lu Xiaobai remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he stared into the hall's entrance. What's wrong? Lin Shuer and her brother looked puzzled and followed his gaze. Inside the hall, 3 people were gathered arguing. A soot-clad, genteel, middle-aged man said coldly, Zhao Guangming, you are no longer employed by our Zhiyue Xingwu Hall. Leave at once, or I will call security. Manager Wang, settle all my wages. I won't interfere with your business. The young man said, anger flashing as he stared at the middle-aged man. Wang Ren's eyes narrowed. He replied coldly, your wages were already settled long ago. Zhao Guangming grew angrier. According to our contract, I'm entitled to 70% of the client's sparring fees, but you always gave me 50%, pocketing 20% of my pay. This has gone on for 5 full years. Give me back what belongs to me. Inquiring about clients' sparring fees on your own violates our hall's employee rules. Wang Ren became even colder. Not pressing charges already showed leniency. And now you dare come asking me for money. Do you really think Zhiyue Xingwu Hall cannot deal with you? Zhao Guangming glared fiercely and spat. If I don't inquire about the client's fees, how would I know you've been stealing my wages all these years, you scoundrel? Wang Ren's face darkened at the brazen insult. He said slowly, if you truly believe yourself right, you can take me to the federal court. But let me warn you, these matters cost time and money. Do you, a lowly sparring partner with no backing, really think you can outlast Zhiyue Xingwu Hall? Furthermore, one word from me, and no Xingwu Hall in Xinguang City will dare take you. Don't cut off your own remaining path. You. Zhao Guangming was struck in his most vulnerable place, his eyes filled with humiliation. Be sensible and get out. Manager Wang waved him away as if shooing a fly, and sneered, if you continue to maliciously demand wages like this, don't blame me for forgetting past favors. Upon hearing that, Zhao Guangming's anger surged to his head. He lost his reason, lunged forward, and felled the man with a punch, shouting, I'm demanding my pay, damn it. You. Manager Wang's expression was bewildered as he touched the blood trickling from his nose, his eyes instantly turning icy, as he sternly commanded, throw him out. The 2 star warriors beside him exchanged glances and moved in unison. Both were level 18 star warriors, and they held no fear for Zhao Guangming, who was only level 15. Old Zhao, you brought this upon yourself. With cold indifference on their faces, the 2 unleashed their punches, the sound of breaking air faintly resonating around them, clearly executing the star technique charge punch. Though it was a common star technique, the vitality levels of the 2 were such that a single punch could easily injure Zhao Guangming. I used to consider you 2 friends. Zhao Guangming's face was filled with anger, and as the spiritual energy within him erupted, he unleashed a defensive star technique. Though it appeared without any visible phenomenon, a radiant glow circulated beneath his skin, imbued with a mysterious charm. Boom. The 2 charge punches struck simultaneously, yet Zhao Guangming remained completely unscathed, not even a hint of injury to be seen. The 2 were taken aback, disbelief evident in their eyes. They knew that Zhao Guangming possessed a unique defensive star technique, which was why his practice partners were often satisfied. However, they never expected him to withstand their attacks so effortlessly with this technique. If you don't give me an explanation today, Wang, I won't leave even if it kills me. Zhao Guangming's eyes were filled with fury as he stood his ground. Do you really think you can act recklessly in the Star Martial Arts Academy with just a shabby star technique? Manager Wang's expression darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he slowly said, since you refuse to leave, then die. In an instant, he drew a class handgun from his waist and raised the dark barrel directly at Zhao Guangming. Let's see whether your turtle shell is tougher or my bullets. Boom. In an instant, the bullet shot forth, hurtling straight towards Zhao Guangming's arm. He did not intend to kill him in public, as it would affect the excellent Star Martial Arts Academy, but he also did not plan to let Zhao go easily. He only wanted to disable the arm Zhao used to punch. Zhao Guangming's pupils constricted, knowing he couldn't dodge with his speed. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his star technique with all his might, hoping to mitigate some of the bullet's damage. At that critical moment, a strong hand appeared and effortlessly caught the bullet. The shocking scene left everyone stunned. Wang Ren's pupils contracted, staring blankly at the 3-meter-tall man before him. The man did not speak, only slightly clenched his fist, causing a shower of fragments to fall from his fingers. Bullet fragments. Wang Ren's heart raced, cold sweat flowing down. He had never seen someone so monstrous, capable of catching bullets barehanded and crushing them into dust. It was an unfathomable strength. Who are you? Zhao Guangming also looked at the tall man in fear, a flicker of confusion rising in his heart. He was sure he had never seen this person before and wondered why he was helping him. Brother Zhao. Just then a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Zhao Guangming turned to see three people walking in from outside the Star Martial Arts Academy. He looked at the young man in the middle and felt a vague sense of familiarity. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something, and his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "You're young Master Lu." He instantly remembered the events that transpired at the Immortal Medicine Shop, a day too unforgettable for him, as it was the first time he had met someone of such high status. Lu Xiaobai smiled and was about to respond when Wang Ren, wearing a fawning expression, spoke up. "Miss Lin, what brings you here today?" Clearly, he recognized the siblings Lin Shuer and her brother as esteemed guests of the excellent Star Martial Arts Academy, and the children of the deputy mayor, prompting him to tread carefully. Lin Shuer and her brother exchanged glances filled with disdain, clearly aware of the situation, but saying nothing. Their gazes fixed on Lu Xiaobai. Wang Ren, being the manager of the Star Martial Arts Academy, was astute enough to realize that the young man in the middle held the highest status. With the deputy mayor's children standing behind him, coupled with Zhao Guangming's earlier shout of "Young Master Lu," he abruptly trembled, a realization dawning upon him. Could he be a member of the Lu family's direct lineage? At this moment, Wang Ren's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as fear gripped his heart. He could never have imagined that Zhao Guangming, an utterly unremarkable assistant, could be connected to such a figure. If he had known about this relationship earlier, not even 100 of his boldest ambitions would have dared to cut Zhao's pay. Lu Xiaobai cast a cold glance at Wang Ren and then spoke blandly. "Brother Zhao, how do you wish to handle?" At this, Wang Ren trembled, casting a pleading look at Zhao Guangming. Given the latter's status, a single word could make it impossible for him to remain in the entire human star domain. Zhao Guangming glared at him with anger, instinctively wanting him to pay a painful price. However, considering his not-so-deep friendship with Lu Xiaobai, he could only take a deep breath and slowly say, "Young Master Lu, I just want my rightful wages back." "Did you hear that?" Lu Xiaobai's gaze turned to Wang Ren, his tone calm, yet imbued with an invisible pressure. I understand. Wang Ren nodded repeatedly, immediately opening the smart chip in his hand. In no time, he said, "Brother Zhao, I have already transferred the money." Zhao Guangming opened his account, confirmed the transaction, and nodded, a smile appearing in his eyes. At this moment, Wang Ren humbly said, "Brother Zhao, I was mistaken before. Please forgive my previous misunderstanding." Zhao Guangming's expression remained calm, showing no response. Seeing this, Wang Ren did not give up and continued, "Brother Zhao, I, Wang Ren, on behalf of the Excellence Star Martial Arts Academy, formally invite you to be a senior practice partner. The salary will be 5 times what you had before, plus various benefits. Nothing will be lacking." At this point, he desperately wanted to keep Zhao Guangming, not because of the latter's professional abilities, but because he sought to leverage a connection with Lu Xiaobai. If he could truly have the Lu family backing him, the Excellence Star Martial Arts Academy could undergo a complete transformation, even becoming the top martial arts academy in the Grand Star system. However, Zhao Guangming remained unmoved, mocking, "Enough, are you still trying to fool me?" He was no fool and would not fall for Wang Ren's lies again. Moreover, he knew that Wang Ren was focused on his connection with Lu Xiaobai. Once this scoundrel realized that Zhao's connection to the Lu family was shallow, he would undoubtedly turn against him, causing the current situation to repeat itself. At this moment, Zhao Guangming no longer paid attention to Wang Ren, but instead looked at Lu Xiaobai with gratitude, sincerely saying, "Thank you, young Master Lu." He knew that if it weren't for the other party's intervention, he would never recover his salary in this lifetime. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand and smiled, saying, "It's a small matter. Now that the issue is resolved, I will take my leave." Having said that, he did not linger and turned to leave with a duh. Zhao Guangming watched them depart and hurriedly chased after them. Wang Ren attempted to dissuade him, but could not utter a word. He knew he could not deceive this person before him. At that moment, Lin Liar mocked, saying, "I didn't expect the Zhuiyue Xingwu Academy to have such a corporate culture. I am afraid to seek a sparring partner here again." Beside her, Lin Shuer nodded in agreement. Wang Ren's mouth opened slightly, wanting to speak up in defense, but ultimately fell silent. In the end, he could only watch the Lin siblings leave. It's over. He never imagined that such a serious consequence would arise from a mere Zhao Guangming. If the board of directors at the Xingwu Academy learned of this matter, even with his connections, he could no longer hold the position of manager. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai arrived at the roadside. He did not rush to board the fire-flying vehicle, but silently waited. After a while, Zhao Guangming chased after him again, sincerely saying, "Young Master Lu, thank you so much. Including the incident from that day, you have helped me twice now." Lu Xiaobai waved his hand and smiled, saying that time was an internal issue of the Undying Medicine Group and had nothing to do with helping you. But this time you truly helped me. Zhao Guangming expressed his gratitude, and then lowered his voice, saying, "Young Master Lu, you want to ask me about the star technique on my body, right?" Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly, showing a hint of surprise as he smiled, and asked, "Why do you say that?" "Young Master Lu, I have self-awareness." Zhao Guangming scratched his head and spoke, "I am not a genius star martial artist, nor am I a stunning beauty. I am not worthy of such a prominent figure like you helping me." Lu Xiaobai did not expect that despite his ordinary appearance, the other party was quite perceptive. Seeing this, he decided not to hide anymore, and said directly, "The reason I helped you is partly because I couldn't stand that person's behavior, and also because I am indeed very interested in the star technique you possess." Unlike others, his discerning eye immediately recognized that the defensive star technique was quite extraordinary. After all, he was from the core branch of the Lu family and had seen many things in his life. Now equipped with a golden finger, he was particularly interested in powerful star techniques. Zhao Guangming, upon hearing this, felt relieved instead, and was not worried about the other party having ulterior motives. He feared more that the other party had no motives at all, which was far more concerning. At this moment, he opened his heart and said, "Young Master Lu, this star technique is called Divine Guardian, and it is a defensive type of star technique." Divine Guardian. Lu Xiaobai's expression changed slightly, recalling, but not finding any relevant memories, clearly indicating that he had never heard of this star technique before. What is its effect? If fully unleashed, I am confident I can withstand an attack from a level 25 star martial artist. By the way, my vitality is at level 15. So powerful. Lu Xiaobai's expression was shaken, revealing a hint of disbelief as he hurriedly asked, "What level have you enhanced this star technique to?" Zhao Guangming scratched his head and replied, "My aptitude is too poor. In 6 years, I have only raised it to level 3. According to my estimations, the upper limit of this star technique is at least above level 10. Lu Xiaobai's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment, which meant that for Zhao Guangming to create a star technique stone, it would be a long wait indeed. Divine Guardian can achieve cross-level defense at only level 3, undoubtedly making it a top-tier star technique. Even the Lu family does not possess a defensive star technique of this caliber. Noticing the disappointment in the other person's eyes, Zhao Guangming did not speak, but began to think continuously in his heart, seemingly caught in a dilemma. After a long while, he made a decision and quietly said, "Young Master Lu, I actually obtained 2 star technique stones by chance back then, and Divine Guardian is just one of them." Lu Xiaobai's expression was shocked as he asked in disbelief, "There's another star technique?" It seemed a bit outrageous for 2 top-tier star techniques to appear at once. Zhao Guangming nodded and said, "I don't know what the other star technique is, but to learn it requires a maxed-out body refining method. I've worked hard for so many years, and my body refining method is now only at level 3. That is quite a pity." Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaobai comforted him. However, thinking that he perfectly met this requirement, a smile appeared on his lips, but he could only forcefully suppress it, which made his expression look quite strange. Helpless, he could only turn his head away and not look at the other party, secretly thinking, "Lu Xiaobai, you really don't know how to pretend." Zhao Guangming looked at the other person's expression, smiling, and was well aware of what the other party was thinking. He then rummaged through his inner pocket and pulled out a white star technique stone, handing it directly to Lu Xiaobai. "You just gave this to me." Lu Xiaobai was taken aback, momentarily not reacting. Zhao Guangming said earnestly, "Young Master Lu, you just helped me recover my salary. Naturally, I must provide something in return." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai responded, "I should clarify first. If this star technique stone is of the same level as Divine Guardian, its value is immeasurable and far beyond your salary." By his estimation, the salary the other party just received was around 100,000 alliance coins, which couldn't even buy a single hair of Divine Guardian. Zhao Guangming, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Young Master Lu, how about this? If the value of this thing is not high, then consider it my compensation to you. But if it is indeed of high value, you can give me a bit of compensation as you see fit. After all, I have nothing else besides offering myself in service. This is the only star technique stone. Offering oneself is out of the question, but compensation can be arranged." Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Then I will first see what this star technique really is." Without hesitation, he crushed it instantly. The star technique stone shattered, transforming into specks of light that rapidly fused into Lu Xiaobai's mind. "Young Master Lu, you." Zhao Guangming's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. If the other party did not meet the prerequisite conditions, the light would coalesce back into the star technique stone. Only when the conditions were met would it integrate into the mind. This scene before him meant that Lu Xiaobai's basic body refining method had reached level cap. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai opened his eyes, his face filled with excitement, and thrill, unable to suppress a burst of wild laughter. The star technique granted to him was called the strength refinement art, which had effects similar to body refining methods, but was specifically designed to enhance one's own strength. This type of star technique was unheard of not only in the Lu family, but throughout the entire human world. It is important to note that the foundational strength of a star warrior is crucial, as it directly affects the potency of strength-type star techniques. For instance, if one person's strength is 1,000 kilograms and another's is 2,000 kilograms, when they both unleash the rushing fist in a clash, the latter would be able to shatter the former's arm. With the assistance of the strength refinement art, his strength could skyrocket, far surpassing that of his peers among star warriors. Who could withstand a punch from him then? The magic orb of Jin Xian would probably explode under his punch. As Lu Xiaobai thought of this, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, already lost in his fantasies. Beside him, Zhao Guangming was left speechless, unable to help but distance himself, slightly wondering how such an eerie laugh had suddenly erupted. After a moment, Lu Xiaobai suppressed his joy, but his face still bore an irresistible smile as he spoke. The value of this star technique is definitely not inferior to your divine protection and might even exceed it significantly. It's beyond what the alliance currency can measure. This was not merely an enhancement for himself. With the aid of the golden finger, he could swiftly level this star technique to its maximum, fulfilling the conditions for crafting star technique stones. This meant that the Lu family would gain a powerful inheritance of star techniques. Congratulations, young Master Lu. Zhao Guangming replied, without a hint of jealousy, smiling as he was rather open-minded. No matter how powerful this star technique was, it would be useless to him if he couldn't learn it. It was just an ordinary stone after all. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai, deep in thought, slowly said, "This item is too valuable. I'm not sure what to compensate you with. How about this? You put forth your request, and as long as it's not excessive, I will do my best to fulfill it." If he wanted to maximize value, he could easily claim that this thing was worthless, and he imagined the other party wouldn't say much. However, for such a small gain, he wouldn't betray his principles. Moreover, since Zhao Guangming directly handed the star technique stone to him, it was also a sign of trust, and naturally, he wouldn't deceive the other party. Hearing this, Zhao Guangming was overjoyed, and without a moment's hesitation said, "Young Master Lu, I want to join the Lu family." After experiencing the previous unpaid salary incident, he deeply realized that to survive in the world of Star Warriors, one must have power and connections. If he had ties with the Lu family, even Wang Ren wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's eyes widened in surprise. The other party was not referring to joining the Undying Medic group, but rather the Lu family, which was entirely different. If it were just the former, he could easily arrange a position for him in the Undying Medic group. However, the significance of joining the Lu family was on another level. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, and suddenly his eyes sparkled as he smiled. "Brother Zhao, if you're willing, you can become a third-tier devotee of the Lu family." Devotee. A hint of confusion appeared in Zhao Guangming's eyes, clearly unsure about the internal structure of the Lu family. Lu Xiaobai smiled and explained, "This is a way for my Lu family to recruit outsiders. A third-tier devotee can enjoy the protection of my Lu family, receiving resources worth millions of alliance currency each year, and also gain permanent residency rights on the Lu family's main star." Upon hearing this, Zhao Guangming's excitement became even more apparent, nodding repeatedly as he asked, "Young Master Lu, is what you said true?" He had originally thought he could only become a peripheral member of the Lu family, occasionally leveraging the Lu family's name to intimidate others, but he never expected to receive such tremendous benefits. Just the million in resources each year was already enough to make him beam with joy. Of course, Lu Xiaobai nodded and added, "However, since you are a devotee, you will also need to bear some responsibilities." "Young Master Lu, just tell me what you need me to do. Actually, it's simple." Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly and said, "In the future, if your divine protection reaches maximum level, the star technique stones you create must be handed over to my Lu family. Of course, we will offer a price for each star technique stone, ensuring that you won't suffer any losses." Zhao Guangming's situation was not unique. Many third-tier devotees of the Lu family lacked combat power, yet they managed to sign devotion contracts with the Lu family due to mastering certain powerful star techniques. This was essentially an investment. If the other party could elevate their star technique to the maximum, the Lu family would profit immensely, as it would equate to a powerful inheritance. The reason the Lu family had stood strong in the human world for 1,000 years and continued to grow stronger was due to their ever-increasing legacies, which made their descendants more powerful and solidified the Lu family's position. What does that matter? I agree. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guangming sighed in relief, while directly agreeing. For him, it wasn't a big deal. After all, he wasn't planning to establish a sect with this star technique. Rather, he preferred to lean against the Lu family for comfort. Lu Xiaobai nodded and said, in that case, I'll inform my family, and I expect someone from the Lu family will come to discuss with you in the next few days. Although he was a direct descendant of the Lu family, such matters of recruiting devotees should naturally be handled by professional members of the Lu family. Nevertheless, he believed that considering the strength of divine protection, the other party would certainly qualify as a third-tier devotee, possibly even better than he had described. Thank you, young Master Lu. Zhao Guangming quickly expressed his gratitude, filled with anticipation for the future. The Lu family's main star was a first-tier planet far more prosperous than this third-tier ancestral star. By the way, I should thank you. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand and continued, do you have any other requests? The other party was already capable of becoming a third-tier devotee with just the divine protection. He merely acted as a facilitator. The assistance he provided was far less than the value of the strength refinement art. No, this is enough. Zhao Guangming was not a greedy person. For him, being a third-tier devotee was more than sufficient. He understood that the other party had merely made an introduction, a small gesture, but for him, it had completely changed his life. After all, without this introduction, even if he possessed divine protection, he would never have been able to become a devotee of the Lu family. Lu Xiaobai smiled and nodded, then seemingly recalling something, asked, by the way, Brother Zhao, where did you obtain these 2-star technique stones? Lu Xiao, the events actually occurred 6 years ago when I returned home to pay my respects to my ancestors. Zhao Guangming did not hesitate and laid out his experiences in detail. After a while, Lu Xiaobai listened to his words, becoming lost in thought. According to what was said, these 2-star technique stones appeared out of nowhere before him during his ancestral pilgrimage, as if a pie had suddenly fallen from the sky and hit him on the head. Let me ask again, are you certain these 2-star technique stones did not come flying from afar, but simply appeared before you? Zhao Guangming nodded repeatedly and replied, if they had come from a distance, I would have definitely seen their trajectory, but this thing just appeared out of thin air, as if it were haunted. Lu Xiaobai narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. According to what was said, this meant that the 2-star technique stones had emerged from another space. He slowly spoke, these 2-star technique stones of yours are very likely from ancient civilization ruins. Perhaps due to their long existence, the space they were in collapsed to a certain extent, causing them to merge with the ancestral star space, which is how the 2-star technique stones ended up here. Oh, Zhao Guangming's expression changed as he quickly said, so you mean these 2-star technique stones are from an ancient civilization? Definitely. Lu Xiaobai replied with a smile, for after all, techniques like the refining strength technique had never appeared in the entire history of humanity. They surely belonged to the ancient civilization. Zhao Guangming scratched his head and asked, did the ancient civilization also create star technique stones like us for inheritance? Lu Xiaobai explained with a smile, it's not that we are like them, but rather they were like us. The method for creating star technique stones comes from ancient civilization ruins. Lu Xiao, that doesn't make sense. Zhao Guangming furrowed his brows in confusion. If these star technique stones are from an ancient civilization, why would the learning requirement be our basic body refinement technique? Ancient beings couldn't possibly know this stuff. You're mistaken in one aspect. Lu Xiaobai was not impatient and explained, basic star techniques are not exclusive to humanity. Essentially, every powerful civilization has such techniques. It's just that due to the differences in physical characteristics, various versions have emerged. For instance, the version created by our ancestral strong practitioners is the human version, while the version from the star insect clan is the insect version. However, they all belong to the category of basic star techniques and can serve as prerequisites for powerful star techniques. In other words, if a star insect were to fully elevate its own race's basic body refinement technique to the maximum level, it could also learn the refining strength technique. Zhao Guangming, upon hearing this, finally understood completely and could not help but give a thumbs up, saying, Lu Xiao, you really know a lot. Not bad, not bad. Lu Xiaobai rubbed his nose. In the past, he might not have been able to explain this clearly, but recently, under the guidance of Principal Dong Wang, he had mastered a considerable amount of knowledge about ancient civilizations and now had a scholarly demeanor in front of ordinary people. All right, you don't need to worry about the remaining matters. I will personally go check the ancient civilization ruins. Lu Xiaobai said, leave a contact number for me. The Lu family will come to find you later. Zhao Guangming quickly handed over his chip number, saying, then I will take my leave. If you are about to relocate to Lu family's main star, you can start preparing in advance. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand and added, by the way, you have permanent residency rights, so you can bring your family along. Thank you, Lu Xiao. Zhao Guangming's heart raced. Was he really about to bring his whole family to cross classes and step into a new future? Lu Xiaobai said no more piloting the flame-flying vehicle directly towards the location Zhao Guangming mentioned. The place where Zhao Guangming paid his respects to his ancestors was not in Xinguang City, but in another city. However, since it was still early, he didn't mind taking Ado along for the trip. If it really is an ancient civilization ruin, it's probably at least Shrank. Lu Xiaobai licked his lips, his eyes filled with anticipation. Both the God's Command and the Refining Strength technique are top-tier star techniques, each of which holds immeasurable value. The sight of such star techniques must be unimaginably rich. With this thought in mind, he became even more impatient and pushed the speed of the flame-flying vehicle to the maximum, no longer caring about whether he was speeding or not. 3 hours later, Lu Xiaobai crossed multiple cities and arrived at a cemetery in Liyue City. The area was filled with rolling hills and overgrown weeds, appearing extremely desolate along with the distant swaying tree shadows, giving it an eerie atmosphere. However, Lu Xiaobai was indifferent. Ada behind him provided him with a sense of security. Considering Ada's strength comparable to a level 70 star warrior, very few could defeat it on the ancestral star. Logically speaking, it should be around here. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly as he arrived at the place. Zhao Guangming mentioned simultaneously, saying Ada do a search. Upon hearing this, Ada's eyes instantly emitted electronic red light, beginning to scan the surroundings. If the ancient civilization ruin had partially merged with the ancestral star space, it meant it was about to emerge, and Ada would surely detect any anomalies. However, Ada scanned several times and still found no traces. Nothing. Lu Xiaobai frowned slightly, muttering to himself, could it be that this Shrank ruin is different from ordinary ruins? His understanding of ruins came entirely from what Principal Dong Wang had recently taught him, and the latter was merely an intermediate star warrior, likely not very knowledgeable about ruins of this level. Forget it. If I can't understand it, I'll let my family handle it. He shook his head, got back into the flame-flying vehicle, and left the place with Ada. Since even Ada couldn't find anything, staying here was meaningless. Moreover, given his current strength, he was not qualified to explore ruins of this level. A few minutes later, Lu Xiaobai sat in the flying vehicle and called his father's communication chip. Shortly after, Lu Xingtian's image appeared. Xiaobai, you've been doing well recently, Lu Xingtian said with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration. Oh. Lu Xiaobai was taken aback, wondering if his father had heard about him obtaining the refining strength. At this moment, seeing Lu Xiaobai's confused expression, Lu Xingtian chuckled and said, I already know about your capture of the Star Insect clan. Although you relied on Ada's strength, your displayed courage is still quite commendable. Dad, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Lu Xiaobai's expression turned serious as he promptly recounted everything about Zhao Guangming. When Lu Xingtian heard that the other party had acquired the refining strength technique and had recruited Zhao Guangming as a third-tier offering, his eyes sparkled with joy. After all, this was equivalent to inheriting 2 extremely powerful star techniques. You did well. Based on the effects of Divine Guardian, that person is fully qualified to become a third-tier offering of the Lu family. Dad, that's not the main point. Lu Xiaobai continued, what I want to talk about is the origin of these 2 star techniques. As he spoke, he detailed how the other party returned to their homeland to pay respects to their ancestors and obtained the 2 star techniques. However, Lu Xingtian did not seem excited. Instead, he fell into deep thought, remaining silent for a long time. Daddy. Lu Xiaobai looked at his father's expression and couldn't help but interrupt his contemplation, saying, you don't know this place, do you? Lu Xingtian, still deep in thought, eventually replied, do you know why the direct descendants of the top-tier forces come to the ancestor star to study? Not only Lu Xiaobai, but also his 3 siblings participated in the star examination on the ancestor star. Besides them, the Jin family and other top forces did the same. Other smaller forces, seeing them do this, although unsure of the specific reasons, still competed to imitate them, sending their own descendants over. Lu Xiaobai scratched his head and said, isn't it to remind us not to forget our roots? After all, this was what the other party had told him, claiming that the ancestor star was the origin of humanity and should never be forgotten. That's just one of the reasons. Lu Xingtian smiled and then said seriously, the fundamental reason is to see if you all have the chance to obtain ancestral qi. Ancestral qi. Lu Xiaobai was puzzled, having never heard of it before. Lu Xingtian, however, calmly asked, do you think Lu Zhu is powerful? Of course. Absolutely powerful. Lu Xiaobai hurriedly replied. When I'm out, I love to boast about being a descendant of Lu Zhu. It feels great. Lu Xingtian was exasperated but understood his son's character, shaking his head helplessly and asking, do you know why Lu Zhu is so strong? Does strength need a reason? Lu Xiaobai was taken aback by the question. Of course it does. Lu Xingtian smiled and explained, 8,000 years ago, humanity knew nothing about the path of star warriors, not even taking the most basic step. Yet figures like Lu Zhu were able to create foundational star techniques suitable for human cultivation under such barren conditions, leading humanity to begin its evolution. Don't you think that's extraordinarily genius? Lu Xiaobai was momentarily stunned, instantly grasping the meaning. Back then, humanity was merely trapped in a small civilization on the ancestor star, lacking any potions, nutrient solutions, or even the meat of celestial beasts. They had no resources for star warriors, yet the ancestral-level powerhouses were able to achieve such greatness, which indeed seemed incredible. Most importantly, these ancestral-level powerhouses did not neglect their own cultivation and remain the undisputed strongest among humanity, even now. He murmured, indeed, it's a bit against the heavens, almost as if they were chosen by destiny. Do they also have some sort of cheat? He immediately thought of his own golden finger, wondering if every ancestral-level powerhouse had one. It's not exactly a cheat, but it's close enough, Lu Xingtian replied with a smile. The reason ancestral-level powerhouses are so extraordinary is fundamentally due to them each obtaining a trace of ancestral qi. Dad, what exactly is ancestral qi? You can think of it as a mysterious substance that transforms one completely. Lu Xingtian continued to explain, it is precisely because of it that ancestral-level powerhouses emerged, becoming the leaders of our humanity. The reason we send you descendants to the ancestor star to learn is to see if you can try to obtain ancestral qi. If you succeed, it means there could be another future ancestral-level powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai finally understood, so Lu Zhu obtained this thing on the ancestor star back then. Of course, back then humanity had not even stepped into the starry skies, so ancestral qi naturally belongs to the ancestor star. After all these years, has Lu Zhu never come back to the ancestor star to search? He must have searched. Lu Xingtian, however, knew many secrets and said, Lu Zhu thoroughly searched the entire ancestor star back, then even going to the core of the earth several times, but still found no clues. Over time, the various ancestral-level powerhouses gave up. Lu Xiaobai pondered and slowly said, so you think the mysterious space I just mentioned might be the birthplace of ancestral qi? There is a possibility, and it's quite high. Dad, then what are we waiting for? Send someone to investigate. If we, the Lu family, each obtain a trace of ancestral qi, won't we all soar? Lu Xiaobai was instantly filled with excitement. Although he already had his golden finger, he wouldn't mind obtaining another trace of ancestral qi. If it really is the birthplace of ancestral qi, we won't be able to find it. Haven't the ancestral-level powerhouses found nothing all these years? Lu Xingtian shook his head, appearing quite calm. Not even with a rough coordinate. Lu Xiaobai frowned. The location of that place isn't fixed. Lu Xingtian explained, ancestral qi appears suddenly before ancestral-level powerhouses, and not in the same location, meaning its coordinates are constantly changing. What if it hasn't had time to change yet? Lu Xiaobai, however, remained unconvinced, saying, let me send someone to try. Lu Xingtian could only say this, but he actually held little hope in his heart. He knew very well that while it was possible to obtain ancestral qi, if luck was sufficient, trying to find the space containing ancestral qi was undoubtedly wishful thinking. If it were that easy, humanity's ancestral-level powerhouses would have found it long ago. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai said no more and voluntarily ended the communication. He understood his father's character. Since he had said this, it was highly likely that the mysterious space could not be found. However, he was not discouraged and murmured to himself, even if Lu Zhu couldn't find it, I will eventually find it in the future. He was extremely confident. After all, he had his golden finger. Even without ancestral qi, he could surpass the ancestral-level powerhouses in the future. First, let's learn the refining strength technique before anything else. Lu Xiaobai activated the intelligent driving mode of the flame flight device and began to close his eyes, entering the consciousness space constructed by the star technique stone. Meanwhile, in his back seat, Ada started the alert mode, silently guarding him. At the same time, Lu Xingtian, deep in thought, hesitated for a moment before using the intelligent chip to send a message. Old Chen Xiaobai may have found the birthplace of ancestral qi. If possible, could you please check it out? His message had just been sent when he received a reply, which was merely a very simple sentence. Returning to the head of the family, the old servant found no entrances. Lu Xingtian sighed upon hearing this, murmuring, as expected, as I anticipated, that place is impossible to find. He did not contact anyone else. If even old Chen couldn't find it, there was not much meaning in sending up. 3 hours later, Lu Xiaobai returned home, simply ate a bit of food, and then eagerly re-entered the consciousness space, having only familiarized himself with the effects of the Nine Heavens mystic art without having the time to learn it. At this moment before him stood a towering figure demonstrating every intricate movement of the Nine Heavens mystic art, while the flowing trajectory of the star energy could be clearly seen. Lu Xiaobai focused intently, not daring to miss a single detail, immersing himself in the learning process. Soon the next day arrived. This is really difficult. Lu Xiaobai rubbed his head, still unable to grasp it. His expression shifted, and he then dialed Wei Wunshi's communicator, directly asking for a 3-day leave to concentrate on learning this star technique. Wei Wunshi received the message, and without any hesitation agreed. If it were other students asking for leave at such a critical time, he would certainly refuse, but Lu Xiaobai, being a genius student certain to enter the top 10 star academies, naturally had some privileges. I want to see how long it will take to master this. Lu Xiaobai devoured the breakfast prepared by Old, who performed 2 cycles of the Lu family body refinement method, and then re-entered the consciousness space. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Xiaobai still lay in bed, eyes tightly shut, seemingly pondering something. At that moment he suddenly opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face, and murmured to himself, "In 3 days I've finally learned it. It seems I really have no talent for serious star techniques. It took me so long." He shook his head, not thinking much of it, and went to the balcony to begin demonstrating the Nine Heavens mystic art. The Nine Heavens mystic art, much like the body refining method, required only 2 cycles each day to integrate the star energy from the universe into oneself, though their effects were different. One trained physical strength, while the other comprehensively enhanced vitality. With his eyes slightly closed, he assumed a series of profound postures, allowing the star energy from the universe to merge into every inch of his muscles. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaobai successfully completed the 2 cycles. His vitality showed no change, but he could feel a more surging power circulating within him. Let's test the results. He entered the completely true virtual space where a power testing device appeared before him. With a powerful punch, the enormous sandbag trembled violently, while the monitor above displayed precise numbers, 500 kilograms. Lu Xiaobai's expression froze, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he murmured, "Incredible, I've directly increased my strength by 10 kilograms. It's worth noting that he had only done a day's worth of cycles. For a star technique that required years of accumulation, achieving such a significant improvement in just 1 day was already extremely impressive. Most importantly, his Nine Heavens mystic art was only at the first level. If he were to level it up to full capacity and continued training for a year or so, wouldn't he be able to break through the heavens with a single punch? Lu Xiaobai licked his lips, then his expression shifted as he opened his information panel, allocating 2 star points to the Nine Heavens mystic art, leaving just 1 point as a reserve for emergencies. A level 3 Nine Heavens mystic art will surely be even more effective, right? He licked his lips, an expectant look in his eyes, murmuring to himself, "If I had known you were this amazing, I should have upgraded you sooner, wasting today's 2 cycles." A hint of regret flashed in his eyes, but thinking about how long his life still was, he didn't mind losing a single day. There are still 3 months until the star examination. The foundational strength of a level 10 star warrior is 2,000 kilograms. By then my strength might be able to directly contend with a formal star warrior. Lu Xiaobai estimated slightly, and his heart filled with anticipation. It's important to note that while a level 9 warrior was only a slight difference away, the disparity was like heaven and earth. They were not on the same level at all. He withdrew from his fantasies, turned back, and began another cycle of the Lu family body refinement method. These 2 star techniques had to be done every day. Missing even 1 day was pure loss. Soon he finished the action cycle of the body refinement method, but this time his vitality showed no improvement, still stuck at level 4. It seems level 5 is indeed a small hurdle, no doubt about it. It has held me up for a full 2 days. If others heard this sentence, they would probably be shocked, thinking that being stuck for just 2 days was absurd. Many people might only improve by 0.1 levels in a month. It's time to go to school. Lu Xiaobai stretched lazily, murmuring to himself, "My only obstacle for the star examination now is theoretical knowledge. The other 3 subjects are already well within my grasp. Previously, my practical combat subject only scored close to full marks, but now with the Nine Heavens mystic art, I have nothing to worry about." According to the practical combat requirements of the star examination, defeating an opponent with the same vitality level is sufficient, and by then I can easily crush them with my strength, naturally scoring full marks. Just as he was preparing to head to school, the chip watch he carried received a message. Someone is looking for me. He was slightly taken aback, then opened the virtual screen and saw a message in his electronic mailbox. To his surprise, it was actually an invitation to an auction. Zuxing auction. He raised an eyebrow, murmuring, according to the content of this message, the Zuxing auction was hosted by the Guangxia Chamber of Commerce, featuring various rare items for auction, accessible only to those of status on Zuxing. Lu Xiaobai had never received such messages in the past due to hiding his identity, but now with the exposure of his Lu family's direct lineage, he certainly qualified. Just some useless items. He glanced at the auction items displayed in the message, feeling little interest. Just as he was about to ignore the message, a line of text suddenly appeared. 1-star task triggered. Attend the Zuxing auction and bid on at least 10 items. Strength is not just about talent and effort. Resources are also an essential part. Young man, showcase your financial power. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Without hesitation, he replied to the message indicating that he would attend the auction. The other party promptly responded, "We look forward to your presence, young Master Lu." Lu Xiaobai did not respond further, but internally estimated his financial capacity. I currently have over 2 million in funds needing to purchase 10 items, unless each item only costs around 200,000. He shook his head, instantly dismissing that idea. He had just looked at the displayed items, and even the cheapest ones were estimated to cost 70 to 80,000, and auctions generally exceed market prices. To secure them would likely require close to 1 million. To purchase 10 items, I would need at least 10 million in funds to be somewhat safe. Lu Xiaobai looked at his small treasury, suddenly feeling a bit too poor. His 2 million, while considered a fortune at the Starlight Academy, was not enough to make waves at an auction of this caliber. When faced with uncertainty, consult the old man first. Lu Xiaobai did not hesitate, his expression shifting slightly as he contemplated dialing his father's number. But just then he suddenly thought of something and murmured to himself, "Right at a prestigious auction like this, the Lu family surely has other participants. I can just contact him directly, can't I?" With this thought, he directly messaged the person in charge of the auction, inquiring if anyone from the Lu family would be attending. Soon the person in charge replied with a name, Lu Yuanshan. According to the auction rules, the identities of the participants are kept confidential. However, Lu Xiaobai, being a direct descendant of the Lu family, could inquire about family matters without any issue. Is it actually Uncle Yuanshan? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, then remembered that the other party was the general manager of the Zuxing Immortal Medicine Store and was himself a high-level star warrior with a vitality level of 70, thus fully qualified to participate in the auction. I recall I have his contact number. He browsed through his contacts and indeed found Lu Yuanshan's name among the elders of the Lu family, promptly dialing the number. In the next moment, a rugged-looking middle-aged man appeared on screen. "Xiaobai, why do you suddenly have time to seek me out?" There was a look of surprise in Lu Yuanshan's eyes. Despite having been on Zuxing for so many years, Lu Xiaobai had never proactively contacted him, and since he had been instructed by the family head, he wouldn't think to reach out to Lu Xiaobai either. "Uncle Yuanshan, I've encountered a bit of an issue." Lu Xiaobai got straight to the point. Although they hadn't been in contact for many years, their past relationship on the main star of the Lu family was still quite close. Hearing this, Lu Yuanshan smiled and said, "Oh, whatever the matter is, just say it. Your uncle Yuanshan will do everything in his power to help you out." As the head of the Lu family on Zuxing, his identity and status were naturally very high. Even the Star Masters would treat him with courtesy, giving him the confidence to handle any situation. "Actually, it's not a big deal." Lu Xiaobai scratched his head and said, "Uncle Yuanshan, you'll be attending the auction on Zuxing, right?" "Auction?" Lu Yuanshan was slightly taken aback, then nodded. "There are a few items in this session that I'm quite interested in. If I have the time, I'll definitely go in person." "Why? Do you have items you want from the auction?" There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. The auction featured high-level Star Warrior resources. Although Lu Xiaobai was from the Lu family, he was merely an intern Star Warrior and likely wouldn't need much. "Nothing suitable for me." Lu Xiaobai shook his head and said, "Uncle Yuanshan, what I mean is we can go together when the time comes. I'll raise the paddle to bid, and you can tell me what items you need on the side." His task only required him to bid on 10 auction items. He didn't plan to keep any for himself, so he could directly pass them on to Lu Yuanshan without spending a dime, essentially benefiting from the auction for free. In that moment, he couldn't help but marvel at his own ingenuity. Lu Yuanshan looked even more puzzled. What does this mean? Not wanting any items for himself, but just to raise a paddle. Was he just bored and looking for something to do? Seeing the other party's expression, Lu Xiaobai quickly explained, "Uncle Yuanshan, it's just that I haven't participated in an auction for a long time, and I wanted to relive the feelings of my childhood." In the past, at the auctions held on the main star of the Lu family, he had often made outrageous bids for any items he fancied. Since they were all family possessions, he could bid whatever price he wanted. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanshan understood and immediately said, "Since that's the case, let's go to the auction together in 5 days." "Thank you, Uncle Yuanshan." Lu Xiaobai smiled brightly upon hearing this. Lu Yuanshan nodded, and then seemed to think of something, saying, "By the way, Xiaobai, I heard that your Star Warrior achievements have improved quite a bit recently." Though only a branch member of the Lu family, he was very concerned about the current generation of direct descendants as it concerned the future prosperity of the Lu family. "It's all right." Lu Xiaobai waved his hand with a smile and continued, "I just accidentally maxed out my body refinement technique." Lu Yuanshan's expression was peculiar. How could he say it was just an accident? He shook his head, knowing the lad's character, and said with a smile, "The star exam is coming up soon. Put in more effort and aim to get into one of the top 10 academies. By the way, if you need any resources, just tell your Uncle Yuanshan. Although I can't use the funds from the group, I still have my own little stash from all these years. We can do cash transactions later. It won't be known to your old man. Absolutely safe." Lu Xiaobai rubbed his nose and smiled. "I don't need anything for now, thank you, Uncle Yuanshan." Lu Yuanshan nodded. "All right, I won't delay your studies any longer. We'll be in touch later." The two quickly ended the conversation. Another star point securely added to my collection. Lu Xiaobai said to himself, feeling in high spirits. "I'll strive to max out the refining power technique as soon as possible to activate the extreme state effect." In his view, the refining power technique, being a long-term enhancement star skill, would yield greater benefits the sooner it reached max level. Furthermore, there was another crucial point. Once it reached max level, he would be able to create star skill stones, allowing other members of the Lu family to learn as well. With my third brother's berserker body paired with this refining power technique, it would definitely be a formidable combination. He chuckled, tidied up, and headed straight for the school, preparing to continue studying theoretical knowledge and the basic palm technique. Half an hour later, when Lu Xiaobai entered the Star Warrior Academy, he saw that each member of the elite class was engaged in their respective learning courses. Some were practicing the body refinement technique, while others were undergoing high-intensity physical training, all appearing full of fighting spirit. The competition rewards had led students to purchase numerous supplements, boosting their vitality and making them even more driven. "Lu Gu, is Lu Gu here?" Upon seeing his arrival, everyone's gaze turned toward him as they greeted him friendly. "Keep it up." Lu Xiaobai smiled and nodded, then headed straight for Wei Wenqi's spot, preparing to study his theoretical knowledge. "Did you finish handling your affairs?" Wei Wenqi smiled, sizing Lu Xiaobai up, and said with surprise, "You seem a bit different." I can't quite put it into words, but I feel a bit different, perhaps more confident." Wei Wenqi shook his head. Although well-informed, he had never heard of the Lianli Ju, a star technique that had never appeared in the human world, and thus knew nothing about it. Lu Xiaobai smiled and did not explain the star technique he had just learned. Instead, he said, "By the way, Teacher Wei, I might need to ask for some time off in a few days." The location of the Ancestor Star auction was in the royal capital city, which was quite far from Starlight City, requiring a journey across nearly half the Ancestor Star. Additionally, the auction process took a long time, or it would definitely take at least 2 to 3 days. Asking for leave again. Wei Wenqi responded, furrowing his brows and speaking earnestly. "Xiaobai, my words may not be pleasant to hear, but I hope you can take them to heart. Although it's almost certain that you'll be accepted into one of the top 10 star academies for a Star Warrior, the Star Academy is merely a starting point, not an endpoint." Having served as the principal of Starlight High School for over 30 years, he had seen countless students pass through. He had witnessed many striving hard before the star examination only to lose themselves after entering university, gradually wasting their talents and ending up mediocre. To him, Lu Xiaobai's young age and having reached the maximum level of the body refining technique, even elevating the Lu clan body refining technique to level 4, was a clear sign of extraordinary talent. It would be a great pity if he were to fall into mediocrity. "Teacher, I understand." Lu Xiaobai felt warmth in his heart knowing that the other was looking out for him, but he still insisted, "However, I truly need to take leave this time. There are matters I must attend to." To him, acquiring the star point was something he must achieve at all costs, as it was equivalent to years of hard cultivation. Wei Wenqi's frown deepened, as given Lu Xiaobai's status, any urgent matter could easily be handled by someone else, and there was no need for him to go personally. But seeing Lu Xiaobai's insistence, he could only sigh inwardly and nod in agreement. Lu Xiaobai noticed the expression on the other's face, understanding his thoughts, but unsure how to explain, so he maintained his silence. As long as he could get the leave, that was all that mattered. "All right, let's continue with the class." Wei Wenqi did not dwell on it further and began to focus on teaching the theoretical knowledge. 5 days swiftly passed. "Gogo, let's set off." After school, Lu Xiaobai immediately boarded the flame aircraft with it eagerly heading straight for the royal capital city. Before setting off, he had already arranged to meet Lu Yuanshan in the royal capital city. In 5 days, I've finally learned the basic palm technique. Not bad, not bad. Reclining comfortably on the aircraft, a smile on his face, he murmured, I wonder when he'll be qualified to learn the life and death seal from Ancestor Lu. Being a direct descendant of the Lu family, he could easily obtain the Star Technique stone created by Ancestor Lu, but the prerequisites for learning the life and death seal were too high. Reaching the maximum level of the basic palm technique was just one minor requirement. I heard that Ancestor Lu with the maximum level of the life and death seal instantly drained the life force of a peak star insect emperor. When will I attain such power? He fantasized silently, and at that moment his smart chip suddenly indicated an incoming unfamiliar communication. Moi. Lu Xiaobai looked at the unfamiliar number, but still answered the call. The next second an image of a gloomy-looking boy appeared, and when Lu Xiaobai saw his face, the smile on his lips instantly froze, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. It was none other than Jin Xian, a direct descendant of the Jin family. Jin Xian wore a smile and spoke in a gentle tone. Young Master Lu, long time no see. Lu Xiaobai narrowed his eyes slightly and replied indifferently, Yes, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to still be alive. What a pity, Jin Xian responded without anger, his smile even brighter, saying, If you're still alive, I'm sure I will be too. I heard you're also attending the Ancestor Star auction. I'll be going too, so we'll finally meet again. Lu Xiaobai curled his lips, speaking with slight disdain. You think you're worthy to meet me? Jin Xian replied with a smile. Young Master Lu, that comment doesn't sound nice. After all, I am also a direct descendant of the Jin family. I should at least be qualified to see you right. He continued without waiting for Lu Xiaobai to respond. By the way, young Master Lu, I heard the Yuan family has been causing you trouble lately. That kid is truly digging his own grave. He hasn't brought you any trouble, has he? What can he do to me? Lu Xiaobai shrugged and said, I originally wanted to deal with him severely. Even if I didn't kill him, I would at least cripple him. But then I thought that certain beasts might benefit from it, so I suppressed that thought. Young Master Lu, it seems like you still harbor a lot of hostility towards me. Jin Xian wore a helpless expression, but a hint of treachery flickered in his eyes as he smiled. The death of Lu Feng was truly just an accident. Who told him to be so blind and accidentally bump his neck against my family's star knife? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. A wave of uncontrollable killing intent surged within him. Although his father treated him very well, he was still the head of the Lu family and the Human Council president, so he couldn't spend too much time with him. Growing up, Lu Xiaobai had always been accompanied by Lu Feng. To him, Lu Feng, though a collateral member of the Lu family, was akin to his own grandfather. However, during an exploration of a new planet, Lu Feng was killed by members of the Jin family, which made Lu Xiaobai's hatred for them skyrocket like never before. Young Master Lu, once a person is dead, they cannot be brought back to life. We need to look forward. Jin Xian's face bore a smile that seemed to be comforting, but was filled with mockery. Lu Xiaobai took a deep breath, recalling Lu Feng's kind face, forcibly suppressing the killing intent in his eyes, and replied flatly, Yes, we must look forward. I need to make progress. Jin Xian, remember what your brother Lu said. One day, I will cut off the heads of all the direct descendants of the Jin family and offer them to honor Grandpa Feng's spirit in heaven. I believe that day is not far off. His tone was calm, yet a chilling aura radiated from him. In the past, he wouldn't have spoken such grandiose words, as his star martial talent was too poor. He couldn't even defeat the weakest direct descendant of the Jin family. But he was no longer the same. He now had confidence in surpassing all human powerhouses in the future. The Jin family would eventually pay the price. Moi. Jin Xian's smile faded upon hearing this. Lu Xiaobai never spoke such unrealistic words unless he had real assurance. However, when he thought of his family's strength, he immediately dismissed this absurd idea. A Lu Xiaobai with such low life force could pose any threat to the direct descendants of the Jin family. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai seemed to think of something and smiled. By the way, your naked running father can escape this calamity. That kind of pervert isn't worthy to honor my Grandpa Feng. Upon hearing this, Jin Xian's expression suddenly darkened, his eyes filled with a surging killing intent. The patriarch of the Jin family, who had been stripped bare by the interstellar bandit king, was none other than his father. For him, this was a tremendous shame, and anyone who mentioned it in his presence would pay a bloody price. Because of this incident, his father was stripped of his position as patriarch, and his third uncle took over, which even resulted in a significant decline in Jin Xian's treatment within the Jin family. After all, although they were both direct descendants, their treatment differed greatly. Lu Xiaobai, are you seeking death? Jin Xian's smile vanished, his eyes turned icy cold, clearly showing that he had gone past his breaking point. Young Master Jin, please don't threaten me. I'm quite afraid of dying. Lu Xiaobai hurriedly patted his chest, and then continued with a smile. If you have this time, why not go back and persuade your father? Engaging in such niche hobbies like running naked in public isn't something we should do on the street. Wouldn't it be better to find a more secluded place? Jin Xian gritted his teeth, the killing intent in his eyes threatening to overflow. He knew that if he continued speaking, he would only become more embarrassed. He shot a fierce glare at Lu Xiaobai before decisively hanging up the communication. With your mental fortitude, you think you can mess with my mindset? Lu Xiaobai curled his lips, a touch of disdain in his eyes, and muttered to himself, that dog also wants to participate in the auction. I hope it won't affect my bidding too much. His brows furrowed slightly, and then he thought of Lu Yuanshan being the general overseer on the Ancestral Star. He estimated that he wouldn't be short on money, which put his mind at ease. After a long while under the full-speed flight of the Flame aircraft, he successfully crossed half of the Ancestral Star and arrived at his destination, the Imperial capital city. Before him stood a massive city where various flying vehicles darted through the high skies, and on the ground, long magnetic levitation, trains were moving at high speed. At the same time, humanoid beings emanating a metallic sheen patrolled above the streets. These were not intelligent machines, but security personnel clad in mecha specifically responsible for maintaining order in the entire city. The most striking feature was the enormous black warship floating directly above the center of the city, covered in various technological weapons. Just the A-class energy cannons alone totaled 108, not to mention the hidden technological armaments within the warship. This was undoubtedly a war fortress with terrifying destructive power. The reason for equipping such a warship was primarily due to the ancient civilization ruins located within the imperial capital city. Though it was merely a clever ruin, it still represented a tremendous wealth for the human star domain, necessitating heavy firepower for its protection. Quite imposing indeed. Lu Xiaobai stood on the aircraft, gazing at the terrifying warship above the city center, feeling little emotional turbulence. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Lu family and had seen many grand sights. Even a random warship stationed on the Lu family's main star far surpassed this one. I heard this is a ruin left by the Bloodburn clan. His expression shifted slightly, memories flowing back of Wei Wunsher explaining the information about the Bloodburn clan. The Bloodburn clan was a rare small race, and even at their peak they ruled over only 7 or 8 life-bearing planets, far inferior to the current human civilization. The royal bloodline of this race was born with the innate ability of blood burn, which was simple yet brutal in effect. It could temporarily enhance combat power by burning their own blood. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the combat boost. Because of this characteristic, most of the star techniques of the Bloodburn clan required a certain price to enhance their combat power, which wasn't particularly appealing to humans. After all, while humans could learn such techniques due to their different races, the combat enhancements they received were often inferior to those of the Bloodburn clan, while the costs were higher. Lu Xiaobai muttered, this ruin seems quite obscure. In fact, the tickets are often discounted. Ancient civilization ruins were all controlled by the federal government, and others wishing to enter had to purchase tickets. Some advanced ruins even required a certain amount of federal glory points to qualify for ticket purchase. After all, resources within ancient civilization ruins were non-renewable, and to gain access one needed to pay a certain price. Just as Lu Xiaobai was pondering this, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Xiaobai, what are you thinking about? Huh? Lu Xiaobai turned around instantly and saw a rugged, middle-aged man floating in the air. His expression brightened, and he smiled. Uncle Yuanshan, you came so early. I thought you were coming, so I naturally had to arrive earlier. Lu Yuanshan smiled, and then glanced at the big guy in the back of the aircraft, raising an eyebrow. Oh, isn't this thing meant to protect Aiken? I borrowed it from third brother. Lu Xiaobai chuckled. Uncle Yuanshan, I really have no choice. The ancestral star is fraught with dangers. My. Lu Yuanshan's smile faded, his eyes filled with a fierce glint. Is there still someone daring enough to provoke our Lu family? It's not a person, it's that group of star insect clan. Lu Yuanshan's expression shifted slightly, nodding. I've also heard about the star insect clan infiltrating the ancestral star. These beasts are truly disgusting. What business do they have coming to the remote ancestral star? But you don't need to worry, those beasts wouldn't dare to be too bold and shouldn't target you. Lu Yuanshan stroked his chin and continued, should I send a few high-level star warriors to protect you? That's not necessary. Having the big guy is enough for me. Lu Xiaobai smiled. The star insect clan's target shouldn't be me. Lu Yuanshan nodded in response, not discussing the star insect clan further. Instead, he said, "Let's go, Uncle Yuanshan will arrange your accommodation first." The two sat in the flame aircraft heading straight for the center of the imperial capital city. Soon Lu Yuanshan brought Lu Xiaobai to a luxurious hotel in the city center. Just the tube-class combat robots standing at the entrance indicated the hotel's high-status equivalent to the strength of intermediate star warriors. The combat power of these security robots is on par with the mayor of Xinguang City. The difference between the two cities is indeed quite significant. Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lu Yuanshan smiled and explained, "This is definitely not comparable. The imperial capital city possesses an ancient civilization ruin, attracting countless star warriors to settle here. Coupled with the monthly ancestral star auction, it has become even more prosperous. In terms of overall strength, the imperial capital city can be considered one of the top 3 in the ancestral star. One ancient civilization ruin can indeed stimulate a lot of economic development. Although the Bloodburn clan ruins weren't very popular, they still attracted quite a few star warriors to settle, as it was at least a treasure trove. Even if it was lackluster, it was better than nothing. Let's go, Uncle Yuanshan. We should check in first." Lu Xiaobai entered the hotel presenting his identification. The moment the front desk staff saw his identity, their expression changed dramatically, their eyes sparkling with intrigue as they kept stealing glances at Lu Xiaobai. Lu Xiaobai chuckled, silently aware of their thoughts, yet still smiled, and said, "What are you looking at? Please register your information." Oh, okay." The front desk girl blushed, quickly regaining her composure, and apologized, "Please wait a moment, sir, I will take care of it right away." Suppressing her astonishment, she began processing the check-in. Soon she handed over a room card embedded with a smart chip saying, "Mr. Lu, your room is on the top floor of the hotel. If you need anything, please let us know at any time, and we will assist you promptly. Enjoy your stay." Lu Xiaobai nodded, took the room card, and along with Lu Yuanshan rode the elevator upstairs. I didn't expect that a direct descendant of the Lu family would appear at this auction, and so handsome too. The front desk girl gazed at his back, her eyes filled with wonder. Having worked at this high-end hotel for some time, she had seen many direct descendants of top-tier forces at the Zuxing auction, but it was indeed her first time encountering such a handsome one. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai had arrived in his room, which was not only fully equipped, but even had a dedicated fitness training room, looking extremely luxurious. "Xiaobai, isn't this place nice?" Lu Yuanshan smiled and said, "It's quite good." After spending so many years in Zuxing, Lu Xiaobai was no longer as picky as he was in his childhood, and he was naturally very satisfied with the room before him. Just as Lu Yuanshan was thinking of taking him around the imperial capital, a communication call rang, but he directly hung up. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobai smiled and said, "Uncle Yuanshan, you go ahead and take care of your business. They'll find a way to pass the time after all. The auction doesn't officially start until tomorrow." Lu Yuanshan nodded without saying much, replying, "In that case, he'll be off. Contact me directly if anything comes up." Having said that, Lu Yuanshan hurriedly left. After all, he was the general head of the Zuxing Immortal Medicine Group, and he had some business to discuss during this visit to the imperial capital. "Let's go out for a stroll. There's the Bloodfire clan's ruins nearby, and surely there are some special products from the ruins. Who knows, we might find some unique star technique stones," thought Lu Xiaobai as he eagerly left the room. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Bloodfire Street in the city center. This street was originally called Imperial Capital Avenue, but due to the ancient civilization ruins to attract more star warriors, even the name was changed. On both sides of the street stood countless luxurious stores, most of which sold items from the ruins. Even the specialty dishes of the restaurants used ingredients sourced from within the ruins. "Hey there, what do you need? Our treasure pavilion has it all. Whether it's herbs or ores from the ruins or weapons and armor from the Bloodfire clan, even rare star technique stones are available." At this moment, the staff in the treasure pavilion, upon seeing Lu Xiaobai, quickly approached with enthusiasm. Years of service had honed their keen eye, and they could tell at a glance that the young man before them was either rich or noble, far beyond the others nearby. "Oh, you have star technique stones." Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Show me. As long as it satisfies me, price is not an issue." "All right, please follow me." The staff quickly led him upstairs, carefully retrieving the star technique stones from within the shop, while starting to introduce them in detail. A quarter of an hour passed. Lu Xiaobai went from excitement to gradually feeling speechless, ultimately falling into silence. He rubbed his forehead and said oddly, "Are you sure these are the star technique stones treasured by your shop?" "Yes, indeed." The staff nodded and said, All these star technique stones come from the Bloodfire clan's ruins. They can be considered the top-tier star techniques of this civilization. Lu Xiaobai, wearing a speechless expression, picked up a star technique stone and spoke. You just said this star technique is called potential activation, which can temporarily increase one's combat power by 5% for 10 seconds, but the price is a day of weakness. Where's the top tier in that? And this pain sensation shield, which can reduce pain by 5%, has the side effect of being unable to use star energy for a week. What I find most unacceptable is this boiling blood, which can enhance combat power by 10%, but the price is a permanent decrease of 3 levels in vitality. Can it get any more ridiculous than that? Before visiting the shop, he had already mentally prepared himself, knowing full well that the chances of finding top-tier star techniques like Master of Empty Hands or Refining Strength Formula were exceedingly slim. But come on, it shouldn't be this bad. The staff, feeling awkward, still spoke up. Sir, I assure you most of the star techniques on this street actually have this effect. Then forget it. Lu Xiaobai understood that the staff was speaking the truth. The Bloodfire clan was not a powerful civilization, and their top-tier star techniques were naturally scarce. Even if someone obtained such high-level star techniques, they would likely choose not to sell. The star techniques available at shops on such streets were bound to be of poor quality. After all, that's how they became commonplace. The staff felt a hint of disappointment, but kindly reminded, Sir, if you're truly looking for high-quality star techniques, you can only check at the Zuxing auction. Lu Xiaobai nodded, putting away his expectations. Finding a top-notch star technique on the street was akin to winning the lottery. He said no more and turned to leave the treasure pavilion. Just as he stepped out onto the street, he encountered a familiar face walking towards him. It was Jin Xian from the Jin family. Yo, isn't this young Master Jin? Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, smiling mischievously. Why are you walking around on the street in your clothes? He looked at the gloomy face of the other person and decisively chose to take the initiative, as being passive was not his style. Upon hearing this, the passers-by looked puzzled. What did that mean? Isn't it normal to walk on the street in clothes? Only Jin Xian, upon hearing this, instantly had his previously smiling expression darken, eyes filled with murderous intent. He naturally understood that the other party was deliberately mocking his father. At this moment, he felt a toothache from anger and a hint of regret in his heart. Had he known this guy's verbal attacks were stronger than in their childhood, he would not have initiated contact. Wasn't that just asking for humiliation? Jin Xian cast a cold glance at the other person, then turned to leave, entirely disinterested in engaging in a dispute, especially in public. If a quarrel broke out, the disgrace of the Jin family would be exposed to all. Just as he was turning around, he saw the boy beside him narrow his eyes and suddenly shout, How dare you speak disrespectfully to young Master Jin? You seek death. With that, the boy stepped forward in a rush, throwing a fist aimed directly at Lu Xiaobai's face. This punch was filled with murderous intent, clearly showing no intention of holding back. However, in that instant, a burly figure appeared, swiftly extending a large hand to block the incoming punch, then slightly gripping it, brutally tearing off the entire right arm. Off. The boy let out a mournful cry, his face turning pale as cold sweat began to pour down. Lu Xiaobai looked at the other's pitiful state with an extremely peculiar expression, saying, Wait, young Master Jin, has your little subordinate always been this bold? Having lived for so many years, he had truly never seen an apprentice star warrior dare to attack him directly. Jin Xian was equally bewildered. Then he thought of Qin Kai's character and couldn't help but curse inwardly. How dare you act so arrogantly, relying on my identity, yet still have the audacity to attack this guy? Didn't you see there's an A-class combat robot behind him? But it wasn't entirely surprising. After all, how could the people from the Ancestral Star recognize an A-class robot? At this moment, Qin Shi returned to Jin Xian's side, his eyes filled with pain, while he gulped down a hemostatic potion and then spoke angrily. You actually dared to attack me, you're finished. No one on the Ancestral Star can protect you. Lu Xiaobai, upon hearing this, did not get angry, but instead wore an increasingly strange expression. Wait a minute, shouldn't those words be mine? Moreover, when did I ever attack you? Wasn't it you who sought death? May I ask, who are you? He inquired with a curious smile. Having never encountered such sheer ignorance, just as Qin Shi was about to introduce himself, Jin Xian suddenly looked over, his tone icy as he said, How audacious, do you think you can provoke young Master Lu? He hurriedly stopped Qin Shi from humiliating himself, as this would not only bring shame upon the other, but also make him a laughingstock. Lu, young Master Lu. Qin Kai's expression changed, and he instantly recalled the other's identity, causing him to calm down immediately. Lu Xiaobai, however, ignored him and turned to Jin Xian, grinning as he said, Young Master Jin, your eye for talent is indeed commendable. Your subordinate is just as brave and resourceful as you. Such sarcastic remarks made Jin Xian's expression darken further, while he inwardly cursed Qin Shi for being such a fool. Meanwhile, Qin Shi, seeing Jin Xian's face, felt a weight in his heart, realizing that the other had been humiliated because of him, causing his anger to flare once more. He fixed his cold gaze on Lu Xiaobai and said, "Young Master Lu, as a member of the Lu family, do you dare rely solely on external aid? If you truly have the capability, dare to duel me as a star warrior. Even if I lose a hand, I can still defeat you." He knew the power of the Lu family's influence, but having made up his mind to follow Jin Xian, he naturally viewed the Lu family as a mortal enemy. After all, his family was merely a force on the ancestral star, far inferior to the Yuan family, where true power resided. Fully aligning with the Jin family would only benefit him. My. Upon hearing this, Jin Xian's expression shifted slightly, his previous gloom dissipating as he smiled and said, "Qin Shi, you have gone too far. Young Master Lu's strength is merely that even if you lose a hand, he still wouldn't be able to defeat you. Isn't that bullying?" He glanced at Qin Shi, inwardly noting that the other was somewhat clever. It seemed that his anger had subsided and his wits had regained the upper hand. If Qin Shi were to challenge him, the other would surely refuse on the spot. However, Qin Shi was merely a young master of a small power, and importantly, he had lost an arm. If he didn't dare accept the challenge, it would utterly disgrace the Lu family. At this moment, due to the sudden intervention of Ada and Qin Kai's severed arm, many people on the street had gathered around. Hearing the conversation between the two, the onlookers began to faintly recognize their identities, their expressions filled with shock and interest. A duel between the scions of top powers, oh, what a spectacle to behold. Lu Xiaobai, however, instantly saw through their motives. Sneering softly, just as he was about to refuse, a text message suddenly appeared before him. "1-star mission triggered. Accept Qin Kai's challenge and achieve overwhelming victory. In the face of provocations from insignificant characters, all we need to do is stomp them down." My. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted, a glint of joy appearing in his eyes. He had thought that today's outing would yield no rewards, yet unexpectedly the other had provided him with a delightful surprise. Another solitary duel mission similar to the last time, with the spiritual power situation. Lu Xiaobai's thoughts turned and an idea formed in his mind. "It seems I need to try hiring someone specifically to duel with me, or perhaps it could trigger tasks automatically." Since the last outdoor survival mission had garnered him a lot of points, his imagination had been ignited, and he was eager to see if he could farm star points in bulk. "It seems young Master Lu is afraid. Since that's the case, let's pretend I said nothing." Qin Shi, seeing Lu Xiaobai's silence, wore an expression tinged with mockery. "I'll give you time. Come challenge me when you have the courage. Until then, make sure this robot protects you well." Though his words bore no insulting terms, they were filled with mockery, igniting a fire of anger within. My. Lu Xiaobai narrowed his eyes and calmly said, "Do you really think that just because Jin Xian is protecting you, you can sleep peacefully? What is there to be afraid of?" Qin Shi smiled, then his expression turned cold as he said, "Aside from your identity as a member of the Lu family, what else do you amount to?" His heart was filled with jealousy. He couldn't understand why, despite his extraordinary talent, he was just a member of a small family, while the other, with such mediocre star warrior talent, could become a scion of the Lu family. It was utterly unfair. Lu Xiaobai, upon hearing this, did not get angry, but responded with a smile. "So you truly believe you are stronger than me? In that case, I accept your challenge." My. With these words, both Qin Shi and Jin Xian were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting that he would actually dare to accept the duel. However, this time Lu Xiaobai's plan encountered an unexpected turn. Just as Ada was about to succeed, a black metallic hand suddenly appeared, blocking Ada's assault with ease. Seeing this, Ada did not hesitate for a moment. His other hand transformed into a giant hammer and struck fiercely at his opponent. Boom. The two collided instantly, neither of them retreating, appearing to be evenly matched. My. Lu Xiaobai's expression changed slightly as he looked at the suddenly appeared figure, which turned out to be a battle robot covered in menacing black metal, showing a might that was hardly inferior to Ada. Lu Xiao, this level of intelligent machinery is not a rare item. It's not just your Lu family that possesses. Jin Xian smiled, knowingly aware that Ada was guarding the opponent. To counter him, he had specially borrowed a customized grade battle robot from his brother. The reason he couldn't protect Qin Shi just now was primarily because he did not expect the opponent to be so aggressive, suddenly attacking Lu Xiaobai. "I really underestimated this." Lu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, a hint of regret in his eyes. "Lu Xiaobai, what do you mean?" Qin Kai's eyes were filled with anger and shock. If it weren't for the protection of this robot, he would definitely have lost his other hand. Lu Xiaobai chuckled. Seeing your strength, I thought you could let me take one more hand. You. Qin Kai's eyes flared with anger. He did not expect the opponent to have such an intention. If he were to lose another hand, how could he fight at all? He might not even be able to maintain his balance, making it a pure game. Jin Xian also did not expect the opponent to speak the truth, so directly sarcastically saying, Lu Xiao, you are even more shameless than before. Thank you for the compliment. Jin Xian was momentarily taken aback. Know who the hell compliment? Lu Xiaobai did not say much, knowing that if his treacherous behavior were to be found out by his father, he would surely receive a round of praise. After all, the Lu family prided itself on cunning. Alright, since my plan has failed, let's skip this part and get straight to the point. Lu Xiaobai glanced at the two of them and continued, I remember there is a Xingwu venue nearby, or if you have the guts, come with me. After saying that, he took a da and headed straight for the Xingwu pavilion. His confident behavior made Qin Shi hesitate slightly as he spoke. Jin Xiao, is his vitality level really that low? His previous words had thoroughly angered the opponent. If he couldn't win, escaping safely would be difficult, and he might even be beaten to death. Rest assured, can I still trick you? His vitality level is at most level 5. Jin Xian affirmed, then instructed, when the duel begins, we cannot kill him, but we can seriously injure him. It would be best to make him recuperate for a few months, missing the star examination. He was already aware that the opponent's vitality level had been skyrocketing recently. If not stopped, he might really get into one of the top 10 star academies, which he could not accept. Understood. Qin Shi nodded, then said, but Jin Xiao, about my talent contract. The reason he was so wholeheartedly following Jin Xian was that he had signed the Jin family's talent training plan. Jin Xian promised, I will apply to my uncle to increase your talent training fund by 10%, and the cost of restoring your arm will be covered by the Jin family. Then thank you, Jin Xiao. Qin Kai's eyes narrowed as he looked at the figure of Lu Xiaobai, a cruel glint appearing in his gaze. Although he had lost an arm, he was not worried at all. With today's advanced technology, regrowing a severed limb was no longer a rare occurrence. Soon Lu Xiaobai entered the Xingwu pavilion first, and behind him were not only Jin Xian and the others, but also thousands of onlookers. What's going on? The manager of the Xingwu pavilion was bewildered. Why were so many people suddenly here today? Are they here to challenge us? At this moment, Lu Xiaobai smiled and said, Boss, please set up a duel arena for us. The most basic one will do. Upon hearing this, the manager instantly reacted and nodded. The ground in the center of the venue suddenly began to rise rapidly, eventually forming an arena several meters in size, which was already sufficient for star warriors below level 10. Let's begin. Lu Xiaobai stepped forward and directly ascended the arena, calmly saying, I have limited time. Come up quickly and meet your demise. Wait. At this moment, Qin Shi seemed to think of something and said warily, this time it's a fair and just duel, right? Lu Xiaobai nodded, saying, of course. Then let's agree no technological weapons are allowed. We can only rely on our own strength. No weapons. Why? Qin Shi's eyes twitched. Luckily, he asked, as it turned out the opponent really intended to use technological weapons. Lu Xiao, you are going a bit too far. If technological weapons are allowed, what's the point of the duel? Jin Xian rolled his eyes and said, Qin Shi, let's go, let this duel go. What a joke. If technological weapons were allowed, I dare bet that within a second Qin Shi would be vaporized. I really can't deal with you guys. Lu Xiaobai shook his head and said, if we can't use them, then we won't. As he spoke, he took out various technological weapons from his body and handed them to a da beside him for safekeeping. You? Qin Shi watched as Lu Xiaobai took out one weapon after another, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Thankfully, he had suddenly thought of the opponent's treachery and asked, otherwise he would have probably ended up with nothing after the duel. The onlookers nearby also wore strange expressions, wondering how someone could bring so many weapons and still claim that it was a fair duel. Is this what it means to be a direct descendant of the Lu family? Soon Lu Xiaobai took off all the technological weapons from his body and said, is this okay now? Seeing this, Qin Shi nodded, but still said uneasily, if you pull out any technological weapons during the duel, I will immediately flee the arena. Rest assured, I am a person of my word. If I say no, then I won't use them. Qin Shi, however, rolled his eyes filled with skepticism. He already knew that this fellow was simply a synonym for treachery and shamelessness. At this moment, Jin Xian spoke up, Qin Shi, go ahead. If he violates the rules, I will be the first to rescue. Qin Shi glanced at the A-class robot beside Jin Xian, and with no more hesitation, he stepped onto the stage. Today, let me see what the Lu family heir is truly capable of. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of brutality flashing within them as he envisioned crushing his opponent beneath his feet. Although such actions would surely offend the Lu family, as the saying goes, one must invest to reap rewards, this would earn him the attention of the Jin family, allowing him to soar to great heights. Idiot. Lu Xiaobai scoffed, already too lazy to say much. In an instant, he charged forward, choosing to attack proactively. Moi. Qin Shi noticed his opponent's speed and exhaled in relief. The opponent's vitality was indeed only around level 5. Confidence surged within him. Even though he had lost a hand, his own vitality was at least level 9. With a vitality level nearly twice that of his opponent, this gap was nearly impossible to bridge. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai suddenly struck with a palm. He had mastered the basic palm technique. Although it wasn't a powerful combat star skill, it laid the foundation for learning future palm techniques, and still provided some enhancement in power. Seeking death. Qin Kai's eyes flickered and his remaining left hand clenched into a fist, aiming to shatter his opponent's arm with a single blow. The two fists collided instantly. The scene Qin Shi envisioned of his opponent's arm shattering did not occur. Instead, his own fist was firmly caught. Yui. His pupils constricted as he instinctively attempted to retract his punch, but Lu Xiaobai's hand clamped down like an iron vice. Your strength. You're not at level 5 vitality. His arm was broken, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. After all, his striking posture had changed. Yet even so, his power was not something a level 5 vitality could withstand. The scene before him instantly led him to suspect that he had been deceived. You fool. Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly, then with his other hand clenched into a fist, he violently struck at the sight of Qin Kai's severed arm. This is aimed directly at your wound. With just a single punch, the wound on Qin Kai's severed arm instantly split, open, blood gushing forth. Although he had swallowed hemostatic medicine, he had not undergone professional bandaging or treatment, merely managing to stop the bleeding. Now, under Lu Xiaobai's violent assault, his wound reopened. Qin Kai's cold sweat flowed freely as he was suddenly engulfed in intense pain, his face turning pale. You are far too vicious. Lu Xiaobai smiled crazily, pounding at the sight of his opponent's wound, growing more exhilarated with each hit. Damn, this is intense. The onlookers felt pain in their own arms, just watching. At that moment, Qin Shi let out a furious roar, lifting both feet to kick violently at the vital area between Lu Xiaobai's legs. Damn it, you are sneaky too. Lu Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he immediately released his grip, both palms slapping downwards to block the attack. Seeing that his arm was no longer restrained, Qin Shi quickly distanced himself. If he allowed Lu Xiaobai to continue, he would truly be knocked out from the pain. You must have at least level 7 vitality. Qin Kai's expression turned grave as he cast a furtive glance at Jin Xian, clearly believing that the information they had on his opponent was incorrect. Jin Xian also frowned, having clearly investigated his opponent's vitality level. How could it rise so quickly? Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xiaobai's vitality was indeed only level 5. Yet he had trained in the strength refinement technique for a week, causing his power to surge dramatically. Lu Xiaobai smiled, but did not elaborate, secretly thinking that the strength refinement technique was indeed an excellent tool. Though he had only trained for a short time, the effects were already evident. In another month or two, he could likely overpower a star warrior with level 9 vitality without any issue. Today you are truly finished. Lu Xiaobai's eyes narrowed as he charged forward again, continuing the assault. His palms struck repeatedly, each blow aimed at his opponent's severed arm, clearly targeting this weakness. Damn it! Qin Shi inwardly cursed, not expecting his opponent to be so insidious. Left with no choice, he could only continue to defend, passively afraid to strike back for fear of losing his remaining arm. For a time, though he was at a disadvantage, at least he had not been attacked at his weak point, managing to stabilize the situation. Just then he heard an enormous sound, his expression changing as he glanced towards the other side at Ada, who was clenching his fists, having directly smashed a large hole in the ground. In that moment of distraction, Lu Xiaobai seized the opportunity and struck fiercely at Qin Kai's wound, causing him to spurt out a large amount of blood once more. Yui. Qin Shi quickly realized he had been tricked, hastily focusing on defense again. At that moment, he saw Ada's fists transforming into black hammers, then forcefully hurled towards the ceiling. Instinctively, Qin Kai's gaze was drawn to the hammer, fearing it might fall on him. After all, this thing weighed heavily enough to reduce him to a mosaic in an instant. And in this moment of delay, Lu Xiaobai again seized the opportunity, violently striking at the site of Qin Kai's wound, causing him to cry out in pain. You are cheating. Qin Shi could no longer hold back, his eyes filled with rage as he roared. This is clearly an intentional distraction. What cheating? Ada is not interfering with us. It's you who is inattentive. Lu Xiaobai shrugged, saying, Let me ask you, if Jin Xian's genetic abilities suddenly activated and he started running around the venue naked, would you blame him for distracting you? Upon hearing this, Jin Xian's expression darkened, cursing in his heart. Are you crazy? Why do you keep bringing up nakedness trying to disgust people? This was also the reason why Jin Zhuhui had been so furious back then, directly ordering the annihilation of the entire Thief King family, as this was a humiliation the Jin family could not erase. But Qin Shi did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Jin Xian. Jin Xian affirmed, "Concentrate, and it won't dare to strike you." Seeing this, Qin Shi could only take a deep breath, forcing himself not to be distracted by the outside interference, and began to defend against his opponent's onslaught with all his might. Just then, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation surged, causing Qin Kai's heart to tremble, and he was drawn in again. He saw a Das chest transform into a black cannon, shooting forth a terrifying beam of white energy that shattered the entire ceiling of the venue. What the hell? Qin Kai's pupils contracted, filled with dread, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Even a trace of this energy beam was enough to utterly annihilate him, reducing him to invisible particles. Boom. Seeing him in a daze, Lu Xiaobai decisively charged forward, causing the blood vessels at his severed arm to rupture, and a large amount of fresh blood gushed out, appearing horribly tragic. The onlookers below gaped in disbelief, inwardly muttering, "This is simply too outrageous." Not to mention Qin Shi, even they, the spectators, were drenched in cold sweat, their hearts no longer calm. If Qin Shi could remain composed in this situation, then his family must really seek out a master. "Lu Xiaobai, do you still care about your face?" Jin Xian, standing below, wore an ugly expression and couldn't help but curse. "Don't you think you are humiliating the Lu family's reputation?" Lu Xiaobai had already breached Qin Xian's defenses, relentlessly striking at his wounds while saying, "Ada is merely doing his daily warm-up exercises. What rules have been violated?" "Warm-up?" Jin Xian's eyes widened. That energy beam could have obliterated even a level 50 high-tier star warrior. You call this a warm-up? Furthermore, this thing is just a robot. Is it necessary to warm up every day? However, Lu Xiaobai was too lazy to respond, focusing solely on attacking Qin Shi, who continuously cried out in agony. Finally, Qin Shi could no longer endure the pain, growling, "I admit." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xiaobai landed a punch on his face, forcing the words back down his throat. In the next moment, taking advantage of Qin Kai's retreat, he swiftly appeared behind him, tightly locking his right hand around his neck, rendering him unable to speak. "Do you really think this duel will end so easily?" A smile graced his face, but his eyes were filled with coldness. Qin Kai's heart sank, suddenly fear washing over him as he attempted to break free from the confinement, but having lost too much blood, his strength was far inferior to his opponent's, making it difficult to escape. With his left hand, Lu Xiaobai transformed it into a palm and violently struck various parts of Qin Kai's body, seemingly flailing about wildly. However, with each strike, Qin Shi let out a wail, and he faintly heard the sound of his own body cracking. Not good. Jin Xian, witnessing this, felt his heart sink and shouted, "Lu Xiaobai, we concede." "He hasn't even spoken. What are you, a spectator, yelling for?" Lu Xiaobai merely sneered, continuing to strike violently at Qin Kai's body. "Can't you see he has already lost his ability to speak?" Jin Xian's expression darkened as he shouted, "No. Nina, save him." Beside him, the black combat robot's eyes emitted a red glow, instantly transforming into an afterimage and sprinting towards the arena, but was blocked midway by Ada. Both were combat robots of the same level, unable to overpower each other, leading to a stalemate. Seeing this, Jin Xian's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he charged forward towards the arena. Clearly, he intended to intervene forcefully. In that instant, Ada unleashed two beams of laser from its eyes, heading straight for Jin Xian, halting his advance. "Lu Xiaobai, are you crazy? How dare you strike me with lethal force?" Jin Xian wore a furious expression, glaring at him. Although the Lu family and the Jin family had always been in opposition due to the threat of the Starworm clan, the two powers had maintained restraint, never striking lethally at each other's direct descendants. This was an unbreakable bottom line. If Jin Xian were to truly die here, both families would undoubtedly plunge into war, causing severe turmoil in the entire human world. "If you dare to intervene, I will let it kill you." Lu Xiaobai sneered coldly, showing no concern. Jin Xian narrowed his eyes and threatened back. "Do you really think you can withstand No.9's attack? A mere class combat robot can keep me here." Lu Xiaobai was unconcerned, laughing as he replied, "Though we are both direct descendants, can our identities and treatment be the same? I, your brother Lu, have plenty of means to preserve my life." Jin Xian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with malice, but he remained silent. Despite the sarcasm in Lu Xiaobai's words, there was a ring of truth to them. After all, there were over 100 direct descendants in this generation of the Jin family, and his father was no longer the head of the family. In terms of family importance, he was indeed far inferior to Lu Xiaobai. Since you agreed to the duel, then do not meddle casually. If you don't even understand this basic rule, get back to your Jin family. Lu Xiaobai curled his lips and continued to strike relentlessly at Qin Kai's body. In the blink of an eye, due to the intense pain, Qin Shi had completely fainted, losing consciousness. Yet Lu Xiaobai's attacks did not cease. After a while, Qin Kai's body suddenly spilled forth a large amount of blood, becoming a gruesome sight. Only then did Lu Xiaobai stop kicking him towards Jin Xian while laughing. "Young Master Jin, your little brother's strength is truly pathetic." Jin Xian looked at Qin Shi, who lay at his feet in an unknown state between life and death, his eyes filled with gloom as he bent down to check on him, his face growing increasingly grim. "Did you ruin all his meridians that can absorb star energy? Just a little punishment." Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly and said indifferently, "Don't worry, if you are willing to use a large amount of meridian restoration liquid, you can save him. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, I can take charge and give you a 50 discount." Jin Xian's expression darkened. A 50 discount. That basically meant selling it to him at 5 times the market price. Given Qin Kai's condition, the amount of restoration liquid required would not be a small sum. More importantly, even if he were saved, his ability to absorb star energy would be severely impacted, turning him from a genius into a waste. Whether or not to save him depends on you, the master. Lu Xiaobai smiled slightly, turned, and jumped off the arena, ignoring him as he left with a duh. Jin Xian wore a solemn expression. In this clash, he had been utterly defeated. "Lu Xiaobai, what on earth have you been through?" He squinted, his eyes constantly pondering. After so many years, he vaguely felt that Lu Xiaobai had become somewhat unfamiliar, as if some transformation had occurred. Has he awakened his talent or physique? His brow furrowed tightly, yet he could not think of an answer. The thought that Lu Xiaobai was no longer the useless person he used to be, combined with the other 3 direct descendants of the Lu family, who were like monsters, caused a sense of helplessness to rise within him. Although the Jin family had over 100 direct descendants in this generation, could they truly suppress the Lu family? "Young Master Jin, save me." At that moment, Qin Shi regained a sliver of consciousness and murmured instinctively. Jin Xian's eyes flickered with cold fury. A silent curse rose in his mind. What a useless wretch. He had expected this confrontation to finally subdue Lu Xiaobai, yet the outcome was nothing short of humiliating. Desperate to vent his rage, he caught sight of the onlookers crowding around and forced a placid smile, instead offering soothing words. "Brother Qin, rest assured, I, Jin Xian, will spare no cost to save you." "No. 9. Let's go to the nearest hospital now." With that, Unit No. 9 hoisted Qin Shi onto its shoulders and fell silently into step behind Jin Xian. "Please make way. My brother's condition is critical." The crowd parted without hesitation, whispering among themselves that the Jin family's heir still possessed a trace of loyalty and righteousness. Within moments, Jin Xian and Unit No. 9 departed the scene, streaking across the sky at breakneck speed, until, sensing they were finally unobserved, Jin Xian issued a terse command. In the next instant, searing energy erupted from Unit No. 9's palms, reducing Qin Shi's body to ash, utterly erased without a trace. A worthless failure. How dare he tarnish the genius contract signed with our Jin family? Jin Xian's face hardened into icy contempt as he muttered under his breath, "Lu Xiaobai, our true duel has only just begun." "Ah, what bliss. Free starlight points delivered right to my doorstep." Lu Xiaobai grinned and immediately allocated the newly acquired starlight points to his body refining art, elevating it smoothly to level 4. This stellar technique truly is extraordinary. Had his physical power not surged far beyond that of peers at his cultivation rank, he might well have lost, even against a one-armed Qin Shi. After all, Qin was a prodigy from a Tier 1 prosperous city, his strength eclipsing Lin Shuer and her brother by a wide margin, and he held genuine promise of admission to one of the 10 great stellar academies. Alas, he lacked the mental fortitude. Even if he'd survived, he'd be ruined beyond recovery. A faint smirk curled Lu Xiaobai's lips. His heart remained utterly still. In his view, aligning with the Jin family had already sealed Qin Shi's fate, and provoking him repeatedly. That sealed it irrevocably. Just then Lu Yuanshan rushed into his room. Seeing Lu Xiaobai unharmed, he exhaled deeply in relief. "Xiaobai, heard you clashed with that Jin family brat. Just a minor matter." Lu Xiaobai chuckled and said, "He's probably fuming right now." Then he recounted the recent encounter, up to the point where he'd defeated Qin Shi. When Lu Yuanshan learned that Lu Xiaobai had overpowered Qin Shi, a cultivator boasting level 9 vitality, he recoiled inwardly, astonishment flooding his gaze. True, some clever stratagem had been employed, but even so it proved unequivocally that Lu Xiaobai's strength had transcended all prior expectations. Xiaobai, has your ancestral constitution truly awakened? All the Lu family knew he could absorb no nutrients whatsoever. Such a condition implied one of two possibilities: either a congenitally crippled physique, or an immensely powerful, yet dormant primordial constitution. Uncle Yuanshan, you're overthinking it. I simply experienced a sudden epiphany. Lu Xiaobai grinned again and swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Jin Xian will attend tomorrow's auction. He'll likely engage in malicious bidding against me. Our funds. Relax, funds are more than sufficient. Lu Yuanshan smiled faintly and added, no one on this ancestral planet can outbid us. The Lu family's Immortal Elixir Corporation ranked among the most profitable enterprises, even among top-tier powers, since combat-grade elixirs and daily cultivation tonics alike were indispensable commodities. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobai felt immediate confidence surge within him. His family's wealth was legendary. Even if they possessed little else, they possessed gold. Just then something occurred to him. Oh, Uncle Yuanshan, please instruct all Immortal Elixir clinics across the ancestral planet. If anyone purchases Meridian Repairing Elixir, the injured must be brought in person for treatment. Don't worry, the Gene Brat won't get away with proxy purchases. Lu Yuanshan chuckled knowingly. He grasped Lu Xiaobai's intent instantly. For Meridian Repairing Elixir was an exclusive Lu family product. To prevent third-party acquisition, strict protocol required patients to be physically escorted to clinics for direct administration and monitoring. Rest well now. I'll return tomorrow before the auction begins. Noticing Lu Xiaobai's exhaustion, Lu Yuanshan offered no further words. Lu Xiaobai nodded in quiet agreement. No protest, no farewell. Even with his current strength shattering every stellar meridian in Qin Shi's body had demanded immense exertion, he'd barely succeeded. Alone in his spacious hotel suite, Lu Xiaobai murmured to himself, given Jin Xian's nature, Qin Shi is almost certainly already dead, disposed of by his own hand. Why waste billions of alliance credits on a failure? Still, I warned Uncle Yuanshan, just in case a shred of conscience stirred. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Now, only the auction remains. Soon after, he enjoyed a lavish hotel dinner, then sank into deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, Lu Xiaobai stood before a colossal circular edifice at the city's heart, the venue for the ancestral planet auction. Xiaobai, let's go. Lu Yuanshan strode forward into the building. Attentive staff immediately guided them upward via elevator to a luxurious private suite on the highest floor. Not bad. Lu Xiaobai settled into the plush sofa, his gaze sweeping effortlessly through the floor-to-ceiling window, commanding a panoramic view of the entire auction hall. 9 tiers spiraled downward, each ringed with private suites. The fewer suites per tier, the higher the status they signified. At the center, encircled by all tiers, rose a vast dais reserved exclusively for displaying auction items. He's here. Lu Xiaobai's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze upon a suite directly opposite, where Jin Xian sat, his expression shadowed with brooding resentment. Jin Xian too spotted Lu Xiaobai, and his eyes darkened further before he activated the suite's anti-spy shielding, rendering the window opaque to all outside observers. Clearly he wished to avoid Lu Xiaobai entirely, dreading another humiliating jab about running naked or the like. As time passed, the hall gradually filled, suite after suite lighting up with occupants. Precisely at 9 o'clock, an elderly man with snow-white hair stepped onto the central podium, his professional smile serene, his voice calm and measured. I trust everyone knows the rules, so let's begin without delay. The moment his words faded, the floor before him sank inward, and a rising platform emerged bearing a transparent case. Inside gleamed a Star Technique stone pulsing softly with ethereal light. The first auction item is the Star Technique stone from the ruins of the Ranchua clan, named Blood Energy. The prerequisite for learning it is the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment Method and a vitality level above 20. Its effects are quite impressive, allowing one to apply their own blood to Star Energy weapons, temporarily enhancing the weapon's might with a maximum amplification for a grade Star Energy weapons. The starting price is 3 million Alliance coins. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately began bidding 3,100,000, 330,000 for million. Compared to the Star Techniques on Ranchua Street, This star technique stone can already be considered an absolute gem, at least it has no side effects. However, Lu Xiaobai was not particularly interested. The upper limit of this star technique is too low, only amplifying a grade star energy weapons, which means it is only suitable for advanced star warriors, not a powerful star technique for him. Of course, for many star warriors without factions, or those from small factions, this blood energy star technique is already sufficient. If they are fortunate enough to level it up to the maximum, they can even create related star technique stones to sell easily, recouping their investments. Soon, through a flurry of bidding, this blood energy star technique stone was sold for 10 million alliance coins. The second auction item, also from the ruins of the Ranxue clan, is called living blood grass. The effect of consuming it is to promote blood regeneration and quickly heal injuries. As for the specific effect, it is roughly equivalent to a Kraid healing potion. 10 stalks of living blood grass, starting price 50,000 alliance coins. For a moment, the venue fell silent. After all, this item is equivalent to 50,000 per stock. With that kind of money, why not just buy Kraid healing potions on the market? Xiaobai, make your move. However, Lu Yuanshan's expression changed slightly. As he spoke, this item could be taken back for research. He is an advanced star warrior and naturally has no need for living blood grass, but it could be used as research material, potentially integrated into the Lu family's healing potions to enhance their efficacy. If it can truly succeed, then the Lu family can send people into the Ranxue clan ruins to begin harvesting this living blood grass in large quantities. 50,000. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobai immediately shouted the base price, but no one in the auction hall raised their bids, maintaining a silence. Just as the elder on the central auction platform was about to drop the hammer, a slow voice rang out, 51,000. You dog. The expressions of the crowd became strange as they all looked up at the two private rooms on the top floor. How did it escalate to insults so quickly? Young Master Lu, if you can bid, then bid. If not, there's no need to curse anyone. Jin Xian smiled and said lightly, I'm not cursing anyone. Lu Xiaobai pouted and continued, 150,000. Jin Xian did not hesitate and raised the bid again, 151,000. The people in the lower private room were shocked. It was just 10 stalks of living blood grass. Was it really worth such a high price? However, some guessed the identities of the two and were not surprised, as bidding in the hundreds of millions was merely a drop in the bucket for the forces behind them. At this moment, Lu Xiaobai spoke again, 3 million. 3 million won. The expressions of the crowd turned strange. This young master from the Jin family always raised the bid by just 1,000, clearly targeting him. 5 million. 5 million won. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobai frowned slightly, not because he cared about this amount of alliance coins, but because of Jin Xian's interference. If he wanted to buy 10 items, the cost would likely exceed his initial estimate by 10 times. Although the Lu family was not short on this small amount of money, spending hundreds of millions to buy something worth 10 million seemed a bit of a waste. Even if he obtained the starry point, he would still be displeased. Just then the elder below spoke up, 5 million won once. 5 million won. 8 million. Lu Xiaobai again offered a high price. Young Master Lu, is this little amount really worth your hesitation? Jin Xian smiled and said slowly again, 8 million won. Since young Master Jin wants it so badly, then he'll give it to you. Lu Xiaobai maintained a calm expression and directly chose to give up bidding. The elder hosting the auction below thought it was a pity, expecting the two top young masters to clash over the living blood grass, which could sell for a sky-high price. However, even so, the 8 million price was beyond their expectations and was already quite a substantial gain. Jin Xian was not angry and said lightly, young Master Lu, I have no use for these items, but as long as they don't fall into your Lu family's hands, that's enough. Lu Xiaobai narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not speak further. This little brat really knows how to annoy people. There was a hint of coldness in Lu Yuanshan's eyes as he said, Xiaobai, why aren't you continuing to bid? We aren't short on this little money. For him, as long as he could suppress the Jin family's arrogance, spending hundreds of millions was worth it. There's no need. This has already far exceeded the market price of living blood grass. He had already inquired while shopping. Although living blood grass is scarce, each stock's price averages only a few thousand alliance coins, far from being worth 80,000. Hearing this, Lu Yuanshan nodded and did not say more. Although he was the elder of the other party, he was merely a side branch of the Lu family, and the decision-making power still lay in Lu Xiaobai's hands. Soon the auction continued, with items appearing one by one. Because it was in the imperial capital, most of the auction items came from the ruins of the Ranxue clan. In fact, past auctions had also been like this, as one eats where they live. Lu Xiaobai changed his previous strategy and did not bid on what Lu Yuanshan valued, but placed bids on every item and gave non-negligible prices. However, Jin Xian would always raise by 1,000 each time. In a short time, Jin Xian had already spent hundreds of millions of alliance coins and acquired many items. This made the entire auction subtly turn into a battleground for the two young masters. Many people cursed inwardly as all items were extraordinarily expensive, and without the wealth of those two, they were merely there as spectators, while the auction organizers were grinning from ear to ear. I want to see how much the Jin family allocated to you. Although Lu Xiaobai had not obtained anything until now, he still maintained his calm demeanor as he had long figured out a solution to his task. His only goal now was to find ways to exploit the other party as much as possible. At that moment, another lot descended, a vial suffused with a blue radiance. This is a star energy restorative elixir from the Busi Yao group. As its name implies, it rapidly replenishes a cultivator's star energy, often the decisive factor in combat. Opening bid 1 million alliance coins. Here we go. Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted, a faint smile creased his lips as he immediately placed a bid, 10 million. Those below fell silent. A few who knew Lu Xiaobai's background were baffled. Why would he auction his own elixir? Was this some self-directed performance? Xiaobai, what are you doing? Lu Yuanshan asked, puzzled. If you need it, just take one from our storeroom. Though the star energy restorative elixir was a limited special reagent, and the Lu family held ample stock as direct descendants, Lu Xiaobai only replied, Uncle Yuanshan, I have plans of my own. He said no more. His mission required purchasing 10 lots, not a single one had yet been secured. The immediate priority remained to complete his task. He turned his gaze toward the private room opposite and with a hint of mockery asked, Weren't you so eager to bid? Why aren't you following? Young Master Lu, do you take me for a fool? Jin Xian curled his lip. These were Lu family goods. If he continued bidding, he would only be handing them money. At the same time, a question nagged at him. What exactly was Lu Xiaobai trying to achieve? Could it truly be nothing more than an attempt to save face? The auctioneer's hammer fell. The elder declared the star energy restorative elixir sold to Lu Xiaobai. The elder's eyes held a peculiar look, but he said nothing. After all, the auction rules did not forbid selling one's own goods. Time drifted on, and the lots grew ever finer. Relics from the Red Blood clan ruins, an array of technological weaponry, and even a custom-built A-grade combat robot. Though not a match for Ada, it was still a devastating killing machine purchased by an advanced star warrior from Zuxing for nearly 100 million alliance coins. That sum far exceeded what Ada commanded. For most people, even those wealthy, such sophisticated machines were unattainable. The chance to obtain one could not be ignored. Lu Xiaobai continued to raise bids on each lot, but ultimately withdrew every time, appearing little more than a planted bidder, while Jin Xian became the obvious dupe, spending 10 times the market price. To onlookers, he was a fool. That brat is disgusting, they muttered. Anger burned on Lu Yuanshan's face as he stared toward Jin Xian's private room. He did not mind missing those items. They were not irreplaceable. He could attend other auctions. What infuriated him was being outmaneuvered and humiliated. Given his temper, such an affront was intolerable. Uncle Yuanshan, let him overpay if he wants to, Lu Xiaobai said calmly. Lu Xiaobai shook his head. He'll gain nothing from holding them. It's a waste of money. There's no need to let him win for the sake of pride, and everyone is watching to mock him. Lu Yuanshan, teeth clenched, proposed throwing a sky-high bid to trap the fellow. Lu Xiaobai resisted. He's not an idiot. If we name an outrageous price and he refuses to follow, we'll be the ones who lose. He understood Jin Xian's temperament, cruel and petty, yet not stupid. He kept his bids within 5 to 10 times the market value, a margin calculated to keep Jin Xian engaged rather than driving him away. Makes sense, Lu Yuanshan conceded. If he were true to his own nature, he would have pressed to the end, but even if he had won, he would have felt cheated. Don't worry, Uncle Yuanshan, these things might well come back into our hands, Lu Xiaobai murmured. What do you mean? Who says that once an item is sold, it truly belongs to the buyer? Lu Xiaobai's face took on an inscrutable expression, but he offered no explanation. Seeing Jin Xian buy so many lots, he instinctively thought of his own skill. Miaosho Kong Kong, the empty-handed technique, and an equally mischievous plan formed in his mind. As the auction progressed, ever more precious items were unveiled, many of which surprised even Lu Xiaobai. The pieces listed on the invitation had been only a fraction. Innumerous treasures had been reserved to delight the attendees. Because of the malicious bidding, Jin Xian had now spent nearly 1 billion alliance coins. Jin, perhaps we've been too rash, a middle-aged man beside Jin Xian cautioned. I've consulted the elders. If it harms the Lu family, spend whatever is necessary. Jin Xian maintained an air of composure, but unease tugged at him. The Jin family was a top-tier force and could afford such expenses, yet the goods he had purchased were worth only tens of millions. Just then the elder announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the final lot of today's auction. I assure you this is a rarity never before seen in past auctions. None of you will be disappointed." With that, the grand platform revealed a large object, shrouded in black cloth, the fabric trembling subtly. The elder flung the cloth aside, and the lot beneath was exposed to all. Beneath the drape stood a girl in a green dress. At first glance, she seemed only 7 or 8 years old, fragile and exquisitely slight. What a joke, an auctioning of a person. Won't the Federation come after you for that? Idiot, she's not human. Didn't you see her pupils are green? The crowd gasped, then rapidly composed themselves as astonishment and conjecture swept through their face. Do not misunderstand, the elder said with a slight smile. She hails from Luling Star. Her people are known as the Xiaoling, a sentient civilization, and this young one is a princess of the Xiaoling, of the purest royal blood. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's expressions shifted subtly, their eyes sparkling with interest. The green-skinned girl from the Ling tribe sensed the gaze of the crowd, her face turning pale as she began to tremble, filled with fear. Someone chuckled and said, "Oldly, you can't be serious about bringing just a vase here, can you? For us, not even a princess would be of any use, let alone a tribe leader." Most of the Xing warriors were pragmatists and would not buy such a useless little Ling princess. The old man smiled and replied, "Since we dare to present her as the final auction item, we naturally have our reasons. Though she appears delicate, her actual vitality level is 9. Just a step away from becoming a formal Xing warrior. More importantly, she possesses healing talent." In an instant, the crowd was taken aback, their eyes filled with surprise. Clearly, they had not anticipated that she possessed such talent, and her vitality level was indeed impressive. "Oldly, don't joke around. She looks so young. Even our top human geniuses might not be that strong, right?" Yet someone proactively questioned, and not just one person, most of those present shared the same sentiment. After all, if she were truly that powerful, it would imply that the entire Ling tribe couldn't be that weak. They wouldn't still be mere planetary civilization. They would have long since stepped into the cosmos. She may look small, but according to the lifespan of the Ling tribe, she is actually equivalent to an adult in human terms. The old man explained with a smile. Even so, she qualifies as a genius Xing warrior. With a bit of nurturing, she will undoubtedly become a powerful figure in the future, even having the potential to unlock her genetic lock. She is indeed a solid investment. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Her vitality level was not low, and she possessed healing talent, as she indeed had a high chance of becoming a strong warrior. Someone hesitantly asked, "Is there any chance she might betray us?" Rest assured, this is an auction item entrusted to us by the Jin family. I believe everyone is aware of their main line of business, right? The old man said with a smile. Even if she becomes a top-tier warrior in the future, she will never escape the slavery mark of the Jin family. Everyone can be at ease. Once they learned it was produced by the Jin family, the crowd had no more doubts. After all, in the entire human world, the Jin family was the only one running a slave trade, and the slaves they sold could never have the chance to betray. Alright, I won't say more. The starting bid is 10 million alliance coins. As soon as the old man's words fell, the crowd immediately began to place their bids. 15 million. 20 million. However, in the private room, Lu Xiaobai remained indifferent, showing no signs of emotion. The Lu family was clearly uninterested in the slaves sold by the Jin family, fearing that the Jin family might suddenly lift the slave mark, which could lead to backstabbing by the slaves around them. Although the Jin family claimed they would hand over the slave decree to the buyers and had no further control over the slaves they sold, the Lu family clearly did not believe such statements. Healing talent 9. 9 vitality level. If she were human, I could offer her a clever genius contract. Lu Xiaobai shook his head, quietly watching the crowd's bids with a hint of regret in his eyes. On the opposite side, Jin Xian also did not bid. He had no habit of buying his own family's goods. Soon the little Ling princess was bought for a staggering 50 million. The people from the ancestral star are indeed quite wealthy. They could buy several high-level Xing warriors with this amount, right? Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted slightly, an astonished look in his eyes. Unless the little Ling princess became a top Xing warrior, meaning a vitality level above 80, otherwise this purchase would be a complete loss. At that moment, he saw the little Ling girl being taken away from the auction stage, her face pale and filled with fear. Although she was a genius and would receive resources for development, her identity as a slave would ultimately mean she was at the mercy of others. Her future days would surely not be easy. The crowd in the private room, however, showed no emotional fluctuations, only quietly lamenting their failure to bid on this future powerhouse. Lu Xiaobai gazed at the departing figure of the little Ling princess and murmured, This is the tragedy of planetary civilizations. If they do not venture into the cosmos, they will eventually be conquered by higher civilizations. 1,000 years ago, humans had failed to invent wormhole jump technology, still merely a planetary civilization, without even any Xing warriors, only some backward technological weapons. If they had been discovered by the star insect tribe back, then perhaps all of humanity would have become blood food. The universe is vast and colorful, but no one can deny that its fundamental rule is survival of the fittest. Today's auction ends here. Thank you all for attending. The old man on the auction stage smiled broadly and said, "There will be another auction at the same time tomorrow, and the items will be even more precious than today. I hope everyone will come back." After he finished speaking, the old man took the lift to leave, and the crowd in the private room also stood up to depart, filled with anticipation for tomorrow's auction, as today's items had already been quite remarkable. "Uncle Yuanshan, how many items will our immortal medicine group have tomorrow?" "A total of 6. Lu Yuanshan immediately replied, then seemed to think of something, and added, "Xiaobai, you aren't planning to bid on all of them, are you?" "How could I possibly do such a thing?" Lu Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. However, Lu Xiaobai smiled again and said just 4 items will suffice. He had bid on 6 items today, and he was still a bit short of completing his Fustar mission, so he naturally had to secure them. This was his sole purpose for participating in the auction. Lu Yuanshan was left speechless, unable to fathom what the other person was thinking. This auction, their immortal medicine group, had no profits, and they could only provide double the items next time to make up for it. Fortunately, their potions always had buyers. At that moment, Lu Xiaobai's expression shifted as he looked out the window, just in time to see Jin Xian looking inside, with a provocative smile, before turning to leave. "Moi." He raised an eyebrow but did not engage the other party, directly ignoring him. Jin Xian would surely continue to participate in tomorrow's auction, and when the time came he would strike and seize all his items with righteous thievery. "Uncle Yuanshan, let's go." The two quickly left the auction room and returned to their respective hotel rooms. "Tomorrow I'll be able to complete my task," Lu Xiaobai secretly thought. He was extremely eager for the upcoming cosmic points, as this was the main storyline of his journey. "If I advance a bit more, the strength refining technique will reach level 5. I wonder what the effect will be by then." Just as he was daydreaming, his smart chip suddenly received a message. An invitation from the Guangxiao Chamber of Commerce to watch tonight's exciting program.